Chapter 1 The Proposal. In the Great Wu Kingdom, in the village of Xingxi, Qingshui County, there liveth Lu family. Rest assured, brother Lu and sister Chiao, if your daughter marries into your family, you will treat her as immune flesh and blood. Mice and Xian will surely care for Errol. Su Chenke's aid, Hishonest face bimingash addressed the couply crossed you woodentable, on thitable lay up Southberg, a bond wild rabbit, and a mountain chicken. Su Sai, from the neighboring Shaha village, Heidansa thrived as a hunter. However, 15 years ago, a hunting accident left them with a broken leg, rendering him unable to hunt again. His wife abandoned him 3 years of Therese injury, and Hanover's aware again. He and his wife had a child, Xian, Thiveryon he was proposing for today. Since his injury, their family situation had deteriorated. By Thedam his wife left, Suan was merely 11 years old, unable to work. The boy had to taken the responsibility as of the household, while his peers attended school. Despite the heavy burden, Suan cared for his father without complaint, though Hegel increasingly withdrawn and insolent. Now, at 25, Suan remained unmarried. Much to his father's concern, their poverty and Thiberdino an incapacitated father weighed heavily on them. Suan weighs a talent imposing figure, standing 7 feet old, with arms as thick as a woman's calves. Rumor circulateth that the Hadan skilled old bore with a single punk, further dissuading families from marrying their daughters into his household. Seeing Isan's growing silency and desolation, Suchin case up to findus with a blematch for Suan, even if it meant accepting a few flaws, helonged for us and to have his omiana to share his life with. To his surprise, he learned to fa potential bride Lutian Theange's daughter of Lu family. At 18, Lutian remained unmarried, renowned for her beauty throughout her region, yet her reputation for laziness was equally well known. It was at the 10 her 18 years she had never lifted a finger to work. She would sit when she could stand and lie down when she could sit. She had never washed a garment or prepared a meal, let alone attend dead to the fields. Tough times were not dire, food was scarce, and an additional mouth to feed was a burden. Many family hesitated to taken, despite her beauty. Many suitors were deterred by the thought of marrying Simeona Howell contribute a little to the household, leading them to shy away from her. However, Su Chenke was not deterred. Now that Suan had learned the skills of hunting, their fortunes were slowly improving. He wished for his reclusive son to find a partner. Thus, he brought gifts to Proposito Lu Yui and his wife. After hearing Su Chenke's words, Lu Yui glanced at his wife. Xiao Yu, a flicker of emotion passed through his lower red eyelids. The Unjust daughter was their late life blessing, cherished since birth. She was to Panbanatan let her parents beautiful see her older brother and sister, or shielded her from choice and ensured she received the best of everything. These indulgences had led to the development of her notorious laziness. Now, at 18, with no suitors in sight, both Lu Yui and Xiao Yu full to sense of urgency. However, the few who committed propose were either seeking to marry her for the sake of continuing their lineage or were elderly widowers, which frustrated Lu Yui to no end. Sus family was relatively well off compared to their swa had come to propose. Their situation was simple, and with Suan a hunter, things were looking up yet. Ludoa lifted disgazita Themon standing beside Suchin Sai. Suan had his head held high, his expression stoicacious stood solidly, regardless of what Suchenke said. He was nearly half a head taller than Lutian, and this imposing stature made Ludoa shudder at the thought of his delicate daughter being subjected to such a man's strength. No, head hot mid-daughter is so fragile how could she injure such a man, he would rather keep her so the methan lether mari hymen risk being harmed. Feigning difficulty, Lu Yui cleared his throat, preparing to find a polite excuse to decline Su Chenke's proposal. However, he was interrupted by his wife, Xiao Yu, Woshathem full blancy internet to Su Qingxi. Please wait a moment, he would like to discuss this with her father, she said. Pulling Lu Yui into the room, she asked, are you truly considering rejecting Su family? Of course, just look at this as of that boy, if my daughter were to marry Hyman something went wrong, Hekudi sa liherm hair with a single blow. Xiao Yu disagreed. We cannot judge person so live with their appearance. Shari collate an incident from prior. Do you remember when Eo were bitten by a venomous snake while warring on the mountain? I on man savidiu. Lu Yui nodded. I remember. He had been unconscious of Turthi by Dianda Wokiathom, having no doho had rescued him. Xiao Yu continued. I recognized Suanis the ono was aved out hat day. Lu Yui's widened. Isatrialium? Xiao Yu nodded. Lu Yui sank into the couch, astonished. He had never imagined that the man who saved him was Suani Iarego. While foraging for mushrooms of Turin, they had encountered a snake. He had pushed Xiao Yu the way, taking Thebet himself. The venom had rapidly affected him and he lost consciousness. When he woke, he was a film, and Xiao Yu recounted how he had called for help, and a tall, strong youngman had come to thyroid. Thought youngman examined Dio Yorwound, which Wazelria did earning blue, and insisted in sucking out he venam was about to help, but refused and did it himself. Who was very experienced, Xiao Yu continued. He then gathered herbs from the mountains and applied them to Yorwound before carrying you back home. Lu Yui, still feeling weak, propped himself up. Wouldn't you invite him to stay for a meal? Should have proper light hang them. It had invited him, Xiao Yu replied. Betain Zisti done leaving without even giving his name, he had to stay behind to care for you, so I sent her daughter to see him off. The tinsident edelweis benezercio fregret for Luyaway had thenotang countered thadiungman hekudenly imagine how different their lives might have been, yet they had never learned of this nam, nor had they had the opportunity to express their gratitude. No thedanusuan waste the ono hovid savidhum, Luyaway felt a surge of emotion, egways indeed unwise atogage person with their appearance. However, considering the disparity in stature between his daughter and Suan Heffeltap and Gothconcern, he turned to his wife. What do you think? Xiao Yu sat down beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, the Suffamala situation was for from ideal they were perennated and incapacitated father. In contrast, their daughter, Lutian, had been pampered for 18 years. Thought the family was that wealthy, they had provided her with the best they could offer, and she had grown into a beautiful and young woman. Despite her laziness, she was endearing, calling them father and mother in a sweet, soft voice, and saving her treats for her older siblings. While Su Chenke and Suan waited for the response, Xiao Yu made a decision. Let's ask her daughter for her opinion. Ultimately, it was her choice to marry. If Schweissen willing, they could simply decline a proposal without any hard feelings. After all, Luyaway stead off gratitude should not fall upon their daughter. If Schwas willing. Lu Yui and Xiao Yu emerged from the inner room. Suchenke and Suan remained in some positions as before. Suanch Tudzelent lay beside his father, his expression still unreadable. Listen to Suchingsi. Xiao Yu to moment to observe Suan as a deformis larger physique. She found nothing to criticize, has to talent straight, unlike man young man the village of our hunched from Ardlabor though fewer recorskermans, faitheth him well, giving Hyman arrow strength and dignity, with Aman like Hyman the house, noon would irritable lithm. Though his face he appeared cold, he was no too attractive, if not for his familiar situation and disaloof demeanor, he would likely have a not trouble finding a breed. Xiao Yu studied Suan carefully, pondering their daughter, while was so beautiful, deserve a damage that reflected her worth. As he examined him, Suan se Maduna wary of her gaze, standing quiet lion looking toward a corner of the main room. Luya wieder netto Su Ching Sai. Brother Su, while I discussed to marry for parents to arrange marriages, he would like a mid-daughter to meet Ourson first, whether it works out depends on her feelings. Su Cheng readily agreed, of course. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Luya Wai for turning to the inner room. Su Cheng had prepared Hue for the proposal, and the wanted to Suan first. They had called Lutian back to the house in advance. The door to the innermost room opened, revealing a warm, charcoal-heated room where a beautiful girl with snow-white skin slept peacefully on the bed, wrapped in her quilt. Seeing her daughter sleeping so sweetly, Xiao Yu cold and felt but small. People yofen said they spoiled Lutian too much, fearing it would ruin her. Buten life lo family understood that seeing Lutian would instantly uplift their spirits, washing away on a fatigue. How could they bear to force her to change? Gently, Xiao Yu patted Lutian's arm. Sweetie, wake up, mother has something to tell you. Feeling the gentle nudge, Lutian slowly opened eyes, her round, waterig as a clear spring. Instinctively she nestled into Xiao Yu's embrace, her was a soft hands to kai from sleep. Mother, what is it? Xiao Yu draped her outer garment over Lutian's. Sweetie, there are visitors from the family in Shaha village, their sinistalun married and askamato proposito will dioliki to meet them? Lutian fluttered her long eyelashes. At 18 she was well aware of the rumor circulating with her laziness, suggesting she might dupe an old maid. While she might not care for herself, Lutian was deeply concerned about how her behavior affected her parents, her married sister, and her still unmarried brother. Her family treat her with such kindness, and she didn't want to be theories on Thafis difficulties. She lifted her delicate face and said, Mother, I will go and meet them. After Xiao Yu helped Lutian to herself up, they left the room for the main hall. Inside, Lu Yui was entertaining Su Chenke and Suan. Knowing that Suan was a savior, Lu Yui's demeanor was much more cordial. He even brought a coup of terror regaid to her reserved for special guests. Su Chenke was pleasantly surprised at such was a rarity for familias like theirs, typically reserved for festive occasions. He quickly expressed a disgratitude, while Suan remained quiet, casting a flighted glance up the teacup but saying little. As the door to the inner room opened, it faced Suan directly. He instinctively lip-tucked. Time seemed to pause for a moment. His gaze was drawn to Thedgeril stepping out of the room. She was petite, likely on reacting his shoulder, and in a village where even yon wore rue, dusty clothing, shasima dalmost ethereal. Her attire was simple, crafted from cotton igways of ident the tie that been made with care, febler feather perfectly, accentuating her graceful figure. Looking up, has a delicate face, pale almost to transparency, with large, sparkling jayas tuts with clarity, her small, well-shaped nose and gently rounded lips resembled the petals of a peach blossom. Suan's expression darkened slightly. Such a look at beauty. How could she ever consider marrying him? When Lutian caught sight of Heedle figure standing in the hall, her steps faltered. Though Sherily ventured out to edo her laziness, she recognized Ethesman. Chapter 3 If you dare to marry, I shall not let you down. As Lutian walked towards the main hall, lost in thought, Lu Yue approached her and softly said, My dear daughter, take a moment to observe. If you are unwilling, it is perfectly acceptable. His words warmed Lu Tian's heart. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such wonderful parents and siblings, allowing her to grow up freely until the age of 18. In other families, a girl who helped with chores from a young age would often be labeled a burden, let alone someone like her. With a smile, Lu Tian nodded at her father before turning her gaze towards the tall, robust man before her. Their eyes met for just a fleeting moment, but Suan was the first to look away. The others in the hall exchanged glances and stepped outside, giving space to the two young people who were assessing each other. Su Chengkai could not leave, as Suan had carried him here, and now, seeing Lu Yue and Xiaoyu heading outside, he felt a wave of darkness and stretched out his arms, trying to crawl out. Realizing what was happening, Lu Yue hurriedly returned to pick Su Chengkai up, his face filled with guilt. "Forgive me, Su, I momentarily forgot. Let me carry you out." Xiaoyu followed suit, and the group quickly exited the small hall. Silence enveloped the room. Lu Tian remained quiet, and so did Suan after the others left. Lu Tian found a spot to sit down. She would never stand when a seat was available. However, to see Suan's face, she had to tilt her head back, and after attempting it once, she quickly stopped. Too exhausting. Seeing Lu Tian seated, Suan remained unfazed, maintaining an upright posture like a pine tree. All Lu Tian could see was Suan's broad chest, and she couldn't help but compare him to her elder brother, Lu Cheng. Having grown up on her brother's back, she had thought his build was quite substantial, yet now it seemed Suan was even broader. Observing his hanging arms, she guessed they were as thick as her calves, prompting her to adjust her skirt and ensure her shoes were tightly covered. Suan noticed the delicate girlesque movements, and his dark eyes dimmed slightly. It appeared she, like others, was intimidated by him. He could easily surmise that such a gentle and soft woman would be afraid upon encountering him. When his father had summoned him today, he had held little hope. Yet, recalling the face that had haunted his dreams since their encounter a year ago, he couldn't help but indulge in a flicker of longing. Being alone with her must be terrifying for her. He was reluctant to see such a tender woman unhappy. He clenched his fists, intending to suggest leaving. Before he could speak, a melodious voice broke the silence. "Why aren't you speaking?" In a village where everyone was perpetually burdened with chores, the crispness of her voice was a rarity he hadn't heard in quite some time. Suan felt his heart, which had remained still for so long, begin to race, and after a moment of dryness in his throat, he replied, his voice rough from lack of conversation with women. "What should I say?" Upon hearing Suan's tone, Lu Tian furrowed her crescent-shaped brows, puzzled by his demeanor. Did he not wish to marry her, but was merely coerced by her father? She could not see his face, but sensed his lack of enthusiasm. Lu Tian asked, "Do you not wish to marry me?" "Not at all." Almost as soon as her words left her lips, an urgent response came from above, as if delaying even a second would render the answer invalid. Unable to perceive his emotions without seeing his face, Lu Tian, too lazy to stand or tilt her head, softly inquired, "Could you crouch down to speak with me?" This time, there was no immediate answer from above. After a brief moment of silence, there was a rustling sound, and she watched as the man's chest slowly descended until his face was level with hers. Aside from her father and brother, this was the first time she had seen another man's features so closely. At first glance, his rugged appearance seemed intimidating, but up close, she found his features quite handsome, albeit his cold demeanor and imposing stature lent him an air of fierceness. Suan lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes, yet he could feel her gaze tracing his face, and his expression gradually grew less impassive. To see such a stoic face display signs of awkwardness was unexpected, and Lu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a small dimple. "Have you heard of me?" Lu Tian asked. Suan nodded, although she seldom ventured out. Her beauty and notorious laziness had spread far and wide. "Then do you wish to marry me?" My laziness might never improve. Would you mind? I will not be like other women who regard their husbands as deities. Marrying me, you may not even receive a cup of hot tea made by my hand, let alone fulfill other requests. The man nodded 3 times, responding each time with an yet never once did he meet her gaze. Lu Tian urged him to look at her, and upon hearing her words, Suan, his emotions hidden beneath lowered eyelids, slowly raised his head, unexpectedly locking eyes with her clear black ones. He found himself unable to avert his gaze. "Will you treat me well if you marry me?" Lu Tian asked. Suan's eyes shone with determination as he solemnly uttered the first words he had spoken since arriving at the Su family's home. "If you dare to marry, I shall not let you down." As long as she had the courage to wed him, he did not need to be her god, he would regard her as his everything. When he spoke this, his deep-set eyes were filled with sincerity, as if it were a vow to himself. Lu Tian gazed into his eyes, and this time, Suan did not shy away, meeting her beautiful gaze head-on. Time passed unmeasured until Lu Tian finally whispered, "All right." Recently, the most talked-about event in Qingxi village was that the youngest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Tian, was to be married. Many were curious about which family possessed the audacity to wed such a delicate beauty with a penchant for laziness. Neighbors frequently visited, hoping to glean from Xiaoyu the identity of Lu Tian as intended. Xiaoyu, aware of their curiosity, maintained a smile. "Oh, the wedding is approaching soon, let me leave a little suspense. You will discover the truth when you come to the feast." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang from next door rolled her eyes inwardly. What kind of good family could possibly accept Lu Tian with her disposition? The fact that Xiaoyu remained coy only fueled her suspicions that perhaps Lu Tian had found herself an old widower. Though she masked her thoughts, she feigned happiness, congratulating Xiaoyu. Congratulations, congratulations, your little daughter is finally getting married. If you ask me, she should have been married off long ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't have waited until now without a daughter-in-law. Look, my grandson is already walking, finally getting married. Xiaoyu felt discomfort at her words, frowning. How can you compare your fortune to that of Aunt Zhang? Your eldest son had a grandchild at just 14, while mine was still in school at that age, far from yours. Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback by this retort. Xiaoyu was clearly insinuating that her son was irresponsible, having fathered a child at 14. Although many young men married at 15 or 16 nowadays, a mere year or two made a significant difference. 13 or 14 was still an age of innocence. With the conversation stalling, Aunt Zhang shot Xiaoyu a glare and said, I have work to attend to in the fields. I must be off. She was eager to see how long it would take before the lazy Lu Tian was sent back home. Chapter 4 Boudoir. The marriage customs of Qingxi village have never been particularly elaborate, and given the current circumstances, they have been simplified even further. However, regardless of the simplifications, a vibrant red wedding gown is an absolute necessity to in the village. It is customary for the brides to make their own wedding attire, and Lu Tian had never engaged in such an endeavor, feeling quite overwhelmed by the red silk fabric that Xiaoyu had given her. Observing her distress, Xiaoyu remarked, Tianer, it is considered auspicious for the bride to craft her own gown. With only a month left until the wedding, how about I teach you while we work together? Lu Tian reclined against the chaise, responding, Mother, I do not wish to do it. She harbored doubts that crafting the gown herself would bring good fortune, and the thought of the intricate process involved in making a wedding dress was simply too burdensome for her. Xiaoyu, well aware of her youngest daughter's propensity for laziness, sighed and proposed, what if I prepare the gown for you, and you simply embroider a pair of mandarin ducks on it? This way, she could still partake in the process. Embroidering a pair of ducks was far simpler than constructing an entire gown, and Lu Tian nodded slightly, her eyes narrowed, delighted by her daughter's willingness. Xiaoyu exclaimed, then you shall practice over the next few days. I will complete the gown within 5 days, and you will have 2 weeks to embroider. Lu Tian nodded, all right. Xiaoyu, feeling a sense of relief, gently patted Lu Tian's head. It was indeed time for her to marry, and her youngest was finally willing to engage in handiwork. She had anticipated a more prolonged negotiation. Later that day, after Lu Tian and Suan's initial meeting, it was unclear what they had discussed, but when it concluded, Xiaoyu observed her daughter's subtle nod, confirming that the marriage arrangement was in place. The Su family proved to be quite generous, as they sent over the betrothal gifts the very next day, which included not only grains and meats but also 2 taels of silver. It is worth noting that in these times, a single tael of silver could constitute a common family's expenses for a year. Typically, betrothal gifts consisted merely of provisions, so receiving 2 taels along with a substantial amount of food was indeed a pleasant surprise. Considering the circumstances, it was evident that the Su family held Lu Tian in high regard, allowing her family to breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 families chose a propitious date, set for 1 month later. Ah! Lu Tian exclaimed as she tossed aside her needle, noticing blood oozing from her fingertip, her beautiful eyes filled with frustration. After 5 days of embroidery, the mandarin ducks had yet to take shape, and her fingers bore the marks of countless pricks from the needle furrowing her brow. She glared at the vibrant red gown, clearly displeased. With the needle discarded, she opted to lie back down, intending to rest for a while. Suddenly, a noise emerged from the window, resembling someone knocking. Lu Tian frowned, for her parents had left, leaving her alone at home. Previously, there had been mischievous boys who would knock on her window, seeking to tease the lazy beauty about her slothfulness. In the past, she had ignored them, and she had no intention of responding now. Rolling over, she aimed to continue her slumber, but this time, a man's voice accompanied the knocking. It's me, Suan. Lu Tian quickly sat up and inquired through the window, what brings you here? Since the betrothal gifts were delivered, they had not seen each other, and it had been nearly half a month. In Qingxi village, the customs were simple, and while engagement discussions were common, they could attract gossip if observed by others. Suan replied, please open the window, I have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian walked over and opened the window just enough for Suan to appear, bending slightly to reveal his face. Do you mind if I come in? Lu Tian widened her eyes, what would you come in for? Though they were to be wed, they had not yet reached that point. How could she allow a man into her boudoir? After a moment of hesitation, Suan answered, your mother mentioned that you have been embroidering your wedding gown and have pricked your fingers quite a bit. Are you all right? Suan had learned of this from Su Chengkai, who, despite his usual labor in the fields, had encountered Xiaoyu while she was shopping in town. Their conversation revealed that Lu Tian was embroidering mandarin ducks on her wedding gown but was struggling and had injured her fingers. Xiaoyu hoped to convey their daughter's sincerity to the Su family, hoping for them to cherish her after the marriage. Upon hearing this during lunch, Suan, while heading back up the mountain in the afternoon, decided to visit Lu Tian's home instead. Knowing that she was alone, he approached her window directly. Lu Tian's cheeks flushed slightly at Suan's words. It was rather embarrassing to be pricked all over her hands at her age while trying to embroider mandarin ducks. "I'm fine, really." Suan insisted, "Let me see." "What is there to see? Is the wedding gown finished?" Lu Tian unconsciously pouted, "Not yet." Judging by her progress, it would take some time. The awkwardness of their position at the window prompted Suan to suggest she step aside slightly as he prepared to jump through. "Don't worry, I'll face the window and look at your boudoir." In truth, there was little of interest in her room, but seeing him bending over made her uncomfortable. Not wanting to linger in the doorway, Lu Tian moved to sit on a small stool. Upon her agreement, Suan opened the window and swiftly leaped inside, turning his back to her immediately. "Would you mind sitting closer?" he asked. Lu Tian was reluctant to move. "Is this not sufficient?" Hearing this, Suan pressed his lips together, facing the window while Lu Tian sat inside, hidden from his view, with only his back visible to her. For a fleeting moment, Suan regretted jumping in. At least he had been able to see her before. Their peculiar situation brought an odd tension, and Lu Tian, albeit unwillingly, shifted her stool closer. When she complied, Suan's dark eyes brightened somewhat. He took her stool and adjusted it for her, crouching down to maintain eye contact, aware that Lu Tian was too lazy to lift her gaze. Seeing him so considerate, Lu Tian felt a surge of delight at not having to utter another word. A hint of a smile appeared in her narrow eyes, enchanting Suan, who found it impossible to look away. He thought to himself that his soon-to-be bride was truly beautiful, surpassing even the refined young ladies he encountered in town while selling his game. She was the most exquisite woman he had ever seen. Suan pulled out a tube of ointment from his pocket. "Shall I apply some medicine for you?" His voice softened unconsciously as he spoke to her. Though Lu Tian was lazy, she was not overly particular in this regard. "No need for that. It's hardly necessary." Fearing she might not want him to touch her, Suan handed her the ointment. "Then you can apply it yourself later." He then asked Lu Tian for the unfinished wedding gown, to which she inquired, "What do you need it for?" Chapter 5. The tantalizing itch. "Suan, I'll help you with the embroidery." Lu Tian widened her round, bright eyes. "You can embroider?" It was hard for her to imagine someone like Suan, with such large hands, engaging in such delicate work. Surely he couldn't even hold a needle properly. Suan pressed his lips together. "I can learn." He glanced at her delicate, fair hands, unwilling to see them marred by the needle's prick. He also feared that if she found it troublesome, she might reconsider marrying him. Ultimately, the wedding gown was taken by Suan, for embroidering those mandarin ducks was indeed quite a task. She had entertained the thought of giving up several times, so having someone to assist was a welcome relief for Lu Tian. Suan instructed Lu Tian not to tell anyone, promising to deliver the finished work secretly, allowing her to claim it was her own handiwork. Before departing, Suan produced a handful of candies from his pocket, which he had purchased on his recent trip to town. The women there were particularly fond of these treats. Indeed, the sight of the candies in his large hand brightened Lu Tian's eyes. Her elder brother had been traveling with his teacher for nearly 6 months and had not returned, leaving her without any fresh delights to savor, and she had long craved this indulgence. Lu Tian reached out to take a few candies from Suan's palm, leaving him with 2. Suan looked at her in confusion. "I'll save 2 for you, they're very sweet and delicious." Suan replied, "No need, you should have them all." He had never tasted such things and had no particular liking for them. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian took the remaining 2 candies from Suan's hand, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his large hand. The winter had set in. Suan wore only a thin outer garment, yet his hand felt remarkably warm. Lu Tian, on the other hand, found her own hands and feet perpetually cold in winter, making their contrasting temperatures cause both of them to shiver momentarily. They had never shared such an intimate moment with someone of the opposite sex before. Feeling slightly awkward, Lu Tian fiddled with the candy wrappers, while Suan furrowed his brow. "Are you cold?" His fingers felt so icy. "No," she replied. The Lu family was quite generous with their youngest daughter, allowing her to use the family's coal for heating. Despite the warmth, her hands and feet remained perpetually chilled. Noticing Suan's disbelief and his continued frown, Lu Tian explained, "In winter, my hands and feet never warm up. It's always been like this." Despite various remedies and even medicine from Xiaoyu, nothing had worked. After dinner that evening, Xiaoyu noticed Lu Tian had not resumed her embroidery as she had in previous days and appeared worried that her daughter might be succumbing to laziness. Lu Tian reassured her, "Mother, I embroidered a lot during the day, I just want to rest tonight." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded gently, "All right, as long as you are willing to embroider." A few afternoons later, there was a stirring by the window, followed by Suan's voice. Lu Tian rose from her couch and approached the window. Suan had chosen a perfect moment. The Lu couple was out in the fields, and she was just about to lie down for a nap. In winter, she often felt more fatigued. As she opened the window, Suan, still hunched over, was at eye level with her, revealing his somewhat stern face. "Is the wedding gown finished?" Lu Tian inquired. Suan shook his head. His skills were lacking. After haphazardly stitching, he realized the mandarin ducks looked more like bazaar chickens, prompting him to unravel it and start anew. Lu Tian asked lightly, "Then why have you come?" She seldom encountered such coldness from others. Her family showered her with affection, always regarding her with tender smiles. Although others criticized her for her laziness, it hardly mattered to her, as their warm gazes made her feel cherished. However, Suan's demeanor was consistently cool, his sharp, handsome features often shrouded in an air of indifference, with his deep-set black eyes concealing emotions Lu Tian could not decipher. His aloofness mirrored her own, as she disliked pressing herself against someone else's coldness. Suan extended his hand, presenting her with a fluffy, snow-white object. Lu Tian accepted it, puzzled. Undeniably, it felt delightful to the touch, and she instinctively stroked the soft, white fur. "Try enclosing your hands in it," Suan suggested. Only then did Lu Tian scrutinize the object in her hands. It was a hand warmer, something Xiaoyu had made for her, albeit from ordinary cotton that failed to retain heat effectively, which is why she had neglected it. This pristine white fur was far superior in warmth, but such luxurious material was rare. Lu Tian inquired, "What kind of fur is this?" "Fox fur," Suan replied. "Fox fur." Suan had not only given her a hand warmer but also a small blanket of the same exquisite material. The combined value of these items would easily amount to several taels of silver. The quality of the fox fur in her hands could fetch at least 1 or 2 taels in the market, not to mention the worth of the finished products. She was aware Suan had presented her with 2 taels as a betrothal gift, given that the Su family relied solely on Suan. Saving that amount was no small feat. It was astonishing that he would spend so much on fox fur for her. When Lu Tian agreed to marry Suan, her primary motivation was the realization that it was time for her to wed, and she believed Suan to be of decent character, as he had saved her father. After posing a few questions, she consented, hoping for a modest yet content life. She glanced at Suan again. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his gaze was fixed upon her. When their eyes met, his dark orb seemed to flicker. In that instant, something within her softened, as if through his eyes, she glimpsed a sincerity that lay beneath his taciturn exterior. Lu Tian returned the items to Suan. "You should sell them." "I don't need them." Suan asked, "Why not?" Lu Tian replied, "I'm not cold, don't waste your silver." "I haven't wasted anything." "Isn't this a waste? Such quality fox fur would cost at least a tael." Suan's eyes brightened at her words. "Are you concerned about my silver?" "Who would care about their own silver? Besides a wife, who else would?" Lu Tian retorted. "I am not, just sell it." With her eyes wide, she glared at him in a mix of indignation and embarrassment, reminiscent of a rabbit caught in the mountains, thinking her fierce expression was intimidating, yet appearing rather cute and endearing. "This is a fox I caught myself." "I didn't spend any silver," Suan teased, unable to resist reaching out to pat Lu Tian's hair swiftly. "Rest assured, all the silver in our household will be entrusted to you." "I won't squander it." How could he say "our household" when they weren't even married yet? The spot on her head where he had touched tingled with a peculiar itch, and she was unaccustomed to such intimate gestures from Suan. Lu Tian coughed awkwardly, her ears, hidden beneath her dark hair, flushed a rosy hue. Who said I would manage your silver?" Suan replied, You will manage my silver." It seemed she had misjudged him. He was far from being inarticulate. Chapter 6. Do you like me this way? A few days later, Suan delivered the wedding gown, and Lu Tian examined the embroidered mandarin ducks he had crafted. She truly could not discern how this mass, which somewhat resembled a chicken yet not entirely, could be considered mandarin ducks. Suan's expression appeared somewhat awkward as Lu Tian raised her gaze to him. "Are you certain I should wear this on our wedding day?" Suan replied, "Would it not be better if I were to buy you a different gown?" Time was of the essence, hence he had brought the gown today. Lu Tian sighed, "Forget it." It was evident that his sewing skills had significantly improved, although the initial form was rather unrecognizable. With a bit of alteration, it should look quite acceptable. As the wedding approached, the customs of Qingshui County dictated that the bride and groom should not meet in the 3 days preceding the ceremony. Their next encounter would be in the bridal chamber. During his recent visits, Suan had merely bowed and stood outside the window, never requesting to enter or accommodating her height. Lu Tian could easily see his face when she looked up. To her surprise, she noticed that he had shaved cleanly today. In their previous encounters, while his stubble was not particularly long, it had been evident that he had hastily shaved, leaving behind uneven patches of dark stubble that, combined with his physique, lent him a somewhat rugged air. The Su family consisted of only 2 men, with no women to manage the household, thus, their lives were naturally rather rough. Suan's years spent in the mountains had only exacerbated this ruggedness. Not to mention that he owned merely 2 sets of clothing, both worn and frayed, and his grooming routine was haphazard at best, merely a task to be completed. However, with the wedding imminent, the thought of marrying a beautiful bride prompted Suan to tidy himself up. Lu Tian continued to assess Suan, noticing that not only had he shaved, but his hair was also more neatly arranged today, and his gaze, once cold and hard, appeared softer. "What are you looking at?" Suan felt an unexpected flutter at her steady gaze, reminiscent of a fawn's innocent eyes, causing him to swallow hard. Lu Tian remarked, "You look different today." Suan inquired, "Do you like me this way?" Before coming over, he had taken a bath, washed his hair, and scrubbed his face more thoroughly than usual. He had even shaved with utmost care. As their wedding approached, he wished to leave a good impression, and unexpectedly, he had succeeded. Lu Tian replied, "I did not say that." She merely expressed her feelings. With her long lashes lowered, Suan could not see her eyes, only her fair cheeks and enticingly luscious lips. Struggling against his impulses, he reached out. When his warm palm made contact, Lu Tian was startled and looked up, realizing how close Suan's face was to her own. She gazed, somewhat dazed. As his face drew nearer, her heart raced like a drum, thumping as if it would leap from her chest. At 18, she was old enough to have heard her married sister speak of intimate matters, and she often wondered about the mixed feelings of shyness and anger her sister expressed. As Suan's lips neared hers, a disturbance at the door startled Lu Tian, causing her to tilt her head away in alarm and push against Suan. The man outside remained motionless. Her attempt to shove him away was as ineffective as a mere tickle to him. Seeing him unmoving, Lu Tian's face paled with urgency, her heart nearly bursting forth. "My parents are back. You must leave." Her room was situated at the innermost part of the house, with the window facing the rear. Although she would not run into her returning brother, there was no guarantee that Xiaoyu would not unexpectedly enter her room. Just as she was about to taste those alluring lips, the moment was abruptly interrupted. Suan nearly disregarded everything to pull her closer, but the panic etched on Lu Tian's face quelled his desires, his expression darkening. "Wait for me to marry you." He wished to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying this, he gently stroked her soft hair before departing. Lu Tian, her face flushed, watched the tall figure retreating farther away. 3 days later, today's Qingxi village buzzed with more activity than usual, as Lu Tian's small courtyard was filled with guests. Lu Yue and Xiaoyu, well liked in the village, had drawn a crowd from their farming duties to celebrate their daughter's marriage. Xiaoyu, carrying peanuts and melon seeds, welcomed the arriving guests. A group of women sat together, chatting. "Oh, indeed, people become more spirited in times of joy. Sister Qiao looks particularly radiant today." "Ha ha, thank you for adding to the lively atmosphere. Please enjoy yourselves." Xiaoyu replied cheerfully upon seeing her elder brother's arrival. Xiaoyu smiled and went to greet them. Once she left, one woman, cracking sunflower seeds, whispered to the others, "I heard the bride price for Lu Tian is 2 taels of silver." "What? 2 taels? Not just 2 taels, did you not see those pieces of meat hanging in their courtyard? Apparently, they were sent along with the bride price." "Good heavens, who would be willing to offer so much for Lu Tian?" With such a sum of money, one could easily marry 2 concubines who could also help with household chores. I wonder who is so extravagant today. I must see for myself. I heard it is not from our village, who here could afford 2 taels of silver, let alone marry someone like Lu Tian. One woman, with shifty eyes, glanced around and whispered, "Could it be that she is marrying into a family in the town as a secondary wife?" Given Lu Tian's nature, marrying into a wealthier household as a secondary wife might not be too bad. Town folks do not have to toil in the fields, otherwise, with her laziness, she would either be beaten or sent back eventually. Indeed, fortunate for her that she is not unpleasant to look at. "Beauty, hush, do not speak, Sister Qiao is coming back." The lively chatter from outside filtered through the door, as Lu Qiao took Lu Tian's hand. "Are you nervous?" Dressed in a striking red wedding gown, Lu Tian sat on the couch, her already fair complexion glowing against the fiery fabric, her skin appearing as delicate as porcelain. Her heart felt as if it were suspended in midair, unable to settle, and she clutched her sister's hand tightly. How could she not be anxious? From this moment forth, she could no longer indulge in the carefree affection of her parents. She had no idea what awaited her in the Su household. Liu Qiao, sensing her sister's unease, embraced her gently. Do not fear, Tians, if the Su family treats you poorly, come to find me. I will stand up for you. At her sister's words, Lu Tian felt a sharp pang in her heart, a multitude of emotions flooding her, and her eyes misted over. She encircled Lu Qiao's waist, resting her head against her sister's shoulder, hiding her reddened eyes. Life as a married woman had not been easy for her sister. At times, she faced subtle scorn from her in-laws, yet Lu Qiao never took her frustrations out on Lu Tian, always showering her with love, just as she had done when they were children, fiercely defending her from mockery. Lu Tian hugged her sister tightly. All right, I love you the most, sister. Lu Qiao sighed. You, always the one to seek affection. When I arrived just now, I heard you say you love mother the most. Chapter 7. Marriage, the groom is here. A voice from outside shouted, followed by the sound of a trumpet. Liu Qiao, unable to comfort her sister any longer, hurriedly placed the bridal veil atop Lu Tian's head. Tianer, my dear, once this veil is on, you must never take it off. Lu Tian replied, all right. Being blindfolded, Lu Tian could see nothing around her, only the ground beneath her feet. Amidst the clamor, a pair of large feet came into her view, resembling boats in size. Liu Tian's heart raced, its thumping drowned out by the cacophony of drums and gongs. When Suan carried her out from the room, the tears she had been holding back finally fell, unnoticed as she silently wept beneath the veil. After the ceremonial rites were concluded, Lu Tian was ushered into the bridal chamber, the outside world now cloaked in darkness. The matchmaker, with a beaming smile, uttered auspicious words before taking her leave, leaving the newlyweds alone in the room. Liu Tian, silently seated on the couch with the veil still obscuring her face, felt a peculiar stillness, contrasting sharply with the raucous celebrations outside. She clenched the fabric of her wedding gown tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. The veil weighed heavily upon her neck, which had long since grown stiff from the burden, yet for some reason, Suan had yet to lift it. Furrowing her brows, she inquired, what are you doing? Footsteps echoed nearby, and she felt an imposing presence as Suan's feet appeared before her. Do you regret it? He asked. What? Lu Tian responded, bewildered. You were just crying. Suan's voice was low, and he did not lift the veil. In that moment, she was taken aback that Suan had noticed her secret tears. How did you know? She had been careful to keep her tears from falling on his back. Suan pressed his lips together. Despite the lively atmosphere, his focus remained solely on the woman behind him. When he heard her quiet sobs, his steps faltered, silence enveloped them, the tension thick in the air. Ultimately, it was Lu Tian who broke the stillness, her frustration boiling over as she bit out, what will you do if I regret this? What to do? Suan clenched his fists. He had not paused his steps then, and he certainly would not allow her to have second thoughts now. We have already pledged ourselves, he stated firmly. She was now his wife. Liu Tian, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, then why won't you lift my veil? As the veil was finally lifted, Lu Tian was met with Suan's solemn expression, his dark eyes clouded with an inscrutable depth. Having consumed but a bowl of sweet soup earlier, she had been blindfolded and led about since then, her stomach now growling with hunger. Fatigue from the day compounded her emotional turmoil, and the moment the veil was removed, she was confronted with his serious demeanor. His countenance, already somewhat fierce, now appeared even more daunting, making her heart sink. Tears welled in her doe-like eyes, and she wondered if he was merely pretending to be kind, for he now seemed to reveal his true nature just after their marriage. Suan crouched before her, observing her reddening nose. As tears threatened to spill from her eyes, panic flickered in his gaze. Don't cry. Do you care if I cry? Lu Tian retorted, her voice choked with emotion. Suan's throat felt dry. What can I do to stop you from crying? I'm hungry. Wait for me, Suan said, rising and exiting the room. After about a quarter of an hour, the door reopened, the lively sounds from outside still resonating, though muffled by the closed door. Suan entered, carrying 2 large porcelain bowls brimming with food, and handed one to Lu Tian. She nearly struggled to hold it. So much? Finding a spot to sit, he too had hardly eaten all day, and within moments, he had devoured half of his meal. Chewing loudly, he urged, you eat first. That single bowl was hardly enough to satisfy him, so what did it matter? Suan's eating was not only rapid but also boisterous, the sounds of chopsticks clattering against the bowl, food being shoveled in, and robust chewing echoed in her ears. Lu Tian frowned slightly. Although her family also ate quickly when hungry, they were never as loud or uncouth as Suan. She found herself unable to eat amidst the ruckus he created. Soon, Suan's bowl was nearing empty, and upon noticing Lu Tian had yet to touch hers, he asked, why aren't you eating? Can't you eat more slowly? Do you find me distasteful? I never said that. With only 1 bite left in his bowl, Suan quickly consumed it. I'm just a rough man. I've grown accustomed to eating like this. Had she not already regretted marrying him? Why should she care how he ate? You. Lu Tian huffed, realizing he was no longer pretending to be refined now that they were married. He had once put on a facade, but now he showed his true colors. In a fit of anger, she placed her bowl on the small table and turned to lie on the couch, her back to him, her face buried in the cushions, exposing her slender neck. Not eating anymore? Suan inquired. No, she replied defiantly. However, her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly just after she declared her refusal. In the otherwise quiet room, the sound was jarring and unmistakable. Lu Tian bit her lip, on the verge of tears from embarrassment. Suan brought her meal closer, and as she averted her gaze, he took a seat opposite her. Lu Tian turned her head to hide her face from him. Suan sighed, just eat. You can't let your stomach go against you. She glared at him, feeling deeply aggrieved. You lied to me. How have I deceived you? Suan asked, puzzled. You promised that marrying me would mean you would treat me well, and here you are, revealing your true self right after our wedding. Suan countered, is my loud eating an indication that I do not care for you? Lu Tian replied, her voice thick with emotion, you still haven't lifted my veil, you scowl at me, and you're so harsh. Suan was left speechless. Truly, he had married a delicate flower. If this was considered scowling, how would she react if he truly became angry? Seeing her eyes glisten with tears, his heart ached, and with a deep sigh, he pulled her into his embrace. Don't cry. I promise I won't be harsh with you anymore, alright? Suddenly enveloped in his sturdy chest, Lu Tian forgot her tears, her body stiffening in uncertainty. Though they were married, this level of intimacy was still new to her. Suan gently patted her back, trying to soothe her. Please don't cry, let us eat, shall we? Don't hit me, she protested. Suan gritted his teeth, was he really hitting her? Chapter 8, let us enter the bridal chamber swiftly. Having finally coaxed his beloved wife into finishing her meal, with still a considerable portion left in the bowl, Suan furrowed his brow and inquired, are you not going to eat anymore? Lu Tian shook her head, I am full. What a dainty appetite she possesses. No wonder she feels as if she carries no more than a couple of tails of flesh when he lifts her. Suan took the bowl, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to dig in when he noticed Lu Tian's gaze upon him. He paused, contemplating the impending events, and chose to indulge her, softening his chewing and swallowing, ultimately finishing the most genteel half-bowl of rice in his life. Is this satisfactory? Suan asked, to which Lu Tian nodded. Though she still ate quickly, at least the sounds were not as jarring. He carried the bowl and chopsticks away, and this time, he did not return for quite some time. After waiting for a while without his return, Lu Tian yawned. Having risen early that day and gone through such an ordeal, she felt utterly fatigued, her limbs heavy with weariness, and she longed for sleep. Typically, after dinner at the Lu household, she would wash up and retire to her room. However, with Suan absent, she, as the new bride, felt it inappropriate to leave, so she could only wait for him to return and draw her water. Frowning slightly, Lu Tian decided to take a brief nap while awaiting Suan. The heavy outer garment of her wedding attire was uncomfortable, so she stood up to remove it, leaving only her inner garments as she curled up in the quilt. As she drifted in and out of sleep, she suddenly felt a warm sensation on her face, startling her upright. The dimly lit room, illuminated only by a solitary oil lamp, cast the imposing shadow of a tall man beside her bed, resembling a mountain. You frightened me! Lu Tian exclaimed. Are you afraid of me? Suan's eyes glowed a deep crimson. As he spoke, the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Lu Tian disliked men who reeked of liquor, and she briefly pinched her nostrils closed, suppressing her breath. You should rinse your mouth first. Why rinse it at night? Your breath reeks of alcohol. If you don't rinse, I might get intoxicated just from the smell. Lu Tian frowned, her crescent-shaped brows knitting together. How pretentious. What did you say? Why do you regret it? Recalling the joyous sounds of drums and gongs from their wedding, the moment he was elated to have her as his bride was suddenly marred by the sound of her sobs. Suan, his eyes aflame with emotion, questioned her. I have no regrets, Lu Tian asserted. Then why were you crying? Frustrated, Lu Tian retorted, is it not permissible to miss my father and mother? Although they were not far apart, marrying meant relinquishing her autonomy. Her elder sister had only married to a neighboring village, yet returning home thrice a year was no simple feat. Is it merely missing them? Yes. No regrets? None. Suan's voice softened as he spoke, then you are my wife? Who else could I be? Did he think that the one who stood before him in the bridal chamber was someone else? Then let us hasten to the bridal chamber. Lu Tian threw her pillow at him. Have you drunk yourself to stupor? Tonight is indeed our wedding night. Clutching the pillow, Suwon's eyes, tinged with inebriation, revealed a hint of grievance. A blush crept across Lu Tian's delicate face as she shot him a glare. I wish to wash up. Though Suwon was not completely incapacitated by alcohol, he had consumed a significant amount, and for a moment, he was taken aback by her words, gazing at her with an expression that seemed to say, why not go wash up? The guests outside were still indulging in their revelry. Did she expect her to venture out, a new bride, to be mocked by the onlookers? Frustrated by her inability to communicate with the inebriated man, Lu Tian huffed and returned to her seat on the couch. What bridal chamber? She felt like shoving him out. If her elder brother had treated her this way, their father would have chased him away with a broom. Seeing her sit back down, Suwon's eyes brightened. It was just as well not to wash up. They could proceed directly to the bridal chamber. As Lu Tian heard the steady sound of his footsteps approaching, she was suddenly pushed onto the bed, his strong arms wrapping around her waist with such force that it felt like he might crush her. What are you doing? Lu Tian exclaimed, struggling against him. Suwon allowed her to squirm, one hand encircling her waist while the other reached up to caress the face he had longed for. The softness of her skin made him instinctively ease his grip. So smooth. Despite her best efforts, Lu Tian's strength was no match for his. Even as she exerted all her might to struggle free, it was futile against Suwon's hold. When his palm touched her face, she instinctively closed her eyes, tears glistening on her long lashes. His heavy breaths brushed against her face as Suwon furrowed his brows. Why are you crying? With her eyes still tightly shut, Lu Tian trembled. Hearing his husky voice made her cry out, I'm scared. Though reluctant to release her, Suwon noticed the redness in her eyes and the tears that adorned her cheeks, causing his drunken haze to dissipate slightly, his dark eyes clearing. Yet on their first day of marriage, it seemed he had already made her cry twice. Suwon loosened his grip around her slender waist and removed his hand from her face, propping himself up to gaze down at Lu Tian. What are you afraid of? His large hand finally moved away, relieving some of the pressure, and Lu Tian dared to open her eyes. Seeing him slightly sober, she looked at him with a fox-like gaze, her expression a mix of grievance and fear. Who wouldn't he be afraid of you like this? Having shed the cumbersome wedding attire, she was left with only a thin inner garment. The disheveled front of her clothing revealed hints of its color. Even the pale whiteness beneath her once pristine face was now marked with traces of tears, her delicate lips pressed together in a frightened expression. A wave of heat surged from Suwon's lower abdomen, and as he gazed at her, his eyes darkened, seemingly ignited with fire. Though Lu Tian had never experienced such feelings, she could sense the danger in his gaze. She instinctively crawled out from under his arm, retreating to the far corner of the bed, peering at him timidly. Taking a deep breath, Suwon declared, I will go fetch you some water. The effects of the alcohol had faded, and he recalled her need to wash. Lu Tian sat wrapped in the quilt, watching him leave the room. His strength was indeed formidable. Thankfully, his inebriation did not lead him to force himself upon her, otherwise she shuddered at the thought. Though he appeared fierce, he did not seem entirely unapproachable. The memory of having seen him reveal a vulnerable expression made Lu Tian smile softly to herself. Before long, she heard the sounds of Suwon returning. The raucous noise from outside had subsided, indicating that the revelers had concluded their festivities and returned home. Lu Tian faintly overheard a conversation between Suwon and Su Chengkai, though the specifics eluded her comprehension. The door creaked open as Suwon entered, carrying a basin. He placed it beside the bed on a stand and said to Lu Tian, come wash up. Lu Tian rose, feeling a chill as the quilt slipped from her shoulders. She hugged her arms and looked at her heavy wedding gown, feeling reluctant to wear it again. The other garments were placed in the cabinet by the door, but Lu Tian was too disinclined to fetch them, deciding instead to endure the cold and wash up before retreating back to bed. Just as she descended, Suwon draped an outer garment over her shoulders and handed her a towel he had wrung out. The cloth still exuded warmth, and Lu Tian took her time wiping her face. Once the steam dissipated, Suwon took the towel back, wrung it out again, and handed it to her once more. After several repetitions, Lu Tian finally cleaned herself thoroughly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 9. The bridal chamber. Once she finished washing, Suwon, holding the basin, intended to step outside when Lu Tian called out to him, I still need to wash my feet. Suwon replied, I'll bring you a fresh basin of water. The chill in the air caused the water to cool rapidly. When he returned with a new basin, Lu Tian was seated on the couch, removing her shoes and socks to test the temperature of the water. A large hand caught her foot gently. Wait. The freshly boiled water, if poured directly, would surely scald her delicate, fair toes. Lu Tian attempted to withdraw her foot, but he held on firmly, rendering her immobile. The steam rising from the basin indicated the water was scalding hot, yet Suwon, seemingly unperturbed by the heat, plunged his hand into it. Her petite feet were dwarfed by his single hand, and with his other hand, he splashed a gentle stream of water over her dainty feet, the temperature just right, making her bare feet feel comfortably warm. Though unaccustomed to Suan's attentiveness, Lu Tian found herself too lazy to resist. Being cared for was a delightful indulgence, and she watched his movements intently. After drenching her feet for a while, he lowered them into the basin once the water was suitably warm and lifted his gaze to her. "Shall I give you a massage?" Having stood for quite some time, her soles ached slightly, and upon hearing Suan's suggestion, her eyes brightened as she nodded. Suan fetched a small stool and sat down, resting Lu Tian's feet upon his knees. Her feet were as radiant as jade, and although Lu Tian was somewhat lazy, she maintained her cleanliness. Her feet bore no unpleasant odor, and her rounded toes were a soft pink. As he pressed gently onto her soles with his fingertips, she gasped, "Ah!" Pain flickered in her eyes, and Suan, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong?" Angrily, Lu Tian retorted, "Why are you pressing so hard?" Suan remained silent. He had indeed been cautious with his strength. He bit his lip. "Shall I be gentler?" Lu Tian submerged her feet back into the basin. "No." It hurt terribly. After hastily washing her feet, Suan took a towel to dry them before carrying the basin away. The exertion had long since dissipated his inebriation, and after rinsing his mouth, he returned to his room. Lu Tian sat sideways on the bed, the hour nearing the time of the pig, and she was usually fast asleep by now. As drowsiness crept in, her eyelids drooped heavily when Suan entered and inquired, "Why aren't you lying down?" He recalled the rumors that she would lie down whenever possible. It was her first time sharing a bed with someone other than her sister or mother, and the thought of what was to come made her somewhat anxious. She lowered her gaze and asked, "Will you sleep on the inside or outside?" Suan replied, "I shall sleep on the outside." Being on the outer side suited him. He rose early and did not wish to disturb her. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian climbed to the inner side and settled down. Suan extinguished the oil lamp and lay down beside her. The room was immediately enveloped in darkness, and after a rustle, Lu Tian felt a warm presence brush against her shoulder, freezing her in place. The bed in Suan's room was not particularly small. For two individuals of average size, there would still be some space. However, Suan's physique was extraordinary, and even though Lu Tian had nestled herself quite close to the edge, their shoulders inevitably brushed against one another. Lu Tian was accustomed to sleeping flat on her back, facing upward, and she pondered whether to turn over to create more space. While she was lost in thought, a hand slipped over. Suan drew closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, and soon his heavy breaths wafted against her face. The dimness of the room rendered Lu Tian unable to see clearly, perhaps due to the darkness obscuring his vision. When Suan leaned in to kiss her, his lips brushed against her cheek before slowly moving to her lips. Lu Tian clenched the hem of her garment, her face flushed crimson, her tightly shut eyes shimmering. His lips were significantly larger than hers, and perhaps it was his first kiss. She could feel his trembling lips as they enveloped hers, leaving her bewildered and instinctively drawing him in with an uncoordinated fervor. The hand encircling her waist began to roam. After her undergarment was tossed aside, a delicate pink garment followed, precariously dangling from the discarded clothing. Moments later, the already teetering garment quivered twice before tumbling to the floor, and as the bed rocked, even her undergarment slipped away. "Still crying?" Suan inquired, holding the petite woman in his embrace, feeling the dampness on her cheeks from his roaming lips. Lu Tian's voice had nearly gone hoarse. Initially, she bit her lip to suppress any shameful sounds, but soon she could no longer contain her sobs. To her surprise, her cries did not evoke any tenderness from the man. Rather, enclosed in Suan's arms, Lu Tian, in frustration, bit down hard, only to find her teeth aching from the effort. The man remained unresponsive, prompting tears to well up in her eyes once more. Suan, observing her, thought, "It seems my little wife is not only lazy but also quite the weeper, having cried countless times throughout the night. Perhaps I should hit myself instead?" With his muscular build, her bite barely registered, leaving him with no viable solution. Infuriated, Lu Tian felt her frustration peak. Not only did he feel no pain, but her teeth were sore from the effort. What good was her bite? Seeing her silent, Suan proposed, "How about I punch myself, and you let me try again?" Lu Tian nearly choked on her breath, so infuriated that she felt faint. Her voice had failed her, and feeling utterly exhausted, she turned her back to him, silently conveying her response through her actions, perhaps due to fatigue, or perhaps the warmth of Suan's embrace was indeed comforting. Lu Tian, who thought she would struggle to fall asleep, drifted off into a peaceful slumber in no time. Nestled in Suan's arms, he could envelop her entirely with one hand. In the dim light, the faint sound of snoring could be heard, and Suan leaned down to plant a gentle kiss atop her head. So this was the feeling of having a wife. Holding her felt so warm, and sleeping beside her was blissful, but never before had Suan felt such contentment as he embraced his newlywed bride and succumbed to sleep. The following day, when Lu Tian opened her eyes, the sun hung high in the sky. As she propped herself up, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ouch." It felt as though she had been soundly beaten. Soreness pervaded her entire body, particularly between her legs. Had it not been their first day of marriage, Lu Tian would have likely remained in bed all day, refusing to rise. With a resigned sigh, she crawled out of bed, only to discover her body marked with varying shades of bruises. Her delicate skin bore the evidence of Suan's touches. Furious, remembering his actions from the previous night, Lu Tian muttered under her breath, "Scoundrel." By the time she exited her room, it was nearly noon. Lu Tian crossed the hall and entered the courtyard, only to find she was alone in the house. On the table in the hall lay 2 bowls, and as she approached and lifted the lid, she found a bowl of thin porridge and a plate of cold dishes, long since turned icy, indicating they had been left unattended for quite a while. Chapter 10. Kindling the fire. To heat this bowl of porridge, fire must be kindled. Though Lu Tian frequently assists Xiaoyu in tending the flames, she is unlikely to start a fire herself. Sounds emanate from the courtyard, prompting Lu Tian to rise and step outside. Suan, carrying Su Chengkai on his back, glances at Lu Tian upon entering the courtyard. Lu Tian gazes at Su Chengkai, who is slung across Suan's shoulders, and greets him with a soft "father." Su Chengkai responds with a cheerful "oh." Suan sets Su Chengkai down in his room and returns to inquire of Lu Tian, "Have you just risen?" The untouched bowl on the table suggests she has not yet had breakfast. Lu Tian nods, and Suan says, "Wait here." He then carries the thin porridge and a few side dishes into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the smoke begins to rise, and after a quarter of an hour, Suan re-emerges with the porridge, having warmed the side dishes and mixed them together. The Su family's abode is somewhat smaller than the Lu family's, comprising only 2 rooms. The main room, while not small, contains merely a low table and a few stools, lacking any other furniture. Although the Lu family is not affluent, Lu Yue has crafted some furnishings, simple tables and stools, and more intricate cabinets and common household items, all of which he is capable of making. Furthermore, Xiaoyu excels in managing the household, having arranged the Lu residence quite well. In contrast to the Su family's sparsely furnished and empty dwelling, the Lu home exudes a vibrant atmosphere of a flourishing life. Lu Tian settles onto a small stool, and as the porridge warms, steam rises in thick swirls. She waits for it to cool, lowering her gaze to the table and asks Suan, "What time did you rise?" Suan replies, "At 1/4 past the hour of the hare." "So early." No wonder she heard not a single sound. Lu Tian inquires, "Will we go to the mountains today?" Suan shakes his head, "The weather has been poor lately, we cannot venture into the mountains." Silence envelopes the main room as they cease speaking. Lu Tian sips the porridge slowly, the intimate and heavy breaths from the previous night echoing in her mind, causing her ears to flush crimson at the mere thought. She averts her gaze from Suan. "Eat a little to settle your stomach. I shall prepare lunch, and you can eat again shortly," Suan states before retreating to the kitchen. After consuming half a bowl of porridge, Lu Tian puts down her chopsticks. Although she typically does not partake in domestic tasks, she often accompanies Xiaoyu while she cooks, helping tend the fire to pass the time. Lu Tian carries her bowl into the kitchen, which bears a layout similar to the Lu household, containing only a few essential tools. Suan is busy cleaning a fish. The limited supply of meat had been used as a dowry for the Lu family and to entertain guests the previous night, leaving little left. This fish, caught early that morning from the river, is small and will only suffice for a light soup. He and Su Chengkai seldom eat meat. A few bowls of coarse grains are sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Given their rustic lifestyle and lack of possessions, they had managed to save some meat and silver. However, the recent wedding has depleted their resources. Considering the Lu family's affection for Lu Tian and the rosy complexion she has acquired from being pampered, it is likely her meals are not lacking. He does not wish for Lu Tian's life after marriage to be inferior to that of her family. "We will have fish for lunch, and this afternoon I shall go to town to buy you some meat," Suan declares. Lu Tian moves to sit at the small table by the stove. In truth, the Lu family rarely consumed meat in the past, as her elder brother's education required significant funds, and her parents relied solely on farming to make ends meet, necessitating frugality in such matters. Yet, after her brother gained recognition from his teacher and began working, earning a modest salary, the family's situation improved somewhat. Though meat remained a rarity at their meals, her brother dotes on her, bringing back small treats and dried meats during his visits, which Lu Yue and his wife do not partake in, allowing Lu Tian to indulge. However, her brother's monthly salary is what enables this, whereas she understands that Suan's hunting depends on luck, sometimes yielding nothing of value for days or even weeks. The silver previously saved has been entirely spent on her dowry, and with an elderly father at home, should any urgent need arise, Lu Tian shakes her head, "No need. I do not crave meat that much." Suan pauses, studying her, as Lu Tian shifts the conversation, "Shall I help you with the fire?" Her mother had advised her before marriage to assist with any task within her capacity, lest the Su family harbor grievances over time. Suan looks at her skeptically, "You can?" "She cannot start a fire, but surely she can add kindling." Lu Tian glares at him, "Just light the fire first." With swift movements, Suan cleans the fish, making shallow cuts along its body before joining Lu Tian. He gathers a small handful of dry leaves, ignites them, and tosses them into the stove along with a few small pieces of wood. In no time, smoke begins to rise. Lu Tian coughs a few times from the smoke. Suan instructs, "Step outside and wait, there is no need for you to tend the fire." Covering her nose, Lu Tian gazes up at Suan with teary eyes. "I can help with the fire." Seeing her resolve, and with the flames now kindled, Suan concedes, returning the space to her. "If the fire diminishes, simply add more kindling." "I know," she reassures him, recalling her frequent assistance to Qiaoyu in tending the flames. Once the pot is heated, Suan adds a slab of lard. Once the fat has melted and heated, he tosses in the fish, accompanied by a sizzling sound and a delightful aroma wafting through the air. After frying one side to a golden hue, he flips the fish to fry the other side, and when both sides are perfectly browned, he pours in a bowl of water and adds a couple of slices of ginger. Moments later, the once clear water transforms into a milky broth, bubbling vigorously. The fragrance is intoxicating. Lu Wei does not fish, and Xiaoyu forbids him from going to catch fish for fear of accidents, thus the Lu family must purchase fish at a price exceeding that of meat, leading to infrequent purchases. It has been quite some time since Lu Tian last tasted fish. As the aroma fills the air, she cannot help but swallow her saliva uncontrollably. Once the fish soup is ready, Suan prepares a dish of pumpkin. He serves the soup and vegetables, while the porridge, cooked in the morning, has just been reheated. Suan enters Su Qingsai's room to bring him out. Lu Tian waits until her father is seated before joining him at the table. "Let us eat." Su Qingsai smiles at Lu Tian. "Yes, father should eat too." Since childhood, she has affectionately called Lu Yue father, and to this day, she continues to do so with a sweet tone. However, she has met Su Qingsai only a handful of times, and cannot address him with such familiarity. Suan serves Su Qingsai rice, dividing the fish in half, offering the portion with the head to Su Qingsai, who quickly protests, "I won't eat that." "Let your wife have it." "She has enough," Suan asserts, placing the other half onto Lu Tian's plate. The fish, already fried, has rendered the small bones crisp, alleviating any concerns over choking. Observing Suan's actions, Su Qingsai picks up his chopsticks to take a piece of fish from his own bowl. "Then you eat this piece." Suan's voice turns stern. "If I tell you to eat, then you shall eat." After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingsai falls silent. Lu Tian had intended to offer Suan a piece from her bowl, but seeing his demeanor, she hesitates. His expression is as stern as it is unwavering. Chapter 11. With a single blow, one could be half dead. After lunch, Su Qingsai returned to his room, while Suan, having cleared the bowls and chopsticks, stepped out and asked Lu Tian, "Would you like to accompany me to the town?" "To the town?" Suan nodded. "To buy a hen for raising, so it can lay eggs for you." Ever since his mother passed away, the family had fallen into dire poverty, prompting Suan to sell all the livestock in exchange for grain, and since then, they had not raised any animals. Lu Tian seldom ventured outside, let alone to the town. The last time she visited the town was at the age of 10, accompanying her elder brother, and though she felt a slight inclination to go, laziness held her back. "Shall we take the ox cart?" "I usually walk." "That would require more than an hour's walk," and Lu Tian immediately shook her head. "Then I won't go." Suan chuckled at Lu Tian's reaction. "Would you consider taking the ox cart?" Taking the ox cart could be a possibility. Although she often found herself alone at the Lu household, this place still felt unfamiliar to her. In contrast, Suan, whom she knew somewhat better, offered her a sense of security. In Shoha village, only one household owned an ox cart, and people frequently borrowed it, though Suan had never done so. For him, walking to the town was quicker than taking the cart. After visiting that household, Suan returned with the ox cart, which was a bit high. Lu Tian, dressed heavily, struggled to lift her legs onto it several times without success. Suddenly, a hand encircled her waist, and with a strong lift, Suan hoisted her onto the cart, then climbed on himself. Only after ensuring she was seated properly did he crack the whip, causing the ox to bellow twice before slowly starting its journey. The Su family's house was a fair distance from the village entrance, and along the way, they could see many people toiling in the fields. Upon hearing the sound of the ox cart, those laborers looked up, their eyes widening slightly upon seeing the two passengers. "Is this Suan's new wife? Why does she look so fair? She doesn't seem like someone from around here, she looks more like a pampered young lady from the town. What good fortune has befallen Suan to marry such a beautiful wife? Do you not know who Suan's wife is?" After the ox cart passed by, several women began to discuss among themselves, one of them suddenly speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Who is it? I heard she might be from the neighboring village. My husband returned from a banquet yesterday but didn't clarify who she was." The woman, with her sun-kissed skin, smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and added mysteriously, "You all know the famously lazy beauty from Qingxi village? That's her." What, that family? What's their surname again? Let me think. The Lu family. Yes, it's the daughter of that family. No wonder she's so beautiful, just look at her skin, it's even better than the village head's daughter. Pinch her, and she might just spring water. Turns out it's the daughter from that family. What was old Sue thinking? I've heard she has been spoiled rotten and has never lifted a finger in her life. Won't she just be treated like a goddess at home? Sean, you might be overthinking it, just look at Sue's physique. Once she marries into his family, who knows who will end up being the true master. If Suan were to throw a punch, that delicate frame she has might be half dead. I think once she moves into the Sue household, even if she wishes to remain idle, she'll have to pitch in. That's true. Even I find Suan quite intimidating, and she looks so fragile. Oh dear, what a misfortune, marrying Suan. If it were up to me, with her looks, she should seek a wealthier family in town as a concubine. At least she wouldn't risk being beaten. Indeed, what a pity for such a girl. Though the women's chatter did not reach Lu Tian's ears, their scrutinizing gazes made her feel uncomfortable. She shifted closer to Suan, whose sturdy arm shielded part of her from their stares. Suan, sensing her discomfort, remarked, "Just ignore them." The villagers were perpetually busy with endless chores, and during brief respites, they delighted in gossiping about the neighbors' affairs. Suan, being taciturn by nature, never engaged in their discussions, and the villagers kept their distance from him, intimidated by his build. After more than half an hour of travel, they arrived in town, where Suan left the cart at a familiar shop. Having not visited the town in years, Lu Tian could not suppress her curiosity. Her lively eyes scanned the stalls, each item sparking her interest. Since turning 10, Lu Tian had rarely ventured out, partly due to her laziness, but also because of her increasingly striking appearance. While every woman desires to be beautiful, in this era, being excessively attractive could bring trouble, especially for a girl from a powerless family like the Lus. Lu Tian did not wish to bring misfortune upon her parents, so after her friend Xiao Yu broached the topic when she was 10, she significantly reduced her outings. Although rumors circulated about her beauty, few had seen her in person over the years. Aside from some ruffians occasionally knocking on her window, nothing else untoward had occurred. And now that she was married, with Suan by her side, Lu Tian felt at ease to explore the town. Observing her excitement, Suan handed her a cloth bag, saying, "There are some coins inside. If you see something you like, feel free to buy it." Though it was not a large sum, it was enough to purchase a few rare items. Lu Tian shook her head, "No need." Before her marriage, her mother had already provided her with many things, she lacked for nothing. After nearly half an hour of wandering, Lu Tian's laziness struck again, prompting her to ask Suan how much longer they would be shopping. Suan, having only intended to give her a taste of novelty, led her to buy a hen and a piece of meat before turning back. Seated side by side on the ox cart, Lu Tian glanced at the meat. "Didn't you say we wouldn't buy meat?" Suan replied, "This can last a long time without salting. You can cook it whenever you feel like eating. Cook it for my father, I won't eat it. You and your father will both eat." Upon returning home, Lu Tian inquired about where they would keep the chicken. "No," Suan replied, "we'll keep it in the yard for now. Tomorrow, I'll chop some wood to build a coop." Dinner was once again prepared by Suan, with Lu Tian closely following him. She couldn't quite understand why she felt such immense security trailing behind him in this unfamiliar environment. As Suan cooked, she sat by the fire, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Suan allowed her to stay close, providing warmth. After dinner, Su Chenkai retreated to his room, prompting Lu Tian to ask Suan, "Has father gone to rest already, so early?" Suan let out a light scoff at her words. His father was certainly giving them an opportunity for privacy, yet his little wife seemed oblivious to this subtlety. Chapter 12. Let's not, shall we, perhaps tomorrow night. After Lu Tian returned to her room, Suan soon entered with a basin of water. In this chilly weather, the water cooled quickly, yet this basin was filled with scalding hot water, with no cold water mixed in. Suan, seemingly unperturbed by the heat, helped her wring out a cloth, just as he had the night before. After carefully washing her face twice, Lu Tian said to him, "I only need this water to wash my feet." Today, she learned that the Su family was quite distant from the village's water source. It took Suan half an hour to fetch water, thus, it was prudent to conserve it. Suan playfully pinched her nose, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Are you concerned about the labor it takes for me to fetch water?" Lu Tian's face flushed crimson. "I am not." Suan lowered his head to meet her gaze, his eyes locking onto hers. "Really?" Under the piercing gaze of his cold, sharp eyes, Lu Tian found herself at a loss for words, feeling as if his wolf-like stare could devour her whole. She pushed against his chest, exclaiming, "The water will cool down." Suan remained still, leaning down to steal a kiss from her lips before rising. "I will use this basin of water. After I am done, I will bring you a fresh one." After hastily washing himself, Suan returned with another basin of boiling water, finding Lu Tian seated at the edge of the bed, waiting for him. He crouched to place the water on the ground, then effortlessly pulled off her shoes and socks, as he had done the night before, gently pouring water over her feet while waiting for it to cool. Even while squatting, he was at eye level with Lu Tian, who bit her lip, gazing at the man diligently washing her feet. In truth, she had never expected Suan to do such things for her. Even knowing that marriage meant relinquishing her own desires, she had contemplated whether she should change her lazy habits. Reflecting on their day together, aside from her suggestion to start a fire, Suan had not asked her to do anything else. When Suan looked up, Lu Tian's lips were swollen and alluring from her biting, and she murmured, "Why are you biting yourself?" Lost in her own thoughts, Lu Tian was startled back to reality, exclaiming in confusion, "Ah!" Suan clicked his tongue. "You might bite your lips raw." "How could that be?" she retorted, not one to inflict pain upon herself. After extinguishing the lights, Lu Tian lay at the innermost side of the bed, pressed against the wall. When Suan climbed in and noticed, he tugged at the blanket she was clutching. "Aren't you going to share?" At his words, Lu Tian shifted some of the blanket towards him. With a sweeping motion, Suan enveloped her in his arms. "Why are you so far away from me?" His voice was a low rumble in Lu Tian's ear, so close that it resonated against her earlobe. In the darkness, her cheeks began to flush, and she squirmed in her struggle. Suan commanded, "Don't move." Though he told her to remain still, his large hand had already slipped beneath her clothing. Lu Tian's breath quickened. "What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing?" His grip tightened slightly. Lu Tian felt tears welling up. Will you come again tonight?" Suan asked. "Do you not enjoy it?" "It hurts. They say the first time is a bit painful, it gets better with more." Time passed, though she could not tell how long. "You lie to me." Lu Tian's voice had become hoarse from crying. Suan helped her calm her breath, holding her tightly until her trembling subsided, then kissed the corner of her lips. "What is wrong?" Lu Tian choked out, "It still hurts." Suan's hand began to stir again. "Soon it won tea, didn't tea? You just don't say that." Lu Tian covered his mouth, interrupting him in shock. Mortified, she couldn't fathom why it was so, though it had started out painfully. Gradually it became. Seeing his intentions, Lu Tian grasped one of his hands with both of hers, her voice a whisper, "No more, I'm so tired." Suan, Lu Tian's nose turned red as tears threatened to spill. "Please, let us stop it tomorrow night." Tomorrow night, Suan, having only just begun to savor this new experience, had relented the previous night, allowing Lu Tian her first foray into such matters. Now, hearing her voice quaver with suppressed sobs made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain restraint. He lowered his head to capture Lu Tian's earlobe, the most sensitive part of her, and upon gently sucking it, her entire body quivered in his embrace. Before she could utter another word, Suan silenced her with his lips, his tongue forcefully pried open her mouth, plunging in with abandon, her vision blurred, clouded with desire as her mind emptied, her body yielding to his advances, helplessly clinging to him, slowly losing herself in the moment. Outside, the winter chill lingered, yet within the room, beads of sweat dotted Suan's brow, trickling down his straight nose, merging with Lu Tian's tears. As the silvery moonlight gradually dimmed, the once radiant moon retreating behind the clouds, casting only a faint glow, the sounds of her half-pained, half-pleasurable cries finally subsided. The following morning, when Lu Tian rose, Suan and Su Chengkai had already left the house. A faint plume of smoke rose from the kitchen, and upon investigation, she discovered a bowl of congee and 2 corn buns warming beneath a lid. She had intended to rise earlier today, not wanting to give the impression of a new bride who slept in late with Su Chengkai still in the house. However, after Suan's late-night antics, despite hearing him stirring in the morning, her laziness overcame her rationality, and she remained in bed. Nonetheless, she did rise earlier than the day before. After finishing the breakfast Suan had left for her, Lu Tian carried the empty bowl back to the kitchen. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed softly and rolled up her sleeves. There was still some warm water from the congee in the pot. She found a ladle and poured it into a basin, placing her used chopsticks and bowl inside. After washing the 2 bowls, she returned to her room. Lu Chang had taught her many characters, and to alleviate her boredom, he would often gather a couple of storybooks for her to read. Lu Tian took one out and leaned against the bed to read. Just as she turned the second page, a knock echoed at the door. Frowning, she thought if it were Suan returning, he wouldn't knock. In the Lu household, it was common for people to knock on their windows. Lu Tian had never paid any mind to it before, and now she hesitated whether or not to see who it was. As she remained still, the knocking grew louder, prompting Lu Tian to stand and approach the door. "Who is it?" A girl's voice replied from outside. "Sister-in-law, it's Nyo Nyo, your brother's cousin." Having only married a few days prior, and with Suan not having introduced her to anyone yet, upon hearing the girl claim to be Suan's cousin, Lu Tian opened the door, revealing a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years.
Are you looking for Suan? He is not home. Lu Tian inquired. Nyo shook her head.
Sister-in-law, I was sent by my brother to prepare your lunch. A man from a family at the village's edge went missing after heading up the mountain, and someone came to ask my brother for help in searching for him.
He wasn't sure when he would return, so he instructed me to come and make lunch for you. Chapter 13 of the story. Looking for someone?
Yesterday, Suan mentioned that it was not a suitable time to venture up the mountain. Would his search for someone pose any danger? Lu Tian clutched her sleeves anxiously. How could that person just disappear? Is Suan really in danger while searching for them? Nyo, with her hair tied into two exuberant pigtails, shook her head in response to Lu Tian. I don't know, but Sugo has been going up the mountain. He's quite familiar with it. Sister-in-law, you needn't worry. Suan, pressed for time, entrusted Su Chenkai to Nyo's father for a brief care. Nyo was remarkably swift, having prepared steamed rice and sautéed pumpkin slices for Lu Tian in less than 15 minutes. Lu Tian felt somewhat guilty for troubling her, yet she realized that on her own, she could hardly start a fire, so she invited Nyo to share the meal. Nyo, not one to stand on ceremony, began to shovel food into her mouth as soon as the rice was served, while Lu Tian ate with a refined delicacy that made her appear extraordinarily genteel in comparison.
Sister-in-law, do you always eat so gracefully? Lu Tian replied, what's wrong with that? Nyo responded, if I ate like this at home, my father would beat me senseless.
He is quite fierce. Sometimes, if I take too long fetching water, he chases after me with a stick. In the countryside, instances of physical punishment are not uncommon. Lu Tian had once witnessed a man from Qingxi village beat his wife into paralysis. But Lu Yue was different. Although he would often bicker with Xiao Yu, he had never laid a hand on her and would sometimes even soothe her when she was upset. As for his three children, while Lu Yue favored Lu Tian the most, he equally cherished Lu Chang and Lu Chao, who were both quite understanding. He had seldom scolded or punished any of them. Occasionally, when Lu Tian observed children in the village being chased and beaten for their laziness, she felt immense gratitude for being born into the Lu family. Otherwise, her timid nature might have led her to a similar fate.
My father has never hit me, Lu Tian stated.
Nyo, with a somewhat gaunt face and sunken cheeks, widened her eyes in surprise. Your father has never hit you? Having grown up, she had seldom encountered children who had avoided punishment from their parents.
Lu Tian nodded, yes. Then you don't have to work. Don't you help at home with fetching water? Lu Tian shook her head. What about washing clothes? What about tilling the land? Don't you have to plant vegetables, cook, or wash dishes? Lu Tian affirmed each inquiry with a nod.
Nyo gazed at Lu Tian with envy. Sister-in-law, your life is truly splendid, even better than the daughter of the village chief. No wonder my father says Sugo married a treasure. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Nyo abruptly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lu Tian, somewhat aware of how others regarded her, offered Nyo some vegetables with her chopsticks, managing a faint smile. It's all right, let us eat. Nyo lowered her head and devoured her rice, refraining from further conversation. Sugo was already 25 when he finally took a wife. If she upset Lu Tian, her father would likely chase her down the street in anger. After the meal, Nyo expressed her desire to help wash the dishes, but Lu Tian halted her. It's already embarrassing to have you cook.
How could I ask you to wash the dishes too? You sit here, and I will take care of it.
Lu Tian inquired if she wanted to read a storybook, to which Nyo fidgeted with her fingers. I can't read. It was not uncommon for children in the village to be illiterate. Lu Tian smiled and reassured her, that is fine, just wait for me. Once I finish washing, I can read it to you.
Nyo eagerly replied, okay.
When that family came looking for Suan, he was busy working in the fields, and coincidentally, Nyo and her parents were also present. When Suan asked her to find Lu Tian, her parents readily agreed, even encouraging her to keep her new sister-in-law company. The prospect of leisurely idling about made Nyo exceedingly happy. After finishing the dishes, Lu Tian went to her room to retrieve the storybook she had been reading recently. Nyo, at 13, was only 5 years younger than Lu Tian, yet appeared considerably shorter and leaner.
Dressed in thin clothing, Lu Tian noted that Nyo's hands were frostbitten and red. She fetched the hand warmer Suan had given her and offered it. Here, take this to keep warm.
Upon seeing the pristine fox fur hand warmer, Nyo waved her hands, hesitant to accept. Sister-in-law, I don't want it.
I might dirty it.
She worked in the fields daily, her nails perpetually caked with dirt. Lu Tian reassured her, it's alright, if it gets dirty, we can just wash it. She helped Nyo put it on, noticing numerous scars around her wrists, which made her squint in concern.
Nyo shyly tugged at her sleeves. Lu Tian asked, "Did your father do this too?" Nyo instinctively shook her head. "It's not just him, there's also the village chief's family." Suddenly, she covered her mouth and shook her head. Not wanting to press further, Lu Tian refrained from asking more questions, but a heavy feeling settled in her heart. Nyo appeared to be a simple-minded girl, likely suffering from long-term malnutrition, her face pale and gaunt, with injuries that tugged at Lu Tian's heartstrings. Lu Tian could hardly fathom the pain such wounds would inflict if they were on her own body, yet she felt powerless to effect any change. She gently patted Nyo's head. "Let me read the storybook to you." Although Lu Chang had taught her many characters, there were still some complex ones she could not recognize. When she encountered the character for delicacy, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Jin, I don't know this character either." Nyo chuckled. "It's alright, sister-in-law, you're already quite impressive." Lu Tian was the most literate woman Nyo had ever met. Skipping past the unfamiliar character, Lu Tian continued reading. "Laozhao, with a fragrant, sweet taste, is made using." Nyo interjected, "What is laozhao? Have you eaten it, sister-in-law?" Lu Tian shook her head. "I haven't eaten it either. The description says it has a wine flavor, but isn't actually wine. It's sweet and delicious, a culinary delight from the Kyoto region." The mere thought was enticing, and Nyo smacked her lips. "It sounds so delicious." Kyoto was a place she would likely never visit in her lifetime, let alone the distance it entailed. Lu Tian swallowed, her mouth watering as her brother had brought her a cookbook filled with delicacies, detailing the recipes thoroughly. Upon closely examining the recipe for laozhao, she discovered it was not overly complicated. "Perhaps we could attempt to." Lu Tian intended to suggest that they try making it themselves, but she hesitated, realizing that the main ingredient required was glutinous rice. Given the scarcity of food, even regular rice was considered precious, let alone glutinous rice, which was more expensive than refined rice. Nyo pouted slightly. Her parents would certainly not spare any grains for such a dish. Both girls lowered their gazes, lamenting the fact that they would never taste the delectable dishes described in the book. "What is wrong with you two?" Upon returning home, Suan found the two girls with their heads drooping, and Lu Tian even pouting slightly, oblivious to his presence. Chapter 14. How can you think of such things in broad daylight? Upon hearing Suan's voice, Lu Tian abruptly lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. "You finally returned." Her tone caused Suan's heart to flutter. Was she waiting for him? From her words, it seemed she had been eagerly anticipating his return. Suan lightly tapped his cheek with his tongue. Were it not for Nyo's presence, he would have pulled her into his embrace to savor the sweetness of her melodious lips. Noticing his gaze upon her, Lu Tian approached him and inquired, "How did it go?" "Nothing happened, right? Did you find that person?" Suan gently brushed her hair aside, replying, "Yes, I found him, and there were no issues." He then turned to Nyo and said, "Thank you for today. I made a few slingshots the other day, would you like one?" Nyo's face lit up with joy as she nodded eagerly, "Yes." Suan's slingshots had an impressive range. She had been able to catch birds effortlessly, much to the envy of the other children, especially since her previous one had been confiscated by her father. After Nyo left, Lu Tian contemplated asking why he hadn't brought her father back, but before she could speak, Suan pulled her into his arms, startling her into a gasp. As his lips descended towards hers, Lu Tian instinctively covered his mouth with her hand, feeling the dampness on his chest beneath her palm. A quick exploration revealed that his clothes were soaked through, almost dripping with water. She furrowed her brow. "Why are your clothes all wet?" What was he thinking, returning in such a state on a cold day without first changing into dry garments? Suan had found that person in a waterhole on the mountain. The frost-covered paths in the Tian mountain made it treacherous, and he had not ventured up there recently. The individual had a family member suffering from a sudden illness and, unable to afford medicine, had taken the perilous risk of climbing the mountain to gather herbs. Unfortunately, the slippery path had caused him to fall into the waterhole, where the cold left him nearly frozen and unconscious. After rescuing him, Suan returned home, forgetting to mention his drenched clothes amidst the chaos of the situation. He had initially intended to change before coming to find Lu Tian, but upon seeing her waiting for him, he was momentarily distracted by a desire for intimacy, neglecting his frozen, soaked attire. Lu Tian pushed against Suan's arm, urging, "You should go change, you'll catch a chill like this." Just the touch of his hand felt icy to her. Suan replied, "Come with me." To prevent her hands from getting cold, he tugged at her sleeve, leading her back to the room. Lu Tian was puzzled as to why he wanted her to watch him change. Their previous intimate encounters had always occurred in darkness, and she had not seen his body in daylight. As he shed his outer and inner garments, revealing his sun-kissed, muscular torso, with well-defined chest muscles and robust arms adorned with prominent veins, Lu Tian quickly averted her gaze when he reached for his trousers, her cheeks suffused with a soft blush. Suan chuckled teasingly, "Afraid to look?" Lu Tian turned her back, insisting, hurry and get dressed.
Suan did not press her further and, after changing, pulled Lu Tian closer, asking, shall we share a kiss now? Were it not for the constraints of time, he would have preferred to remain in his disheveled state. They were about to engage in such an intimate act for the first time in daylight, and he could finally see the rosy flush on Lu Tian's face and the dreamy glimmer in her eyes. Suan gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of uncontrollable desire. Noticing his increasingly bold actions, Lu Tian struggled to halt his hands, protesting, no, this is still broad daylight. Suan lifted her effortlessly, aligning her face with his, and, seeing the lingering blush upon her cheeks, proposed, how about we leave the lights on tonight? He had desired a light left burning the previous night, but Lu Tian had vehemently refused, feeling too shy. To coax her into compliance, he had extinguished all the lamps. Lu Tian replied firmly, no. With the lights off, they were at least shielded from seeing one another, and she was not yet ready for such honesty with him in the light. Suan gazed deeply into her eyes, understanding her reluctance. To her, he was merely a newlywed husband, and the act she dreaded was a duty of a wife, not an expression of affection towards him. After retrieving Su Chengkai, Suan started preparing dinner, with Lu Tian following closely behind. After today's events, she resolved to learn how to cook, otherwise, she would have to wait for someone else to assist her in the kitchen if Suan ever encountered trouble. Moreover, when Suan went hunting, she wanted to prepare meals for him and Su Chengkai. Her mother had once told her that if only one person contributed to a household, grievances would inevitably arise over time. She realized that being married meant she could no longer act as she had in the past, nor could she expect the same unwavering indulgence from her father and mother. When Suan expressed surprise at her desire to learn cooking, he asked, why do you want to learn? Lu Tian replied, so I can cook for you and father. You don't need to learn, Suan said, continuing his work. She had not been required to cook at her family home, and he did not expect her to do so after marrying him. I want to learn, Lu Tian insisted. Suan paused, his gaze locking onto hers. Lu Tian, my intention in marrying you was not to have you serve me. You will be treated the same way here as you were at your family home. You only need to, he leaned closer, his piercing eyes narrowing, regard me as your man, live well with me, and at night, just cooperate with me, and that will suffice. Initially warmed by his earlier words, Lu Tian felt her face flush with embarrassment at his subsequent remark. With their differing physiques, she felt utterly at his mercy. How could she possibly cooperate with him? With wide, round eyes, Lu Tian exclaimed, why do you think of such things in broad daylight? They had nearly crossed that line moments ago, and now he was still contemplating it. Suan caressed her soft cheek, which looked so easy to pinch, and said, you don't have to cook today, go outside and wait for dinner. If she remained there, they might not be able to continue with the meal. His gaze was dangerously predatory, akin to a wolf ready to devour its prey. Lu Tian, feeling a shiver down her spine, fled back to her room. Once inside, she resumed reading the previous book, turning to the page discussing fermented rice, and discovered that it could also be made into rice wine. This book had been brought back by Lu Cheng from the capital last year, containing many delicacies she had never encountered. One time, she had seen a recipe for rice cakes that intrigued her. The method was not complicated, and she had eagerly persuaded Xiaoyu to help her make it, resulting in a flavor she had never experienced before. She wondered just how delicious the described fermented rice could be. Chapter 15. Would you like to taste it? 3 days after their wedding marks the returning gift, and on the night before, Lu Tian resolutely forbade Suan from causing any mischief. We need to rise early tomorrow, can we skip it tonight? Suan, with a mischievous grin, insisted, just this once. No, the thought of his single attempt was daunting, and Lu Tian remained adamant. Considering the significance of the following day, Suan finally relented after planting a fervent kiss on her lips, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Sleep now. At the break of dawn, upon hearing Suan stirring, Lu Tian abruptly flipped over and sprang from her bed, hastily preparing to dress. She feared she might doze off again. Noticing her frantic movements, Suan halted her. It's still early, you should rest a little longer. Early? Why are you up at such an hour? Suan replied, this is the time when the pheasants come out. I am going to catch one to take back to your family. But didn't you say it's not suitable to venture into the mountains recently? It's still dark, you shouldn't go out, what if something happens? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Suan was already dressed, and he tucked the covers around Lu Tian snugly. I'll be back around the hour of the rabbit, sleep soundly, and I'll wake you when I return. Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with concern. Please be careful. As the sun began to rise, Suan descended the mountain, encountering some villagers already busy with their morning tasks. One man, carrying a water bucket, spotted Suan. You re-up early to hunt? Suan merely nodded in acknowledgement, clutching a struggling wild chicken in his hands. The man swallowed hard. Although the wild chicken yielded little meat and was rather tough, it was still a rare taste of flesh for him, especially considering his wife's prolonged malnutrition that rendered her unable to work. He pondered buying it for her to help restore her strength. Wild chickens were notably cheaper than domesticated ones. The man approached Suan. "I'll take this wild chicken." Suan replied, "This one is not for sale." "Why not?" The man, Suan's neighbor, knew that Suan never kept his catches for himself. He always sold them. In Shoha village, Suan was the sole hunter left, and those with better means would purchase his catch for a treat. Suan explained, "My wife is returning home today. I'm bringing this to her family. If you want one, I'll make another trip tomorrow." Understanding dawned on the man. "Ah, that makes sense. In that case, could you please help me tomorrow as well? My wife has not been feeling well lately, and I'd like to buy one for her." Suan replied, "Of course." At the hour of the dragon, Lu Tian and Suan set off towards Qingxi village. Though the distance between the two villages was not vast, it still required a half-hour's walk. On their wedding day, Lu Tian had been carried on Suan's back, but this time she needed to walk back herself. However, the thought of returning to her family lightened her mood, and even the previously daunting task of walking felt less burdensome. Suan matched her pace, walking alongside her. "What is that?" Lu Tian inquired, noticing Suan holding a wild chicken in one hand and a cloth bag in the other, which appeared quite heavy. Suan responded, "Brown rice." "Yes, that also for my family." Yes. Her gaze shifted to the bag, which was filled to at least half its capacity. Although spring had arrived and it was time to plant rice again, the harvest was still months away, and Suan was generous enough to bring so much to her family. She recalled her elder sister had only brought back a small bag of sweet potatoes on her visit, which had drawn her brother-in-law's ire for being so mindful of her family after her marriage. Lu Tian was not ungrateful. Seeing Suan's willingness to treat her family so kindly stirred something deep within her heart. She craned her neck and sincerely said to Suan, "Thank you." Suan glanced at her. "What are you thanking me for?" His tone implied a sense of detachment. Lu Tian, momentarily at a loss for words, asked Suan, "Did you know my father was the one you saved a year ago when you came to propose?" Suan nodded, having no intention of leveraging that favor. If Lu Tian was unwilling, he would not force her. A year prior, after rescuing Lu Yue, he had carried him back, but when he insisted on not staying for a meal, Xiaoyu had asked Lu Tian to see him out. Although Lu Tian had repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her heart was primarily consumed with concern for her still unconscious father, and she hurried back inside after seeing Suan to the gate. Suan had left a fleeting impression on Lu Tian, yet her enchanting visage lingered in his mind, haunting him. Lu Tian remarked, "My father has always wanted to find you in person to express his gratitude." Suan replied, "There is no need for thanks." Lu Tian cast him a glance, pondering how unexpected it was that she would end up married to him. Upon reaching her family's home, Xiaoyu was already waiting in the courtyard, smiling as she greeted them. "You've arrived," Lu Tian cheerfully called out. "Mother." "Oh," Xiaoyu exclaimed, having missed her daughter dearly over the past few days. She embraced her youngest daughter. "Come, let us go inside. Your father has cooked a special meal for you today." Suan followed closely behind the two women. The meal was sumptuous, featuring eggs and meat. Xiaoyu busily served Lu Tian a sweet daughter. "Eat more." Lu Tian smiled brightly. "Thank you, mother, you should eat too." Lu Yue brought out a jar of wine, which had been brought back by Lu Chang, and he had been reluctant to open it until today. When he offered to pour Suan a drink, Suan intercepted. "Allow me to pour for you." Lu Yue laughed heartily. "Very well, today we shall drink merrily." The two clinked their cups, and Lu Yue gulped down the contents in one go, suddenly furrowing his brow. "This wine isn't spoiled, is it? It has no flavor." Suan, having already taken a sip, confirmed it lacked the typical wine taste, leaning more towards a sweet and sour profile. It was not unpleasant. He asked Lu Yue, "How long has this wine been stored?" Lu Yue replied, "About a year. I believed it was brought back by Tian'er's elder brother when he accompanied the teacher to the capital. They say the people there love it. It's called rice wine." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian perked up and leaned closer to Suan to examine his cup, which held only a small amount, appearing milky white. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "I know this, I've read about it in a book. It's called rice wine, made from glutinous rice. It has a fragrant aroma but isn't harsh. It is sweet and smooth." "Is this the flavor you're tasting?" Lu Yue nodded. "Exactly, that's the taste." Lu Tian exclaimed, "Then it's not spoiled." The book describes it as such. While alcohol can be harmful, they say this one doesn't get you drunk easily and is less damaging to the body. Lu Yue examined the jar from which the wine was poured, realizing it was indeed brought from the capital. As long as it wasn't spoiled, the flavor was quite delightful, and he gestured to Suan. "Well then, let us enjoy this." Lu Tian was particularly eager to taste this flavor as well, yet she had never drunk wine before. Throughout the meal, she had stolen glances at Suan's cup multiple times. Seizing a moment when Lu Yue and Xiaoyu were distracted, Suan quietly asked her, "Would you like to taste it?" Lu Tian nodded eagerly, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Yes, Suan shifted slightly, using his broad shoulder to shield her, offering her the cup. Just a small sip. Chapter 16 Intoxication. Lu Tian nestled behind Suan, swiftly taking a sip, expecting a hint of spiciness, but was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor, entirely devoid of the fiery taste typically associated with liquor. Just as she longed for another sip, Suan snatched the cup away from her, pouting in displeasure. Lu Tian frowned, to which Suan chuckled softly. Do you wish to become inebriated?
It doesn't taste like alcohol. Yet it contains alcohol, and its aftereffects are quite potent.
The cup was nearly empty. He and Lu Yue had each consumed half while drinking. Neither felt the effects, but now they both sensed a slight intoxication, their heads becoming somewhat heavy. Lu Tian blinked her wide eyes in surprise. Is it really that strong? Lu Yue had drunk slightly more than Suan and was now slurring his words, clinging to Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. I wonder how my precious daughter is faring in her new home. With Suan being so robust, how can my delicate girl endure?
Xiaoyu promptly covered Lu Yue's mouth, reprimanding him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not. Didn't you say to keep an ear out for any signs of Suan mistreating our daughter?
Xiaoyu twisted Lu Yue's arm to silence him, casting an awkward glance at Suan.
Her father is intoxicated and rambling. I'll take him back to rest.
She supported Lu Yue as they stumbled toward their room, unable to resist twisting his hand again, exclaiming in exasperation, oh dear, every time he drinks, he babbles. How embarrassing to speak of such matters in front of our daughter and son-in-law.
Why are you twisting my arm? It hurts. You deserve the pain.
Their voices faded into the distance until Lu Tian and Suan could still hear their bickering. Lu Tian felt a flush rise to her cheeks. After sipping the rice wine, her face turned crimson, astonished that her inebriated father would broach the topic of the wedding night. Moreover, he did so in such a forthright manner. Stealing a glance at Suan's expression, she noticed his face was devoid of emotion, as if he had not heard her father's words. Could it be that he was also inebriated? Lu Tian waved her hand before Suan's eyes, and just as she did so, his large hand captured hers.
What are you doing? Are you not drunk? She asked.
No, he replied. His tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. Fearing that his first visit to the Lu family might leave a poor impression, he had deliberately moderated his intake, consuming less than Lu Yue.
Lu Tian scrutinized his face.
Please do not mind my parents' remarks, they are merely perhaps a bit overly concerned for me. I understand, Suan replied nonchalantly. He recognized that any father would worry about marrying off their cherished daughter. Though he was not intoxicated, his gaze had begun to cloud slightly. He reached out to caress Lu Tian's cheek, murmuring, as long as you live well with me, I shall never harm you or let you suffer. His palm was calloused and rough against her skin, yet it radiated warmth, causing her chilled face to feel pleasantly heated. For the first time, Lu Tian smiled brightly at Suan, her joy evident in her eyes. All right. She was willing to share her life with him. After ensuring Lu Yue was comfortably settled, Xiaoyu returned and, once seated, addressed Suan. Please do not take offense. Her father dotes on our daughter excessively. He would likely be anxious no matter who she married. Her father is genuinely at ease with your character, not just because you once saved his life, but also for the way you have cared for your own father while improving your own circumstances over the years.
Lu Yue had taken the initiative to inquire about Suan's family background.
Though the villagers of Xioha village held him in awe, whenever any misfortune befell a family in the mountains, they would seek Suan's assistance, and he would always respond promptly and decisively. On account of this, Suan's character was unlikely to be lacking. Furthermore, on the day of their visit, Suan had risen early to catch wild chickens and brought a bag of rice enough to feed an ordinary family for a month. Had he not held Lu Tian in high regard, he would not have gone to such lengths. Xiaoyu continued, I know you will treat our daughter well from now on, consider me as your own mother. Sweetie is quite lazy, but aside from that, she is very considerate. You can gradually teach her to be more industrious. If she ever misbehaves, feel free to come to me, I will discipline her. Suan nodded earnestly, understood. He was well aware of Xiaoyu's underlying message, that should Lu Tian ever falter, she hoped he would show restraint. Nevertheless, he solemnly acknowledged her words to it was understandable. Their physical disparity was considerable, and there were numerous instances of domestic strife within the village. It was only natural for them to harbor concerns. Suan gazed at Lu Tian, his eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. As long as she wished to share her life with him, to sleep by his side, nothing else mattered. Suan had underestimated the lingering effects of the alcohol, for soon he too was assisted by Lu Tian and Xiaoyu into Lu Tian's room to rest. At last, they laid him on the bed, and Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief, fortunate that Suan was not excessively intoxicated. He could still walk with their support. Had he been as inebriated as Lu Yue, no number of people could have managed his considerable bulk. Worrying again for her daughter's well-being, Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Tian's frame. As the two drifted off to sleep, Xiaoyu tidied the dining table while Lu Tian lent a hand. Xiaoyu paused in surprise. It was unusual for her daughter to assist, but then she recalled her recent marriage. She tenderly remarked, "Sweetie, you should rest. There is no need for you to do anything when you come home, just carry on as you always have." "It's fine, mother," Lu Tian replied, gathering the dishes and placing them on the stove. Xiaoyu adamantly forbade her from washing the dishes, insisting, "Just keep me company like before." Lu Tian smiled sweetly at Xiaoyu, taking a seat on the stool where her mother usually sat. As Xiaoyu washed the dishes, she inquired, "How have the past few days been?" She had been unable to sleep well, worrying about Lu Tian, and Lu Yue had urged her to check on their daughter's situation upon her return. Lu Tian rested her chin on her arms, her face cradled in her hands. "It's been quite good. Has Suan pressured you to do chores?" Lu Tian shook her head. "No, aside from helping him tend to the fire while he cooks, it's been the same as at home. He hasn't made you wash dishes, do laundry, fetch water, or serve him while he bathes or cleans his feet?" "Not at all." "And he hasn't asked you to learn to cook?" "Well, I suggested learning from him the other day, but he wouldn't let me. He said I should continue as I always did at home." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu set down the dish she was washing, astonished. "Did he truly say that?" Lu Tian nodded, "Yes." Xiaoyu beamed with delight, realizing her daughter had found a man who was indulgent, but she recognized that this was only the beginning, and the future remained uncertain. She cautioned Lu Tian, "Suan is indeed a fine young man, but do not forget what I have instructed you. Try to engage in simple, manageable tasks when you return home. Don't let him think you do nothing at all, and do you still remember what I told you before?" Chapter 17. The bittersweet feeling. Lu Tian, filled with confusion, exclaimed, "What?" Xiaoyu clicked her tongue in exasperation. "How could you forget? Mother has told you before that you must learn to show vulnerability and leverage your beauty. Fortunately, you possess a rather exquisite face, with those tear-streaked cheeks pouting in a display of weakness. No man would be able to resist." Even she, as a mother, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her daughter's expression. "Mother!" Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Lu Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she chided her playfully. Yes, just like that. In the future, if your husband is displeased, you should act all spoiled like this, do you understand? I won't talk to you anymore." Embarrassed by Xiaoyu's teasing, Lu Tian rose abruptly and left the kitchen. Behind her, Xiaoyu's affectionate laughter followed, this girl, still shy with her mother. After stepping outside, Lu Tian settled onto a lounge chair in the courtyard, her gaze wandering over the familiar landscape she had inhabited for 18 years, her thoughts drifting far away. Memories flooded her mind, her father riding her on horseback during her childhood, her mother preparing delicious meals and cradling her to sleep, her elder sister bathing her and taking her out to play, standing protectively in front of her, and her elder brother teaching her to read while bringing her snacks and trinkets. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she pondered, is this what it means for a girl to marry? Returning home would merely mean returning to her maternal family. Her elder brother was still unaware of her marriage. By the time he returned, their household would no longer have the cherished younger sister he had doted upon. What troubles you, dear Tianer? Xiaoyu, having finished her chores, noticed her youngest daughter with a red nose and teary eyes and inquired with concern. Lu Tian looked up, her voice tinged with grievance as she called out, "Mother," wrapping her arms around Xiaoyu's warm waist. "Oh," Xiaoyu responded softly, patting her back with tenderness. "Mother, my brother still doesn't know I've married. Do you think he will be angry when he finds out?" Lu Tian asked, her voice quivering. "Your brother cares for you deeply, how could he possibly be angry?" Xiaoyu reassured her. However, it was more likely that he would be upset with her husband, Lu Yue. Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on regarding her eldest son, who was the most opinionated child in the family. At times, when his stubbornness flared up, even she and Lu Yue found it difficult to manage him. They had long been concerned about finding him a wife, but he remained adamant that he would not consider marriage until his younger sister was wed. Thus, his own marriage prospects had been delayed until now. Nevertheless, he was capable enough, having been recognized by a teacher and kept by his side, broadening his horizons, unlike those confined to Qingxi village, who would never even see a town. Has there been any letter from my brother recently? Lu Tian inquired. Although Lu Yue could read, his literacy was limited, and the letters brought back by Lu Cheng were usually read by Lu Tian. Xiaoyu shook her head. No letters have arrived recently. However, according to the last letter, he should be on his way back by now. Oh, time flew by, and it had now been 2 months since Lu Tian married Suan. As the weather warmed, Suan resumed his routine of farming in the mornings and venturing into the mountains in the afternoons. Lu Tian's life mirrored her days at the Lu residence. Suan never required her assistance with anything. Once, while Suan was in the mountains, Lu Tian thought to help by cooking a meal. However, she struggled to ignite the fire, spending nearly half an hour trying to light it without success, leaving her covered in soot. When Suan returned home, he nearly failed to recognize the dust-covered, disheveled figure before him, and he approached her, lifting her up. "What are you doing?" With a mournful expression, Lu Tian replied, "I wanted to start a fire to cook, but I couldn't get it to light." Suan chuckled lightly at her predicament. "Did I not say you needn't concern yourself with such things?" Lu Tian bit her lip, remaining silent. She merely wished to assist him. Over the past 2 months of marriage, she had observed that Suan was like an indefatigable whirlwind, perpetually occupied with an endless array of tasks. Previously, he had only to care for Su Chengkai, but now with her in the picture, his burdens had grown heavier. Lu Tian often noticed injuries on his arms, and when she inquired, he would simply claim he had bumped into something in the mountains, but the wounds did not appear to be mere scrapes. Su Chengkai, once a hunter, was approached by Lu Tian for advice. To her surprise, Su Chengkai sighed. He must have encountered something fierce. He sat in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, murmuring, "The mountains are far from the serene facade they present. The deeper one goes, the more wolves and tigers there are. I once saw a creature taller than a man, covered in brown fur. Just looking into its eyes was terrifying." Lu Tian asked, "Can't we avoid venturing so deep into the mountains?" Su Chengkai replied, "If we only remain on the outskirts, we won't catch anything worthwhile." Since the wars have calmed, many have returned to the fields, leading to an increase in hunters. Moreover, the outer areas yield only worthless wild chickens and rabbits, which bring in little silver. Lu Tian continued, "How did father get injured in the first place?" "Oh, I was young and brash, too overconfident. I chased a fox all day without success. As dusk approached, I should have given up and descended the mountain, but I felt I was on the brink of catching it. Yet the more I pursued, the further it escaped, and when night fell completely, the wolves began to appear. Reflecting on that time, I consider myself fortunate to have survived." Su Chengkai seemed lost in reminiscence, a look of weariness crossing his features, perhaps regretting his youthful audacity. Due to his circumstances, the Su family underwent a seismic transformation. He lost his wife, and Suan lost his mother. The once 11-year-old Suan, who excelled in his studies at the private school, had an entirely different future ahead of him. Sighing, Su Chengkai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It's all my fault. It is father. Please don't think like that." Lu Tian knelt beside Su Chengkai, offering him a cup of water. "You never wished for this. Please don't blame yourself." Su Chengkai took a sip from the cup she offered. "Good child, you are truly a good daughter." Seeing her concern for Suan, Su Chengkai felt a sense of relief. At least Suan had someone to care for him, ensuring that when he was gone, someone would be there to accompany him. Su Chengkai comforted Lu Tian, "Rest assured, Suan is more capable than I and possesses far better judgment. He will not place himself in danger." Lu Tian nodded, but her eyes remained downcast. She was unaware of the inherent dangers of hunting, and even with his injured arm, Suan returned without a word of pain, continuing to fetch water, prepare meals, work in the fields, and even help her wash her feet at night. Lu Tian pursed her lips, struggling to comprehend why she felt such bittersweet emotions. That day, she had wrestled with the fire for half an hour without success, while Suan had ignited it in an instant. Lu Tian remarked to Suan, "You are truly impressive." Suan scoffed lightly, "Is this what you call impressive?" "In my eyes, it is indeed quite remarkable," Lu Tian replied. Compared to herself, Suan, who had begun caring for Su Chengkai at the tender age of 11, was infinitely more capable. Moreover, he was often misunderstood and shunned due to his appearance, yet those who faced the gravest dangers would be the first to seek his assistance. Chapter 18. The most blissful night of sleep. That evening, Lu Tian was particularly accommodating to Suan. Unable to reach the man's head, her slender arms, akin to tender lotus roots, wrapped around his waist. It was the first time in a long while that Lu Tian had taken the initiative to embrace him, causing Suan to momentarily pause, overwhelmed by a sensation he had never experienced before. To his astonishment, she even extended her leg to entwine around his waist. Suan's dark eyes glimmered with an intense fire, and his movements became urgent. In the dimly lit room, the feeble moonlight filtered in, casting the silhouettes of the two onto the wall. As Lu Tian's head was jolted to one side, she suddenly caught sight of the restless shadows dancing upon the wall. With a resounding thud, she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over her, tightly closing her eyes, daring not to glance again. That night marked the most exquisite slumber Suan and Lu Tian had ever shared, leaving him in remarkably high spirits. The following day, he made a special trip to the town to purchase her favorite dried fruits and even bartered with a wild chicken to procure a new book for her. Upon receiving the delectable treats, Lu Tian was elated but admonished Suan, "You shouldn't waste money, the new year is approaching, save up to make new clothes for you and father." Suan brushed his lips against her vibrant red ones, replying, "I shall make clothes for you alone.
Father and I can manage with what we have."
Engaged in their delightful conversation, he leaned in for another kiss, but Lu Tian playfully shot him a reproachful glance. "No, I have plenty of clothes, but you and father only have a meager 2 pieces, and they are nearly worn out.
You must let me make something for you both." Suan retorted, "Then I shall make clothes for you and father."
He produced the coins he had earned that day and presented them to Lu Tian. "The trap I set the other day caught a young deer, which I sold in town.
This is the remaining change."
Lu Tian counted hastily, discovering there were 300 copper coins, her eyes sparkling with delight.
"You managed to save this much after buying the dried fruits?" Suan explained, "Indeed, it was a young deer.
Had it been an adult, it could have fetched 1 or 2 taels of silver." Since their marriage, Suan had entrusted all his earnings to Lu Tian. Although it wasn't a significant amount, they had managed to save over 100 coins, and now, unexpectedly, they had an additional 300. With only a few days until the new year, these coins would enable them to procure provisions for a joyous celebration. Lu Tian suggested, "Perhaps you should refrain from venturing into the mountains for a while.
The new year is imminent, and you deserve a break." Suan nodded in agreement. "Very well."
He had indeed planned to take a couple of days off, knowing that Lu Tian had not returned home since her last visit 2 months ago. He understood her longing for her parents and intended to take her back for a visit. After their customary passionate encounter that night, Suan held Lu Tian close in his arms, savoring the moment as he brushed his lips against her neck. "Do you wish to return to Qingxi village?
I can accompany you tomorrow." "Really?" Lu Tian asked, her voice tinged with excitement.
"Yes," Suan affirmed, overjoyed. Lu Tian tilted her head back and pressed a kiss against his cheek, the soft contact producing a delightful sound. Suan felt a tingling sensation on the spot where her lips had touched, his heart racing with a sweet thrill as he leaned down to find her lips, his tongue forcefully claiming hers. With a firm grip, he lifted the woman nestled in his embrace, turning her over in one swift motion. Before Lu Tian could utter a sound, he silenced her once more. The night was still young, but under the faint moonlight, the shadows cast upon the wall danced for a considerable time before finally coming to rest. The following day, after ensuring Su Chengkai was settled, they set off for Qingxi village. Suan intended to carry a half bag of rice with him, but Lu Tian stopped him. "Last time, my mother admonished me for bringing too much. She insisted that we should visit whenever we wish but not bring anything else, or she would be upset. Food was precious, and bringing it to the Su family meant depleting their own resources." Lu Tian would rather forego it, wanting Suan to have enough to eat. Observing Suan's reluctance, she pouted, "Then we shan't go back at all." The new rice planting would not begin until late March, and the harvest would not arrive until the end of July, with no certainty of its yield. If they made a trip back and brought less, they would face shortages later, compelling them to purchase food, which pained her to think of Suan's hard-earned money being squandered. Lu Tian was well aware of her family's situation. The Su family owned merely half an acre of fertile land, while her family, due to a larger population, had received an extra half-acre during the land division. Now, with 3 children gone, only Lu Yue and his wife remained at home, significantly reducing their food consumption. Moreover, during their marriage, Suan had already fulfilled his obligations regarding the bride price, which included a substantial amount of grain. With an elderly father at home, if they continued to send provisions to the Lu family, others might accuse Lu Tian of being inconsiderate. She bore a lazy reputation and did not wish to acquire another. Seeing Lu Tian's insistence, Suan relented. Apart from his instinctive affection for her, he struggled to communicate with others, leaving him with a solitary impression over time that he thought of bringing food as a means of expression, believing it would sustain them until the next harvest, unwilling to let Lu Tian suffer, even if it meant he would have to survive on thin porridge for a while. Suan reasoned, it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Lu Tian countered, "How is it inappropriate? My mother told you to treat her like a real mother, and she specifically instructed me not to let you bring anything next time. Do not be fooled by my mother's gentle demeanor. When she is angry, she can be quite fearsome, even my father fears her. If you do not heed my words, I shall not go back, lest my mother pinches my arm." Lu Tian complained, pouting. Suan chuckled softly, amused that his little wife could be so whimsical. Judging by Qiao Yu's affection for Lu Tian, it was likely that Lu Tian had never even experienced a pinch before. Ultimately, Suan abandoned the idea of bringing rice and opted to bring along a freshly picked pumpkin instead. The pumpkin harvest had been quite good, so Lu Tian did not object. Between Shelha village and Qingxi village lay a narrow path lined with wild grass, some of which bore thorns. During their last visit, Suan had carried her along this route, but now that they had arrived, Lu Tian attempted to lift her skirt and walk on her own. Suan grasped her arm, insisting, "I will carry you." "No need," she replied, concerned for his injured arm, which bore a long scar. She resisted climbing onto his back, so Suan effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. As the world spun around her, Lu Tian's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, pounding loudly. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled. "Stay still, your movements might aggravate my injury," Suan warned. Immediately, Lu Tian ceased her struggles, a mix of fear and concern softening her voice. "Please put me down. What if your wound really opens up?"
Chapter 19. I am not the least bit concerned.
A peculiar emotion flickered in Suan's cold gaze.
"Are you worried about me? First, put me down.
I can't reach my left arm with my right side." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian finally exhaled in relief, scolding Suan, "You should pay more attention to your own arm."
Suan replied, "As long as you care, that's enough."
Over the years, he had endured countless injuries while climbing mountains, growing accustomed to roughness. To him, this minor wound was nothing, yet, witnessing her forlorn expression as she looked at his injury filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Lu Tian retorted, "If you don't care, why should I?" The path was not short, and with him carrying her, Lu Tian's abdomen pressed against his solid form. His brisk pace caused discomfort in her belly. She patted Suan's back. "Please put me down, your shoulder bone is digging into my stomach and it's quite painful." Suan halted, swiftly repositioning her on his shoulder, then with a firm motion, she found herself on his back. He playfully jostled her, saying, "If you're concerned about my arm, then hold on to my neck tightly." "I am not concerned at all," Lu Tian mumbled. As her soft arms gradually encircled his neck, a faint smile crept onto Suan's tightly pressed lips. If anyone were to witness this moment, they would be astonished to see his usually expressionless and somewhat stern face break into such a warm, spring-like smile. After exiting the narrow path, they arrived at the entrance of Qingxi village, where Lu Tian adamantly refused to let Suan carry her any longer. Once she descended, she adjusted her clothing. The village was bustling with activity. Children were washing clothes, women were fetching water, and men were tending to the fields. Lu Tian greeted those she recognized, but upon seeing Suan, the smiles on their faces quickly faded, replaced by forced nods as they hurried away without a word. Suan, pursing his lips, was not surprised by their reactions. His imposing stature and seemingly unfriendly demeanor caused people to instinctively shy away from him. Lu Tian noticed the shift in atmosphere and her crescent-shaped brows furrowed slightly. "You go ahead," Suan suggested. After such a long absence, she might wish to converse with familiar faces. Walking alongside him, it was unlikely anyone would dare approach her. Lu Tian pursed her lips. No. His appearance was not that of a monster. Aside from his somewhat cold expression and larger stature, he was hardly frightening. Unhappily, she tugged at Suan's sleeve, and when encountering those who seemed intimidated by him, she deemed it unnecessary to greet them. Unexpectedly, this resulted in her not exchanging pleasantries with a single person until they neared the Lu family home. Suan observed Lu Tian's long eyelashes drooping, her lips pouting, displaying clear displeasure. He chuckled softly, and upon hearing the teasing lilt in his laughter, Lu Tian glanced up at him, incredulous that he could still find humor in the situation. "Hey, have you seen the Lu family's daughter?" "Yes, I have." "Goodness, her husband is so robust, he looks quite intimidating." What on earth was old Lu thinking, marrying his daughter off to such a man? She's so lazy, if he strikes her, she might lose half her life. Exactly. It's terrifying. I thought old Lu and his wife cherished their daughter, but it turns out they married her off for the bride price. I heard that man offered Lu's family a substantial bride price. I was quite envious at first, but now it seems unwise. If Lu Tian upset him, the Lu family would surely suffer. Right, my daughter may not have received such a bride price, but she brought home a load of rice. My son-in-law is smaller in stature, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on my daughter. Hey, did you see how displeased Lu Tian looked just now? Could it be that she was beaten? What are they doing back in Qingxi village? I hope it's not because she's too lazy and got sent back. I suspect that might be true. I noticed Lu Tian's face looked dreadful. She didn't even greet me. Goodness, after going through all that trouble to marry her off, to have her sent back after just 2 months, what a pity. Remember that old manly from the west side of the village who couldn't find a wife? He once attempted to propose but got chased off by old Lu, and now that she has been sent back, perhaps he should give it another shot. After all, Lu Tian has already lost her virtue. Just as the woman was getting into her story, a stone suddenly struck her on the head. Blood instantly began to flow from her forehead as she covered her head and shouted angrily, "Who threw that? Who was the blind fool that dared to hit me with a stone? Do you have eyes but no pupils?" The group of women, having finished washing clothes, were chatting idly beneath a crooked tree at the village entrance. Lacking in education and having spent years in the village, their language was naturally coarse. The woman struck by the stone was renowned in Qingxi village for her sharp tongue, known as Li Xiaodi, now older and referred to as Aunt Li by the younger generation. Li Xiaodi stood up and turned to see who had thrown the stone. Upon recognizing the tall figure standing at the village entrance, her eyes widened. "Oh, Lu Chang has returned. You've been away for quite some time." Dressed in white, Lu Chang appeared slender and exuded an air of scholarly refinement. At this moment, his usually gentle brows were tightly knit, his face full of anger as he glared at Li Xiaodi. "What were you just saying?" Li Xiaodi, covering her head, allowed blood to seep through her fingers, cursing Lu Chang's ancestors in her heart. Yet, she dared not provoke him. Liu Chang was intelligent and capable, having earned the recognition of the schoolmaster, while her two sons were still studying there. Offending Lu Chang could result in her sons facing difficulties. She forced a smile. "Oh, I was just chatting idly with friends here, we weren't saying anything of consequence." However, Lu Chang had no intention of letting her off the hook. He had been traveling with his teacher to Lingnan and had hurried back to Qingxi County just before the new year. To his dismay, upon arriving at the village entrance, he overheard these women disparaging his sister. Having arrived late, he only caught the tail end of Li Xiaodi's remarks, and upon hearing her say, "After all, Lu Tian has already lost her virtue," he picked up a stone and hurled it at her. Since ancient times, a woman's chastity has held great significance. His sister had not yet married, and she rarely ventured out. How could these people speak such slander against her? It was utterly intolerable. With a stern expression, Lu Chang confronted her. "Even if you are ignorant, you should understand the importance of a woman's virtue. My sister has not yet married, yet you so shamelessly slander her. What is your true intention?" Upon hearing Lu Chang assert that his sister had not yet married, Li Xiaodi could not contain her laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Chapter 20 of the fight. She bent over with a wide grin, revealing her large, yellow teeth, and laughed heartily. "Ha, has your little sister not yet married? You must be unaware that your sister, Lu Tian, got married 2 months ago. Not only did she marry, but your father, in pursuit of a dowry, wed her to a burly man towering at 7 feet, who appears as strong as an ox, with a countenance that looks quite fearsome. You have no idea, one of your brother-in-law's arms is as thick as your sister's leg. Given your sister's laziness, I wonder if she can withstand even a single punch." Lu Chang retorted, You speak nonsense. How could his father possibly marry his sister off to such a brute for a mere dowry?" Li Xiaodi could hardly contain her laughter. "I am not speaking falsely. Today, your sister and her husband just returned to Qingxi village, and your sister does not appear well. I fear she may have been sent back by that man. I warned your family long ago not to raise Lu Tian so delicately. You look at her now, without the delicate life she was accustomed to, but with a fragile disposition, and now she has been sent back. It seems the dowry will be lost, and it's not easy to remarry after losing one's virtue." Though Lu Chang was typically gentle, he became exceptionally protective when it came to Lu Tian. Infuriated, he threw the package in his hand and rushed forward, intent on teaching that foul-mouthed woman a lesson. Seeing this, Li Xiaodi rolled up her sleeves, gritting her teeth as she prepared to confront him. Since the mask of civility had been torn, what was there to fear? Although Lu Chang was considerably taller than Li Xiaodi, his scholarly demeanor was no match for her brazen and shameless nature. One careless moment, and her grimy nails left several marks upon his face. At that moment, Lu Tian and Suan had just arrived at the Lu household. After exchanging a few words, before Qiaoyu could express her joy at her daughter's return, a child dashed over, exclaiming, "Oh no! Oh no, Aunt Xiao, brother Lu Chang is fighting with Aunt Li at the village entrance." Qiaoyu was taken aback. "What?" Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried towards the village entrance. Li Xiaodi was notorious in the village for her unruly behavior, fearing neither heaven nor earth, save for her man. How could her son, a scholar, possibly contend with her? She needed to rush to his aid. Lu Tian, clutching Suan's sleeve in a panic, exclaimed, my brother is back. How could he be fighting with Aunt Li? He doesn't know how to fight and will surely be bullied." Suan reassured her, "I will go take a look, do not worry." Xiaoyu ran, breathless, and from afar, she could already hear the shouts and curses at the village entrance, with Li Xiaodi's voice ringing the loudest. The more she listened, the more anxious she became, but her short legs could not carry her fast enough. Suddenly, a figure rushed past her. Suan, taking only a few strides, was far ahead. Xiaoyu, astonished, called out to him, "Xiaoan, when you get there, don't hold back, just go for that Li Xiaodi. If there is trouble, I will take responsibility." Though her son was obstinate, he had a good temperament. It seemed Li Xiaodi had provoked him beyond measure. Frustrated, she shouted after Suan, having not heard the term mother in quite some time. Suan's pace faltered for a moment. He turned to glance at Xiaoyu's kind face and nodded, understood. Li Xiaodi employed the crude tactics of a shrew in her brawling, while Lu Chang, being a gentleman of education, refrained from making contact with her.
Instead, he inadvertently afforded her the opportunity to seize his hair, gripping it as if she intended to tear his scalp from his head, her face contorted in rage as she hurled insults. Li Xiaoti's piercing screams of agony echoed throughout Qingxi village. Clutching her wrist, she looked in terror at the figure standing before Lu Chang, Suan. "Why you?" she stammered, her voice faltering as she met his piercing gaze, too intimidated to utter another curse. She sensed that should she dare provoke him further, her other hand would suffer the same fate. Suan, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Li Xiaoti until he discerned the flicker of fear in her eyes, then turned to Lu Chang. "Are you all right?" Lu Chang, frowning deeply, scrutinized Suan, noting his stature and build matched the description he had heard. Could it be that his little sister truly married this man? The thought tightened his brow even further, deep creases forming between his eyes. Li Xiaoti had torn Lu Chang's outer garment during their scuffle, leaving it in tatters, with shreds of fabric hanging loosely and stuffing spilling out. Suan swiftly removed his own outer garment and draped it over Lu Chang's shoulders. As Lu Chang instinctively grasped the fabric to remove it, Suan pressed down on his hand. "Just bear with it for a moment." Lu Chang was about to refuse when Xiaoyu arrived, pulling him aside to examine him closely. Upon seeing a long, bloody scratch on his otherwise fair face, she rolled up her sleeves and charged at Li Xiaoti. "You wretched Li Xiaoti, how dare you strike my son? My son is a scholar. Can you afford to pay for any damage you cause, huh?" With one hand dislocated by Suan, Li Xiaoti was powerless against Xiaoyu with her remaining hand. Soon, she bore several wounds upon her face, her hair pulled so violently that her scalp throbbed, and she cried out in pain, "Ah! It hurts, let go, Xiaoyu, don't hold on, ah!" Xiaoyu shouted back, "I want let go, you dare to strike my son, do you think the Lu family is without defenders?" Lu Chang stood, mouth agape, watching his mother deliver a crushing blow to Li Xiaoti, feeling a mix of embarrassment and awe. Indeed, after not seeing her for so long, her fighting prowess remained formidable. After Xiaoyu had thoroughly chastised Li Xiaoti, when she finally released her, Li Xiaoti collapsed to the ground like a heap of useless clay. Exhausted from the confrontation, Xiaoyu sat beneath a gnarled tree, panting as she turned to Lu Chang. "What did she do? How did you end up in a fight with her?" Lu Chang glanced at Suan, who towered over the villagers. He hadn't expected to have to look up at Suan. How would his little sister, so lazy, even notice such a tall man? Lu Chang replied to Xiaoyu, "I had just returned when I overheard her speaking about Tiana, claiming she was married off to some brute. She said Tiana looked unwell upon her return today, and she was surely beaten, even suggesting that she was sent back." And, he hesitated, struggling to voice the remainder of his thoughts. Xiaoyu, impatient, pressed, "And what?" Lu Chang continued, "She also mentioned that the old manly, who had previously been chased away when seeking a marriage proposal, could try again now that Tiana has already been married once and lost her virtue." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyu sprang to her feet and charged back toward Li Xiaoti, her fury ignited as she vowed to tear that foul, stinking mouth apart. Chapter 21. He is my husband. Just as Xiaoyu was about to rush forward, a figure moved ahead of her. Li Xiaoti, still prostrate on the ground, had not yet grasped the situation when an excruciating pain shot through her other uninjured hand. Her wretched cries once again echoed through Qingxi village. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu turned to Suan and exclaimed, "Well done, that wretched mouth of hers should be silenced too." Xiaoyu was well aware that some villagers often gossiped about Lu Tian. As long as she was not privy to their words, it was bearable. However, upon hearing them, she never hesitated to confront such gossipmongers. In this village, one could not afford to be lenient. If you showed weakness once, they would only become more audacious. The same applied to fighting. If one did not deliver a profound lesson the first time, others would perceive your family as easy prey. Over time, anyone could come and bully you, and by then, it would be too late to resist. Thus, although Lu Yue and Xiaoyu usually maintained a cordial demeanor with others, they never showed leniency when faced with provocation. Moreover, Li Xiaoti's remarks concerned Lu Tian, someone whom every member of their family cherished deeply. Even Lu Chang, who appeared gentle-natured, had been involved in numerous fights during his childhood because of Lu Tian. What Xiaoyu did not anticipate was that Suan appeared even more enraged than she. His dark, intense gaze, akin to ink, and his furrowed brows fixed on Li Xiaoti made her momentarily pause. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, Li Xiaoti deserved this for daring to slander Lu Tian. The women who had been chatting with Li Xiaoti shrank back in fear, clutching their garments as they hurried home. Suan, as if playing a game, swiftly dislocated Li Xiaoti's arm, leaving it dangling like a rag from her wrist. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Li Xiaoti's husband was summoned by her cries. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and the others, he momentarily froze before noticing Lu Chang, whose disheveled hair and tattered clothes prompted him to stride over and deliver a resounding slap to Li Xiaoti's face. "You shameless woman! What nonsense have you been spreading behind my back? Can't you ever keep that mouth of yours shut, always causing trouble for me?" This was not the first time Li Xiaoti had been struck for her incessant gossiping.
Her husband had beaten her countless times, yet she could not restrain her loose tongue, and now, seeing her husband approach, Li Jiadi transformed from an aggressive figure to one resembling a mouse in the presence of a cat. As his hand struck her, visible finger marks appeared on her face, and she found it impossible to raise her hands to shield herself. Tears streamed down her face like rain, but she dared not cry out under her husband's furious glare. Turning to Lu Cheng's family, her husband hastily offered apologies. I'm sorry, Zhao's sister-in-law, rest assured, I will teach her a lesson when we return home, don't take it to heart. Although Qiao Yu harbored strong disapproval of Li Jiadi, she furrowed her brow upon witnessing the severity of the slap delivered by Li Jiadi's husband. In this world, being a woman was no easy task. Her own husband, Lu Yue, had never laid a hand on her, yet instances of men striking women were not uncommon in the village, with this man being particularly brutal towards Li Jiadi, leaving Qiao Yu with a poor impression of him. She remained silent, her brow furrowed. Noticing her lack of response, the man quickly turned to Lu Chang to apologize, cognizant that his son would be attending school with Lu Chang, who might soon become a teacher himself. Lu Chang, please don't take it out on your Aunt Li. She is just a rough woman who knows nothing. Lu Chang, disapproving of the man's behavior, chose not to respond. However, the deed was done, and the matter would eventually fade away, for in the same village, one could not avoid seeing each other. The man spat at the prostrate Li Jiadi. Get up and leave. Li Jiadi retorted, my hand has been dislocated, how can I work if he doesn't fix it for me? Most of the household chores fell upon her shoulders, and upon noticing her limp hands hanging at her wrists, her husband leaped up in alarm. Who did this? It will cost 10 copper coins to have it reattached. It's one thing to beat you, but how could you let someone dislocate your arm? If you lose your hand, who will manage the household chores? Seeing her husband as concerned for her hand, Li Jiadi regained some confidence and turned to the silent Suan standing nearby. It was him. Her husband followed her gaze, his eyes widening in surprise. He had noticed this unusually tall man upon his arrival but did not recognize him as a villager from Qingxi, assuming he was merely an outsider drawn to the commotion. Little did he know that this outsider had dislocated Li Jiadi's arm. The people of Qingxi village were generally united, however unruly they might be amongst themselves, they presented a united front to outsiders. Considering how brazenly an outsider had behaved in Qingxi village, he raised his neck defiantly and declared, Who are you? What business do you have in our Qingxi village? You had better reattach your arm, or I assure you, you will not leave Qingxi village. Suan warned, his gaze heavy upon the man. The man felt a chill run down his spine under Suan's penetrating stare. Fearing that a single punch could come crashing down upon him, that he quietly took a step back. What are you staring at? The people of Qingxi village are united. You've dislocated my wife's arm, and you owe her some compensation. I'm not asking for much, just 100 coins for medicine will suffice. Seeing that Suan remained unfazed, his face flushed with anger as he shouted to those around him, Come quickly. This outsider has come to our Qingxi village to cause trouble. Upon hearing his cry, several men nearby dropped their tasks and rushed over. Seeing the gathering of men, Li Jiadi's husband smirked triumphantly, Though you may appear strong, you can't possibly take us all on. I advise you to quickly and obediently reattach her arm and pay for her medicine. The men of the village did not know Suan well. During Lu Tian's wedding, only close relatives had been invited, and they had never laid eyes on him before. As they encircled Suan, Lu Tian arrived on the scene and rushed forward, lifting her skirt to shield him. What are you all doing? Though they did not recognize Suan, they knew Lu Tian. One of them asked, Lu girl, who is this? He's my husband, Lu Tian replied. The men's eyes widened in astonishment. While they had heard that Lu Tian had married a somewhat robust man, they had not expected this. Standing together, Lu Tian appeared less like a wife and more like a daughter beside him. Clearing their throats, the group exchanged displeased glances at Li Jiadi's husband, having initially assumed an outsider had come to stir trouble. Those connected to the Lu family were, after all, considered half of Qingxi village. After glaring at Li Jiadi's husband, they turned and walked away, unlike him, who had burdened a woman with all the household duties while they still had their own work to attend to. Li Jiadi's husband, taken aback by the revelation that this was Lu Tian's husband, stood with his mouth agape for a moment before finally managing to speak. Ah, a misunderstanding, my apologies for not recognizing you. With no allies to support him, he dared not provoke a man of Suan's stature and quickly shifted his demeanor to one of contrition. Chapter 22 Victory. Suan had hardly noticed those around him. His gaze was fervently fixed on Lu Tian's slender back as she rushed to stand in front of him. Ever since Su Chengkai had become paralyzed and his mother had left, Suan had never experienced anyone shielding him again. During the initial period after his mother departed, many children had mocked him, taunting that his father was a cripple, and that his mother had abandoned him, predicting that he would soon starve without parents. At that time, his physique was comparable to his peers, yet no one stepped forward to assist him. he had to grit his teeth and retaliate with all his might. Although he did not emerge unscathed, those who had dared to provoke him were eventually intimidated by his reckless defiance. As he grew taller and more robust, fewer and fewer dared to challenge him. This was the first time, the very first instance of someone standing before him. Despite the fact that the girl in front of him possessed little strength and could hardly provide protection, Suan quietly clasped Lu Tian's hand, his large palm effortlessly enveloping her delicate one. Xiao Yu scoffed, "What's this? Did you not claim that my son-in-law would be unable to leave Qingxi village? Why the sudden cowardice now?" "Oh, come now, I simply wasn't aware he was your son-in-law." "We are all from the same village, let us each take a step back, shall we?" Li Zhaodi's husband implored, his face etched with wrinkles. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and directed her gaze at Li Zhaodi. "Consider this a minor lesson for you. Should I hear anything similar in the future, it will not be so easily overlooked. As for your hand, you may seek the doctor to tend to it. If you have grievances, you are welcome to come find me." With that, she summoned Lu Tian and a few others. "Let us go home." Xiao Yu strode ahead, head held high, akin to a victorious rooster. Lu Cheng frowned as he glanced at Suan holding Lu Tian's hand. His lips moved, and he finally sighed, trailing behind Xiao Yu. Lu Tian attempted to withdraw her hand from Suan's grip, but his hold was firm, preventing her escape. She covertly looked at Suan, her eyes seemingly questioning him. "What are you doing?" Suan shook his head with a smile, yet he did not release her hand though Lu Tian could not break free. Her skirt conveniently concealed their tightly clasped hands. Noticing this, she ceased her struggles and followed Suan behind Lu Cheng. The family moved forward with an unusual momentum. Upon returning home, Lu Cheng headed to his room to change clothes. When he removed his outer garment, he was taken aback to find that the shirt that fit Suan had become a robe on him. He was eager to inquire about the situation, wondering how it was that after being away for just over 6 months, his youngest sister had married, and to such a, well, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts on Suan. To say he appeared cold and grim would be accurate, yet just moments ago, he had witnessed the man smiling foolishly at Lu Tian and he donned the outer garment for himself, wanting to appear concerned, but somehow his expression seemed at odds with that sentiment. Lu Cheng felt a headache coming on. His beloved youngest sister had married such a person. If Lu Tian were to be bullied by someone like him, he would not only be unable to assist but might even be the first to fall. After all, he was taller, and Suan's punches would be easier to endure. Exiting the room, he found Xiao Yu conversing with Suan. "Your wrist dislocating technique is quite impressive. Could you teach it to me? If I learn it, who would dare gossip about the Lu family behind our backs?" Suan replied, "It's quite simple. You grasp her wrist like this, and then," demonstrating with his own hand, Suan had Xiao Yu engrossed in learning. Observing this, Lu Cheng tugged at Lu Tian's arm, leading her out of the main room. Lu Tian followed her brother's lead, aware that he likely had many questions for her. Lu Cheng found a small stool for Lu Tian to sit on, then squatted beside her, bombarding her with a flurry of inquiries. "What on earth is happening? How did you suddenly marry him? Who is he? Where is he from? Who are his family members? How have the past 2 months of marriage been?" Lu Tian chuckled. "Brother, with so many questions, which one should I answer first?" Lu Cheng insisted, "You must answer them all. Hurry and tell me." He grasped Lu Tian's arm, seriousness etched on his face. "Andli said that father married you off for the bride price. What is the truth? Father loves you dearly. How could he hastily marry you off for such a reason?" "That's not true," Lu Tian explained. "Why would you believe her? My marriage to Suan was my own decision. Father did not force me." Lu Cheng frowned. "How did you come to know him, and why did you agree?" Lu Tian replied, "They came to propose marriage, and when I met him, I realized he was the one who saved father over a year ago. Why must you marry him? Is he using his kindness as leverage? Tell me, and I shall take charge." He started to head back inside. "No, he never mentioned saving father," Lu Tian pulled him back. "I recognized him myself, and he assured me that he would not mind my laziness and would treat me well after marriage, which is why I agreed." Lu Cheng's expression darkened slightly. "You believed him? Did I not tell you before that men's words cannot be trusted? What if he is merely sweet-talking you?" "Brother, just by observing his attitude when saving father, you can tell he is not a bad person. Moreover, since our marriage, he has indeed treated me well," Lu Tian said, feeling a bit flushed at this point. "Where is he from?" "From the neighboring village, Xiuhe. Not too far away." "Who else is in his family?" "Just him and his father." "No mother?" Lu Cheng's brow furrowed again. His youngest sister was already lazier than most, and with no woman in the household who would manage the chores, Lu Tian glanced towards the main room, noting that Suan was oblivious to their conversation. She whispered to Lu Cheng, "Suan's father broke his leg while hunting, and his mother left 3 years later. You must never mention his mother around him." Although Suan appeared indifferent to the topic, Lu Tian understood that he was merely cold on the outside but warm-hearted within. He surely held feelings about it. Hearing Lu Tian's words, Lu Cheng's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying that not only does he have no mother, but his father is also a cripple? You, before he could finish, Lu Tian covered his mouth.
Keep your voice down.
Lu Cheng firmly took Lu Tian by the hand, pulling her out of the courtyard, where their conversation would not be overheard.
He maintained a serious demeanor. I cannot agree. How can you marry into such a family? Are you expected to serve those two? What are our parents thinking to have consented? Did father agree out of gratitude? Must you repay his kindness with your life?
Chapter 23. Suan is not a burden. Although Lu Tian understood that her elder brother was concerned for her well-being, hearing him speak of Suan in such a manner still left her feeling somewhat displeased. Elder brother, how can you say such things?
You know well what kind of person our father is. This marriage was my own decision, and how can you judge someone's family based solely on appearances? Just because Suan comes from such a background, does that mean he is unworthy of a wife?
I have been married for 2 months now, and there is no truth to your claims that I am here to serve the two of them. Suan manages all the household affairs on his own, and even managing her own matters, Suan's family was not a burden to her, rather, she felt she had added to his responsibilities. Noticing his sister's discontent, Lu Cheng grew anxious.
Tianer, that's not what I meant.
I'm not saying he is unworthy of a wife, I am simply concerned for you. While he could not dictate the affairs of others, Lu Cheng held a deep-seated affection for Lu Tian and was naturally reluctant to see her suffer. Lu Tian reassured him, I understand your feelings, elder brother, rest assured, he treats me quite well.
Lu Cheng scrutinized Lu Tian's expression, hoping to discern any hint of reluctance in her words. Really? Indeed.
These past 2 months have felt just like home. When he goes to town, he brings me snacks and novels, just like you used to. He even shares his food with me, saving the best for last. Throughout this time, aside from helping with the fire, he has not asked me to do anything else. Lu Cheng was taken aback by Lu Tian's words. He had not anticipated that someone like Suan could exhibit such kindness, particularly given his imposing demeanor that suggested he might resort to violence at a moment's notice. He recalled how Suan had remained calm while intervening earlier, but upon hearing Lu Tian reiterate Aunt Li's words, his expression had shifted dramatically, even faster than Xiao Yu's reaction, as he swiftly disarmed Li Xiaodi. It seemed Suan genuinely cared for Lu Tian. Observing Lu Tian's face, Lu Cheng pursed his lips. If not for Suan's disadvantaged background, he would have been more than agreeable for Lu Tian to find a partner like him. Ever since she was a child, Lu Tian had been exceptionally beautiful, and he often worried that her future husband would fail to protect her. However, with Suan's stature and the skills he had displayed, at least that concern was alleviated. Alas, the situation was set, and Lu Tian indeed appeared to be thriving. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, as long as he treats you well, that is what matters. Remember, if he ever mistreats you, come to me. Though I may not be able to best him in a fight, I will surely ensure he receives his due lesson. Elder brother, Lu Tian said, her voice thick with emotion as she buried her face in his embrace. I know you care for me the most. Rest assured, I will work together with him to build a good life, and you should strive to find me a sister-in-law soon. Lu Cheng playfully pinched her nose. All right. After lunch at the Lu family home, Lu Tian and Suan bid farewell and returned to Xiaohe village. Lu Cheng watched them leave from the village entrance, reluctant to let them go. He wished he could have Lu Tian stay a while longer, but with the new year approaching, it felt inappropriate to suggest it. He waved goodbye, glancing back multiple times, never anticipating that upon returning, his little sister would be married. On this trip, Lu Cheng had also brought back gifts for her, handing a parcel to Suan as he departed. Suan received it, feeling its weight. It was surely filled with treasures. Lu Tian exclaimed, my elder brother must have brought back some fresh trinkets from his travels. Last time, he gifted me a beautiful hairpin. The bead was exceptionally lovely. We don't have anything that exquisite around here. Suan murmured thoughtfully in response. Upon arriving home, Suan first went to fetch Su Chengkai. When Lu Tian saw him, she called out, Father. Su Chengkai smiled back. Ah, you're back so soon? Yes, father, have you had lunch yet? Yes, I have. After sitting for a while, Su Chengkai intended to take a nap, but Suan approached him, squatting down. Su Chengkai wrapped his arms around Suan's neck, his legs hanging limply with a firm grip. Suan lifted him onto his back. Lu Tian watched their retreating figures, noting that her father's legs had lost sensation over the years, having withered to a frail state. Nestled against the robust Suan, Su Chengkai appeared diminutive. Since Lu Tian's marriage into the Su family, Su Chengkai's face brightened each time he saw her. When she called him father, he would respond with warmth. Although Lu Tian had yet to prepare a hot meal for him, he treated her kindly. Often, when the dish contained meat, both he and Suan would save some for her. Despite being paralyzed for so many years, Su Chengkai had not succumbed to despair. Each day, he would venture into the fields, laboring to pull weeds and plant seedlings. Lu Tian felt a pang of envy as she observed. That evening, she asked Suan, "Is there truly no hope for father's legs?" "I don't know, the doctors in town have been unable to help," he replied. Since he had begun hunting, their circumstances had improved slightly, and he had saved every bit of silver he earned. In the early years, he had sought many doctors for Su Chengkai, but they all shook their heads at his condition. Eventually, Su Chengkai had insisted that Suan cease spending money on doctors, as he would not cooperate with their treatments. Yet Suan had indeed consulted every doctor in town, all of whom were powerless to assist. Seated sideways on the couch, Lu Tian dried her freshly washed hair, her dark, thick locks standing in stark contrast to the malnourished girls in the village. Suan took the cloth from her hands, naturally helping her dry her hair, his large hands careful not to hurt her. Lu Tian sighed, "Is there truly no other way?" Suan paused momentarily, gently massaging her head without answering. On New Year's Eve, the entrance to the Su household was adorned with 2 large red lanterns. Suan busied himself in the kitchen while Lu Tian assisted Su Chengkai in trying on a new outfit she had made. Su Chengkai laughed, "Why have you made me an outfit as well? You could have just made one for yourself and Suan." Lu Tian replied sweetly, "Father, last time Suan hunted a young deer and earned quite a bit of silver. It's the new year, so you deserve a new outfit too. Don't worry about the cost." She unfolded the garment, saying, "Father, let me help you try it on." Su Chengkai, no longer dismissing her enthusiasm, responded, "Ah, all right." He extended his arms, and Lu Tian presented him with a deep gray cotton and linen outer garment, well padded with cotton inside. The fabric was chosen by Lu Tian herself during a trip to town with Suan, and it was more expensive than the materials they had previously selected. She explained, "Father, since you sit all day, it's easy to catch a chill. This one will keep you warm." Suan watched Lu Tian as she diligently selected the fabric, admiration sparkling in his eyes. "Very well, I will heed your advice." Chapter 24 of the New Year. Although Su Chengkai was advanced in years and his face bore the marks of long exposure to the elements, he had been quite handsome in his youth. Now clad in a newly tailored garment, he appeared significantly more dignified, radiating a certain vitality. Lu Tian praised him, saying, "Father, you look splendid in this outfit." Having always been adept at offering compliments during her time at the Lu family, she now displayed her delightful dimples, adding, "Father, this attire has truly brightened your complexion, making you look a decade younger." "Ha, my little Lu truly has a sweet tongue," he chuckled. "I'm speaking the truth," Su Chengkai mused as he examined his new clothes, which provided considerable warmth and fit him quite well. He recalled how old Chen from the west of the village had boasted to him just yesterday about his new outfit. "You wouldn't believe it, my son is so filial." The other day, he carried a load of rice to town just to exchange it for a sack of chestnuts, choosing to scrimp on food to save money for my new clothes. Old Chen had then looked at Su Chengkai and continued, "Well, your son is also marrying this year, isn't he? In previous years, it was just the 2 men in your household living rather rough, but now that there's a woman to manage the home, why are you still wearing these tattered garments?" He feigned concern. "With the new year approaching, hasn't your son's wife provided you with new clothes?" His so-called concern was merely a pretext to flaunt, for his family relied on farming, and it was a struggle to make ends meet. Yet, Old Chen was a man of pride, believing that he must present himself in a new outfit every season. His son was indeed dutiful, but to others, it seemed he had crossed into foolishness. Despite their dire financial situation, he would rather sell their vegetables and subsist on wild greens than allow his father to go without new attire. This, however, came at a cost to his family, who could have enjoyed a simple meal but instead had to endure a diet of chestnuts and wild greens for the sake of Old Chen's new clothing, especially with his eldest daughter-in-law expecting a child. Su Chengkai could not condone such behavior, nor did he wish to embarrass Old Chen. He merely smiled in a reserved manner. When Old Chen noticed that Su Chengkai did not offer him the usual flattery, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "But I can understand your situation. I've heard that the daughter-in-law you married into your family is quite spoiled. She has been with you for some time now and has yet to cook a single meal. It seems she is rather thoughtless. No wonder she hasn't considered providing for you as her father-in-law before the new year. Let me tell you, women should not be coddled. If she continues to be so inconsiderate, perhaps you should let Suan teach her a lesson. With his stature, a couple of punches would surely make her obedient. To neglect her father-in-law is unacceptable. This cannot continue." Su Chengkai pressed his lips together, shifting his position to continue eating, ignoring Old Chen's words. He had never resorted to violence against his daughter-in-law and would not permit Suan to do so either. Old Chen, infuriated by Su Chengkai's indifference, spat on the ground and went off in search of someone else to boast to. He deserved to break a leg. Yesterday, he had not anticipated that Lu Tian had also made him a new outfit, so although he disagreed with Old Chen's claims, he had refrained from retorting, fearing that his words might bring trouble to Lu Tian. Yet today, as he donned the clothing Lu Tian had made for him, it appeared far superior to what Old Chen had flaunted the previous day. At that moment, Su Chenkai wished to parade in front of Old Chen's house, but alas, his legs would not carry him. Suan was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. He could hardly expect Suan to carry him outside for a stroll, and he sighed inwardly. Lu Tian approached the stove, saying, "I've dressed father in his new clothes." He was so pleased. Suan, kneading dough in his hands, replied, "The clothes you chose are quite lovely." "What about the ones I selected for you?" "They are also nice." "Then why aren't you wearing them?" The cost of white flour was higher than that of brown rice, so only during the new year could families afford to indulge in vegetarian dumplings. Once Suan had portioned out the dough, he began rolling out the wrappers. With a few deft movements, the round ball of dough transformed into thin dumpling skins, captivating Lu Tian's attention. "How impressive," she exclaimed, jumping beside him. "I want to try." Suan made some. Lu Tian took a small piece of dough and began to roll, but after one stroke, the dough stuck to the pin, tearing into several pieces. "Why is that?" she asked, watching how effortlessly Suan handled the dough. Suan gently grasped her hand while picking up another piece of dough, instructing, "The inside tends to be moist. Sprinkle some dry flour on top to prevent sticking." He positioned himself behind Lu Tian, his long limbs easily enveloping her. To accommodate her height, he lowered his head, his breath brushing against her neck, causing her fair skin to break out in goosebumps. Lu Tian recoiled slightly, her attention now entirely focused on him, oblivious to his words as he guided her hands to roll out a wrapper. When Suan looked at her, he noticed her ears were flushed, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. As he leaned down to kiss her tempting neck, Lu Tian jumped in surprise. They were still in the kitchen, and anyone passing by could see them through the window. She sprang out of Suan's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Her adorable pout softened Suan's heart, and had it not been for the flour in his hands, he would have loved to pull her back and pinch her soft cheeks. He took her hand and led her to wash it clean, saying, "Go wait outside, once the dumplings are done, we'll eat." It was a rare occasion to enjoy dumplings, and Suan had even prepared a bit of meat for the filling. Once served at the table, the plate of meat dumplings was placed between Lu Tian and Su Chenkai. Given the high cost of meat during the new year, they had little silver left after purchasing clothes, so they had to save some and only bought a small piece of meat to savor the flavor. With some greens mixed in, they had managed to make only about 20 dumplings. Su Chenkai smiled, encouraging Lu Tian to enjoy the meat-filled dumplings. Lu Tian pouted, "There are so many, I can't eat them all." Both men treated her with such kindness, offering her the meat. Noticing that they continued to serve themselves only from the vegetable platter, Lu Tian stood up and served half a bowl of the meat dumplings into Su Chenksai's bowl and another half into Suan's, leaving only 4 or 5 dumplings in the plate for herself. Suan switched his bowl with Lu Tian's, and she pouted, secretly slipping 2 dumplings into his bowl. She thought no one saw her actions, unaware of the subtle smile that had crept onto Suan's lips. When Su Chenkai observed his son's smile, he was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly turned to Lu Tian with a jubilant expression. Compared to his son's reserved smile, his joy reached his eyes, his lips curving into a broad grin. Chapter 25. It is uncertain whom one intends to entice by donning such attire. On New Year's Day, every household takes a break from labor. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Nyo arrived at the Su residence, exclaiming with glee, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, there is someone performing tricks at the village entrance. Let us go and watch." Being the festive season, she was granted a day off to revel. Before she even stepped through the courtyard gate, her voice echoed, prompting Lu Tian to welcome her outside. "What kind of tricks?" she inquired. Nyo responded, "Acrobatics, remarkably impressive. I saw a performer walking atop a gigantic steel hoop. Let us hurry to see." With limited entertainment in the village, acrobatic troupes would occasionally perform at year's end, earning little silver but bringing merriment to the festivities. Lu Tian nodded in agreement and called upon Suan and Su Chenkai to join them. Initially reluctant, Su Chenkai instinctively raised his hand in refusal, but before he could voice his objection, Suan had already squatted down to carry him on his back. Seeing this, Lu Tian smiled, and hand in hand with Nyo, they excitedly made their way ahead. Approaching the village entrance, they noticed a considerable gathering of people, prompting them to quicken their pace. The atmosphere was jubilant as villagers celebrated the new year, their faces aglow with joy. With the arrival of a new year, all past misfortunes seemed to fade away. Spotting the strikingly beautiful girl beside Nyo, someone asked, "Nyo, who is this?" Nyo proudly declared, "This is my sister-in-law." "Your sister-in-law? When did your elder brother marry?" "No, she is Su Dge's wife." "Ah, Suan's, I see." As Lu Tian seldom ventured out, many villagers had yet to see her, only hearing tales of Suan's lovely bride. Now witnessing her, the rumors were evidently true. Standing beside the slender and slightly darker Nyo, Lu Tian's radiant complexion shone brightly. Who would have thought Suan is so fortunate to have wed such a beautiful wife, remarked a kindly-looking woman, smiling.
Which village do you hail from? Lu Tian replied, Qingxi village. Ah, the one next door? Quite nice indeed.
This girl is truly stunning, she hardly resembles a villager. Indeed, her skin is remarkable. I, as a woman, feel tempted to pinch her cheeks. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lu Tian, the spectacle momentarily forgotten. Old Chen and his family were among the crowd. Upon hearing such remarks, he glanced at Lu Tian and scoffed, what does it matter how beautiful she is, lacking filial piety, it's New Year's, and she adorns herself so splendidly, yet cannot bear to buy her father-in-law a single garment. He then adjusted his own attire with particular emphasis. In the village, many households struggled with poor harvests, barely able to fill their stomachs, and few could afford new garments. He proudly surveyed those still clad in patched clothing, lifting his chin in satisfaction. Someone remarked to old Chen, oh, old brother Chen, I see you've acquired a new garment, the fabric looks splendid. Old Chen replied, indeed, I spent 5 coins on this fine material, crafted by skilled tailors.
No wonder. The fabric appears exquisite, and the tailor's workmanship is undeniable, it fits you perfectly.
Old Chen relished the compliments, casting a smug glance at Lu Tian, boasting, who can deny it? Initially, I thought it too expensive, but my son, being filial, insisted on procuring such fine material for me.
I could not refuse.
My daughter-in-law is also dutiful. Even while pregnant, she insists on fetching water and working the fields. When I wash my feet at night, she ensures to bring me the water, always prioritizing my meals.
Old brother Chen, you certainly live well. Both your son and daughter-in-law are exceptionally filial.
Old Chen replied, indeed, my daughter-in-law would never dare to dress too flamboyantly. Once married, she ought to present herself accordingly. I wonder whom she seeks to entice by wearing such garments.
Some people truly lack understanding.
Being lazy is one thing, but to adorn oneself so extravagantly while allowing their father-in-law to wear tattered clothes, although he did not specify, his gaze clearly targeted Lu Tian. Furrowing her brow, Lu Tian regarded him. While she generally preferred to avoid conflicts, the old man's words were too harsh, and she clenched her fists. Nyo, overhearing his remarks, stood indignantly with her hands on her hips. Old Chen, who are you referring to? How dare you speak so? My sister-in-law is pregnant, and you still expect her to fetch water for you. If it weren't for your coercion, would she even go? Old Chen retorted, what do you know, girl? What is wrong with a woman being pregnant? Isn't it customary for women to bear children? When Anyo's mother was pregnant with him, she too had to fetch water, cook, wash clothes, and work the fields.
Nyo exclaimed, humph.
You think we don't know why she does everything? If she didn't, would you step in to help you day in and day out? You do nothing but show off. Go ask anyone from Xiaha village if they haven't grown weary of your boasting. Even passing dogs must be. I ought to teach you a lesson on your father's behalf. Lu Tian quickly stepped in front of Nyo, her clear, bright eyes fixed on Old Chen. What do you intend to do, Old Chen? Old Chen blared furiously. What do you think I intend to do? This worthless girl dares to speak so to me. Doesn't she understand the meaning of respecting her elders? I must teach her a lesson so she comprehends the consequences of disrespecting her elders. Nyo craned her neck from behind Lu Tian. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the demeanor of an elder? Look at my sister-in-law. She has been worn down to a mere skeleton by your demands, while you prance about boasting. Who doesn't know your family is so impoverished that you can't even afford a grain of rice? You. Old Chen, who prided himself on his dignity, was infuriated as a mere child unveiled the truth of his household's plight. He struggled to catch his breath, clutching his chest, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Nyo. Old Chen's wife, son, and daughter-in-law were present, and fearing he might suffer a fit, his son approached to support him. Father, enough, let us go home, you need to rest. Faced with such public embarrassment, if he left immediately, he would only validate Nyo's words, retreating in disgrace, which would ruin his reputation in the village. After a lengthy pause, Old Chen straightened his posture. What do you mean go? The onlookers observed him, and Old Chen, his face reddened, exclaimed, you know nothing, girl, your sister-in-law is well taken care of. For the sake of her pregnancy, our family has ensured she has the best food and drink. She had 2 bowls of white rice at lunch today. We treat her well. Her frail condition is due to her own inability to gain weight. Who can be blamed for that? Chapter 26. Li Chui, hearing the words of the old man Chen, his daughter-in-law, Li Chui, clenched her fingers tightly within her sleeves, her sallow, gaunt cheeks almost revealing the bones beneath. She was already over 7 months pregnant, while others in her condition would appear round with child. Her prolonged malnutrition rendered her belly only a shallow curve. Were it not for the knowledge of her state, none would discern her pregnancy. Not only that, despite the fact that there were still rice and vegetables left in the house, her husband had traded their white rice for the unpalatable cornmeal, all for the sake of his father's ridiculous pride. The small vegetables they had cultivated were sold off, leaving the family to subsist on wild vegetable porridge. From the moment she married into the Chen family, she had known no days of comfort. Even while pregnant, she was burdened with the tasks of fetching water, cooking, and farming, leaving anyone to see her emaciated form a testament to her malnutrition. Yet, Old Man Chen had the audacity to claim that the family had given her all the good food first, stating that she had enjoyed 2 bowls of white rice for lunch. She hadn't even had her fill of corn porridge at noon. Where on earth was this white rice coming from? To add insult to injury, he implied that her frail appearance was due to her own inability to gain weight, suggesting that she was squandering food. Sister Aigneau bit her dark lips, her grey-brown eyes fixed on Old Man Chen, but years of suppression had rendered her unable to voice her anger. A scoff rose from the crowd, and a woman of similar age to Sister Aigneau spoke up. Old Chen, you must be losing your wits, hallucinating perhaps? 2 bowls of white rice, your daughter-in-law would be grateful for a single bowl of porridge in your household. How can you claim such things? The speaker was the daughter of Sister Aigneau's neighbors, having grown up with her. While others may not have understood, she was acutely aware of the Chen family's circumstances and could not restrain herself from standing up for Sister Aigneau upon hearing Old Man Chen's words. Old Man Chen retorted, "What did you say? What do you know?" "I know plenty. Li Chui has been married to your family for 6 years, working from dawn till dusk. After finally giving birth to a daughter, you disdain her for producing a worthless child. Immediately after, you pressured her to bear another. She was already frail after the first birth, and yet you disregarded her health, forcing her to conceive again within 2 years, and now, while she is pregnant, you make her fetch water and cook. She is already 7 months along, and you still expect her to serve you foot baths, kneeling on the ground to wash your feet with such a large belly. Is this how you show her kindness? You care so much about your pride that you let the whole family go hungry. For the sake of that tattered garment on your back, you allowed Sister Aigneau to trade off the only sack of rice for cornmeal, selling whatever else just to buy clothes for yourself, disregarding even your unborn grandchild. You should take a good look at your own spiteful demeanor. No matter how fine your clothes, they cannot mask the foulness of your character." Old Man Chen, already choked with anger, was further incensed by her piercing words, his face flushed with rage, pointing at the woman yet unable to articulate a response. Sister Aigneau assisted him in regaining his composure. Father, do not be angry, please." He glared at the woman. "Li Miaohua, cease your words. Do you wish to drive my father to the brink?" Li Miaohua scoffed. "What? Is it acceptable for the Chun family to act as they please? But I cannot speak out. I shall speak. And you, too, you may appear robust, yet behind the scenes, you are merely a foolishly filial son without a mind of your own. If you are so devoted to your father, why do you not earn your own silver to feed yourself? Li Chui is already 7 months pregnant, your entire family finishes a pot of porridge, and when she returns from fetching water, you leave her with barely half a bowl of rice soup. You truly have no shame. She is starving and on the verge of fainting, yet you accuse her of feigning laziness. Has the Chen family's conscience been devoured by dogs?" Li Miaohua's barrage rendered Sister Aigneau's family speechless, while the usually articulate Old Man Chen could only twitch his lips in frustration, struggling to form words. Seeing this, Chen Aigneau shouted at his wife, "Li Chui, why do you not silence her? Are you out of your mind, airing our family's business to outsiders?" Li Chui, tears welling in her eyes but unable to flow, had long since run dry of tears in the Chun household. She held her belly, let her speak. She had endured enough of the Chen family. Her first pregnancy had been arduous, and now, at 7 months with this child, her body had deteriorated to this state, and whether she could survive childbirth was uncertain. Resigned, she wished to tear apart the facade of the Chen family's image. Chen Aigneau, taken aback, exclaimed, "What did you say, Li Chui? Have you lost your mind? Do not forget who you are." "Who am I?" "You tell me, Chen Aigneau. When you married me, you promised to treat me well and take care of me. Is this how you define care? From the moment I arrived, I toiled tirelessly, believing that with our collective effort, we could lead a good life. Yet what do? You expect me to serve your entire family. The vegetables I painstakingly grow, you sell at will. You would rather use them to make clothes for your father than allow your daughter to have a proper meal." Chen Aigneau furrowed his brows. Why should a worthless child eat so well? "My father said sons are what matter. Daughters will marry off to other families. As long as there are 2 meals to sustain us, that is sufficient." Li Chui, unable to contain her anguish, shouted, "Your father said." "Your father said, it's always about what your father says. Can you not live without your father's words? Li Chui, have you gone mad?" "I am mad. I must be mad to have endured this for so long. I want a divorce." Chen Aigneau laughed as if hearing a joke.
you cannot be serious. Do you think someone like you can divorce me? Do not forget that your maternal family is long gone. If you leave me, you will have nowhere to go. Who do you think you are, seeking a divorce? I could throw a divorce letter in your face, and you would see how unwanted you become. You. Li Chui was shaken by his heartless words, nearly stumbling. Li Miaohua rushed to support her. Chen Enyo, what are you saying? You only dared to bully her because she has no family to back her. If she divorces you, where would she lack a place to stay? Do not forget, the house you live in now belongs to Li Chui's family. Your Chen family's house collapsed 4 years ago. I wondered why it fell. It seems it was due to your misdeeds. Chen Enyo chuckled lightly. House? What house? That is the property of the old Chen family. If she no longer wishes to live with me, there is nothing she can take with her. Chapter 27. Divorce. Li Miaohua supported Li Chui, who was trembling all over due to Chen Ania's brazen demeanor. You rogue. Chen Ania replied. Li Chui, think carefully. If you truly wish to part ways with me, not only will you be unable to take any belongings from our home, but if you give birth to a son, you must return him to the Chen family. He continued, of course, if it's a daughter, then she is yours to keep. We already have one liability, we certainly don't need another. Tears of despair streamed down Li Chui's face, her gaunt features marred by hopelessness. Chen Ania, how can you be so shameless? You have taken my mother's house and land, and now you wish to claim them as your own. Chen Ania chuckled lightly. What do you mean by claiming as my own? Those were always mine. Do not forget that they came as part of your dowry. Have you ever heard of a divorced woman taking her dowry with her? A metallic taste surged in Li Chui's throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Those nearby turned pale with alarm. Oh dear, Ania's wife, please do not get so worked up. Remember, you are with child. Indeed, Ania's wife, why not apologize to your husband? Life cannot be lived this way. Do not entertain thoughts of divorce. Yes, Ania's wife, do not despair. Li Chui gazed hopelessly at the sky, the last vestiges of color draining from her face, rendering her blackened, sallow visage as lifeless as a ghost. Li Miaohua embraced her, her heart wrenching with pain, as if it might tear apart. Liu Tian observed the scene with furrowed brows, glancing between Li Chui and the smug Qin family. She leaned down and whispered to Niu Niu, who nodded and dashed away. Liu Tian then approached Li Chui, assisting Li Miaohua in helping her sit beneath a tree, yet Li Chui's face remained a portrait of despair. In a hushed voice, Liu Tian inquired, is your desire for divorce genuine? If so, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Chui's eyes, only to fade once more as she retorted, how could you possibly help me? Liu Tian responded, aside from the house and land, what else did you bring from your mother's home? Or is there something else you wish to take with you? Li Chui lamented, there is also Dania, they do not like her, and I cannot bear to let them raise her, otherwise, she will meet the same fate as I. If I can take Dania, the house, and my mother's land, I could raise them alone. I need nothing else as long as they agree. Liu Tian pondered for a moment, I can help you, but you must cooperate. And no matter what I say, do not take it to heart. Remember, I am merely assisting you in reclaiming your belongings and your daughter, can you manage that? Seeing Liu Tian's earnestness, Li Chui nodded vigorously. All right. Liu Tian then strode over to Chen Ania, gazing at him coolly as she queried, do you wish to divorce your wife? Suddenly confronted by such a beautiful individual, Chen Ania found himself at a loss for words, his brutish face flushing with embarrassment. I do wish to divorce. He had long grown weary of Li Chui, who now resembled little more than a skeleton devoid of allure, and he seized the opportunity to cast her off. A faint smile graced Liu Tian's lips. There is typically a reason for divorce. I wonder what transgression she has committed. She has, Chen Ania stammered, struggling to articulate a reason, for in truth, Li Chui had dutifully served his family, attending to her in-laws without complaint. It was hard to find fault with her. What is it? Under the scrutiny of Liu Tian's enchanting gaze, Chen Ania found himself tongue-tied, unable to formulate a coherent response. Liu Tian chuckled softly, according to the law, a wife cannot be divorced without just cause. If you truly find it unbearable, then divorce is indeed an option. Since you cannot specify her transgression, you cannot simply divorce her, it must be a formal separation. Chen Ania, in a huff, is this your final decision? Absolutely, I am resolute. Liu Tian then turned to Li Chui, who likewise nodded firmly. At that moment, Niu Niu rushed back, panting, with a sheet of rice. Liu Tian remarked, my elder brother, Liu Chang, is well known, I believe you have heard of him. He has taught me some writing, shall I compose a letter of separation for you? Chen Ania, taken aback by her eagerness to assist, nodded repeatedly. In Xiaha village, educated individuals were rare, and most could barely recognize a few characters. Without help,
they would struggle to draft even a letter of separation. Lu Tian scanned the surroundings for a suitable writing surface, while Suan brought her a smooth stone to place under the tree. Su Chang had delayed on the way, which meant that when Suan and Su Cheng arrived, the Chen family had already begun their uproar. Missing the earlier commotion, though he typically avoided such spectacles, seeing Lu Tian there, he chose to stand by her side. Lu Tian glanced at Suan, who offered her a reassuring look. As if he understood her intentions, she smiled sweetly at him, and soon the letter of separation was completed. She unfurled it, blowing gently to dry the ink, and once more asked Chen Aniu, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this separation?" "Indeed." After he pressed his thumbprint to the document, Lu Tian exhaled softly, her anxious heart beginning to settle. She then presented the letter to Li Chui, observing as Chen Ania stamped it without hesitation, the last remnants of affection in Li Chui's heart were extinguished, replaced by a newfound resolve. Without hesitation, she bit down on her thumb, drawing blood, which she promptly pressed onto the document. Two crimson thumbprints sealed the separation. Lu Tian quietly advised Li Chui, "Remember to cooperate with me later." Li Chui nodded in understanding. Lu Tian then approached the Chen family, stating, "Since you have now separated, you and Li are no longer family. However, Li just asked me to remind you to take good care of Daniu. Be cautious while caring for her, for," she paused deliberately. Chen Aniu interjected, "For what reason?" He merely viewed the girl as a liability, thinking of her soon to be 3 years of age, when she could help with chores. Otherwise, he had no interest in keeping her. His father had always asserted that producing sons was paramount, and a single daughter sufficed for assistance. Lu Tian feigned reluctance, "I did not wish to inform you, but since we are fellow villagers, I will share this." She whispered to the Chen family. Li mentioned that Daniu appears to be afflicted with some contagious ailment. She has developed numerous lumps beneath her neck, which have festered and shown no signs of improvement. Initially, they thought it was merely insect bites, but as she tended to Daniu daily, her own neck became afflicted as well. Chapter 28. The divorce document and the severance letter. Upon hearing the words, Chen Aniu took a step back in fright. Contagious disease? The preciousness of medicinal herbs weighed heavily on the village. If someone were afflicted, they would avoid that person at all costs. Lu Tian reassured him, "Do not be overly concerned, it may not be a contagious disease after all. However, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution while caring for Daniu. This ailment is unlikely to be fatal, though the growths may cause some discomfort. You could take her to see the town's doctor. I recall my elder brother mentioning a similar condition, referred to as some sort of pox. A few prescriptions from the town would only cost 21 to cure." "How much? 21? Chen Aniu's eyes widened in disbelief. Their family could scarcely muster 21, they could barely afford to eat, let alone spend that amount on treating that burden. He furrowed his brow and glanced at his father. At that moment, old Chen seemed to have softened a bit upon hearing Lu Tian's words. His eyes darted around. There was no way they could justify spending 21 on that burden. Yet, if they chose not to treat her, they could not be certain whether the child would survive, and if the illness spread to their family, it would be a grave miscalculation. Old Chen turned to Li Chui and asked, "Is what she said true? Does Daniu truly have that so-called contagious disease?" Li Chui pulled down her collar, revealing several growths of varying sizes on her neck, red and dark, an alarming sight. The onlookers, previously drawn to the commotion, instinctively stepped back. While the illness may not be deadly, the prospect of spending 21 on treatment was daunting, and they dared not risk infection. Old Chen's expression shifted abruptly. "Daniu is your daughter. Since you initiated the divorce, you must take her with you. Our Chen family will not support such a burden." Li Chui retorted, "Did you not just say that I could not take Daniu away? What now? Upon learning of her potential contagious condition, you wish to abandon her? How can you be so heartless?" Old Chen snapped, "Do not burden me with your words. You treat a burden as if it were a treasure. If you cherish her so dearly, take her with you. Henceforth, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with our Chen family." Lu Tian quietly instructed Niu, who, upon hearing her words, gave her a reassuring glance before dashing away. Li Chui scoffed, "You wish to keep Daniu around for labor, but now that you hear her treatment costs 21, you no longer want her. How can I trust such fickle hearts? What do you want?" With the divorce document in hand, Li Chui looked at Chen Aniu with newfound assertiveness, her gaze unfamiliar. "Unless you write a severance letter." Seeing Li Chui's implication that they still intended to cling to Daniu, Chen Aniu laughed derisively. "Write it if you wish. Just a burden like her, and you treat her as a gem." Upon hearing this, Li Chui's face lit up with delight, but at Lu Tian's hint, she quickly restrained her joy. She nodded gently to Lu Tian and continued, "And you must also include the child in my womb in that letter." "Absolutely not. If the child in your womb is a son, he must return to the Chen family. If it is another burden, our family has no need for him." Li Chui replied defiantly, in that case, I shall not take a single one, Danielle will seek her own treatment. If you are unwilling to help her, let her be, let us see how your Chen family withstands the scorn for neglecting your own daughter. You. Chen Ainyo was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated such a drastic change in Li Chui's demeanor following the divorce. She had never spoken to him in such a manner before. Li Chui furrowed her brow, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Consider this. Either take none or take them both. Old Chen grasped Chen Ainyo's arm, his shrewd eyes darting between Li Chui and his son before advising, agree to her terms. Father. Chen Ainyo was astonished by his father's acquiescence, exclaiming in disbelief. Old Chen frowned, with her fragile state, who knows if she can even carry this child to term, moreover, it may not even be a son given our family's circumstances, it would be easy for you to find another. There is no need to create discord by having the next wife play the role of a stepmother. At these words, Chen Ainyo's eyes brightened. Right. Li Chui's eyes narrowed with venom, glaring fiercely at the Chen father and son, unable to believe they would utter such curses against their own flesh and blood. Lu Tian gently patted her arm, signaling her to remain calm. Li Chui turned away, refusing to look at their loathsome faces. Lu Tian then addressed Chen Ainyo, then allow me to draft the severance letter for you. Just as he began to take in the sight, a man stood before Lu Tian, his expression solemn as he regarded him. The imposing Suan intimidated Chen Ainyo with just a glance, causing him to shrink back, too fearful to meet Lu Tian's eyes. After the handprints were affixed to the severance letter, a smile finally graced Lu Tian's lips. She reviewed both the divorce document and the severance letter once more, ensuring everything was in order before a genuine smile reached her eyes, illuminating her entire face. She returned to Li Chui's side and said, now you may recount what belongings you brought from your maternal home. Remember, do not omit a single item. Li Chui nodded. When I married, my family provided me with 3 mu of land as a dowry. Later, as she spoke, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Afterward, they all met with misfortune, and with the old Chen house destroyed by a flash flood, I brought them to live in my family's house. My maternal family has 1 mu of land and 7 fen remaining, yet they have taken them all to plant crops. Li Chui's expression grew resolute, her tone unyielding as she concluded, everything they possess, even a single pair of chopsticks, was left by my maternal family. I intend to reclaim it all. Her maternal family had once been well off, but after her mother fell ill after giving birth to her, she became the sole daughter, raised with great care. Little did she know that her marriage would lead to such mistreatment. Enduring years of hellish existence, she could hardly bear to think of the pain her mother would feel if she could see her now, and merely reflecting on the past 6 years brought fresh tears to Li Chui's eyes. Li Miaohua, filled with compassion, embraced her, gently patting her back. Hui, do not cry. Rest assured, once you give birth, I will take care of you. We shall nurture ourselves in the days to come. I will ensure nothing unfortunate befalls you. Li Chui, moved, clung to Li Miaohua and wept bitterly. Chen Ainyo, observing the 2 weeping women, spat in disdain. Day after day, all you do is cry, yet you do not even know for what. It is ill-omened. He questioned, you claim you wish to reclaim everything? You must be dreaming. All of this belongs to the Chen family now, and you have no ties to us any longer. What you say, you shall take not a single thing. Chapter 29. Driven to half paralysis by fury, whether or not you can take it away is not for you to decide. Chen Ainyo had scarcely finished speaking when a melodious voice interjected. Lu Tian, with a twinkle of mirth in her enchanting fox-like eyes, replied languidly. Her voice was crisp and delightful, her smiling visage captivating, yet, Chen Ainyo felt an ominous premonition creeping in. What do you mean? Lu Tian responded, what do I mean? This belongs to her maternal family, so naturally, she can take it with her. Old Chen, upon hearing this, became agitated. What nonsense are you spouting? That was her dowry brought over, throughout history, who has ever taken their dowry with them after a divorce? Could it be that old Chen has grown forgetful in his old age? They have just signed the divorce papers. Lu Tian smiled and continued, according to the Great Wu laws, for those who have reached a mutual agreement for divorce, the man must return the dowry in full, and the woman must return the betrothal gifts in full. She turned to Li Chui, did his family give you any betrothal gifts? Li Chui gritted her teeth, none. His family never sent even a single load of rice to mine. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wait a minute, old Chen, didn't you say when you married Lin Yangzi that you offered 50 coins and 2 loads of rice as a betrothal gift? How is it that Lin Yangzi now implies that your family contributed nothing to gain a wife? Indeed, I recall hearing old Chen boast about how generous he was to marry. Yes, he told me the same. I remember, too, he mentioned it, and it made me quite envious, even thinking of marrying off my own daughter. Thank the heavens I didn't. Old Chen's face flushed red and pale with the surrounding comments. He had always valued his reputation, yet today he found himself humiliated repeatedly before the entire village. His eyes, already more white than black, widened in a terrifying glare directed at Li Cui. Now unafraid, retorted, "What, are you angry because your lies have been exposed? You've spun so many tales that even you believe them. You. Regardless of what you say, if you wish to divorce, then divorce, but you shall not take a single item with you." Old Chen, unable to counter her argument, resorted to sheer obstinacy.
Lu Tian smiled. "Old Chen, do you truly intend to disregard the Great Wu laws? I have heard my elder brother say that after the turmoil of war, the authorities have been keenly attentive to the people's livelihoods. If they discover someone seizing another's property, the punishment is hanging, you know."
"You speak nonsense. That was originally mine. How could I be seizing her things? Besides, how could that possibly warrant such a First, you tricked us into signing the divorce papers, and now you're tearing the facade and trying to seize our possessions." Lu Tian countered, "How can this be called seizing? Lin Yangzi is merely reclaiming her own belongings."
Chen and Yo interjected, "Li Chui, I never imagined you could be so insidious and malicious. If you take back the house and the land, how will our family survive? What does it matter to you, a woman, what you need these for? Just find a cave to make do."
In truth, desperation can lead one to laughter. Li Chui, upon hearing his shameless words, could only laugh. Her laughter grew louder, culminating in a haunting, deranged echo, tears glistening in her eyes.
"You expect a woman 7 months pregnant to live in a cave with a child? Chen Ain Yo. I initially thought you were merely somewhat foolishly filial, little did I know your heart could be so cruel and shameless. You ask how you will live if I take back the house? Why, you could go live in a cave. I'll tell you this, everything in that house belongs to my maternal family, you shall not take even a single bowl." Chen and Yo spat, "You wish. If you want to live in a cave, go live there yourself." His brutish face contorted with rage, and he believed that since Li Chui was alone, she wouldn't dare stand against him. He would beat her until her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Seeing his disgraceful demeanor, Li Chui, disregarding her condition, attempted to rush at him, but Lu Tian quickly restrained her. "Do not rush. Keep your composure." Lu Tian then queried Chen and Yo, "Are you certain you won't return it? Are you not afraid of being hanged?" Chen and Yo scoffed, "You are merely trying to frighten me. How could such a matter warrant hanging? At most, I might be locked up for a few days, and if so, so be it." Lu Tian laughed scornfully, "It appears you are not acquainted with the new laws of Great Wu. After the Great War 2 years ago, to restore order, the current emperor instituted a feudal system, intensifying the penalties to deter those who would seize and plunder amid chaos." She then asked the Chen family again, "Are you certain you want Lin Yangzi to report this to the authorities?" Old Chen, upon hearing this, grasped Chen and Yo's arm tightly. He had but one son, his lifeblood, and the Chen family had yet to produce a grandson. Should something happen to Chen and Yo, it would mean the end of the Chen lineage. In a panic, he shook his head, No, do not report to the authorities." Chen and Yo clutched Old Chen's hand. "Father, what shall we do? We will have nowhere to live." Old Chen slapped Chen and Yo on the head. "Quickly, go apologize to your wife. It is natural for families to have their quarrels. Must it come to the point of divorce?" He turned to Li Chui, "Nyangzi, why must it be this way? Tear up the divorce papers, and let today's events be as if they never occurred. We can live together harmoniously, rest assured, the old Chen family will treat you well in the future." Hearing this, Chen and Yo knelt before Li Chui. "Yes, Chui, let us not divorce, shall we? I promise to treat you well from now on, please tear up the divorce papers." As he spoke, he reached for Li Chui's hand, but she coldly regarded him and brushed aside his outstretched arm. "Ha! Chen and Yo, I had no idea you possessed such a talent for changing your face, your expression shifts so swiftly. Weren't you just insisting I should live in a cave? Why is it that you cannot bear the thought of doing the same?" With a serious demeanor, she dismantled the Chen family's fantasies word by word. "You expect me to tear up the divorce papers as if nothing happened? Not a chance. You'd best hurry back to pack your belongings and vacate, otherwise, do not blame me for reporting you to the authorities on New Year's Eve, and you'll spend the holiday in prison." You, Old Chen, in a fit of rage, collapsed. Chen and Yo rushed to catch his father, only to find him staring wide-eyed, struggling to articulate something, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Old Chen had been driven to half paralysis by fury. Chen and Yo clung to Old Chen, shouting, Father, what is wrong, father?" Chapter 30. Do not use your beauty to deceive others. Witnessing the elderly Chen reduced to a state of half paralysis from anger, Chen and Yo glared at Li Chui, his eyes ablaze as if they could pierce her with a sword. Li Chui, look at what you've done to father. Are you trying to drive him to his grave? Li Chui chuckled lightly. What goes around comes around. Wasn't I nearly suffocated by your antics just moments ago? She could still vividly recall the despair that had nearly made her vomit blood. At that moment, Nyo Nyo dashed over, cradling a small bundle. Upon seeing her, Li Chui hurriedly took the child into her arms. Nyo Nyo, beaming with pride, said to Lu Tian, sister-in-law, when I went over, she was asleep at home. I simply climbed the wall and brought her out. Lu Tian patted her head. Well done. Now I shall reward you with some treats later. The little girl remained blissfully asleep in Li Chui's embrace, her slight frame seemingly frail despite Li Chui having sacrificed her own rations for her. It was hard to imagine the fate that would have befallen Dinyo had she been left in the Chun household. Chen Nyo scoffed. You consider a worthless burden to be a treasure. Suddenly, his broad brow knitted in confusion. Wait, Dinyo doesn't even have any lumps on her neck. He turned to Lu Tian. Are you deceiving me? Dinyo doesn't have any contagious disease. Lu Tian smiled innocently. I only mentioned that Dinyo might have contracted something. I never said she definitely does. You colluded with Li Chui, didn't you? This is all a ploy to trick me into signing the severance papers. Chen Nyo exclaimed as he lunged toward Li Chui to snatch Dinyo away, yet, before he could get close, a powerful hand seized his arm. Suan tightened his grip, causing Chen Nyo to cry out in pain. Let go of me, you're going to break it. My hand. Suan's dark eyes were as inscrutable as ink, his expression devoid of emotion. What do you intend to do? Chen Nyo, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, felt as if his wrist might shatter under Suan's grip. Why just let go, please. Lu Tian stepped closer to Suan's side. When do you plan to move out of Lin Yangzi's house? Why should I? Chen Nyo instinctively began to protest, but before he could finish, agony shot through his wrist again. ILL move. ILL move. He sensed that if he dared to defy Suan once more, his wrist might indeed snap under the force. Lu Tian turned to Li Chui. Hurry and get your divorce and severance papers stamped at the government office. From now on, you shall be free, and take care to restore your health so you can bear children in the future. Li Chui, cradling Dinyo, nearly dropped to her knees in gratitude to Lu Tian. Thank you so much. I owe you everything. She attempted to kneel but was prevented by Lu Tian's gentle grasp, forcing her to express her thanks repeatedly. Had it not been for Lu Tian, she would have stood no chance against the unscrupulous Chen family. On a day when villagers had little to do, such events stirred empathy for Li Chui's plight, culminating in the entire village assisting her in watching as Chen and Nyo's family shamefully vacated Li Chui's home. Poor Elder Chen had not only become half paralyzed in a single day but had also lost his place to live. With no other recourse, Chen and Nyo returned with his family to their dilapidated old house, which had not entirely collapsed. They could only make do in the half that remained, too fearful to take his parents to a cave. It was a meager existence, fraught with leaks and drafts. Once everything settled, Lu Tian said to Li Chui, I know raising a child alone will be challenging, but I hope you can remain strong. Li Chui nodded. I understand. Yet, even in adversity, life would surely be better than in the Chun household. With her industriousness, she would undoubtedly make a life for herself and her child. Lu Tian added, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Li Miaohua expressed her gratitude to Lu Tian, saying, rest assured, I have grown up alongside a Chui, and during this time, I will look after her. As the commotion subsided, the villagers gradually dispersed, and Lu Tian and her companions prepared to return home, having not anticipated such events on New Year's Eve. A fellow woman remarked, that Elder Chen, always boasting, flaunting a piece of meat or a new garment throughout the village, and now, sigh. They brought this upon themselves, that family is filled with scoundrels. Sometimes, I feel pity for Li Chui. The Chen family took advantage of her lack of kin to support her. Who would have thought they'd meet their match today? One woman asked Lu Tian, we may lack education, but is it true that the penalties for encroaching? The group of women soon understood, their faces brightening. There is no need for such behavior in Shoha village, these bullies deserve such consequences. It seems we must learn to read a bit. It would be useful for intimidating such ruffians, haha. Su Cheng Kai, riding on Suan's back, heard a woman say to him, Old Su, your daughter-in-law is quite clever, knowing how to retreat to advance. If it weren't for her today, Li Chui would have struggled to extricate herself, and she even managed to reclaim the house and land. On Suan's back, Su Cheng Kai smiled sheepishly. Indeed, Lu Tian is quite astute. Hey, after watching the Chun family's drama unfold, Old Su, have you finally donned a new garment? It looks splendid, making you appear years younger. Su Cheng Kai chuckled bashfully. This was also chosen by Lu Tian. She has an eye for quality. Old Su is fortunate indeed, he is reaping the benefits of having a daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. On New Year's Eve, there is a custom of staying up late. In previous years, only the Su father and son partook in this tradition, their indifference leading them to retire to their rooms after the New Year's Eve feast. This year was different. Su Chengkai, for once, did not retreat early but sat in the courtyard, waiting to usher in the new year. Suan retrieved a fox fur blanket and draped it over Lu Tian, who pulled him down to sit beside her. Look at the stars in the sky. They are so beautiful. Suan gazed upward, the darkness forming a vast curtain, with stars resembling brilliant pearls embedded in the fabric of the night, a breathtaking sight. As Suan glanced at the stars, he caught a glimpse of Lu Tian's face, tilted upward in admiration. A faint starlight reflected upon her delicate features, yet, in Suan's eyes, no constellation could rival the beauty of the lady before him, who radiated a gentle luminescence. After the midnight hour, Su Chengkai had yawned countless times, an arduous feat for someone accustomed to sleeping by dusk. Suan carried him back to rest. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Tian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. When Suan came to embrace her, she lazily leaned into his arms. Once inside, Suan treated her as one would a child, lifting her onto his lap and wrapping her in a blanket after removing her outer garment. Lu Tian squirmed, the drowsiness overwhelming her desire to simply lie down and sleep. Suan encircled her squirming form, his tone serious as he admonished, "You must not do this again." "What?" Lu Tian squinted, her response delayed. Suan, his calloused hand brushing her smooth cheek, spoke in a low voice, "You must not use your beauty to deceive others." Chapter 31. Everything is cause and effect. Lu Tian's drowsiness was momentarily dispelled, her fair cheeks blushing deeply. Indeed, she had employed her beauty to deceive Chen and Yo into signing the divorce papers. He had never encountered someone as exquisite as Lu Tian, and when she spoke to him with a demeanor that seemed to consider his feelings, he became utterly entranced and unwittingly signed the document. Suan's voice had been low and heavy as he spoke, and Lu Tian bit her lip, aware that men typically do not appreciate their wives behaving so towards another man. "Are you angry?" Suan gazed at her silently. Lu Tian remained seated on his lap, unable to escape, her gaze cast downward in silence. The room fell into a hushed stillness. After a moment, Suan's hand encircled hers and slowly moved. He lifted her chin, compelling their eyes to meet. Suan leaned down to kiss her, his kisses often lacking gentleness, akin to a bull chewing on a peony. Yet, in this moment, his movements were languid, tracing her lips from above before his breathing grew heavy, his voice husky. "Tianer, Happy New Year." Once he finished speaking, his luminous gaze returned to her. "I am angry, but I also feel a sense of relief for you." At the very least, she had shown the ability to utilize her advantages to achieve her goals. The Lu family affectionately called Lu Tian Tianer, yet Suan had never once uttered it. Even during their intimate moments when his eyes were reddened, he merely kissed her deeply. This was the first time Lu Tian heard Suan call her Tianer, and it was the first instance she realized these words could be spoken with such tenderness. His gaze burned with intensity, like a flame contained within. Lu Tian reached out her small hand to cover his eyes, shielding those dangerously alluring orbs. Concealed behind his captivating eyes were his sharply defined features, his prominent nose, and his slightly pursed lips. She could still see the lingering moisture from where he had just kissed her. Feeling shy, Lu Tian withdrew her hand and, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in guard, slipped away from his embrace and nestled into the covers. Behind her, the man's deep, resonant laughter echoed. Yet one thing piqued Suan's curiosity. Given her disposition, why she would concern herself with such trifles. "Why did you help that Li lady?" The reason for aiding Li Chui was twofold. Firstly, the Chen family had been overly harsh, and she truly was somewhat pitiful, a pregnant woman who appeared emaciated and on the verge of collapse. Secondly, Lu Tian pouted, "That old Chen scolded me." Suan, who had just laid down, was about to pull her into his embrace when his expression darkened slightly at her words. What did he say? Nothing pleasant, but given his condition today, he likely wouldn't have the chance to scold anyone again. Under the tutelage of Xiaoyu, Lu Tian had learned from a young age that, in village life, you can be kind, but you must never allow others to bully you passively, or else the bullies will come in droves. Her demeanor appeared gentle, but she simply couldn't be bothered with certain matters. Had Old Chen not targeted her today, she might not have stepped forward. While she did not wish to see Old Chen in such a state of half-paralysis, she felt no guilt, as she did not believe this was her doing. Everything has its cause and effect. Suan turned her over, pinching her nose gently, his affection concealed in the darkness. The second day of the new year was a day for returning to one's maternal home, and Lu Tian urged Su Chengkai to accompany them to Qingxi village. Su Chengkai waved his hand. "I want to go, it's your homecoming, and it's inappropriate for me to join." Lu Tian continued to persuade him. "What's inappropriate about it, father? You should come with us. How can you stay home alone during the new year?" "It's fine, I'm used to being alone at home. You all should return quickly, don't keep your parents waiting."
Seeing that her pleas were in vain, Lu Tian slightly furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Suan. Normally, when the two went to Qingxi village, Suan would take Su Chengkai to his uncle's house, but it was rather inappropriate for him to go this New Year's Day, yet he stubbornly refused to accompany Lu Tian and Suan to Qingxi village. Lu Tian understood that Su Chengkai did not want to trouble her, nor did he wish for her to face any idle gossip upon returning to Qingxi village. Suan caught the look in Lu Tian's eyes and, seeing her sulking expression, could not help but smile faintly.
He asked Su Chengkai, "Are you really not going?" "Not going, you, put me down."
Before Su Chengkai could finish his sentence, Suan had already squatted down and hoisted him onto his back. Dealing with Su Chengkai was something Suan understood well. Sometimes, there was no need for many words. Would Su Chengkai really wish to spend the New Year alone at home? No one would want that. Suan instructed Lu Tian to wait while he took Su Chengkai to the Lu family before returning for her, to which Lu Tian questioned, "Why, can't I just go with you?" Today, her elder sister would also be returning. Her sister had given birth to a little niece last year, whom Lu Tian adored, and she was eager to return home to hold her. Suan realized that carrying Su Chengkai would make it impossible for him to carry Lu Tian along that narrow path, and he was surprised to see Lu Tian willing to walk by herself this time. He looked at Lu Tian again and noticed her expression was filled with joy at the prospect of returning home, revealing that there were indeed things that could motivate her to overcome her laziness. Suan, pondering, asked her, "Are you certain there are thorns that could tear your clothes and possibly injure your skin?" "I'll wait at home for you to drop father off before you come to get me." Almost as soon as Suan finished speaking, Lu Tian changed her mind. She was wearing a ginger-colored, cross-colored skirt, her favorite outfit that she usually hesitated to wear. Moreover, she was afraid of getting hurt. She truly disliked pain. Sometimes, she reflected on her many flaws. She was both lazy and fearful of pain, and prone to tears. Suan let out an almost imperceptible chuckle. Without having to adjust his pace to accommodate Lu Tian, he was able to return in less than half an hour, even while carrying Su Chengkai. Lu Tian was sitting in the courtyard, engrossed in a storybook, and was taken aback at his sudden appearance. "How did you come back so quickly?" Normally, their one-way journey would take half an hour. Suan kept his hands hidden behind him, taking note of the slight awkwardness in Lu Tian's expression. Lu Tian curiously inquired, "What is wrong?" Slowly, he revealed his hand, revealing a bouquet of ginger-colored flowers, not large but vibrantly blooming, interspersed with several blades of green foxtail grass, presenting a fresh and vivid sight. So beautiful, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled, her delicate black pupils shining like pearls in a treasure box. Suan extended the bouquet to her, and she held it to her nose, inhaling deeply. "So fragrant, where did you find these?" In this season, the flowers outside were all frozen, and it was no small feat to find such a large bouquet. "From the mountains." Lu Tian was astonished. "You went to the mountains in such a short time? What about father?" "Father has already been taken to your home. It only takes a quarter of an hour to reach Qingxi village from the mountains by the shortcut." "So much closer?" "Yes, would you like to go for a walk?" Lu Tian hesitated. She had never been to the mountains, having heard Lu Yue say that the mountain paths were treacherous, and once you ventured in, it would take at least an hour to come back out. Therefore, she had never entertained the thought of climbing the mountain. Suan reassured her, "It's not difficult, I can carry you." Lu Tian nestled on Suan's back, surveying the flora and fauna of the mountains, the very place where Suan spent most of his days. As she lay on his back, she failed to notice the shift in Suan's gaze, which had transformed into that of a ravenous wolf in the night, fixating on every detail around him, as if terrified of letting any prey escape. Chapter 32. When to yield, one must yield. The trees in the mountains are immensely thick, nearly obstructing the view of the distant landscape. From Lu Tian's perspective, peering through the layers of dense forest, the depths of these mountains seem boundless. Weeds flourish in abundance, and the rustling sounds of the forest echo around her. Lu Tian tightened her grip around Suan's neck, sensing her tension. Suan inquired, "Are you afraid?" In truth, Lu Tian felt little fear. The broadness of his back provided her with a profound sense of security, and she was aware that Suan would safeguard her well. It was merely the sudden appearance of certain sounds that prompted her instinctive reaction. She asked Suan, "Were you scared the first time you came here?" Suan replied, "I don't recall." "At what age did you begin to venture into the mountains?" 14. At that time, he spent his days engaged in brawls, and as the younger ones, during those encounters, Su Chengkai would sit on his couch, bowing deeply to those who came, expressing his apologies. Having lost a leg, his posture of sitting and bending forward to apologize made him appear nearly folded in half. Suan watched with envy as he attempted to pull Su Chengkai back, only to be met with a scolding. "Suan, why do you insist on fighting every day? If you have excess strength, take it to the mountains.
Do not cause me trouble daily.
Following this, Su Chenkai would again apologize to the visitors, seemingly uttering those words in a moment of exasperation, unaware of Suan's clenched fists. The next day, Suan prepared a full day's worth of meals for Su Chenkai and retrieved the tools he had used previously to ascend the mountain. At the age of 14, although taller than most, he was still merely a child.
Lu Tian frowned. So early, was your father not worried?
She had assumed Suan must have started climbing the mountains after turning 18. Suan remained silent that day. He got lost in the mountains and did not return home until dusk, causing Su Chenkai to panic. He made Suan kneel before him, striking him with a stick as thick as a fist, demanding to know if Suan would dare to venture into the mountains alone again. Kneeling straight, Suan only emitted a muffled groan when the stick hit him. He remained silent throughout. Regardless of Su Chengsai's words that day, he returned home battered and bruised, but he kept his mouth shut, refusing to admit any wrongdoing.
Later, seeing Suan's back bloodied from the beating, Su Chengsai's eyes grew moist. Suan, are you truly this stubborn?
Suan lifted his gaze. Father, I caught a wild chicken today. Su Chenkai, looking defeated, sighed. Fine, I can no longer control you. That evening, Su Chenkai imparted a wealth of knowledge about the mountains to Suan, teaching him how to set traps, forage, and navigate. He shared all his life experiences with Suan from then on. Suan embarked on the path of hunting. Lu Tian felt a pang of sympathy. Is that true? Was your father really that fierce?
Did he break 2 sticks on you?
Yes. That must have hurt terribly. You should have yielded a little to him. My mother always said that when one must yield, one should fully utilize one's advantages. She abruptly stopped, having forgotten that this was a tactic her mother had taught her for being coy. In the distance, a gray shape darted swiftly past, and a sound rustled through the grass. Lu Tian gasped. What was that? Suan found a spot to set Lu Tian down, pulling out a slingshot from his pocket. It's a wild rabbit. It seems we can have an extra meal. Wait here for a moment.
Lu Tian nodded, striving to remain silent and not disturb him. Suan moved cautiously, taking a stone and drawing the slingshot back to its full extent, his dark eyes gleaming with a confidence that seemed to promise success.
With a swift whoosh, at the very moment the slingshot was released, the rabbit concealed in the grass fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing hunting for the first time, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She knew Suan was formidable in the mountains, but seeing it firsthand was utterly breathtaking. As he drew back the slingshot, his entire demeanor transformed, as if this were his battleground, and he was the master of. Suan approached and seized the rabbit by its ears. It was a substantial gray-brown creature. He placed it in a cloth bag slung at his side before hoisting Lu Tian onto his back once again. His pace was swift, yet Lu Tian felt no jostling at all. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Lu Tian suddenly looked embarrassed and tugged at Suan's clothing. Suan, still supporting her, assumed she was uncomfortable and slightly loosened his grip, but she continued to hold onto her dress. He asked, "What's wrong?"
Lu Tian stammered, Suan, I need to."
It was all due to having drunk too much water before they left. Upon hearing this, Suan quickly located a suitable spot to set her down. Surrounded by weeds, Lu Tian sought a patch of grass to relieve herself, but Suan would not permit it. The grass in the mountains is unsafe. Not only are there insects, but there could also be snakes. Lu Tian shuddered at the thought. What should we do? Suan looked into the distance, then lifted Lu Tian into his arms and began walking in a particular direction. Just hold on a moment. He carried her through the winding paths of the mountain, which would have taken Lu Tian a whole day to navigate alone. After traversing for less than a quarter of an incense stick's time, a simple thatched hut appeared in sight. Suan set Lu Tian down. You may go now. With her cheeks flushed, she dashed towards it, soon emerging red-faced and adjusting her clothing. Suan chuckled softly as he approached to help her smooth her skirt, gently brushing his fingers against her flushed cheek. Feeling shy, are we?
Lu Tian blared at him. Stop saying that.
Observing the incongruous thatched hut amidst the wilderness, she inquired, how did this hut come to be here? Suan replied, I built it when I was 18. This place was secluded, known only to him.
Lu Tian was the second person to visit. You built it?
Yes, sometimes I would stay here overnight. Stay here? Didn't father say it was dangerous to sleep in the mountains? This spot is at the foot of the mountain, away from wolf packs. Occasionally, I need to stay overnight to guard my traps. Lu Tian glanced around the rudimentary hut. Having entered briefly, she noted it contained only a wooden-framed bed, with no other furnishings. The hut was hastily constructed, and spending a night there would surely be uncomfortable. Suan spoke of spending the night there with a calmness that suggested it was merely a commonplace occurrence. Yet, in this drafty shelter, which was exponentially colder than the valley below and accompanied by the rustling sounds of the forest, Lu Tian felt she could scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour alone. As they departed, Lu Tian cast one last glance at the deep mountains from Suan's back. Upon arriving in Qingxi village, they encountered Lu Qiao and her family from a distance. Lu Tian spotted her sister holding a plump baby and hurried over. Little dumpling. The baby, now a year and a half old and at the stage of recognizing faces, gazed with wide, innocent eyes at her beautiful aunt, whom she rarely saw. Chapter 33, Can't I Eat? Lu Tian feigns sorrow. Has the little dumpling forgotten her aunt? Aunt is quite heartbroken. Observing her beautiful aunt on the verge of tears, the little dumpling turned to her mother, with tears like glistening beads about to spill from her eyes. She clung softly to Lu Qiao's neck, murmuring, "Mama. Oh dear, do not cry, Aunt was merely jesting, it was a mistake, little dumpling, please don't cry." Lu Qiao tenderly wiped away her daughter's tears that were on the brink of falling. "Sweetheart, this is your aunt. What do you call her?" Hearing this, the little dumpling looked at Lu Tian, her voice sweet and sticky, "Aunt." "Ah, such a good girl, how about a hug from your aunt?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the little dumpling extended her tiny arms, ready to leap into Lu Tian's embrace, when she suddenly spotted Suan standing beside Lu Tian. With a loud wail, the little dumpling withdrew her arms and dove back into Lu Qiao's embrace, crying, "Mama, whoa, I'm scared, whoa, mama." Lu Tian turned to Suan, wondering if he truly appeared so frightening. This incident instilled a profound fear in the little dumpling, who would cling to Lu Qiao's neck, refusing to let go whenever Suan was present, making it impossible for anyone else to hold her. When they arrived at the Lu residence, Xiaoyu approached from a distance. Seeing her granddaughter sniffling, she expressed concern. "Oh dear, what has happened to my little dumpling? Who has wronged you? Speak to your grandmother, I shall make it right." Noticing the group remained silent, Xiaoyu grew anxious. "What is going on?" Suan cleared his throat and took the wild rabbit he had caught to prepare it, moving far enough away that even his shadow was no longer visible. Lu Tian awkwardly grasped Xiaoyu's arm. The little dumpling was frightened by Suan. Xiaoyu replied, the Lu family had only 2 daughters and a son, and with everyone gathered today, the atmosphere became lively. Aware that the little dumpling was afraid of him, Suan made a point to keep his distance. Xiaoyu and Lu Yue busied themselves in the kitchen, and Suan joined them to help. Xu Chengkai, having little common ground with the younger generation, settled by the stove to tend to the fire. With many guests present, Xiaoyu had specifically brought a hen to prepare for a meal. Upon seeing this, Suan took it upon himself. "I will handle the slaughter." Xiaoyu smiled at him. "Ah, good. One must not draw comparisons." Lu Qiao had been married for over 3 years, and her elder husband had visited numerous times without ever offering to assist in the kitchen. Although he could barely read, he was inherently patriarchal, using the excuse of gentlemen avoid the kitchen to evade any involvement. Throughout their years of marriage, he had visited the Lu residence only a handful of times, showing little desire to come or joy in Lu Qiao's return. In contrast, Suan always brought gifts, and even 2 sweet potatoes from the elder son-in-law seemed generous by comparison. Xiaoyu shook her head slightly. If not for the elder son-in-law's silver tongue, how could he have charmed her eldest daughter into marrying him? Yet, after marriage, his attitude had drastically changed. Looking at Suan, despite his taciturn nature, his demeanor towards them and Lu Tian was evident. Indeed, one must rely on what is observable. With deft movements, Suan grasped the hen by the head, swiftly bringing the knife to its throat. A firm stroke sent blood spurting forth, and within moments, the hen ceased its struggles in Suan's grasp. The entire process was executed with a grace that left Xiaoyu momentarily agape. She felt her legs weaken, fortunate that her granddaughter was unaware, or the little golden bean would have been inconsolable today. Given the scarcity of chickens, particularly layers, Xiaoyu instructed Suan on how to prepare the bird for cooking. "Half for soup, and half for braising," she directed. "Understood," Suan replied, wielding the knife with precision. In an instant, the head and body were severed, and he skillfully eviscerated the bird, finishing the task in no time at all. Xiaoyu and Lu Yue stared in astonishment. Villagers rarely had the opportunity to eat chicken, let alone witness such proficiency in slaughtering. Having hunted for so long, Suan's actions were fluid and practiced. When he turned to fetch water, he inadvertently collided with the 2 stunned observers, momentarily halting their movements. Xu Chengkai, seated by the fire, spoke up. "Lu Leoj and Xiao Shaozi, please forgive us. Suan has been hunting for years and is accustomed to such tasks. His actions may seem brusque, but I assure you he means no harm." Regaining their composure, both quickly responded, No, how can that be considered brusque? Suan's movements are quite adept." Exchanging glances, Xiaoyu and Lu Yue silently sighed in relief. Suan's grip on the knife left no doubt. He could dismember a living being in a fraction of the time it would take to burn a stick of incense. The Lu residence was rarely this lively throughout the year. The square table was filled to the brim, with Lu Qiao's family seated at one end, while Lu Tian and Suan. To prevent the little dumpling from seeing Suan and becoming frightened, he deliberately positioned himself at the farthest end, with Lu Tian shielding her view so that the little one wouldn't see him unless she looked intentionally. Xiaoyu and Lu Yue sat on one side, while Lu Chang and Zhu Chengkai sat opposite. The feast before them was the most sumptuous of the year, featuring not only the hen but also a sizable chunk of meat prepared in various dishes. The eldest among them, Lu Yue, looked after Zhu Chengkai, saying, "Brother Su, enjoy the meal. Here, you are at home. Please do not hold back." Zhu Chengkai smiled shyly, "Thank you." As the family began to eat, Suan typically consumed his meals quickly at home. However, today he slowed his pace considerably, prompting Lu Tian to glance at him several times. With an array of meat dishes on the table, everyone, although accustomed to simple fare, was polite and reached for the small dishes, save for one individual who devoured his food ravenously, his chopsticks flying as he prioritized the meat, his face glistening with grease as he fixated on the platters. Lu Chao watched the man beside her with a frown, her elbow discreetly nudging his arm as Zhu Daji was about to grab a chicken leg when Lu Chao's gentle push caused it to slip from his grasp, landing with a splat and splashing juices everywhere, drawing everyone's attention. "What are you doing?" Zhu Daji snapped at Lu Chao, his greasy mouth spewing saliva. Embarrassed, Lu Chao wished to sink into the ground. Glaring at Zhu Daji, she whispered, "There's only so much meat, are you planning to eat it all by yourself?" Furrowing his brow, Zhu Daji paid no mind to her hushed tone and retorted loudly, "Can't I eat? Isn't that what it's for? If I can't eat, why would I bother coming back with you?" Chapter 34. Digging a pit. Little Tuanzi was startled by Zhu Daji's sudden roar, her small mouth pouting as she burst into tears. Xiaoyu quickly stood up and held her in her arms, saying, "Don't be afraid, little Tuanzi, grandmother is here, everything is fine." Lu Chao furrowed her brows as she looked at Zhu Daji. "Why are you yelling? Can't you speak calmly, you frightened little Tuanzi?" "What have I yelled about? If you hadn't bumped into me while I was peacefully eating, would this have happened?" Zhu Daji retorted, picking up his chopsticks again and reaching into the bowl to retrieve the chicken leg that had just fallen. Within moments, he devoured it, leaving only a small bone behind. "You!" Lu Chao wanted to say more, but Xiaoyu secretly shook her head at her. With Suan being a new son-in-law returning for the first year and Su Chengkai present, prolonging the argument would likely make the meal difficult to swallow. Lu Cheng's slightly parted lips fell silent, though his eyes held a hint of gravity as he regarded Zhu Daji. Lu Chao's face flushed with a mix of red and pale, the enticing array of dishes before her becoming hard to swallow. She silently clenched her grip on her chopsticks. It was rare for her to return to her maternal home, yet Zhu Daji seemed unwilling to even feign civility. Lu Tian, seated beside Lu Chao, offered her a piece of chicken, attempting to mask her concern. "Sister, eat something." Lu Chao forced a smile, returning the gesture by offering Lu Tian a piece of meat. "All right, you eat too." Initially, Lu Yue and Su Chengkai engaged in small talk, but soon Lu Yue lost his mood. He raised his wineglass, offering Su Chengkai an apologetic smile before swallowing the contents in one gulp. Su Chengkai shook his head, indicating that it was of no concern. The meal proceeded in silence, with only Zhu Daji's stomach growing round in content. After dining, Lu Chao assisted Xiaoyu in the kitchen. Xiaoyu glanced at the doorway, her brow furrowing as she whispered to Lu Chao, "Why has Daji become increasingly harsh towards you? If he behaves like this here, how does he treat you at home?" Lu Chao did not wish for her family to worry about her. When she married Zhu Daji, Lu Yue and his wife had opposed the union vehemently, but Lu Chao had insisted on marrying him, resulting in her current plight. She lowered her gaze, replying, "No, he maintains the same demeanor at home, he is simply a bit rude, but nothing more." Xiaoyu did not believe her, sighing as she said, "Xiaoer, your father and I opposed your marriage to him from the start. However, now that you are wed, we cannot change the situation. In this world, it is difficult for women. If life were merely a bit hard, it could be tolerated, but if a family does not stand united, life will be unbearable. Enduring without resolution will only embolden his arrogance, making him increasingly unreasonable." Lu Chao's eyes reddened, and she fell silent, her gaze lowered. Xiaoyu wiped her. Outside, Lu Cheng also patted Lu Tian's head, asking, "Aren't you happy?" Lu Tian turned to gaze at Zhu Daji, who was comfortably lounging in a chair, cracking sunflower seeds. "Brother, I feel sorry for sister." Lu Cheng followed her gaze to Zhu Daji, who was stuffing his mouth with seeds and spitting out the shells, already having created a mess at his feet shortly after finishing his meal. He had been displeased with Zhu Daji for some time and did not wish for Lu Chao's life in the Zhu household to be any more difficult, so he had endured in silence. Lu Cheng frowned, his attitude towards your sister is becoming increasingly intolerable. Lu Tian echoed his sentiment, her brows knitted together. Sister should never have married him, he thinks he is so impressive. If it weren't for sister's decision, before she could finish, Lu Chang covered her mouth, shaking his head at her. Lu Tian bit her lip, silencing herself, yet her eyes were still ablaze with indignation. With two round, glimmering eyes, she was deep in thought as Lu Chang glanced at her knowingly. Receiving her brother's silent affirmation, Lu Tian raised her eyebrows in a crescent shape, and Lu Chang nodded subtly in agreement. Their spirits lifted, Lu Tian's lips curled into a smile. The two leaned their heads together, whispering conspiratorially. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Chang quietly retrieved a small hoe, and the two made their way toward the hillside behind the courtyard. Once they selected a spot, Lu Chang revealed the hoe he had hidden behind his back. Having always preferred reading, he had never been tasked with farm work, and now, as he dug, he found the seemingly simple task to be quite. His hands were weak, and to avoid attracting attention, he had brought a small hand hoe. After laboring for some time, he had only managed to create a small hole, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Tian squatted beside him, noticing her brother's heavy breathing, and reached out. "Brother, let me dig for a while." Lu Chang evaded her hand, thinking it unfair for her to take on the labor he found so exhausting. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he insisted, "Don't move, I can handle it." After another quarter of an hour, the small hole had grown slightly larger, but it was still only a modest size. Lu Tian, observing the pit, mentally compared it to Zhu Daji's stature and realized they might not finish before nightfall. "Brother, should we consider a different approach?" Lu Chang remained silent, contemplating their predicament when suddenly a noise from the hillside startled both of them. "Who is there?" The two were already scheming mischief and felt a pang of guilt. Suan appeared, jumping down from the slope with a bundle of firewood on his back. "What are you two up to?" Lu Tian inquired. "What brings you here?" Suan replied, "I'm helping my." The freshly dug pit was too conspicuous, and Lu Chang had mud smeared across his clothing. Suan asked again, "What are you digging a pit for?" "To prepare something for Zhu Daji," Lu Tian murmured quietly, unwilling to refer to him as brother-in-law. She then recounted their plan to Suan, who observed their handiwork and deemed it unlikely they would achieve their goal before sundown. Looking at Lu Tian, he asked, "Do you want me to help you?" "Just to teach him a lesson. Should we make him limp on one leg?" Lu Chang waved his hands frantically. No, just a lesson." Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Yes, if he ends up limping, it will still be sister who suffers." Suan replied, "All right," setting down the firewood and taking Lu Chang's small hoe. In just a few swift motions, he doubled the size of the pit Lu Chang had worked on for a quarter of an hour. "How are you so skilled?" Lu Chang marveled. "I've gotten used to digging pits." "I often set traps," Suan replied, his speed far surpassing Lu Chang's. Curiously, Lu Chang asked, "Is there a trick to it?" "Digging a pit requires brute strength, but setting traps involves technique." "It depends on whether you want to kill or capture something alive," Suan explained. Liu Chang was left speechless, realizing that his slow progress was simply due to a lack of strength. Chapter 35, Can You Still Endure the Night? Lu Tian couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Liu Chang cast her a sidelong glance. Liu Chang remarked, "Is your trap-making skill truly that remarkable? Can you even decide whether it lives or dies?" Suan replied, "Indeed." Lu Chang's interest was piqued. "Do enlighten me, it might come in handy someday." Lu Tian, resting her chin on her hands, wore an expression of curiosity. In response, Suan began to explain the intricacies of setting traps to the two of them as he dug. "If you want it alive, you must ensure it cannot escape once it enters. While digging the pit, you should." The more he spoke, the more Lu Chang admired Suan. "Hearing this makes me yearn to go hunting myself." Suan replied, "If the opportunity arises, I can take you along." After digging for over half an hour, the pit finally took shape. After measuring it and confirming the height was suitable, Suan turned to them and said, "That should suffice." Having worked up a bit of heat from digging, Suan removed his outer shirt, now clad only in a white undershirt. The thin fabric revealed the powerful contours of his chest, which expanded with each exertion. Liu Chang's eyes widened. Suan's robust physique was evident, but he was even more imposing without his shirt. Lu Chang silently compared himself and noted that Suan's chest was at least twice as broad as his own. Though he considered himself scholarly and thus unable to compete, the disparity was striking. No wonder, while both were digging, Suan's shovel struck the earth with such force that he produced a deep pit, while Lu Chang barely made a dent. He marveled, "How have you cultivated such a physique?" Suan replied, "I run in the mountains." Each excursion into the mountains required him to traverse over 20 miles, and with a hearty appetite, he had grown steadily since the age of 15. Learning that he could run over 20 kilometers in a single day, Lu Chang swallowed hard, growing increasingly in awe of Suan. After tidying the area, Suan's expertise in trap setting was evident. Once completed, nothing seemed amiss. To avoid raising suspicions with Zhu Daji, Suan returned over the hillside, while Lu Chang, after adjusting his attire, accompanied Lu Tian home. Upon their return, they found Zhu Daji lounging in the courtyard, casually cracking sunflower seeds. The two exchanged glances filled with relief. Having only Zhu Daji present made their task significantly easier. As Lu Tian and Lu Chang stealthily passed by Zhu Daji, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. The oranges from Aunt Lin's place are delightful, but I could only pick one before she arrived. Let us sneak back later for a couple more. Lu Cheng cautioned, Ship, keep your voice down. If father hears, he'll scold me again. Not we can go, but we must reach the end of that little path. Are you not tempted to be lazy right now? Hearing his teasing tone, Lu Tian retorted indignantly, elder brother. After the two had walked some distance, Zhu Daji paused his seed cracking, having faintly overheard their conversation about oranges. He turned his gaze toward the direction Lu Tian and Lu Cheng had gone. In their village, fruit trees were scarce, and there were hardly any orange trees. Pondering for a moment, Zhu Daji stood up and made his way toward the back mountain, feeling parched after indulging in too many seeds and hoping to steal a few to quench his thirst. Lu Tian and Lu Cheng nestled by the window, whispering, he's gone, he's left. They knew he couldn't resist the allure of food. Just then, Xiao Yu and Lu Chao emerged from the kitchen and spotted the two behaving suspiciously by the window. They inquired about their activities. Liu Cheng and Lu Tian, feeling guilty, turned to face them, their eyes cast downward as they sheepishly replied, oh, nothing, we were just chatting. Lu Tian nodded in affirmation, yes. Suan was stacking firewood in the courtyard, and through the window, he caught sight of Lu Tian's profile. He paused, observing her bashful demeanor. Liu Xiao, glancing outside, noticed Suan's gaze fixed on Lu Tian and nudged her teasingly, look over there. Lu Tian followed her line of sight and locked eyes with Suan's dark orbs, causing her to hurriedly lower her head. Lu Chao, noticing this, laughed teasingly, even after being married for so long, you still blush so easily? Older sister. The group then left Lu Chang's mother to discuss private matters in Lu Tian's previous room, while Lu Chang showed no interest in eavesdropping, opting instead to step outside and keep Suan company. The firewood was stacked beneath the eaves of the courtyard. Suan, feeling a bit parched after his exertions, filled a bowl with water and drank it down in a hearty manner, with some spilling down the corner of his mouth. As Lu Chang stepped outside, he witnessed this scene and remarked, you drink water with such abandon, it's as if you're guzzling wine. Suan wiped his wet lips, aware that Lu Tian disapproved of his rough demeanor. He made an effort. However, with her absence, he felt free to be himself. Liu Chang, intrigued by Suan's hunting experiences, pulled him into conversation, clearly favoring the taciturn yet steady Suan over his two sisters-in-law. Noticing that Zhu Daji was nowhere in sight, Suan understood their scheme had succeeded and nodded, sharing amusing anecdotes with Lu Chang. Liu Chang, unacquainted with such experiences, listened with rapt attention, while Lu Tian and her companions continued their private discussions. Lu Tian recounted events from the New Year's Eve celebrations in Ziyaki village, particularly the incident involving Li Chui and Chen and You's divorce, casting a glance at the attentive Lu Chao. Xiao Yu remarked, from what you say, this Li lady must possess considerable fortitude. How could she endure years of hardship in the Chun household without a fight? Lu Tian explained, her family unexpectedly perished, leaving her without relatives to support her. Without a backing, she became somewhat vulnerable. Xiao Yu sighed, such a pitiable soul, this world is cruel, the more you appear weak, the more others will take advantage of you. I hope she can recover her strength and get through the challenges of childbirth. Lu Tian reassured, there are still a couple of months left. With proper care, she should be fine. Although Li Chui was somewhat frail, years of hard labor had endowed her with a robust constitution, and a little nourishment should not be too difficult. After a period of silence, Lu Chao spoke up, so she will be left to raise two children on her own? Lu Tian affirmed, yes, Li is remarkably capable. Even while pregnant, she managed to tend to an acre of land, carry water, and cook. Now that she has left the Chen family, she will have fewer people to serve and can avoid the indignity she suffered, thus ensuring a better life. Lu Chao pressed her lips. Eventually, the conversation shifted back to Lu Tian herself, and now that she was married, there was no reason to hold back, and Lu Chao asked, what about you, how are things, with such a disparity in physique between you and Suan, can you endure the nights? The abruptness of the question caught Lu Tian off guard. What are you talking about, elder sister? Xiao Yu, equally curious, urged her, sweetheart, don't be shy. Do tell us. After several encounters, Xiao Yu had formed a favorable impression of Suan, but she remained concerned about the significant difference in their physiques, fearing for her youngest daughter's well-being. Lu Tian bit her vibrant lip, it's bearable. What does bearable mean? Don't be so evasive. Lu Tian's ears turned crimson, and she too wished to inquire about certain matters. Glancing at the closed door, she whispered to the two women, sharing some private thoughts. Chapter 36 I cried every night, mother murmured for a long time, and then Lu Qiao suddenly furrowed her brows. You do not know how to resist, this is how men are, once they start, they cannot stop. If you do not oppose him, naturally, she abruptly fell silent. Well, given the physique of a girl like her younger sister facing Suan, resistance would indeed be futile. Xiaoyu remarked, your husband married at 25, this can be understood however, did not mother teach you that when you cannot endure, you should show weakness, with a few tears glistening in your eyes, who could possibly resist feeling compassion? Lu Tian replied. I cry every night, he does not feel compassion upon seeing you, what is going on? The degree of affection from a son-in-law should not be like this. In the dark, he cannot see, can he? Yet, each time he heard her weeping, his actions grew more frantic. Lu Qiao asked, is it always in the dark? No, it could not be, a man's wicked interest surely necessitated, how could he possibly want to keep the lights off every night? Lu Tian nodded, Xiaoyu was astonished, your son-in-law is amenable to this? In the beginning, he did not wish to turn off the lights, but I was unwilling, and then he never mentioned it again. You mean to say that after all this time, you have yet to be truly open with each other? No wonder you blush so deeply when he gazes at you. Surely engaging in such activities every night constituted a form of openness. Xiaoyu, filled with exasperation, said, if he cannot see you, how can he cherish you? Fortunately, your son-in-law is willing to accommodate you, otherwise, both Xiaoyu and Lu Qiao, being experienced, understood how much enjoyment would be lost in extinguishing the lights. Lu Tian, her face flushed, bit her lip, recalling how several times Suan had been reluctant to turn off the lights, only to do so when she exhibited resistance. Lu Qiao inquired, why do you not wish to keep the lights on? Lu Tian's voice was barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito. With the lights on, I am more afraid, Xiaoyu advised, do not resist this matter. The more you do, the less enjoyment you will find, and the more you will suffer. She caressed her younger sister's crimson cheeks. Tianer, if this continues, it will create a rift with your son-in-law. He may think you are unwilling to engage in intimacy, which is why you refuse to have the lights on. Such matters require mutual consent, only then can you truly appreciate the pleasures involved. Listen to mother. Next time he does not want to turn off the lights, let it be when you can no longer bear it, show him weakness, shed a few golden tears, and he will undoubtedly treat you with greater tenderness. Lu Qiao nodded in agreement. Lu Tian pondered, was there truly such a significant difference between having the lights on and off? In the evening, Lu Qiao and Xiaoyu busied themselves with dinner, and Lu Tian accompanied them. Suan wished to assist but found it inappropriate, so he joined Su Chengkai and Lu Yue in conversation in the courtyard. After having lunch, Lu Yue had taken a rest in the house, but now while sitting in the yard, he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, he remembered to ask Lu Chang, where is that little dumpling's father? Lu Chang, having been a bit too excited after chatting with Suan in the afternoon, seemed to have forgotten this detail. It had already been nearly 3 hours. Lu Yue, puzzled, asked, why are you so agitated? I am not agitated. Lu Cheng's gaze shifted. Lu Yue instructed him, go ask Xiao, could it be he returned early? Exiting the main hall, Lu Tian exchanged glances with Lu Chang, who feigned recollection. I believe I saw him heading towards the back mountain this afternoon. He should not have gone back. The back mountain, what could he be doing there? The back mountain was not an actual mountain, merely a slightly elevated area with some trees, dry grass, and bamboo. Villagers typically ventured there to gather firewood. Who knows? Lu Cheng replied. After a while, as dusk descended, Lu Yue noticed that Zhu Daji still had not returned, and he frowned. I will go look for him. Lu Cheng and Lu Tian exchanged glances. Father, we will go with you. Suan also informed Su Chengkai before following them. From the back of the Lu family's courtyard, a small path led up, visible to the end, but the path's termination was a slope, obscuring what lay below. They saw no one at the top as they walked towards the end. Help! 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 After nearly 3 hours of shouting for help, Zhu Daji had lost his strength, yet he continued to call out intermittently, hoping someone might hear his cries. Upon hearing Lu Cheng mention the tangerine tree at the end of the path, he ventured into the back mountain, following the small path until he inadvertently fell into a pit. The pit was not particularly deep, but it was exceedingly narrow. Once he fell in, he became wedged tightly, unable to move his hands or even his feet, let alone climb out. Initially, when he fell, his cries were still robust, but now, having passed 3 hours with no rescue, he was stuck tight, his body stiffening painfully. Regardless of how he exerted himself, he could not even manage to turn. After shouting for several hours and having overindulged in sunflower seeds earlier, his mouth felt as though it might ignite with thirst, and his lips were thickly chapped. To make matters worse, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Having held it for too long, his face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. As dusk approached, Zhu Daji grew increasingly despondent, the sweat on his face accumulating. He could not fathom why no one from the Lu family had noticed his absence and come to find him. Help! Helper! His cries grew weaker as his strength waned. Walking ahead, Lu Yue faintly heard someone calling for help and shouted, "Zhu Daji!" Barely hanging on, Zhu Daji perked up upon hearing Lu Yue's voice and urgently called out, "Father, father, I am here. Hurry and save me." Upon hearing the voice, the others rushed over to find Zhu Daji trapped in a pit, his body wedged tightly, with only his head protruding. Lu Yue frowned. What happened? He attempted to pull him out but found no leverage. The group had no choice but to grasp his head and pull. Liu Cheng exerted considerable effort, causing Zhu Daji to cry out, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing this, they released him again, and Lu Yue anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do? How did you get so stuck?" Suan instructed Lu Yue and Lu Cheng to step aside. He reached out to grasp Zhu Daji's head, creating a small gap before quickly seizing the fabric of his shoulder. With a powerful tug, Zhu Daji was partially freed, and Lu Yue and Lu Cheng hurried to assist him out. Finally rescued, Zhu Daji's face was smeared with tears and sweat, his body caked in mud. "I do not know who has such a wicked heart to dig such a deep pit here." Before he could finish, he suddenly doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. "I can't hold it any longer. I need to go back to the toilet." Lu Cheng remarked, "Then go." Zhu Daji wailed, "I cannot move." His feet had long since gone numb. Lu Tian, stifling laughter while standing behind Lu Cheng, held her nose in disdain upon hearing his words. Chapter 37. A return soon. Ultimately, Zhu Daji was dragged back by Suan, as no one else was willing to carry him. Having finally resolved a significant matter in his life, Zhu Daji leaned against the wall as he exited the lavatory. His body remained stiff and, after being dragged for a while, he felt a searing pain coursing through him. After Lu Qiao forcibly made him drink several bowls of water, his throat, which felt as if it were on fire, finally began to ease somewhat. Due to his stout physique, he was unable to fit into Lu Yue and Lu Cheng's clothes, nor could he change out of his soiled and muddy garments. Once he had caught his breath, Lu Qiao inquired, "What were you doing at the back mountain?" "I went because I heard there were oranges." Zhu Daji abruptly halted his words, glancing at Lu Cheng and Lu Tian, who stood together. "No, I went because I overheard you two mentioning orange trees at the back mountain." "It was you two who set the trap to harm me?" Before they could respond, Lu Qiao interjected, "What are you saying? Don't go around falsely accusing people. Tiana is too lazy to even walk. How could she possibly dig a pit to intentionally harm you?" Zhu Daji retorted, "If she didn't dig, Lu Cheng could." Lu Qiao exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Lu Cheng has never even dug the earth with his hands. If he were to dig a pit that large, it would take him an eternity, and his hands would be covered in blisters." "Do you really think that's possible?" Zhu Daji scrutinized Lu Cheng's hands, as if seeking evidence, prompting Lu Cheng to extend his palm towards him, saying, "You better take a good look." "Impossible. How could this happen? I just happened to fall in, and that dirt was clearly dug today." Zhu Daji was convinced that it was Lu Cheng and Lu Tian who had conspired against him. Suddenly, he noticed Suan standing next to Lu Tian. "No, it must have been him. As a hunter, he surely knows how to dig a pit. He must have helped to dig it." Suan cast a fleeting glance at him before turning his gaze away indifferently. This look only fueled Zhu Daji's anger further, and he declared, "It was definitely him. It must be." Lu Yue, observing Zhu Daji's reckless accusations, spoke gravely, "Enough, Suan had lunch and then went to help me gather firewood. When would he have had the time to dig a pit for you? Sometimes there are wild chickens and rabbits in the back mountain. Perhaps someone set a trap, and you simply weren't paying attention while walking." "A trap that deep?" "I don't believe it. It was definitely him. The three of them must have conspired together to harm me." Zhu Daji persisted, disregarding Lu Yue's increasingly stern demeanor. Lu Tian challenged him, "What evidence do you have?" "What more evidence do I need? Just look at him. He has the appearance of a fierce and menacing figure, clearly not a good person. Otherwise, why would the little one cry upon seeing him?" "Zhu Daji, what are you saying? Who are you calling a bad person?" Lu Tian's temper flared at his words. "I see everyone else walking past the pit without falling in, while you are the only one who did. Perhaps it's because you have done too many wicked deeds and deserve it. You." Zhu Daji, incensed by Lu Tian's remarks, stiffened his neck as if to charge at her, but Suan stood protectively in front of her, his wolf-like eyes dark and brooding as they fixed on him. Zhu Daji, significantly heavier than most yet shorter in stature, found himself dwarfed by Suan, whose height was a full head above him. He shrank back slightly, stammering, "Why you don't think that just because you're taller, I won't dare to hit you." Lu Cheng couldn't contain his amusement at the scene.
I don't recall you having a stutter. What is this? Is it a side effect of being stuck in the pit too long? Perhaps you should see a doctor? You Daji glared at Lu Chang but was immediately cowed by Suan's icy gaze. He retreated several steps, only relaxing once he was a safe distance from Suan, whose ebony eyes bore into him with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Daji surveyed the others standing across from him, realizing that Suan alone was not to be trifled with. Accustomed to bullying the weak, he turned to Lu Chao and barked, "Hurry up and pack your things to go home." Lu Chang replied, "If you want to go back, go by yourself. Xiaoer is staying here to look after the little one for a few days." Daji frowned at Lu Chao, asking, "Who agreed to that? You can't just decide to stay." Lu Chang couldn't hold back any longer, retorting, "What, she has to go because of you? Can you manage without her? Don't you have hands?" You. Daji was rendered speechless by the retort. He turned to Lu Chao, demanding, "Are you really staying?" Lu Chao nodded.
"Then I'll go by myself," he exclaimed angrily, striding towards the village entrance. No one attempted to dissuade him as he exited the courtyard. Daji paused to glance back at Lu Chao, only to find her expression placidly fixed on him, igniting a fiery rage within him that nearly caused him to explode. His performance went unnoticed. As the others headed into the house together, frustrated, Daji stomped his foot, forgetting his bruises and wincing in pain. In the end, he swallowed his pride and returned to the Lu household, dragging his weary body slowly towards the village entrance. With Daji gone, the Lu family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. As dusk descended, Suan decided to carry Su Chenkai back before returning to fetch Lu Tian. Lu Tian remarked, "Elder brother and sister asked me to stay here for a few days, and it just so happens that sister and the little one are here too, so I'll keep them company." Suan responded. Eventually, Lu Tian accompanied Suan, who was carrying Su Chenkai, to the courtyard gate. Suan turned back to Lu Tian, asking, "Shall I come to fetch you in 3 days?" Lu Tian replied, "No need, I'll stay a few more days." Suan stated, "Then I shall come for you in 5 days. "Oh, that's unnecessary. I can just have elder brother take me back when I return. His sister has decided to stay longer this time, so I'll keep her company." Suan paused before saying, "Return promptly." Lu Tian nodded, instructing Su Chenkai to take care of himself, to which Su Chenkai smiled from Suan's back. "Okay, you should spend more time with your parents too." Suan's tall figure, bearing Su Chenkai, faded into the night as Lu Tian pondered the expression he had cast upon her when he departed. "Are you reluctant?" Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Tian turned to see Lu Chao watching her with a teasing smile. "Sister. Nothing to worry about. I understand you two are still newlyweds, huh? I don't like you anymore." "Very well, if you don't like me, then you must like Suan, right?" "Oh dear, sister." The villagers could only afford a few days of idleness for the new year. Soon after, it was time for spring plowing. Each household resumed their bustling activities. At the first light of dawn, Lu Chao carefully pulled back the quilt and rose to dress, though even the slightest movement produced rustling sounds. Lu Tian, rubbing her eyes as she awoke, said, "Sister, you didn't call me." Lu Chao replied, "Sleep a little longer, it's still quite early." Lu Tian shook her head, rising to dress and following Lu Chao out of the room. "Sister, what are we having for breakfast today?" Lu Chao responded, "We'll be making corn cakes. It's a bit tricky. Do you want to learn?" Chapter 38 Tough, dry, and unpalatable. Lu Tian replied crisply, "I want to learn." Lu Chao turned to glance at her younger sister. Ever since they both stayed at the Lu family after the second year of junior high, Lu Tian had expressed her desire to learn cooking from her. Lu Chao instinctively furrowed her brow. "You don't need to cook, you." Suddenly, she halted mid-sentence. She momentarily forgot that she was already married and could no longer care for her younger sister, and also overlooked that Lu Tian had already become a wife herself. Lu Tian said, "Sister, before I got married, I had you, big brother, and our parents who cherished me. You all indulged me, and I could act willfully because I knew you would love me unconditionally. But now I am married. Although Suan treats me well, in a married life, he may do so now, but what about in the future? While it is true that we should unite our hearts to live well together and not harbor suspicions, we must also possess the confidence to live independently. If things truly become unbearable, divorce is an option. After all, no one will perish without the other." Just like Madame Li. Lu Tian grasped Lu Chao's hand. She exerted herself to make her marriage work, yet her solitary efforts proved futile, leading to her unfortunate circumstances. Fortunately, she is diligent, which grants her the fortitude to consider divorce. Given her character, I believe she would thrive even if she chose to part ways. That day, Li Chui provided Lu Tian with profound inspiration. She contemplated whether she could emulate Li Chui's resolve if placed in a similar situation. Could she? At that moment, she realized she could not. She couldn't even strike a match. What if she and Suan reached that juncture? What would she do then? Would father and mother still be around? Even if they were, Big Brother would likely have a family of his own, and she could not indefinitely monopolize their attention. Lu Tian pondered. Regardless of whether she would act on this in the future, she at least needed to acquire the skills to sustain herself, ensuring she would not be reliant on others. After expressing her thoughts, she observed Lu Chao's expression. One reason for her words was to persuade Lu Chao to teach her, and the other was to subtly guide Lu Chao to realize her own circumstances. Although Lu Tian spoke with fervor, her journey of learning was not without its challenges. The first dish she attempted under Lu Chao's guidance was a flatbread. A piece of flatbread paired with a bowl of thin porridge could suffice for a meal, as it was the staple fare of the villagers. When Lu Tian presented a plate of somewhat charred flatbreads, emitting a pungent burnt odor, she felt a twinge of guilt. The grains were precious. Even in such a state, it could not be discarded as it constituted the family's dinner. The first to take a piece was Xiao Yu, who, despite the bread's blackened appearance, radiated delight, as if savoring a gourmet delicacy. Liu Yue took the darkest piece and after a few chews, remarked to Lu Tian, "You did well, little girl." Lu Chang also devoured his portion eagerly. "Tianer, achieving this on your first attempt is impressive. Try it yourself, it may look burnt, but it's quite tasty." Lu Chao nodded in agreement. The darkest pieces of bread were swiftly taken, leaving behind the two that were her best efforts, devoid of the burnt flavor. Lu Tian sniffed back tears, picking up a piece and chewing slowly, her head bowed. Tough, dry, and unpalatable. She envisioned the taste of the hard, dry, blackened, and burnt bread they described as delicious. The bread had absorbed moisture, revealing the saltiness brought on by her tears. From that day forth, Lu Tian approached her learning with renewed seriousness. While her family felt pity for her, they also recognized that this was an essential journey for Lu Tian. The world was such that they could not always shield her, yet, Lu Tian often reassured them, "I have enjoyed such a life for 18 years, far more blessed than many others. Please do not worry for me." Xiao Yu's eyes glistened. "As long as you understand, that is enough." When Lu Tian first considered marriage, Xiao Yu feared her younger sister might struggle to comprehend, yet now she found herself equally distressed by the realization. As February drew to a close, heralding the onset of spring plowing, Lu Chao and Lu Tian had resided at home for over 10 days. It would soon become inappropriate for them to stay any longer during this busy season. One evening after dinner, Lu Chao proposed returning to her marital home the following day. Liu Yue nodded. "It is indeed time to return. Spring plowing is the busiest period for the family." After speaking, he looked at Lu Chao, his mouth opening as if to say something but hesitating. Xiao Yu noticed and discreetly kicked him, then quietly pinched his arm. Liu Yue winced in pain but dared not show it, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Yu. Once her grip released, Liu Yue dared not delay further. He turned to Lu Chao. "Shower, your father wishes to speak with you. Though I have been foolish and accomplished little, I want you to know. You and Tianer are both my daughters. Over the years, I realize I have favored Tianer, thus neglecting you, and for that, I am sorry. When you wished to marry Zhu Daji, your mother and I were reluctant, leading to some discord between us. But what I want to express is that you will always be my daughter. Now, let us set aside the past and focus on the present. You are not only Zhu's wife and the mother of a little one, but you are also our daughter. As long as we are here, you will always have a home. Some mistakes are made, but one should not continue down the wrong path. Shower, if Zhu's family treats you poorly, you are welcome to return home." Lu Chao's eyes had long since reddened. She turned away, not wanting her family to witness her tears, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her sorrow. Liu Tian reached out to embrace her sister's back. Though her own arms were not wide, they offered solace for Lu Chao to weep freely, allowing her tears to dampen Lu Tian's shoulder. Initially, Lu Chao merely sniffled quietly. However, once enveloped in Lu Tian's embrace, she could no longer hold back her sobs. She had once been naive in her judgment of others, insisting on marrying into the Zhu family, only to discover that after the wedding, Zhu Daji had transformed entirely. Before their marriage, he had showered her with sweet words and assisted her with her work. Though Zhu Daji was not particularly handsome, she had initially overlooked this flaw, yet he did not give up, accompanying her in all her endeavors, appearing genuinely willing to sacrifice everything for her. It was only when she slipped and fell into the river while washing clothes that Zhu Daji was the first to jump in to rescue her, softening her heart in that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Daji hastily proposed marriage. Liu Chao thought that since she was destined to marry anyway, and given that he had saved her life and witnessed her vulnerability, she consented to the union. However, to avoid worrying her family that she was marrying out of gratitude, she kept this from Xiao Yu and Liu Yue, only inadvertently revealing it to Lu Tian and Lu Chang. She entered the marriage with the intention of building a good life, yet after less than 3 months of what was supposed to be a warm and loving existence, the Shu family revealed their true colors. Subsequently, after she bore her first daughter, the Shu family became increasingly unreasonable. Chapter 39. How many more days will you stay? In these trying times, survival is a struggle. Those who manage to secure a meal and endure the hardships are merely getting by. Many women, upon marrying, find themselves enduring even when life becomes unbearable. A few possess the resolve to seek a divorce, as exemplified by the news surrounding Li Chui from Shaha village, whose separation became the talk of the town. Every household seemed to discuss it, even though it was understood that Li Chui had no choice but to leave due to her dire circumstances. Many could only mutter, "How strange, this woman, heavily pregnant, dares to divorce." I suspect she must have had someone else lined up, otherwise, how could she be so bold? Regardless of how her life unfolded post-divorce, the mere whispers of gossip were enough to crush one's spirit, leading to the rarity of couples parting ways in this world. Lu Chao lacked the courage and determination for such a step, and since her situation had not yet reached the point of despair like Li Chui's, she endured her hardships in silence. Lu Tian gently patted her elder sister's back, reminiscent of the times Lu Chao had lulled her to sleep in their childhood. After Lu Chao had wept and vented her frustrations, Xiaoyu finally spoke. "Xiaoer, your father and I share the same sentiment. If you cannot endure living with Xu Daji any longer, you may return. With your father and me around, you and your child will never go hungry." Lu Cheng chimed in, "Indeed, I will take care of you and the little one." Lu Chao, through her tears, managed to smile. "So you have no intention of marrying, then?" Lu Cheng replied, "If I don't wish to marry, then so be it." Xiaoyu playfully tapped him on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense! You may not want to marry, but I certainly wish to hold my grandchildren." The force of her hand was not insignificant, and Lu Cheng rubbed his head in mock grievance. The family shared a laugh at the exchange. Once the laughter subsided, Lu Chao, with reddened eyes, spoke earnestly of "Father, Mother, I understand your worries for me, but please rest assured, although the Shu family has treated me poorly, they would never resort to violence like others. They will fulfill their responsibilities, and I will manage the household provisions. In this world, labor is equivalent to currency. I will regard them merely as laborers, supporting myself and the little one. If I ever reach a breaking point, I will return, and I hope you won't turn me away then." Xiaoyu sighed, "What foolishness, how could we ever turn you away?" With Lu Chao's declaration, the family ceased further discussion, establishing that she had a safety net and was not bound to a dark path. Seeing her sister resolved to return the next day, Lu Tian echoed her intent to go back to Shaha village. Liu Xiao, now regaining her composure, teased Lu Tian, "You should return. If you delay any longer, I fear our doorstep will be trampled by Suan." The others stifled their laughter, glancing at Lu Tian, whose fair complexion flushed a bright red, glaring at Lu Chao in embarrassment. Their teasing was not unfounded. In the mere 12 days they had stayed at the Lu household, Suan had visited 3 times. The first visit occurred 5 days after their arrival, when Lu Tian, perplexed, asked, "What brings you here?" Suan pressed his lips together and regarded her, prompting Lu Tian to inquire, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," Suan replied just as he spotted Lu Yue returning, and he approached him. "Father-in-law, I am going to the town tomorrow to buy seeds. Do you need anything? I can bring it back for you." Lu Tian observed Suan, and Lu Yue, pleased that he still thought of them, said, "No need. I plan to go to town with Lu Chang in a couple of days to pick up some supplies." Suan responded with a nod, glancing at Lu Tian, "Then I shall take my leave." With just over an hour until lunch, Lu Yue invited him to stay for a meal, but Suan declined, stating he needed to return home to cook for Su Chang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue did not insist, and as Suan bid farewell and was about to leave, Lu Yue made an excuse to step into the courtyard. With only the two of them remaining outside, Lu Tian asked, "Do you have more business?" Not wanting to leave, she sensed her father had just looked at them with a smile. Suan asked, "Is the little one not back yet?" Lu Tian nodded, recalling that her sister had mentioned they would stay at least 10 more days until spring plowing was complete. Suan inquired, "Is it cold at night? Do you need me to bring you that fox fur blanket?" Lu Tian hesitated. During her solitary nights at the Lu household in winter, she had used charcoal for warmth. However, since marrying Suan, his warmth had rendered her immune to the cold. These past nights, she had shared a bed with her sister and the little one, but while her sister was not as warm, the weather was warming up, making it unlikely to reach an uncomfortable chill. With her response, Suan took his leave. 3 days later, Suan returned to Qingxi village, carrying a wild chicken. "I caught this yesterday. I brought it for you to make a soup to nourish the little one." Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh my, how hard it is to catch one. You should share it with your father." Suan replied, "Wild chickens are easy to catch. If my father wants one, I can catch another for him. You have more people, this will satisfy your cravings." Xiaoyu was naturally pleased with her son-in-law's thoughtfulness. Although a wild chicken has little meat and is not worth much, his willingness to travel such a distance to deliver it proved Suan's sincerity, even if his gaze often lingered on the youngest daughter. This was precisely what Xiaoyu wished to see, whether he came for Lu Tian or out of respect for her. It signified his affection for Lu Tian. As he prepared to leave, Suan looked at Lu Tian. How many more days will you stay? Lu Tian calculated the days, until before spring plowing. The final visit occurred the day before, when Suan arrived, cradling a basket of eggs, at least 10 in total. Xiaoyu, upon seeing this, refused to accept them, as eggs were a precious commodity. Even affluent families would only use 2 or 3 for a soup. Suan explained, I raised a hen specifically to lay eggs for Tianer. Since she has been away, these eggs accumulated. With spring plowing approaching, you and your father should replenish your strength. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Once I finish plowing in Xiahe village, I will come to assist you. Despite her insistence, Xiaoyu was adamant. We are about to get busy and need to replenish ourselves. We have eggs, take these back. Your family relies on you as the sole laborer. You must also take care of yourself and your father. This year, Lu Chang will be here as well. With our small plot of land, we will finish in 2 or 3 days. You focus on your own work, there is no need for you to help us. Seeing Xiaoyu's determination, Suan ultimately produced 4 eggs. This will be enough for my father and me. Xiaoyu, taking the basket, retrieved 2 more. Let's divide them this way. Otherwise, I won't take any. In the end, Suan left with 6 eggs, while Xiaoyu headed to the kitchen with the basket, leaving only Lu Tian and Suan in the courtyard. Suan, pursing his lips, gazed at her. Though they were not particularly familiar as a couple, after being apart for 10 days, an air of awkwardness lingered between them. Chapter 40. Suan's wife has returned. Lu Tian stepped forward, but as she drew closer, she found herself unable to see his face. Instead, she was met with the broad expanse of his chest, leaving her gaze uncertain. Suan scanned the surroundings with his dark eyes before his large hand reached up to touch her face. Why have you lost weight? He inquired, surprised by his observation. Lu Tian raised her eyes. You actually noticed? Suan nodded, noting that her face, once somewhat plump, now exhibited elegant lines, shedding some youthful softness for a touch of allure. Lu Tian had assumed that someone as rugged as he would overlook such subtle changes, yet she had indeed lost some weight during this period. Resolute in her desire to learn, she had followed Lu Xiao and Xiaoyu, acquiring numerous skills. From cooking and washing clothes to feeding the piglet that the Lu family had raised, it was only through these practical experiences that Lu Tian realized that tasks she once deemed daunting were not so. In fact, there arose a sense of accomplishment as she prepared a feast, and witnessing her family's satisfaction brought her an unexpected joy and emotion she had never experienced in her 18 years, a happiness that radiated from within after receiving affirmation. Having been indolent for so many years, the sudden shift to activity was undeniably exhausting, resulting in a reduction of the softness she had cultivated over time. While the change was not conspicuous on her body, her face bore a significant difference. Once characterized by a round and cherubic visage, she now displayed sharper features, a hint of coolness, and a newfound vibrancy. She refrained from divulging the reason to him. I suppose I've simply slimmed down a bit recently. Suan produced 2 eggs. You secretly boiled these to eat? Lu Tian responded with a silent expression. Although Suan had delivered goods on several occasions, his intentions were unmistakable, and Lu Xiao had teased Lu Tian about it privately. In a playful gesture, Lu Tian pulled out an egg to silence her. Lu Xiao gasped at the sight of the 2 pristine eggs. He insisted on giving these to me before he left. Lu Xiao chuckled. It seems he noticed your weight loss. Your man is quite perceptive and attentive. After escorting Lu Xiao to Zhu family village, Lu Chang returned to accompany Lu Tian. Upon reaching a narrow path, Lu Chang crouched down to carry Lu Tian on his back. After a brief distance, Lu Tian could distinctly hear his heavy breathing. Brother, are you tired? Lu Chang, a scholar at heart, found himself slightly overwhelmed by carrying his now adult sister after just a short walk. I'm fine. I can manage, he replied, panting slightly. After a while, Lu Tian noticed that his grip on her knees gradually slipped downward, causing her to sag slightly on his back. Lu Chang, realizing this, made a concerted effort to lift her, but all Lu Tian felt was a jolt, and she sank even lower. Brother, please set me down. I can walk by myself. No. It's not possible. Don't worry, I can. As Lu Tian was unceremoniously dropped back, her body leaned backward, and the thorns of the surrounding weeds grazed her as she fell. Ow! Lu Tian couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Flustered and guilt-ridden, Lu Cheng quickly pulled her up. Her sleeves bore several scratches, and her wrists showed signs of abrasions from the thorns, with a few traces of blood visible. Fortunately, her clothing was not too thin, so her back remained unscathed. Liu Cheng felt a surge of sympathy, wishing to transfer her pain to himself as he examined her closely. Are you all right, Tianer?
Is there anywhere else that hurts?
Though her wrist throbbed painfully, Lu Tian stifled her discomfort to spare Lu Chang further guilt, forcing a smile.
I'm fine, the fabric is thick enough, and I'm alright, brother.
With only a short distance left, Lu Chang hesitated to carry her any longer.
Tianer, can you walk? I'll clear the weeds ahead, and you can follow behind me.
Lu Tian nodded. Although the village had paths connecting them, it was uncommon to traverse between villages without reason, leaving this path overgrown with weeds, some of which reached halfway up Lu Tian's body. Lu Chang walked ahead, trampling the underbrush. Some areas yielded easily beneath his feet, while others remained stubbornly rooted, causing him to leave multiple marks on his shoes, and some particularly obstinate patches required manual effort to clear. As Lu Tian watched her brother's silhouette, she glanced back at the path they had traversed. She had walked this route several times, but always while being carried by Suan. Unlike the sturdy embrace of her brother, Suan's strong arms had shielded her from any jostling, allowing her to rest steadily against his broad back. She couldn't fathom how Suan managed to navigate this path, as she had never felt the challenges he faced while walking it. His strides were long, and he seemed to traverse the terrain effortlessly. But was this overgrown path truly so easy to navigate? By the time they returned to Shilha village, nearly half an hour had passed. Lu Tian's clothing bore signs of wear, prompting Lu Chang to remove his outer garment and drape it over her shoulders. Upon entering the village, many gazes fell upon the pair. They did not recognize Lu Chang, and their attire appeared somewhat peculiar. Clearing his throat, Lu Chang greeted, "Good day, esteemed elders. I am Lu Chang, Lu Tian's elder brother, here to extend my late New Year wishes."
Lu Chang? The teacher from the town school?
Indeed, it is he. My grandson is still studying there. Ah, truly a scholar. He looks distinctly different.
Yes, he possesses that. Oh dear, if you can't find the words, just admit it. He has the air of a refined scholar, doesn't he? Exactly. That was precisely what I meant to say.
Lu Chang and Lu Tian exchanged glances, exasperated. To prevent any misunderstandings and for Lu Tian's sake, Lu Chang engaged with the villagers, introducing himself wherever possible. While they had not met Lu Chang before, they had heard of him. There was but one school in Qingxi town, and learned individuals were few and far between in the village. As the singular scholar, he was known to many. His eloquent and pleasant speech left a favorable impression. Rest assured, if your sister encounters any difficulties in our village, do not hesitate to seek my assistance.
Indeed, do not worry. Your sister has simply been too sheltered at home. Suan's wife should visit more often. We can look out for one another.
Lu Chang, understanding his younger sister's disposition, chuckled. Ah, she has been spoiled at home, rarely venturing out.
Please don't hold it against her.
Meanwhile, Suan was tilling the fields when he overheard someone exclaim, "Suan's wife has returned." His movements stilled, and he immediately looked up in the direction of the voice. Lu Tian was following closely behind her brother, aware that he was making introductions on her behalf. Though her nature inclined her to stay indoors, being in the same village offered a semblance of familiarity, which could be beneficial should any issues arise.
Chapter 41. Is it acceptable to leave the lights on at night? Suan cast aside his hoe and hurriedly approached Lu Tian, who had just returned. Your back.
Noticing her frowning slightly while draped in Lu Chang's outer garment, he grasped her wrist to inspect. What happened?
Lu Chang replied,
I tripped on that little path. Upon hearing this, Suan swiftly pulled Lu Tian aside, directing her towards a crooked tree nearby, positioning her between the tree and himself. As he gently parted the fabric of her outer garment, he discovered scratches on her arm and wrist, causing his heart to lurch. Is there anywhere else that hurts?
Lu Tian reassured him. No, there isn't.
Suan examined her closely, but the clothing concealed any further injuries. Let's head home.
Would you like me to carry you?
It was harvest season, and the fields were bustling with activity. Lu Tian widened her eyes in protest. No. Seeing her determination, Suan gazed at her intently. I'll go fetch father. The group returned to the Su residence, where Lu Chang observed the situation in Xiaohe village. He had not been present when Lu Tian married and had never visited this area before. The villages were quite similar, and the houses bore little distinction. Upon entering, Lu Chang paused, noting that the Su home appeared much more spacious compared to the Lu family abode, with only a few essential pieces of furniture and no superfluous items. Suan poured water for Lu Chang and instructed Su Chengkai to entertain him while he took Lu Tian to their room. He helped her sit on the couch, then stepped outside to fetch a basin of water. Returning, he carefully wrung out a cloth and gently began to clean her wounds. Lu Tian watched him, her gaze lowered, so that she could not see his eyes, only the thin line of his pressed lips. As he treated a particularly painful spot, she involuntarily gasped, prompting Suan to slow his movements even further. Leaning down to blow softly on her injury, the warmth of his breath traversed her wrist, and to her astonishment, the pain seemed to diminish somewhat. When she fell, she had instinctively braced herself with her hands, resulting in the most significant injuries on her wrists. Other areas were shielded by her clothing and remained unscathed, yet, Suan, still uneasy, wished to examine her further.
Lu Tian clutched her garment. It's only my wrists that are hurt, there's nothing else. Suan insisted, let me see.
Lu Tian hesitated, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. It's just from falling on my back.
You can look at my back.
Once she had removed her inner garment, Suan's breath quickened, his eyes fixed on Lu Tian's back, where her delicate pink garment was held up by two loosely tied straps against her fair skin. At 25 years of age, this was the first time he had seen a girl's body so directly, yet despite their numerous intimate moments, Lu Tian had always insisted on keeping the lights off. He felt a rush of warmth spread through him, his breathing becoming heavier, as if his gaze were frozen in place. After an extended silence, with no sound emanating from her, Lu Tian felt the heat of his intense stare on her back. Her face flushed as she bit her lip. Is it done yet? Suddenly, she felt a wave of warmth as a heated body pressed against her, hair being brushed aside, followed by fervent kisses landing on her shoulder, causing her to tremble. Suan's arms encircled her, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Startled, she was about to speak when the passionate kisses continued to fall upon her. Lu Tian could hear his heavy breathing, her fragile garment clinging to her, and as his large hand reached up, tears welled in her eyes. Suan, brother is still outside. The kisses paused momentarily, Suan resting his head against her neck, his warm breath grazing her skin, enveloping her in an inexplicable sensation. She was unsure why she felt both ticklish and. Suan hoarsely murmured, is it all right to leave the lights on at night? Lu Tian remained silent after Suan stepped out. Lu Tian lingered for a moment longer, waiting for the flush on her face to subside before she slowly emerged from the room. As she stepped outside, she felt a lingering awkwardness, avoiding eye contact with Su Chengkai and Lu Chang. Her gaze lowered as she glanced around. Upon learning from Suan that his younger sister was uninjured, Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she would not have suffered had it not been for his actions. Inside the room, Suan had already treated her wrists, the dark red ointment stark against the angry red marks, making them appear rather grotesque. Lu Chang took her hand, feeling a pang of guilt and compassion as he regarded her. The Su father and son warmly invited Lu Chang to stay for lunch, and with mealtime fast approaching, he did not decline. Suan encouraged Lu Tian to keep Lu Chang company while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Having traversed the village, Lu Chang had seen the layout of the houses, which were largely unremarkable aside from a few rooms. Thus, Lu Tian did not take him on a tour but instead offered him some sunflower seeds she had purchased for the new year. She tossed a handful to Su Chengkai seated nearby. Father, have some seeds. Su Chengkai responded, oh, thank you. As Lu Chang and Lu Tian engaged in casual conversation, Su Chengkai listened attentively, occasionally interjecting a comment. The two Su men were not particularly loquacious, and more often than not, Su Chengkai sat in silence. With Lu Chang's presence, the meal at the Su household was somewhat more lavish than usual. Lu Chang felt a bit embarrassed. We are family, there's no need to be so formal. Su Chengkai replied, there's no formality in this, it is only right that we treat our esteemed nephew well since he rarely visits. Please, eat without hesitation. Lu Chang insisted, next time, we cannot be so polite, otherwise, I will not come again. The spread before them was more than what an ordinary family would consume in a few months, and the Lu family had never dined in such a manner. Su Chengkai chuckled, all right, enjoy the meal without reservation. After lunch, Lu Chang needed to hurry back to Qingxi village, as the spring plowing season was upon them, and the school in town was on break, making it the perfect time for him to assist at home. Suan, disregarding Lu Chang's objections, insisted on escorting him, taking along a sickle. Upon reaching the little path, Suan said to Lu Chang, wait here for a moment, let me clear this path. Lu Chang cautioned, you can't just cut it. There are thorns everywhere that will hurt your hands. Suan wrapped his hands in cloth and bent down to begin his task. Lu Chang, unaware of Suan's intentions, regretted not bringing an extra sickle. As those ahead busied themselves, he felt out of place standing idle and decided to follow Suan to clear the grass he cut. Suan turned back, you don't need to do anything. Just follow closely behind me. Chapter 42 Spring plowing. Half an hour later, the grass on either side of the narrow path had been thoroughly cut, revealing the little road that had been hidden in the thicket. Suan's face was drenched in sweat, with several scratches marring his hands and face from careless brushes with the sharp blades. Despite his protests, Lu Chang insisted on helping, sustaining a few scratches of his own in the process. Gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, this grass grows back swiftly, within half a month, it will be lush again. Few villagers use this path, so why bother cutting it? Suan retrieved a water pouch from his bosom and offered it to Lu Chang, who drank before Suan took it back to quench his own thirst. I shall return in a fortnight to clear it again. This way, it will be more convenient for you when you come to visit Lu Tian. Lu Cheng chuckled. After the spring plowing, I will be heading to town. My parents won't be visiting often, so there is no need for such trouble. Suan merely pursed his lips in silence. This path led directly to Qingxi village, and after bidding farewell to Lu Chang, Suan made his way back to Xiahe village. On his return, he encountered some villagers who, upon seeing his disheveled appearance, inquired about his condition. Suan explained that he had been clearing the path. Oh, that path, it sees little foot traffic, people only take it as a shortcut to Qingxi village since it's rarely used, no one bothers to maintain it. Your efforts are commendable, after all, your wife is delicate, and those thorns could cause her harm. Ah, Suan is showing concern for his wife now. What is this, are you envious? If you were to blossom into a beauty like Suan's wife, I'm sure your man would dote on you too. Enough of your nonsense. Always teasing me, I'm no longer young enough to worry about such things, let us get back to work. Upon arriving home, Su Tian was reclining on a couch, engrossed in a book. When she heard the door creak, she looked up and asked, "What happened to your face?" "It's nothing, just a scratch from the grass," he replied. He filled a basin with water, removed his shirt, and began to wash himself. As he stripped off his outer garment, Su Tian quickly lowered her gaze, though she found it difficult to focus on her book. It wasn't until she heard him stepping outside to pour out the water that she cautiously lifted her head, only to find him still unadorned in his clothing, revealing his robust upper body. Years of running in the mountains had endowed Suan with a physique brimming with strength. His posture was upright, and his broad, bronze chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and hastily, Su Tian averted her gaze once more, noticing her reaction. Suan chuckled, and once he dressed, he said, "I'm heading to the fields, will you rest for a while?" Su Tian nodded. In recent days, the villagers had been preoccupied with digging and plowing. In Xiahe village, only the Li Zhang family owned an ox. Typically, when someone needed to procure goods from town, they would borrow it. However, with everyone engaged in plowing, the ox was not available for lending, especially since the Li Zhang family also needed it for their own work. Thus, the villagers were relying on their picks to dig the earth manually. Xiahe village had little arable land, each household possessed only a small plot, with the Li Zhang family owning the most at 20 acres, while Suan's family collectively had a mere 3 acres. With his face towards the soil, Suan wielded the pickaxe with vigorous determination, working faster than those around him. However, the majority of the neighboring families had sent everyone out to assist, while Suan toiled alone in the field. Suan was plowing a piece of land adjacent to the Li Zhang family, who were known as the Zhang family in Xiahe village, with Zhang Quan as the head. They had 2 sons and a daughter, and at this moment, the entire family was laboring in the field. Even the 2 daughters-in-law were helping, though the youngest daughter and Zhang Quan's wife were likely at home preparing tea. Their ox was harnessed to the plow, and although the pace of the oxen was not particularly swift, in half a day, they had managed to plow half an acre. The surrounding villagers looked on with envy. In these times, raising even a pig was a challenge, let alone an ox. Although oxen could subsist on grass rather than grain, even a mere calf was beyond the means of an average family. One weary woman, unable to bear the fatigue, sat down in the dirt and lamented to her husband, "It's certainly better to have an ox. Look at us, we've been at this for ages and haven't even plowed 3/10 of an acre." Her husband continued swinging his pick, unperturbed. "Are you dreaming? You think you can have an ox plow for you? Once you're rested, get back to work." The woman scoffed, stretching her limbs before rising to resume her toil. Suddenly, her gaze froze. "Hey, look at Suan. He only arrived after lunch, and he has nearly finished, faster than the ox." Upon hearing her words, the husband wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Suan. "Indeed, he is remarkably quick." The woman chuckled. "Do you think he'll help the Li Zhang family with their plowing this year?" The man's expression darkened slightly. "What nonsense are you talking? Suan is married now, be careful not to stir up misunderstandings." The woman laughed derisively. "I'm just curious to see if Suan will lend a hand. Plowing is arduous work, especially under the midday sun when the heat is most intense." Some men, unable to bear the heat, stripped off their shirts, revealing their glistening, sweaty arms. There were a few women in the fields, but they were too busy to be concerned about such matters. From the east, 2 women approached, and as they drew nearer, it became clear they were Luo Lanfang, Zhang Quan's wife, and their youngest daughter, Zhang Wen, each carrying a bucket, evidently bringing refreshments to the workers. Luo Lanfang wore a warm and familiar smile, greeting everyone she passed, while Zhang Wen, following her mother, expressed her annoyance. "Mother, why are you being so friendly with them? Some aren't even dressed properly. They filthy." Luo Lanfang shot her daughter a sidelong glance. "Lower your voice, don't forget that this year's taxes have increased, we're counting on their harvest." Zhang Wen pouted in displeasure, and as they neared their own plot of land, she caught sight of Suan laboring alone with his pickaxe. She started to run over but was pulled back by Luo Lanfang, who shot her a warning glare.
What are you doing? Zhang Wen replied, Mother, I just want to speak with him. Luo Lanfang's expression hardened, absolutely not.
With that, she dragged Zhang Wen directly to their own field. As the Zhang family busied themselves with their work, Luo Lanfang and Zhang Wen each took a bowl, filling it with tea for the laborers. The progress made with the ox was commendable. Zhang Quan guided the ox over, and Luo Lanfang hurriedly poured a bowl of tea for her husband. After quenching his thirst with 3 large bowls, Zhang Quan wiped the sweat from his brow with his straw hat. Gradually, others from the surrounding fields received tea from their families, and during this brief respite, many seized the opportunity to rest, yet one figure continued tirelessly, working with relentless vigor. Someone remarked, this Suan is like an ox, utterly tireless. He has worked for so long without even stopping for a sip of tea. Ah, well, he is enamored with that beauty from Qingxi village. He probably hopes she will bring him tea, but I doubt that will happen. Chapter 43 Amid Watero, it baffles me that we already have a paralyzed father at home, and now there's a lazy daughter-in-law who does nothing. If I had to choose, I wouldn't want any of the beautiful women. In this world, it's challenging enough to feed one mouth, let alone two. It truly is no easy task. However, I must say, Suan's wife is indeed an exceptionally rare beauty. I fear she must have been born into the wrong family, otherwise, how could such a visage not have secured a position as a government official's wife? Speaking of officials brings ill fortune. I've heard that this year's taxes have increased again. With just 2 acres of land, we must pay out 30%. Life this year is going to be tough.
My family is in the same boat.
With 6 mouths to feed, we rely solely on our 4 acres of land, and after paying our dues, it seems we won't even have enough for a hearty meal.
Let us not dwell on it.
At least this is a year of peace, we can endure a little hunger without fearing for our lives. In the village, the headman was leading the tax collection, and Zhang Quan was resting not far from them. Fearing he would overhear, the others dared not speak further and returned to their toil. Zhang Wen's gaze occasionally drifted towards Suan, noticing how the nearby families had tea brought to them, while that tall man toiled alone, drenched in sweat, without a moment's respite. Seizing an opportunity when Luo Lanfang was distracted, she took a bowl and filled it with tea, making her way towards Suan. Luo Lanfang, hearing the commotion, tried to intervene, but it was too late. She furrowed her brow, watching Zhang Wen approach. Suan, with his back to the roadside, was unaware of her approach. Unlike many men who had stripped off their shirts due to the heat, he had merely rolled up his sleeves. Upon hearing someone call him, he turned around and, upon seeing Zhang Wen, his expression darkened momentarily. Su de Gu, take a break and have a bowl of tea, she said. No need, he replied curtly. I've brought it all the way here for you. Just drink a bowl, she insisted. Seeing Suan remain still, Zhang Wen stepped into the field, where the freshly plowed earth made it difficult to walk. She stumbled, falling to the ground, and the bowl of tea spilled entirely. With a startled cry, she fell forward, her hands bracing against the soil, her fine clothing now stained with mud. Frustration filled her eyes as she noticed the dirt on her palms, and her momentary disgust faded as she looked at Suan. Su de Gu, could you lend me a hand? Suan regarded her impassively, not moving. Zhang Wen glared at him. Suan, what do you mean by this? I came with good intentions to bring you tea, and this is your attitude. I said no need, just go back, he replied, turning back to his work with the hoe. Zhang Wen, incensed by his demeanor, quickly rose and marched over to him, surprisingly steady on her feet this time. What is this? Have you become too proud to accept a bowl of tea from me just because you married a wife? Suan responded with silence. Zhang Wen continued to jab at him. Look at your situation, you think you can bring home a beautiful woman, and now this is the result. You not only have to treat her like a deity, but after toiling all day, you don't even have someone to bring you hot tea. Zhang Wen glanced at the others nearby. Though they were busy, some were still paying attention to their exchange, and she abruptly fell silent. Changing her approach, she asked, how much longer do you need to plow your fields? Hurry up and come help my family. I'm busy. After finishing here, I need to help my father-in-law, he replied. What did you say? Zhang Wen gritted her teeth. You would rather assist that lazy woman's family than come help mine? Seeing he was ignoring her again, Zhang Wen finally lost her temper. I thought you were different from others, but it turns out you are just another man easily swayed by beauty. My family only asked for 5 taels of silver for you to marry me, yet you refused, but for that woman, you are willing to spend 2 taels and bring so many gifts. I shall see how long you can support such a demanding wife. If something were to befall you, you would end up like your mother. Before she could finish, Suan's piercing gaze locked onto her, silencing her with fear. His eyes remained cold as they bore into her, and she felt a chill creeping up from her feet, as if he were a wolf on the verge of attack, ready to pounce on its prey. I didn't mean to mention your mother. At that moment, someone approached from a distance, and Suan's expression softened instantly as he spotted her. Just moments ago, his gaze had been dark, but now it was gentle that he tossed aside his hoe and went to greet her. Luan, carrying a small bucket, had walked half a mile from the Su family's home, her hands switching the bucket from one to the other, her breath coming in soft pants. Suan quickly took the bucket from her. What brings you here? As it was warm, he led her to a tree for shade. I made some tea for you, give it a try, she said. Suan looked up, surprised. You made this? He noticed the faint scars on her wrists but relaxed when he saw they had not worsened. Luan nodded, and he took down a bowl hanging from the bucket side. Pouring a half bowl for her to taste first, he then filled a full bowl for himself. The tea had a surprisingly refreshing quality, soothing his parched throat and alleviating the discomfort from the sweltering sun. Curious, he asked, how did you make this? It has a cooling effect, almost like it's been chilled. But where would they find ice at this time of year? They certainly couldn't afford ice blocks. Seeing him enjoy the flavor, she looked at him expectantly. Is it good? Suan nodded, very good. Luan's lips curved into a smile. My elder brother brought back a book from Shu, which mentioned a drink called mint water. It's incredibly refreshing and perfect for the heat. It's made from a certain leaf, and the picture looked a bit like the grass at my mother's doorstep. I asked my brother to check with the herbalist in town, and they confirmed it was edible, so I tried making it as described in the book. I also gave a bowl to father earlier, and he said it was delightful. In high spirits, her smile widened, and her clear eyes sparkled even more. Suan felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips and had to suppress the urge to touch her face, still damp with sweat. Are you tired? He inquired. He hadn't anticipated that Luan would bring him tea, and her thoughtfulness pleasantly surprised him. Luan shook her head. Mint water was easy to make, and starting a fire was no trouble for her now. Nearby, others had gathered to take a break and, upon seeing them, teased, "Oh, look who is here. Suan's wife has arrived. Just a moment ago, folks were gossiping that Suan had no one to bring him tea, and now you've effectively silenced them." The speaker was someone Luan recognized, a neighbor from the Su household, likely a distant relative. She called her second aunt. Hearing the teasing, Luan glanced at Suan. Second aunt suddenly sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? It smells rather pleasant. Chapter 44. A ghostwriter. Suan approached, carrying the bucket. This is the mint water made by Tianer. Would you like to try some, second aunt? Second aunt peered into the bucket, observing only the clear liquid, yet the aroma was intensely fragrant. She retrieved her bowl, saying, Then I shall take a bowl to sample. To her surprise, after just one sip, she found herself unable to stop until the entire bowl was emptied. Astonished, she inquired of Luan, What is this made from? It is remarkably refreshing. Luan replied, It is derived from a particular leaf. There should be some in Shaha village. Simply pluck it and brew the water to enjoy. Second aunt asked, What leaf is that? If I have this water, enduring this hot summer will be much more bearable. Luan described the appearance of mint, and with her good memory, second aunt could even recall the characteristics of its stem. Upon hearing this, she reminisced, I know where to find it. I shall go gather some tomorrow morning and show you. If it is indeed the right one, you must teach me how to prepare the water. Luan nodded, very well. She had initially prepared only enough for Suan, but now, with others seated under the tree expressing their desire to taste it, she noted the dwindling supply in the bucket. Considering there was more at home, she suggested returning to fetch some. Suan urged her to rest while he made the trip himself. Once Suan departed, Luan found herself feeling less at ease, sensing many eyes scrutinizing her, most of which were filled with curiosity. Another individual approached the shade of the tree, directing their gaze toward Luan. She discerned that this scrutiny was not merely inquisitive but tinged with hostility. Upon lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Zhang Wen, who was sizing her up in return. Luan observed that Zhang Wen appeared to be a girl in her late teens or early 20s, strikingly beautiful, evidently belonging to a well-to-do family, unlike many of the lean girls in the village. However, the expression in Zhang Wen's eyes was far from amiable. Unfamiliar with her, Luan lowered her gaze once more. Zhang Wen sat down beside her, her tone brusque. I would also like to sample the water you prepared. Luan's brows furrowed slightly, and she did not lift her head. It seems that not all family members share the same hearing abilities. Your family must be quite deaf, continued a voice nearby. Luan raised her head and looked at Zhang Wen indifferently. What did you say? Zhang Wen retorted, I said you are deaf, just like that wooden-headed fool in your family. Don't you know how to respond when someone speaks to you?
Lu Tian's voice turned somber. Am I obliged to reply to you? You.
Zhang Wen's anger caused her brow to twitch, for her father had served as the village constable in Xiahe for nearly 20 years. Who in the village did not curry favor with them? She had not anticipated encountering two such difficult individuals in one family. The distance to the Su residence was just half a mile, and along the way, they could already see Suan returning. Zhang Wen noticed as well, ceasing her verbal sparring with Lu Tian but remaining seated beside her. Lu Tian, recalling Suan's usual water drinking habits, had prepared a larger batch, yet she was uncertain of his preferences and had initially only brought a small bucket. When Suan arrived, he was taken aback by the quantity, and after filling bowls for those nearby who wished to taste, he declared, "This is truly delightful, so thirst-quenching. Indeed, it is particularly soothing to the throat, and after drinking, one can still feel the refreshing sensation in the mouth, very comfortable.
This is even more pleasant than eating ice. I shall have another bowl. I too desire another bowl." Remarkable, Suan's wife, how did you prepare this? Lu Tian then recounted the method she had learned from a book. From a book, Suan's wife, you can read? Lu Tian replied, my elder brother taught me for 2 years. I can recognize some simpler characters. Oh, how wonderful, we have so few literate individuals in our village. Sometimes, when someone brings back a letter, we cannot read it and must seek help from others. Yes, my eldest son sent a letter from the south last month, and I was troubled finding someone to help read it. Suan's wife, could you take a look for me? Oh, I remember I have a letter too, sent by my second sister who married far away. Suan's wife, could you help me write a letter? I want to write to my son who has joined the army. It has been 2 years since I last heard from him, and I worry for his well-being. Yes, I too wish to write a letter. I also want to write my family. In an instant, the conversation shifted to the topic of reading and writing letters, as the cost of hiring a scribe in town was 1 copper coin per letter, and now, hearing of this economical option, they all wished to take advantage of it. Lu Tian thought to herself, if it comes to that, I would certainly be reluctant. My aversion to exertion is no mere reputation. Assisting others with letters is a tedious task. Moreover, in the past, the court had enforced conscription, and many families in the village had lost able-bodied men to the army. After the wars ceased, some returned to the village, while others chose to remain in the military, hoping for a brighter future. With many individuals seeking communication, it was inevitable that numerous requests would arise if she began helping with letters. She even regretted revealing her literacy, feeling troubled and pondering how to handle the situation. Suddenly, a derisive laugh pierced the silence, sounding jarring. Zhang Wen scoffed, "Do you truly believe she can read? I suspect she cannot recognize a single character and is merely putting on airs." Zhang Wen's words were delivered with conviction. She could not fathom that Lu Tian could read. Despite her family's relatively favorable circumstances in the village, her father being the constable and their combined fields totaling 20 acres, they had only managed to send the more promising second brother to the town school. Yet, even after attending school, her second brother struggled to keep up with his studies, let alone teach her and the eldest brother. Thus, she doubted that her brother, who had not excelled, would bother to teach such a lazy sister. Seeing Lu Tian remain silent, Zhang Wen felt her suspicions were confirmed. Look, she has nothing to say. You would be better off seeking my second brother's assistance. Perhaps he will feel generous and help you. The villagers present exchanged glances, pondering the absurdity of her second brother's half-baked education and questioning how he could possibly be inclined to help them. The constable's 3 children were all arrogant, believing themselves superior to the villagers and treating them with disdain, particularly during tax collection periods when they resembled wolves eyeing a flock of sheep, revealing their viciousness at the slightest provocation. If they were to seek her second brother's aid, they would prefer to spend money to hire a scribe in town. Finally breaking her silence, Lu Tian spoke, I can help you read and write letters, but what? Chapter 45. Ghostwriting to Lu Tian remarked, however, I shall only assist you in reading or writing a letter without charge this once. This will allow you to assess my capabilities. If my services do not meet your expectations, you may seek alternatives next time. Someone inquired, what about the second time? Lu Tian continued, for the second instance, reading will remain free of charge, but writing will incur a fee of 1 won. Before the villagers could respond, Zhang Wen interjected, 1 won. Have you lost your mind over money? We are all from the same village, and you would exploit your own neighbors. While 1 won may seem a trifling amount, for those in the village who meticulously count every coin, paying even that for a single letter is no small matter. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Indeed, we are all from the same village. Why should writing a letter cost 1 won? I only earn 1 won by selling 3 jin of coarse rice. Suan's wife is truly merciless. Exactly, she appears to be a rather pretty girl, yet she has the audacity to fleece her own villagers. Forget it, I will seek out the village scribe instead. At least they are reputable scholars. Who knows if Suan's wife can even read? Yes, I would rather my money go to someone else than her.
Although they attempted to keep their voices low, the confined space allowed their whispers to reach Suan and Lu Tian. Zhang Wen, keenly aware, wore a provocatively triumphant smile directed at Lu Tian. Suan turned to grasp Lu Tian's hand and, with a stern voice, addressed the gossipers. You were the ones who suggested that my wife assist with reading and writing letters, and now you dare to call her merciless? What would you deem fair, her offering her services for free? We are all villagers. What is wrong with lending a hand? Indeed, we are from the same village. Earning those few coins is no easy task.
Deducting 1 from a letter makes it less appealing to seek your services. Furthermore, we cannot be certain she can even write. What if she scribbles nonsense?
As Zhang Wen listened, her smile grew increasingly derisive.
I agree. I advise you not to seek her help. It would be a shame if she were to send a ridiculous letter and create a laughingstock. Suan's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes.
Just as he was about to respond, Lu Tian gently pulled on his arm, prompting him to turn and look at her. She shook her head and addressed the villagers. As I mentioned earlier, I can assist you without charge this once. If you doubt my literacy, you may verify my work after I write it.
As for your concerns about the fee of 1, may I ask how much it costs to hire a scribe in town?
1, but at least the scribes are educated and conduct their business properly.
You cannot compare to them. Lu Tian replied, Is it not the case that you must provide your own writing paper when you go to write?
I believe so. The last time I had no paper, I had to pay an additional one.
Yes, that is correct. I just wrote a letter the other day.
Indeed, and 1 only covers a single sheet of paper. If I want to write more, I must pay extra. Once they had finished speaking, Lu Tian resumed, After the cessation of hostilities, there has been a push for the abandonment of martial pursuits in favor of the literary. Consequently, the price of writing paper has risen. For 51, you can only acquire 300 sheets. If you venture to the town to write, not only must you endure a long journey, but you must also either bring your own paper or pay a premium for it.
You are spending far more than just 1.
By choosing my services, not only does 1 cover the writing fee, but it also includes 2 sheets of writing paper. For any additional sheets, the cost will increase by 1 for every 2 sheets.
You can easily ascertain the profit I make.
I also have to cover the costs of ink and brushes, so in the end, I only earn a meager sum.
After hearing Lu Tian's explanation, someone hesitantly asked, Does that include writing paper? Lu Tian nodded.
In that case, it seems quite reasonable. It saves us the trouble of trekking all the way to the town every time we wish to write a letter. Indeed, my legs are not as strong, and I must borrow the village chief's ox cart each time. Borrowing it requires me to bring along 2 gin of rough rice as payment, which adds up. Exactly, I will come to Suan's wife for my next letter. I will seek her help as well. It is worth a try. I can always run to the town later to verify her work. Many villagers required assistance with their letters, and soon they began to congregate eagerly around Lu Tian. Suan stood protectively in front of her, creating a barrier against the crowd.
Suan's wife, when will you be free? Can you help me write a letter in the next few days?
My husband has gone to the south, and he promised to return by spring plowing, yet, he has yet to come back. I have 3 mu of land to tend to, and I cannot manage it alone.
I urgently wish to send a letter to summon him home.
And I too, my husband has also gone south, and I wish to write to bring him back. And I, my son, the villagers clamored, their voices overlapping. Lu Tian felt overwhelmed by the noise, and Suan, noticing her furrowed brow, raised his voice, declaring, Silence. His deep, resonant voice commanded immediate attention, and the crowd fell silent, turning to face him. Suan stated, Her wrist is injured, she needs to rest and cannot assist with writing at this time, but if you require her services, you must wait 5 days. We will serve those who arrive first, and she can only assist 5 individuals per day. But her wrist is merely scratched. It hardly requires 5 days, I am in a hurry to summon them back to help with the plowing. The woman who spoke was the one whose husband had gone south. Her fatigue was evident in her demeanor.
Suan glanced at Lu Tian, who gently nodded in affirmation.
Then I will write for you alone, and the others must wait 5 days. The process of letter writing is inherently lengthy, and with spring plowing being a busy period, most villagers were not in a rush, agreeing to return after 5 days. They had to resume their labor in the fields, and those who had finished quickly returned to their tasks. On the other side, Luo Lanfang intended to return home to prepare dinner.
She called out, Wenwen, time to go home.
Zhang Wen huffed at Lu Tian before running off to catch up with Luo Lanfang. Annoyed, Luo Lanfang shot a glance at her daughter, who had just caught up, and asked, What were you two chattering about? Jiang Wen replied, Lu Tian said she would help the villagers with their letters, charging 1 per letter.
1 per letter? Luo Lanfang exclaimed in disbelief. Will those people actually agree to that? They are stingy even when borrowing an ox cart.
Jiang Wen gritted her teeth. That woman claims she will include 2 sheets of writing paper for a total of 1. Naturally, those who have never encountered such an arrangement would eagerly accept.
Luo Lanfang paused, contemplating, does that mean these villagers will no longer go to the town to write letters but will instead flock to Lu Tian? Goodness, if each person pays 1, and there are 10 people a day, that amounts to 10.
She mentally calculated, no, once the spring plowing is over, we should call your second brother to come. After all, he is a proper scholar, and these villagers will certainly prefer him. Chapter 46 Heartfelt joy. After everyone had departed, Suan instructed Lu Tian to return home first, promising to finish plowing for another hour and a half before he followed her to prepare dinner.
Lu Tian replied, let us have pancakes for dinner, I'll make them.
Suan countered, no need for that, I'll cook when I return.
Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Lu Tian took her empty bucket and headed home.
As the clock struck 1/4 the hour, the laborers gradually finished their work and made their way home. Suan, with one final swing of his hoe, completed the last patch of land. He tore off his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow, as a neighboring man called out to him, inviting him to return home together. Most families in the village had begun preparing their evening meals, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, including that of the Su household. The neighboring man teased, it seems your wife isn't as lazy as you claimed, she is already cooking dinner. Suan glanced at the smoke curling up from his own home and replied, I'll be on my way. With that, he quickened his pace. It was merely a half-mile, and in no time, he arrived inside the house. Su Chenkai had caught a whiff of the smoke and, knowing Suan had yet to return, called out, Lu girl, are you the one tending the fire?
Lu Tian emerged from the kitchen, saying, Father, it's me. I am making pancakes for dinner. Su Chenkai was surprised to learn that Lu Tian was indeed cooking. Lu girl, Suan will be back shortly, you might as well wait for him to finish.
Be careful not to hurt yourself.
Lu Tian reassured him, it's alright, I've just finished 1. Father, would you like to taste it?
Su Chenkai glanced at the chamber pot beside the bed and cleared his throat. Father, here. Understanding his hesitation, Lu Tian quickly responded, Father, I see Suan is back.
I'll have him carry you out for dinner. Su Chenkai replied, ah, good, then take your time.
Upon arriving home, Suan set down his hoe and made his way to the kitchen, where he found Lu Tian slightly hunched over, cooking pancakes. Hearing his approach, she turned to the door and said, Go wash up, dinner will be ready soon.
When did you learn to cook?
Suan didn't leave but stepped further into the kitchen. Lu Tian was juggling the fire and the pancakes, her hands busy and her face flushed from the heat. White flour dust clung to her cheeks, and beads of sweat glistened on her small, rounded nose. Her hair was neatly pinned up with a simple hairpin, exposing her delicate, elongated neck. With her head slightly bowed, Suan caught a glimpse of the crescent moon shape behind her ear. Suan found it difficult to articulate his emotions. His heart raced uncontrollably, even more so than when he had been chased by wolves. He had never anticipated that Lu Tian would cook for him, yet upon experiencing it, he felt an uncontainable joy. Lu Tian, not having heard his question, turned to see him gazing at her intently. What are you doing? Hurry and wash up, she urged.
I'll keep an eye on the fire for you, he replied. No need.
It will be done soon. Go wash up and bring father out, I want him to try it right away.
Suan teased, don't you want to let me taste it first? Lu Tian shot him a sidelong glance.
She hadn't just made pancakes, she had also prepared egg drop soup with 2 eggs. Su Chenkai and Suan were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the golden pancakes on the table. While making pancakes may seem simple, it involves skill in kneading the dough and managing the heat. Many struggle with it at first, especially since Lu Tian had accomplished this alone, managing both the fire and the cooking. They hadn't expected her to do so well right from the start, at least it looked appetizing. Lu Tian served each of them a bowl of egg drop soup and handed Su Chenkai a pancake. Father, give it a try. Very well, Su Chenkai said, his eyes glistening with warmth. Bowing his head to eat the pancake, he didn't lift it again until he had finished, his gaze now filled with a loving smile. Delicious. Lu girl, you're quite remarkable to have achieved this on your first attempt. Hearing this, Lu Tian beamed and then turned her expectant gaze toward Suan. He helped himself to a pancake, but instead of his usual ravenous pace, he savored it slowly, as if he were relishing every bite. After swallowing, he looked at Lu Tian with utmost sincerity and declared, It's truly delicious. It was the best pancake he had ever tasted. To validate Lu Tian's culinary skills, the plate, which held nearly double the usual amount of pancakes for dinner, was completely emptied by the two men. Lu Tian, concerned they would overindulge, particularly with Suan having consumed half the plate by himself, urged, "Don't eat too much for dinner. If it's good, I'll make more tomorrow." Suan continued eating, undeterred. "No need for you to cook, focus on resting and healing your wrist, you shouldn't get it wet for the next few days." Su Chengkai nodded in agreement. "Yes, Lu girl, you needn't worry about cooking. Just take care of yourself." After dinner, Lu Tian returned to her room, reflecting on the many events of the day as she leaned back on the bed, rubbing her sore neck. The door opened, and Suan entered with a basin of bathwater. In the past, when it was colder, they could manage to bathe every 3 days, but with the heat now causing them to sweat, Lu Tian needed to bathe daily to feel comfortable. The room contained a bath barrel, and while Lu Tian typically washed herself alone, Suan had never asked her to leave during his own baths. It was simply that Lu Tian felt shy, always turning her back and avoiding looking in that direction. After 3 trips, Suan finally had the water at the right temperature. He approached Lu Tian and said, "You go wash up first, I'll tidy things up for father and be back." As he spoke, his deep gaze locked onto hers, revealing his desires. Recalling Suan's words from earlier in the day, Lu Tian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and annoyance as she shot him a glare. "You have to wait until I finish before you come in." Suan replied, "Well, since we have the whole night." The moment her dark eyes glared at him, he halted his words. With an entire evening ahead, there was no rush. He instructed her to call him once she was done and stepped out to check on Su Chengkai. After tidying up Su Chengkai's room, Suan returned with a large bucket of water. He helped his father clean up and dress, and Su Chengkai had grown accustomed to Suan's daily care, doing his best to cooperate. As they neared the end of the task, Su Chengkai remarked, "Lu girl is changed. This time she returned with a different disposition. I can see she genuinely wants to work hard to make a life with you and is striving to change. Such transformation may be easier for others, but it must be quite challenging for her. You must remember to cherish her intentions." Suan lowered his gaze. "I understand." Exiting Su Chengkai's room, Suan stood in the courtyard and looked up at the full moon. The stars were plentiful tonight, yet none could compare to the moon's brilliance. After a moment, he went to the kitchen to fetch his bathing water. Upon reaching the door, he listened for sounds inside, surmising that Lu Tian had likely finished her bath. Still, before pushing the door open, he called out, "May I come in?" From within, Lu Tian softly replied, "In." As he entered, he found Lu Tian seated on the bed, tying up her hair. Just as Suan was preparing to undress after filling the bucket, she turned away. In most households, a curtain would be hung in the room to spare the couple the awkwardness of bathing together, especially for newlyweds. However, Su Chengkai and his son seemed oblivious to such customs, lacking even a single piece of unnecessary furniture. Even though Lu Tian faced away, she could still hear the sound of water from Suan's side, and the thought of what he was doing made her ears blush with warmth. Chapter 47. Tonight, once her hair was finally set down, the incessant sound of water ceased. After a while, the door creaked open, and Suan emerged, carrying the bathwater to dispose of it. Lu Tian deliberately lowered her head, avoiding the sight of Suan's actions, yet what was inevitable would inevitably come to pass. A rustle from outside signaled the approach, and before long, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The man's hands were urgent, counting the days. It had been over 10 days since they last shared intimacy. This was the first time since their marriage that they had been apart for such an extended period, save for her monthly cycle. As Lu Tian settled into the bed, she removed her outer garments, and Suan swiftly unfastened her inner clothing, brushing aside her hair from behind to plant kisses upon her alabaster neck. The oil lamp in the room cast a steady glow upon the bed, illuminating their shared space. Lu Tian tightly closed her eyes, striving to ignore the glaring light and the searing gaze behind her, but the tremors elicited by his kisses were impossible to suppress, and she bit down on her delicate lip. Suan's feverish hand grasped her face, turning it toward him, silencing her as his hands did not cease their exploration. In that moment of unguarded honesty, his elongated eyes glistened with a hint of red, and those inky depths bore a profound desire. Kisses rained down upon Lu Tian, yet the man remained unsatisfied, pecking at her lips with a hushed voice. "Tianer, open your eyes, look at me." "Please, no." Lu Tian's voice, muffled by her tightly shut eyes, trembled with the weight of unshed tears that finally cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, rather than evoking the pity spoken of by Xiaoyu, it only fueled the fervor of his actions. Of the night stretched on, and the oil lamp eventually extinguished itself, having burned through its fuel. Upon rising the next morning, Lu Tian found Suan's absence beside her. She sat up and surveyed the disheveled bed, recalling how, after their passionate encounter, Suan had fallen into a deep slumber without tending to their bedding. Though he had toiled in the fields all day, he appeared utterly unwearied after the way he had engaged with her the previous night. Claiming exhaustion would be a falsehood, after finding satisfaction, he had hastily tidied up and collapsed into slumber, cradling her in his arms. As she arranged the bedding, the flush upon Lu Tian's cheeks lingered, for anyone glancing upon the chaotic bed would easily surmise the nature of their nocturnal activities. On a shelf lay the washing water Suan had prepared for her. After freshening up, Lu Tian checked her reflection in the copper mirror hanging in the room, ensuring that the blush had faded before finally stepping out. Su Chenkai was in the courtyard sorting seeds, while Suan was likely already laboring in the fields. Upon seeing Lu Tian, Su Chenkai greeted her with a smile. "The kitchen has warmed breakfast for you, go and eat." She nodded shyly, and after finishing her meal, Lu Tian ventured into the courtyard. "Are we about to begin sowing?" Su Chenkai replied, "We will commence once Suan has plowed the entire field. I am just sorting the seeds for now." Lu Tian nodded in agreement, knowing that corn was the most widely sown crop in the village due to its high yield and satiating qualities, while white rice required more land and yielded less. To meet the hefty taxes and guard against potential calamities, corn occupied the majority of their farmland. If fortune smiled upon them, both rice and corn would flourish, ensuring their family would not face hunger for the forthcoming year. During the busy farming season, Lu Tian would also assist in the fields, though her contributions would be limited to sowing seeds, typically working alongside Lu Chang, who would dig the holes while she followed behind scattering the seeds. She had observed that most families worked in teams, yet the Su family consisted solely of Su Chenkai and Suan. Su Chenkai would be unable to assist with sowing, leaving Suan to manage the task alone. Lu Tian envisioned the stark contrast between Suan laboring alone in solitude and the jovial interactions of neighboring families working together in the fields. "Father, I shall go help Suan with sowing the seeds. This way, he can dig the holes more swiftly," she stated, preparing to change into a fresh outfit. Su Chenkai called out to her, "With the heat rising, you need not go, Suan can finish in 4 to 5 days on his own." "It's all right, I wish to help him," Lu Tian insisted, disregarding Su Chenksai's objections. She donned an old garment and took a bag of corn seeds before making her way to the fields to find Suan. As she approached the fields, Lu Tian indeed witnessed the scene she had imagined. In neighboring plots, at least 2 people collaborated seamlessly, one digging while the other sowed. In stark contrast, in one particular field, a solitary tall man swung his hoe with determination. A woman nearby noticed Lu Tian and greeted her. "Suan's wife has arrived." Lu Tian managed a slight smile. "Yes, I am here to assist with the sowing." "Oh, splendid, sowing seeds is not laborious, so rest assured." In previous years, Suan had no one to help him, otherwise, with his speed, he would have completed these plots much sooner. From another plot, someone raised their head. "Indeed, marriage has proven beneficial. Suan no longer has to toil alone." Lu Tian blushed at the compliment. Suan approached, taking her hand as they entered the field together. Sowing was straightforward and not taxing, and since the sun had yet to rise high, he did not deter her from assisting. Their teamwork improved with each passing moment, and soon Lu Tian matched Suan's pace in digging. They worked in harmony, one digging ahead while the other followed to sow, appearing remarkably synchronized from a distance. "Didn't they say Suan's wife was quite lazy?" "From what I see, she seems to be managing quite well," remarked a man in a nearby plot as he wiped the sweat from his brow. A woman beside him scoffed, "Sowing seeds is easy. Let us see her try something more challenging." Since her arrival, Lu Tian had never been seen washing clothes, only Suan had transitioned from washing for 2 to washing for 3. The man retorted, "Aren't you also merely sowing seeds? I've heard you lament about your hardships all morning. Just how fortunate do you think Suan's wife is? Have you even compared your looks to others?" The woman fell silent. 3 days later, the Su family's fields were finally fully sown. Lu Tian spent her mornings assisting with sowing, yet Suan adamantly refused to let her help in the afternoons, citing the harsh sun. His roughened skin could withstand the heat, but she, with her delicate complexion, would surely suffer. At long last, with the work completed, Lu Tian exhaled with relief. After merely mornings of labor, her back ached, and she felt weary. Having not engaged in such work before, she doubted she could endure even a few more days of it. Chapter 48. A good son-in-law found. That evening, after a busy day, Suan proposed at the dinner table to assist his father-in-law and mother-in-law in Qingxi village the following day. Su Chenkai nodded in agreement, saying, "You ought to lend a hand. Your in-laws have a larger plot of land, and they are getting on in years, while your elder brother-in-law is an intellectual." Although Lu Tian felt a pang of sympathy for Suan, who could not rest after his labors, she also empathized with her parents. With Suan's help, Xiao Yu and Lu Yue would find their tasks considerably eased, so she refrained from voicing her concerns, thinking that perhaps she could compensate him in the future by taking on more responsibilities. Early the next morning, Suan set off for Qingxi village. This village had a slightly smaller population than Xiaohe village, yet the arable land was comparable. During the land distribution, each household received a bit more. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingxi village, a woman recognized him and exclaimed, "The son-in-law of the old Lu family is here. Isn't Lu Tian with you?"
Suan knew this woman well and addressed her as aunt, in accordance with Lu Tian's title for her.
I am here to help my in-laws with their farming.
She did not come along. The aunt was surprised. Have you finished working your own land? Suan nodded.
Oh my, that's wonderful. With you here, I fear you might accomplish in a day what the three of them could do together.
With such a capable son-in-law, Xiaoyu must be smiling from ear to ear. Suan offered a modest smile, eager to find the Lu family members. As he attempted to bid farewell to the aunt, a sharp voice interrupted him. It's you! What brings you back to Qingxi village?
Li Xiaodi, recalling how he had caused her to lose 2 fingers, glared at him. Her husband, unwilling to spend money, had delayed taking her to see a doctor for days. Now, with household chores piling up and no one to help, she had no choice but to go to town to seek medical attention, where the doctor warned that had she waited any longer, her hands would have been irreparably damaged. Though she had received treatment, her hands were no longer as nimble as before, fetching water became laborious, and her slow pace in the fields only earned her husband's ire, as he grew increasingly impatient with her, often taking his frustrations out on her. All her troubles stemmed from Suan. It was his actions that had led to her current plight, and she glared at him with resentment. Suan glanced at Li Xiaodi but chose not to engage, swiftly bypassing her and striding away. Behind him, the woman's eyes glinted with malice as she watched his retreating figure.
Xiaoyu, your son-in-law has come to help.
A voice called out from afar as someone spotted Suan approaching with a hoe in hand. Xiaoyu looked up and saw Suan drawing near, greeting them with mother-in-law, father-in-law. He did not address Lu Chang but merely nodded in his direction.
What brings you here? Xiaoyu asked, astonished. Suan replied, I came to assist you with the farming.
Without delay, he set to work, starting from the opposite end of the field.
Have you finished your own land already, so soon? Xiaoyu inquired, astonished. Suan explained, yes, Tian-san helped out a bit, making it much quicker this year. Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Tian-san, she helped with the farming? Lu Chang and Lu Yue also looked over in disbelief.
As Suan struck the hoe into the ground, loosening a large clump of soil, he responded, she helped sow the seeds. Oh, so she only assisted with sowing seeds, that's not much help. Your plot is nearly 3 acres, and you managed to finish it in such a short time, you truly are efficient. Lu Chang remarked, rubbing his blistered hands. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, he was momentarily stunned. You completed 3 acres by yourself?
In just 4 days?
Suan nodded nonchalantly. Lu Chang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is he even human? It took me 3 days to barely finish 1 acre, and sometimes I struggle to pull the hoe out of the ground when it sinks too deep. Xiaoyu teased him, I told you that a day without work would show you the difference. Lu Yue advised Suan, you've been working for several days. You should take a break. Suan replied, I'm used to it and not tired. The weather is favorable, and it's best to sow the seeds early and wait for the spring rain. Otherwise, watering later will be quite labor-intensive. As he spoke, his hands continued their rhythmic work. Not one to be overly sentimental, the Lu family members did not hesitate to accept his assistance. With Suan's presence, their progress accelerated significantly. A day's work with him equated to 2 days' worth of labor for them alone. Suan chose not to return home at noon, and Xiaoyu prepared a hearty meal of noodles, after which the family hurried back to the fields. As the sun set, the workers gradually wrapped up their tasks and made their way home. Xiaoyu approached the men and declared, let us call it a day and head back for dinner. She had returned early to prepare a sumptuous meal, eager for her weary husband to wash up and enjoy a hearty feast. Today, she had specially steamed a large pot of white rice. Suan initially intended to return to Xioha village after finishing but was urged by Xiaoyu to stay. Don't worry. Tian-san can cook now, so your father won't go hungry tonight. Stay and enjoy dinner. You worked harder today than the 2 of them combined. If you were to go back on an empty stomach, others might say I, as your mother-in-law, lack understanding. Suan replied, mother-in-law, you are being too kind. We are family, it is only natural. Xiaoyu countered, don't say it's natural. In this world, nothing is truly natural, it all depends on one's heart. She spoke with a hint of pride. You should have seen how envious the other aunts were of me today. With so many daughters married off from the village, you are the only son-in-law who came to help, and such a diligent one at that, able to accomplish the work of 2. As I walked back, people were singing your praises, saying I found a good son-in-law. Suan offered a modest smile, no longer declining her hospitality as he washed his hands and face with the water brought by Lu Chang. The midday meal had been simple, but dinner, prepared by Xiaoyu, was more lavish. She insisted on serving Suan more dishes, and the more she watched him eat, the more satisfied she became. Initially, there were whispers that Tiansan's choice of such a robust husband would surely lead to her downfall, yet 3 months into their marriage, not only was she unharmed, but Suan also seemed to dote on their daughter. His willingness to labor tirelessly for Lu Tiansan and the manner in which he treated his family revealed the kind of man he truly was, and now, Lu Tiansan had come to terms with her desire to contribute in any way she could, which brought Xiaoyu immense comfort. She understood that if it weren't for Suan's good nature, her daughter would not have undergone such a transformation. She knew her daughter well. Without Suan's influence, Lu Tiansan would not have considered changing her laid-back attitude or thought of sharing responsibilities with him. Xiaoyu placed another piece of food on Suan's plate, saying, "Eat more." Seeing the way Xiaoyu looked at Suan sparked a hint of jealousy in Lu Chang, who protested, "Mother, you can't favor him just because he works fast." Annoyed, she tossed some food onto Lu Chang's plate and shot him a glare, "Mind your own meal." After 2 days of diligent work, Suan finally helped the Lu family complete their farming tasks. At the last moment, Lu Chang tossed aside his hoe and lay on the ground, exclaiming dramatically, "Finally done." The past few days of toil had left his hands sore and swollen, making even getting dressed a challenge. His back and legs ached, and his entire body felt stiff. Lua, being older, also struggled to stretch his arms and back after the grueling work, his face appearing drawn. Xiaoyu took out a cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow. Suan too dropped his hoe, panting heavily. After 6 or 7 consecutive days of labor, even the strongest of men could feel the strain. Xiaoyu, who had been engaged in lighter tasks, felt a pang of sympathy as she witnessed the 3 men breathing heavily from exhaustion. She poured each of them a bowl of water and brought it over. Once they had all quenched their thirst, she remarked, "At last, we've finished. Let us hope this year's harvest is better, so everyone can enjoy a good year." Chapter 49. Goldenwood. A few individuals packed their belongings to return home, while those still working in the fields cast envious glances in their direction. "Xiaoyu, have you finished with your land?" one inquired. Xiaoyu replied, "Indeed, with my son-in-law's assistance, this year has been considerably easier for us." The man glanced at the tall and robust Suan, internally reflecting on how he had once questioned the Lu family's choice of son-in-law. Now he truly understood the merit of that decision. With dinner still some time away, Suan adamantly refused to stay for the meal, and Xiaoyu did not press the matter. As they departed, she handed him 2 newly woven winnowing baskets and 2 washstands. "Take these back. Your father-in-law has been too occupied with farming to help out lately. Once this busy period passes, he'll craft a set of tables and chairs for you. It should be ready in about half a month, so just borrow a cart to transport them." Suan swallowed hard. "I don't want to trouble my father-in-law." Xiaoyu reassured him, "There's no trouble at all. Your father-in-law is quite adept at this sort of work. Despite our home being filled to the brim, not a single piece was purchased. It was all crafted by him, and his skills are commendable. Now that we are all family, if you find yourselves in need of anything, feel free to ask him. He will be more than willing to assist." Suan glanced at Lu Yue, who was resting, his arms sore from days of plowing. At that moment, Yue was gently massaging his own arms for relief. Suan approached him and extended his hand. "Father-in-law, let me give you a massage." Lu Yue, somewhat embarrassed, repeatedly declined. "Oh, no need." Yet Suan's hand had already found its way onto his shoulder, applying a gentle pressure. The moment his sore arm was needed, a wave of relief surged through him, prompting him to exclaim. Outside the courtyard, a man passed by, carrying a pickaxe. Upon hearing Lu Yue's cry, he turned to see the imposing Suan assisting Yue, and his initial reaction was one of shock. He thought that man could easily dislocate Lu Yue's arm with a single tug. However, upon witnessing Yue's expression of enjoyment, he felt a twinge of envy inside as he walked away, pondering his own son-in-law. As Suan continued to massage, he remarked, "Father-in-law, life was rather rough for just my father and me before, which has made things a bit inconvenient for Tianer. Lacking your craftsmanship, we have had to rely on you for assistance." Lu Yue chuckled, "What's the hardship? This is the work I know well, especially when it's for family. In half a month, just borrow a cart to collect the items." Suan inquired, "Where do you usually find the wood for your projects?" Lu Yue pointed towards the back mountain. "I gather it from there. Sometimes I buy good timber from others." Suan responded, "Father-in-law, I've noticed some quality wood while hunting in the mountains. In the future, you won't need to search for timber. I'll bring you some every so often." Lu Yue waved his hand dismissively. "That would be too much trouble. There are decent trees in the back mountain." Suan maintained his composure. "There are various species in the mountains. I recently spotted a tree with golden wood. Carpenters cherish quality timber," and upon hearing Suan mention golden wood, Lu Yue nearly leaped with excitement. "Really? Golden wood is not only visually striking with its golden hue but becomes even more vibrant with age. Its hardness and stability make it resistant to damage over the years, hence its high value." Suan nodded affirmatively. Lu Yue's brown eyes brightened. "Such trees are rare. Is it easy to find?" Suan replied, "I remember its location.
I should be able to locate it. Lu Yue exclaimed, if you can indeed find it, I'll craft you a bow. I heard from Tian'er that your bow is an old one passed down from your father. It would be perfect to replace it. Suan responded, my bow is still functional. If you find the wood, focus on your own needs first, just make some beads for Tian'er and your wife. Ha ha ha, you are considerate, indeed. Father-in-law, just give me a couple of days. I'll bring it along with the other timber. Lu Yao's heart was set on the golden wood, and he nodded eagerly at the prospect. Upon returning home, Suan found Lu Tian in the kitchen preparing dinner. He greeted Su Chengkai in the yard before heading straight to the kitchen. Lu Tian, tending to the fire, looked up in surprise, you're back? Suan nodded, we've finished plowing your father's land. Lu Tian sighed in relief, that's good to hear. You've all worked hard lately and can finally take a couple of days to rest. Suan approached and gently caressed her flushed cheeks, reddened from the heat of the fire. You've worked hard too, he remarked, noting that she had been cooking and caring for Su Chengkai over the past few days. Lu Tian felt the calluses on his hand had thickened considerably, a testament to his unceasing labor over the past few days. After dinner, Suan first carried in water for Lu Tian's bath, then turned his attention to Su Chengkai. By the time he returned to their room, Lu Tian had already finished her bath. Suan quickly bathed as well, and after pouring out the water, he closed the door tightly before rushing to the bed. As Lu Tian lay on her side, she heard his heavy footsteps and looked up, finding him mere inches away. His gaze was perilously intense, causing Lu Tian to shrink her shoulders. Ever since that night when the light had remained on, Suan had not extinguished the lamp, resulting in the rapid consumption of the oil in their home's lamp. As his large hand approached, Lu Tian blushed and whispered, aren't you tired? After days of hard work, she was astonished that he still desired her every night. Suan began to untie her garment, I am tired, yet I still wish to be with you. The sight of her was irresistible. Lu Tian bit her lip, allowing his hand to roam over her body. Her smooth skin quivered as his calloused hand grazed it. Suan's eyes darkened further, he lifted her onto him, and before she could gasp, he silenced her with a kiss, capturing her delicate lips. Lu Tian, unable to escape, struck his chest in protest. Suan found her touch exquisitely tender, and as their lips moved in sync, he took one of her hands and pressed it against his bare chest. Faced with such a formidable man, Lu Tian felt utterly helpless against the stark contrast of their sizes, nearly enduring the waves of ecstasy he brought upon her the following morning. When Lu Tian awoke, Suan had already risen. As she dressed, he entered the room, I'm heading to the mountains today, can you and father manage at home? Lu Tian replied, so soon, shouldn't you rest for a couple of days? Suan gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, I'm going to gather wood for your father. The house lacks furniture, which makes things inconvenient for you. I'll learn from him and make you a vanity and storage boxes. Lu Tian interjected, my things aren't urgent. Let's prioritize making a new set of tables and chairs. The current ones are too low and old, and a new set will be more comfortable for you and father during meals. Suan kissed her sleepy eyes, all right. He had already prepared water and made breakfast and lunch, and after ensuring Lu Tian was settled, he took his tools and headed to the mountains. Chapter 50 of the first earnings after the busy farming season, those who were weary would rest at home for a couple of days. Lu Tian, too, chose to remain indoors, engrossed in a book she had received from her elder brother, Lu Chang, before the new year. The tomes gifted by him were not typically romantic tales, rather, they consisted of travelogues and realistic accounts of various locales, showcasing distinctive cuisines and customs. The carefully selected books by Lu Chang were undoubtedly reliable, and Lu Tian read them with great interest. Is anyone home? Is Suan's wife here? A woman's voice called from the front door. Lu Tian set her book aside and opened the door. Upon seeing her, the woman exclaimed with excitement, Suan's wife. I've come to ask for your help with a letter. Do you have a moment? Lu Tian replied, I had completely forgotten about that amidst the busyness. She welcomed the woman inside. I do have time, but you'll need to wait while I prepare. Ah, very well. Lu Tian went to her room and retrieved ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone. This was a set that her elder brother had retired, but even in retirement, it was too valuable to discard. Since only Lu Tian could read, Lu Chang had given it to her for emergencies, and fortunately, there was still some rice paper left. When she got married, Lu Tian brought these supplies along. The Su household lacked a proper writing desk, so Lu Tian placed the materials on the dining table. Though she recognized the woman, she was unsure of how to address her. Sensing her discomfort, the woman spoke up, you can call me Aunt Wang. I figured everyone would be too exhausted to do anything but rest at home for a couple of days, so I thought I would come first. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. After grinding the ink, Lu Tian smiled and said, not at all, just read to me what you wish to write, and please take your time. Aunt Wang replied, "Alright, this letter is for my daughter. She married into the neighboring town and hasn't returned in almost 2 years. I wanted to write and inquire about her well-being." Seeing that Lu Tian was ready, Aunt Wang began to read. "Dear daughter, it is your mother. How have you been these past 2 years? As for the land back home, after 2 years of separation, there were countless things to say. As the 2 sheets of rice paper filled up, Aunt Wang, wiping her teary eyes, said, "Just write one last line. Tell her I miss her and ask if she could come home for a visit when she has the time." Once the ink had dried, Lu Tian carefully folded the letter. "Aunt Wang, I have written everything you mentioned. You may review it before sending it off." Aunt Wang wiped her hands on her clothing before accepting the letter. "No need for review, Sister Liling had already sent you a letter that someone else checked, and they said your handwriting is excellent, with no mistakes at all." Sister Liling was the woman who had previously hurried home to fetch her husband for farming. That day, Lu Tian had helped her write a letter and suggested that if she had any doubts, she could verify it first. Hearing this, Lu Tian smiled, "Thank you for your trust. This letter is written for you free of charge. Should you need assistance again, feel free to come to me." Aunt Wang produced a small coin and offered it to Lu Tian. No, that wouldn't be right. I would be taking advantage of you that I've already saved on verification, so there is no need for you to write this for free. Here, take the money. I used 2 sheets of rice paper as well. Spending half an hour on this letter was no small feat, and the money earned was hard-won. Aunt Wang, being a strong-willed woman, had never liked taking advantage of others, so she insisted on giving Lu Tian the coin. Her enthusiasm was overwhelming, and after some back and forth, Lu Tian finally accepted, saying, "Then thank you, Aunt Wang. Next time you come for a letter, it will be on the house." Aunt Wang beamed, "Very well." After bidding farewell to Aunt Wang, Lu Tian rubbed her wrist and decided to sit in the main room to read. They had agreed to meet again in 5 days, although most people, being weary from plowing, would not rush over in the next couple of days. She had not packed away her writing materials, just in case someone stopped by. However, as noon approached, no one came by, so Lu Tian put away her things and went to prepare lunch. Once the meal was ready, she brought a portion to Su Chengkai. "Father, I've brought your lunch." "I'm coming in." A voice from within responded, "Come in." Lu Tian pushed the door open and placed the meal on the small table beside Su Chengkai. "Father, just let me know if you need more." Su Chengkai smiled and asked, "Did someone come by earlier?" "Yes, Aunt Wang came to ask for my help with a letter." "Father, I even earned a coin." This was her first time earning money, and her bright, glistening eyes sparkled with joy. "A coin?" "Indeed, they also charge a coin for letters in town, but they don't provide the rice paper. I included 2 sheets for them." "I see, your pricing is fair, that is truly hard-earned money." Lu Tian grinned, "As long as there's something to earn, that's all that matters. Father, I read about someone who was injured but could use something called," she paused to recall, "a wheelchair. With that, you wouldn't have to stay cooped up in the house all day, you could move around on your own." She assured Su Chengkai, "Once Suan and I save enough money, we will buy one for you." Su Chengkai's eyes lit up with surprise. "I could sit in it and push myself around?" "Exactly. How much would it cost?" "I'm not entirely sure, but it should be a few taels of silver." Upon hearing a few taels of silver, Su Chengkai's spirits dampened. If it were merely a few hundred copper coins, he could manage to scrape together the funds. After all, he relied on Suan to carry him, which had inconvenienced Suan in many ways. Having a wheelchair would relieve some of that burden, but how long would it take to earn a few taels? Even if they managed to save that much, he would be reluctant to spend it on himself. He smiled at Lu Tian, "Father is old and doesn't know how many more years he has left. There's no need to buy that for me." "Why do you say that, Father? You are still strong and healthy. Living to 100 is entirely feasible. Rest assured, there will come a day when you can use it." A few taels of silver was no small amount, and while Lu Tian could not promise a specific timeline, she aimed to comfort Su Chengkai, providing him with a glimmer of hope. Seeing the earnestness in his daughter-in-law's expression, Su Chengkai did not wish to dampen her spirits. All right, Father will wait." After finishing lunch, Lu Tian planned to take a break, but to her surprise, another woman came seeking her assistance with a letter. Lu Tian welcomed her in. After completing the letter, Lu Tian once again suggested that she have someone review it, providing her service free of charge. This time, the woman chuckled, "Sister Yulin has already spread the word about you in the village. We all have faith in your skills." Unlike Aunt Wang, who had almost laughed herself silly over the free service, this woman thanked Lu Tian and left with the letter in hand. Lu Tian had initially thought that after the spring plowing,
People would take a few days to rest. However, after noon, visitors began to arrive in succession. Lucian continued to assist others in writing letters, helping 3 more individuals. Only one person offered an extra coin for the additional paper, while the others expressed their gratitude for the complimentary service. After all, in a village where even a single coin was carefully counted, not everyone could be as generous as Aunt Wang. Nevertheless, Lucian understood, having promised the first service free of charge, she had no intention of going back on her word. Chapter 51. As if stars were twinkling in the evening, Suan returned home, somewhat surprised to find others in the house. Fortunately, his tall stature allowed him to see Lucian, who was seated at the table, intently writing a letter with her head bowed. He suddenly remembered Lucian's promise to act as his scribe. After a few busy days, he had completely forgotten about it. Someone greeted him. "Suan, you're back?" Noticing the sweat dripping from him, soaking both his front and back, they inquired, "What have you been doing? Why are you so drenched?" Hearing the voice, Lucian looked up, her eyes brightening as she took in his disheveled appearance. "What happened?" Suan did not answer her question, saying instead, "I'll wash up first." Lucian nodded, hastily finishing her task before declining further requests. "That will be all for today. Please come back tomorrow." Suan did not bother to heat water, he simply brought a few buckets of cold water into the room. Upon hearing that he had begun bathing, Lucian refrained from entering and instead went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Suan emerged, the main room was empty, with the writing materials still laid out on the table. He carefully gathered them and placed them in their room, which lacked a wardrobe, leaving their clothes on a plank at the end of the bed, alongside some shared household items. Suan's garments were few, occupying only a small space. Before Lucian's arrival, there had been ample room on that plank, but since she had come, Suan had tucked his clothes into a corner, leaving it feeling cluttered and disordered with Lucian's belongings. His gaze swept around the room, which, aside from the bed, could easily be described as sparsely furnished. Suan's dark eyes dimmed as he pressed his lips together, putting away the writing materials. He felt a pang of guilt towards Lucian. She had been married to him for 3 months, and in his ruggedness, he had neglected her, only now realizing the inconveniences she faced in this place. Yet, she had never mentioned it nor displayed any discontent. After dinner, when Lucian returned to their room, she refrained from asking questions while Su Chang was present. However, when Suan brought water in as usual, she anxiously inquired, "Did something happen on the mountain today? You look quite a mess." Suan shook his head, pouring the entire bucket of water into the tub with a splash. "I found 2 goldenwood trees on the mountain. To avoid drawing attention, I chopped them down and sawed them into pieces, hiding them in the thatched cottage." "Golden wood?" Lucian recalled her father, Lu Yue, who was half a carpenter and often spoke of the uses of various trees. Over time, she had learned a bit. She had heard Lu Yue mention goldenwood, reputed to be extremely precious and valuable. "Yes, I discovered one on a previous trip but had no interest then, so I left it. To my surprise, I found another while searching this time." 2 goldenwood trees. Lucian contemplated the value her father had mentioned. If solid, a single goldenwood tree could sell for 3 taels. If someone were to offer a premium, the price could be even higher. Goodness, that would mean 6 taels for the 2. Her face lit up with joy. "Do you know how much silver a single goldenwood tree can fetch?" "How much?" Suan was unfamiliar with the market, having only heard that such wood was rare and consequently valuable. Lucian held up 3 slender fingers. "A solid tree can sell for 3 taels." Suan frowned upon hearing this. He had thought that a tree selling for even 1 tael was considerable, never imagining it could fetch 3. Luckily, he had kept this information quiet throughout the afternoon. He cautioned her, "Since this wood is valuable, we should keep it to ourselves and not let it slip." Lucian nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation. Although the war had ceased, the common folk still lived in hardship, compounded by high taxes imposed by the government. Many families with little land and numerous mouths to feed faced hunger. To survive, some resorted to desperate measures. The government was still recuperating and could not spare much effort to eliminate bandits. Moreover, the bandits were not entirely wiped out. After initially cracking down on a few dens as a warning, they turned a blind eye to those who had not caused significant harm. Some greedy officials even colluded with mountain bandits, emboldened by the distance from the emperor. Their village was small and not prosperous, still untouched by bandit interest. If word got out, it would not be long before the bandits caught wind and came to investigate, with dire consequences to follow. Lucian asked, "What do you plan to do with so much goldenwood?" Suan replied, "I will first provide some for my father-in-law, then sell the rest. It cannot remain here, we must avoid attracting attention." Even without bandits, there were occasionally petty thieves in the village. Lucian pondered for a moment before saying, "My father does not need such fine wood for his work, you should quietly sell it." Suan insisted, "No, I have promised to find golden wood for my father-in-law." At the very least, I must provide him with one for his use. Lu Tian was momentarily speechless. It sounded as if she, his own daughter, was reluctant to share the golden wood with her father. Suen gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will take care of it." He took her wrist, noting that the scratches from their previous encounter had mostly healed, leaving only faint marks.
"Did you write many letters today?"
At this, Lu Tian felt a sense of pride. 6 letters. I earned 2 coins.
Suen smiled. "Excellent."
He held her wrist with one hand and, sitting on the bed, pulled Lu Tian onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist.
"Are you tired?" Lu Tian's fox-like eyes curved playfully as she murmured softly, "A bit." Indeed, she was genuinely fatigued.
Having received 2 free sheets of rice paper, many people would join in to fill 2 sheets even without much to say. She rarely worked and had never written so much in a single day. Her right hand still felt sore. Her slight display of fatigue made Suan's heart soften, and he helped to relax her delicate wrist.
"If you feel too tired, you need not write anymore. Let them find someone else." "I don't want to."
Though she was tired, she was still reveling in the satisfaction of earning money, discovering that this feeling was rather delightful. "I will get used to it after a few days.
Earning money with a pen is quite easy."
If it were any other task, she was uncertain if she could persist. That night, as they lay down, Suan's hand reached out as usual. Now, whenever Suen entered the bed before extinguishing the light, Lu Tian understood his intent. After shedding her garments, Lu Tian tightly closed her eyes, yet, the man, in his mischievousness, insisted she open her eyes to look at him. Unable to resist, when Lu Tian finally opened her eyes, she found not his chiseled face but instead the sight of his chest, moving rhythmically with his actions. This man was truly incorrigible. Due to their size difference, even upon opening her eyes, she could see only his tanned, muscular torso, yet he insisted she gaze upon him, wanting to witness her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"Are you crying again?"
Suen huskily leaned down to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes.
"When will you stop crying?"
Frustrated, Lu Tian pinched his arm, but her strength was insufficient to penetrate his firm muscles, and her tears only grew larger. Suen leaned closer to her ear, maintaining a good-natured demeanor. "Next time you're really upset, just pinch my waist, that's where the flesh is softer."
Lu Tian was taken aback. Hadn't she pinched before?
And yet, he seemed oblivious to it. As her head gradually bumped against the edge of the bed, she tilted her gaze toward the ceiling, feeling as if stars were twinkling above. Chapter 52. No pain. After the conclusion, Lu Tian lay sprawled on the couch, gasping for breath. Suen quietly slipped out into the darkness and returned with a basin of warm water, gently wetting a cloth to wipe Lu Tian's forehead. She cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes glimmering with a hint of playful ire, resembling an indignant little kitten. Satisfied, Suen felt a surge of joy and contentment. Gazing at his pouting little wife, he found her particularly endearing and could not resist leaning down to lightly peck her lips.
Lu Tian protested, fearing his untamed nature would resurface, and she struggled against him, patting his back.
Suddenly, Suen sharply inhaled, causing Lu Tian to look at him in confusion, realizing that her strength could hardly cause him pain.
"What's wrong with your shoulder?"
Lu Tian abruptly sat up, gripping Suen to inspect his back closely. Having merely donned a pair of trousers after their earlier escapade, Su Tian's bare upper body revealed a shocking sight. Both shoulders were inflamed and red, as if scorched by fierce flames. Upon closer inspection, his back was riddled with numerous fissures. Some looked like tiny mouths slightly agape, while others resembled fierce eyes glaring in anger. The nature of such injuries dawned on Lu Tian after a brief contemplation. Those 2 golden trees were likely a Herculean task to transport, even for several individuals, how much more so for him, alone, to saw and carry them. Seeing him in such a state after their earlier antics filled her eyes with mist. "Do you not feel any pain at all?" The rare display of concern from his little wife made Suen feel as though the fiery ache in his shoulders had lessened, as if a miraculous force was soothing his injuries.
He pulled Lu Tian into his embrace on the bed and softly assured, "It doesn't hurt."
"Doesn't hurt? How strange." Lu Tian was unconvinced by his words. She extricated herself from his hold, wrapped herself in a garment, and fetched some medicine.
"Lie down, I need to apply the ointment."
When her petite frame wore an expression of fierce determination, it only served to enhance her adorable charm. Suen chuckled softly twice and obediently lay down, stretching out his long limbs, occupying half of the bed. Lu Tian crawled to the inner side, and with her fingertips dipped in salve, she gently applied it to his back. What had initially been a sharp sting transformed under her soft touch. It felt as though the areas she caressed were like a lake kissed by a gentle spring breeze, creating rippling sensations, as if even his heartstrings were lightly brushed by a delicate butterfly, quivering ever so slightly. Injuries from hunting were commonplace, and compared to past serious wounds, this one was trivial, yet it left a profound impression on Suan's heart. The golden trees in the mountains could not remain there for an extended period. Suan needed to devise a means to transport them to Qingxi village. It would be unwise to attract attention during daylight, so he rose early to prepare for the ascent. Lu Tian, still half asleep, heard the commotion and peered through the paper window, only to find the world outside shrouded in darkness.
What time is it?
Suan had tried to be as quiet as possible, but still woke her.
It's just past. You should continue sleeping.
Lu Tian understood he was going to retrieve the golden trees. Although she wished to assist, her presence in the mountains would only burden Suan. She cautioned him, "Be careful." Suan nodded, leaning down in the dim light to kiss her cheek.
The water in the tank should last until noon. I'll fetch more when I return.
"All right," she replied, watching his tall figure as he opened the door and departed. In Qingxi village, Lu Yue and his wife were still in deep slumber when suddenly, a noise at the window stirred Lu Yue to sit up.
It was too early for visitors at this hour. Alert, he called out, "Who's there?"
"Father-in-law, it's me," came Suan's deliberately hushed voice from outside. Xiaoyu, roused by the commotion, hurriedly dressed and opened the door. Suan stepped in, carrying a bundle of timber on his shoulder. Liu Chang, hearing the noise, emerged as well, surprised to see Suan, and even more astonished by the impressive load he bore. If it were him, he would have been bent over before even taking a step, yet Suan appeared to carry it effortlessly, striding steadily. Suan set the timber down and called to Lu Yue, "Father-in-law, take a look.
Is this golden wood?"
Lu Yue had never seen fully matured golden wood before, but he had encountered objects crafted from it. He brushed aside his robe and crouched down to examine it closely, his eyes lighting up with excitement.
Indeed, it's golden wood.
Lu Chang, unfamiliar with timber, knew the significance of the word golden and squatted to inspect the cross-section, discovering the interior gleaming in a rich, golden hue.
"Father, what kind of tree is this?"
Lu Yue was too engrossed to respond, meticulously checking each piece for signs of insect damage. To his astonishment, all were solid. This tree grows slowly, taking 100 or 80 years to reach this size, so it's common for them to appear robust on the outside while being hollowed out by pests within.
"I can't believe this tree is entirely intact."
Suan added, "I found 2 in total, the other has minor pest damage but is still usable."
"Really?" Lu Yue, brimming with excitement, stood up. "Are they all this sturdy?"
Suan nodded affirmatively.
"Are the 2 locations far apart?"
"Not far, about a li apart."
Lu Yue was taken aback. If that is the case, there must be more in that area.
These trees could fetch 3 taels when sold. Finding several would yield a considerable profit, Lu Yue inquired further about the mountain's condition, and upon learning it was in the deepest part, he furrowed his brow. However, it made sense. Golden wood thrived in sunlight, and only such areas could support their lush growth. Yet, the deeper the mountain, the greater the danger. Though the trees were valuable, life held greater importance. Lu Yue deterred Suan from pursuing further, saying, "No, it becomes increasingly perilous the deeper you go. When food is scarce, we cannot risk our lives." Ultimately, Lu Yue permitted only 3 sections to remain. The rest Suan was instructed to sell. The scarcity of the trees made them unsuitable for furniture, and despite Suan's protests, Lu Yue insisted on retaining those 3 sections. The journey to town was too far, carrying them openly would attract unwanted attention. Liu Cheng proposed borrowing a mule cart from a colleague, and they agreed to meet at dawn the following morning to transport the wood directly to town. Xiaoyu urged them to stay for lunch, but Suan, preoccupied with thoughts of home, declined. As he departed, Xiaoyu insisted on giving him a few flatbreads. Upon returning to Shilha village, Lu Tian had just finished breakfast with Lu Chang.
Seeing him, Lu Tian asked, "You're back, did you have breakfast?"
"I did, mother-in-law made flatbreads," Suan replied, sharing the situation with her. Upon hearing they were set to sell the wood in town the next morning, Lu Tian instructed Suan to buy her some xian paper on his way back.
"All right, is there anything else you need?" Lu Tian pondered.
There were indeed many items she lacked, but none were essential. She opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. Chapter 53 Purchasing furniture. On the second day, Suan rose in the middle of the night once more. This time, he quietly took his clothes outside before donning them, ensuring that he did not disturb Lu Tian. By the time Lu Tian awoke, the day had brightened considerably. After rubbing her eyes and freshening up, she prepared breakfast and brought it to Su Chengkai, before once again retrieving her ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, awaiting the arrival of someone seeking her assistance in writing. After Suan returned home the previous day, he had gone to fetch water, prepared lunch, and spent the afternoon weeding in the fields, while she had remained at home helping others compose letters. It was a source of joy for her that she had earned 3 copper coins the day before.
Sister-in-law, sister-in-law.
The voice of Nyo Nyo preceded her entrance. Lu Tian set down her book and stepped out to greet Nyo Nyo in the courtyard.
What is it? Sister-in-law, Su Gij is back. Lu Tian chuckled lightly. So what if he has returned? Why are you so excited?
Nyo Nyo had rushed over and was still catching her breath. Su Gij came back riding a mule cart, laden with many items, and there are two unfamiliar faces accompanying him.
Lu Tian's eyes widened slightly. Where is he now?
Nyo Nyo replied, he should have just passed the village entrance. She tugged at Lu Tian to go and have a look. In the entire Shoha village, only the Li Zhang family owned a cow, so when the mule cart passed through, everyone looked up to see what was happening. At first glance, the robust figure driving the cart appeared to be an outsider, but upon closer inspection, they recognized Suan, with two unfamiliar individuals seated behind him.
Su lad, what is all this? Are you moving house?
Suan responded, no, my father-in-law is a carpenter and has come to help make some furniture for us. The cart was covered with a cloth, obscuring the objects within, leaving only their outlines visible. The onlooker glanced at the two unfamiliar figures seated at the back of the cart. Suan introduced them, this is my father-in-law, and this is my elder brother-in-law, Lu Chang.
Oh, so it's your in-laws. Since they've come all this way, you must entertain them well. Suan smiled, of course.
From a distance, he noticed Nyo Nyo pulling Lu Tian over, so Suan leaped down from the mule cart. However, his little wife only noticed Lu Yue on the cart and joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, Father!
Lu Yue jumped down to catch Lu Tian, his face beaming with affection. Ah! Lu Chang interjected playfully, so you can only see your father, huh? Lu Tian pouted at him, elder brother. Lu Tian warmly led Lu Yue back to Su's residence.
It was his first visit to Shoha village, and he was keen to observe his daughter's living conditions. As they journeyed home, he noted that the Su family's house was somewhat comparable to the Lu family's, though it did appear a bit more spacious. Suan went inside to bring out Su Chengkai to greet the Lu father and son while he unloaded the items from the mule cart. Upon seeing the considerable haul Suan had returned with, Su Chengkai was taken aback. Suan then explained how he had sold the golden wood. Hearing this, Su Chengkai's expression relaxed. Since the three of you went to sell it together, the earnings should be divided into 3 shares.
Did you really bring everything back for yourself?
Before Suan could respond, Lu Yue interjected. Su Laodi misunderstood Suan. That is not the case. The golden wood was sold for a total of 4 taels of silver, and Suan insisted on dividing it equally among us, giving each of us 1 tael, despite our reluctance. Lu Chang and I merely helped carry a bit, and we actually hindered his progress. It felt inappropriate to take such a large share, so we settled on leaving 1 tael for him and his wife to purchase some necessities. Su Chengkai then felt at ease. Even if you hadn't helped, it is only right for him to show filial piety to his father-in-law.
Lu Yue chuckled. Rest assured, Suan is indeed dutiful.
Not to mention that he always thought of their family whenever there were good things. He was also the first to volunteer for the most arduous tasks. Lu Tian paid no mind to the pleasantries exchanged between her two fathers and watched as Suan and Lu Cheng tirelessly moved the items. The wardrobe was so tall that it took both Suan and Lu Cheng's combined strength to unload it from the cart. As they carried it into the house, Suan turned to Lu Tian, saying, "Come see where it should be placed." "All right," Lu Tian replied, leading the way to open the door. Their room faced east, with the door opening to the south. The bed was positioned against the north wall, accompanied by 2 washstands and a shelf at the opposite end. The rest of the space remained vacant. Lu Tian surveyed her surroundings and pointed to the corner of the east wall. "Let's place it there. That way, it will be convenient for us to retrieve clothes when we get up." Suan and Lu Cheng carried it over, adjusting its position according to Lu Tian's direction. By the time Lu Tian finally nodded in approval, Lu Cheng was already panting heavily. This wardrobe was as tall as Suan himself, and Lu Tian gazed up at the brand new piece, still carrying the scent of fresh wood. Even during her time at the Lu household, Lu Tian had not had a wardrobe. Although her family adored her, their circumstances were limited. Before Lu Cheng gained recognition, life had been challenging, and purchasing a wardrobe required a considerable sum. The family relied on the few simple cabinets crafted by Lu Yue to store their clothing. Xiaoyu had a cousin in town. Once, when that family held a celebratory feast, they invited Lu Yue's family to join. At that time, Lu Tian was only a little over 8 years old, and the family had a girl of similar age. Naturally, the 2 children played together. Later, that girl took Lu Tian to her room, and it was Lu Tian's first time seeing how another family's room looked. Unlike the bed she shared with Lu Qiao, the girl had a lovely loft bed, along with a tall wardrobe and several cabinets. There were many unfamiliar items as well. Lu Tian had gazed in awe at the wardrobe, which towered several times higher than her, and asked, "What is this?" The little girl had looked at her in astonishment. "You don't know what this is? Don T, you have one at home. Where do you keep your clothes?" That day, Lu Tian learned of the existence of wardrobes and stood dumbfounded.
marveling at the room that was so different from her own. The naive little girl felt no envy, yet a sense of yearning stirred within the small heart of Lu Tian. The remaining items were smaller, and seeing Lu Chang panting heavily, Suan advised him to take a rest. Lu Chang, feeling no need for courtesy, stepped outside to the main room and drank down 2 bowls of tea. They had set out in the dead of night, and after meeting up with Suan, had ventured into the mountains to move timber. Though they claimed to be hauling wood, in reality, it was Suan and Lu Yue who had mostly done the heavy lifting. Suan had shouldered the bulk of the load, and ironically, even with this arrangement, he walked with a steadiness and speed that left the others astounded. They finally grasped the significant difference between themselves and Suan. Thus, Lu Chang felt no need to be polite with Suan, lest he hinder Suan's progress with his own small stature. Lu Yue, observing his panting son and his son-in-law working diligently, recalled the scene from earlier and decided against urging Lu Chang to assist further. For the remaining items, Suan continued to arrange them according to Lu Tian's preferences. Occasionally, after placing something down, Lu Tian would feel it was not quite right. Regardless of how much she deliberated, Suan patiently listened to her suggestions and repositioned the items. After nearly half an hour, all the belongings were finally arranged satisfactorily. Chapter 54. A delightful sight. When Lu Yue visited Shaha village for the first time, it was only natural for him to stay for a meal. Lu Tian, after admiring the newly refreshed room for a while, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Suan followed her in, carrying a chunk of pork. "I'll handle this, you go keep your father and elder brother company." Lu Tian did not rush to leave. How much silver did all this cost? Among the items purchased were a wardrobe, 2 chests, and a dressing table. The wardrobe alone should have cost half a tael of silver. Suan, while slicing the meat, replied, "The chests and dressing table were bought for you by your father-in-law and elder brother-in-law. They totaled 4 taels, and we received 2 taels from that. After purchasing the chests, we have 1.5 taels left, and we also bought 50 cash worth of writing paper, and we got," Lu Tian interjected, "what else?" She had not seen any other items. Suan washed his hands in a basin of water and dried them on his clothing before turning to Lu Tian. "Come here." Curiously, Lu Tian approached and tilted her head. "What is it?" Suan, with an air of unease in his eyes, instructed, "Close your eyes." What could be so mysterious? Lu Tian slowly closed her glistening eyes, and after a rustling sound of fabric, she felt something being placed atop her head. Suan, lacking in experience, perhaps dissatisfied with his first attempt, removed it and placed it on again. In the midst of his actions, Lu Tian had already opened her eyes. From her vantage point, she could only see Suan's lowered chin. His thin lips were pressed together, accentuating his already defined jawline, revealing his slight nervousness as his jaw tightened. After adjusting the position once more and feeling satisfied, he intended to tell her to open her eyes, only to glance down and find her bright, watery eyes fixed on him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, their dark eyes locked in an unbroken gaze. "What did you bring?" Lu Tian asked softly. Suan touched her rounded earlobe. "Take a look." The dressing table that had just arrived proved to be quite useful. Blushing, Lu Tian crossed the main room and returned to her chamber. She had arranged the dressing table to face east, adjacent to the wardrobe, and even the round wooden stool was one of today's purchases. Though Lu Yue could have crafted it himself, his skills paled in comparison to those of a master craftsman, so he had waved his hand to include the stool in the purchase. Seating herself at the dressing table, the mirror captured her reflection, revealing a woman with beautiful fox-like eyes. Her crescent-shaped brows enhanced the allure of her gaze, while her delicate nose and petite mouth resembled finely crafted art. Today, she wore a simple hairstyle with a single strand cascading down the back of her head onto her left shoulder, secured by a plain hairpin, and now, atop her head rested another pin adorned with a red bead and 2 tassels dangling beneath. To her surprise, it resembled a hairpin Lu Chang had brought back from the capital, which she had lost. However, this bead was significantly larger, radiant and lustrous. Dressed in a modest pale blue garment, the color of the bead stood out even more vibrantly. At just 18, she appeared more spirited with the addition of this hairpin. As Suan followed her in, upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes, he realized there was no need to inquire if she liked it. Lu Tian gazed up at the man leaning against the wardrobe. "How did you manage to find this? How much did you spend?" Upon hearing her question about the cost, Suan's gaze briefly flitted away from her bright eyes, but he could not evade the question. He had to return the remaining silver to her. Suan replied, "1 tael of silver." "What did you say?" Lu Tian exclaimed, rising in disbelief. She repeated incredulously, "1 tael of silver." Suan nodded. The hairpin had not been purchased from a proper accessory shop but rather from a woman he spotted in town wearing it. He had chased her down and paid a high price to acquire it. Since the day Lu Tian mentioned wanting a hairpin, it had lingered in his mind, but unfortunately, they could not find such a style in their town. Fortunately, they had just sold some golden wood, and he happened to have silver on hand. Otherwise, the capital was too far, and he doubted he would ever have the chance to go there. Thus, when he saw it today,
he felt compelled to stop the woman. Initially startled by his unusual appearance, she quickly realized his intentions and impatiently quoted a price of 1 tael, assuming that the tattered Suan could never afford such an amount. Just as she was about to humiliate him, Suan, without hesitation, handed her 1 tael of silver. The woman, astonished that her husband had spent only a few dozen coins on the item in the capital, immediately took off the hairpin and accepted the silver. Lu Tian was nearly brought to tears. "What were you thinking, spending 1 tael on this hairpin? It's not worth that much, and I don't even need it." She removed the hairpin. "Take it back, return it to her, I don't want it." How hard he had to work to earn that silver. How could he squander it on a mere hairpin? Her eyes rimmed with red, her emotions heightened. Suan had no choice but to wrap her in his embrace, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Don't cry." Lu Tian choked on her words. "What were you thinking? Spending 1 tael on such a hairpin, it's hardly worth that." Suan gazed into her eyes. "I know, but I wanted to buy it for you." Lu Tian felt a mix of anger and gratitude. She was touched that he would spend one of their 2 taels for her, yet frustrated that he had chosen to buy such a hairpin, even though she truly liked it. With a reddened nose, she looked at him. "You can't do this again, you shouldn't spend money so recklessly for me." Suan remained silent, not believing it was reckless spending. He would work hard to earn enough to buy her everything she desired. Lu Tian glared at him. "Did you hear me?" "All right." Suan took the hairpin from her hand and awkwardly reinserted it into her hair, gently caressing her temple. "It looks lovely." Lu Tian lowered her gaze, aware of her own beauty. To return to their room, they had to pass through the main hall, where several people noticed the couple entering closely behind Lu Tian. They exchanged glances, a knowing smile flickering in their eyes. The young couple's affection brought them joy. Moments later, as Lu Tian stepped out first, Lu Cheng instinctively looked over, noticing his younger sister's eyes were red and immediately rushed towards her, asking, "What happened?" Lu Tian shook her head. "Nothing happened." "You're lying. Your eyes are red, clearly you've been crying." Lu Cheng's voice rose in urgency, drawing the attention of Lu Yue and Su Chengkai. Chapter 55. Why did you kiss me? Believing that his younger sister had been wronged by Lu Tian, Su Chengkai gazed sternly at Suan. "What is the matter? Have you bullied Lu girl?" Lu Tian hurried to clarify. No, it's what is it?" Lu Cheng glared at Suan with an unfriendly expression. Regardless of Suan's capabilities, it was utterly intolerable to bully his beloved younger sister. Everyone exchanged glances, and Lu Tian realized she had to explain. Blushing, she whispered, "He bought me a hairpin, and I was so distressed about the expense that I cried." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. He quickly withdrew his glare directed at Suan, discreetly rotating his neck, unsure whether he had just exerted an intimidating presence, only aware that his neck was quite sore. Clearing his throat, he frowned at Lu Tian, still crying so much even after being married. He glanced at the hairpin adorning Lu Tian's hair and found it somewhat familiar. "Why does this hairpin look so familiar?" Lu Tian replied, "You brought one back for me from the capital before, but I lost it. I mentioned it last time, and Suan remembered." The more she spoke, the brighter her smile became, clearly pained by the cost, yet undeniably delighted as well. Both Lu Cheng and Lu Yue felt a twinge of awkwardness. Suan cared so deeply for Lu Tian, yet they had been so distrustful of him. Upon witnessing Lu Tian's reddened eyes, they initially thought Suan had mistreated her. While Lu Cheng confronted him directly, Lu Yue merely furrowed his brow at Suan. Clearing his throat softly, Lu Yue, unusually, expressed disapproval towards Lu Tian. "You shouldn't cry over a hairpin he bought for you, it makes us," Lu Tian interjected. "It's just that it was too expensive, and I couldn't help it." Lu Cheng scrutinized the hairpin atop her head and inquired, "How much silver did it cost?" Lu Tian replied, 1 tael of silver. Lu Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a sum, one could buy an entire wardrobe for half that. To his astonishment, Lu Cheng nearly leaped in surprise. "It only cost 1 tael?" Lu Tian retorted, "Isn't 1 tael quite a lot?" Lu Cheng insisted, "The beads on this one are larger than the one I bought you before by more than double. The value of beads is determined by size, the larger the bead, the higher the price. If this truly only cost 1 tael, then you've struck gold. When I inquired in the capital, they quoted me 2 taels for something of this size." "So expensive?" "Indeed, the smaller one I bought you back then cost me 301. 301. Didn't you tell me it only cost a few dozen one?" "Heavens, she actually lost a hairpin worth 301. Lu Cheng rubbed his nose. "Well, I thought you might feel guilty if you found out." Lu Tian exchanged glances with Suan, contemplating why the woman had sold it to him for 1 tael, appearing as though she had stumbled upon a bargain. It seemed the woman who sold the hairpin had intentionally lowered the price. To their surprise, they had inadvertently stumbled upon a great deal. Delight spread across their faces as Suan softly remarked to Lu Tian, "I'll go prepare lunch."
Once he departed, Lu Cheng quietly asked his younger sister, "Do you think we misunderstood him? Is he angry?" Lu Tian watched Suan's tall figure disappear into the kitchen, uncertain. "I don't know, I've never seen him angry." Lu Cheng probed further, "He has never been angry at you even once? Even teeth and tongue can clash."
It is entirely normal for couples to have a spat. At that moment, he realized he had indeed acted rather impulsively. Lua observed Su Chenkai's gaze, which seemed somewhat awkward, yet Su Chenkai appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine."
Suan's appearance often leads to misunderstandings, so we can't fault you.
Lu Cheng nudged Lu Tian's arm, urging her to follow him. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Tian found Suan kneading dough with fine white flour, while the meat had already been chopped and mixed into a filling. "Are we having meat pies?" she exclaimed, having not tasted one in ages.
Suan replied, "Yes, would meat pies paired with egg drop soup be acceptable?"
Lu Tian nodded enthusiastically, already salivating at the mere thought of the flavors. As she quietly observed Suan's demeanor, she noticed his expression remained calm and focused as he kneaded the dough, revealing neither joy nor anger.
Lu Tian moved closer, snugging up beside him, and looked up. "Are you angry?" Suan replied, "Why would I be angry? Father and elder brother both misunderstood you."
Without pausing in his work, Suan reassured her, "I am not angry."
"Really?" His expression and words betrayed no emotion, leaving Lu Tian momentarily perplexed.
Pouting, she rolled up her sleeves. "I'll help you wrap them."
Suan shook his head. "No need for you to do that, just keep me company." Lu Tian wanted to laugh. He had previously insisted she accompany their father and elder brother, claiming he wasn't angry. However, anyone who had been so misunderstood would naturally feel upset. She could certainly empathize. She tilted her head to gaze at Suan, and when he wasn't paying attention, she stood on her tiptoes, intending to kiss his cheek in gratitude for the hairpin. But her height became a hindrance, and she froze, watching Suan turn to look at her in confusion. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she decided to take the plunge. "Lower your head." Suan, thinking she wanted to share a secret, bent down, tilting his ear towards her.
As a soft, warm sensation brushed his cheek, Suan's hands stilled. Realizing what Lu Tian had just done, his breath hitched slightly, and a tingling sensation coursed through him, as if a feather had grazed a tender spot within. His deep-set eyes sparkled with surprise as he lowered his head, capturing the one about to flee. After pressing a gentle kiss against her rosy lips, he gazed into her eyes. "Why did you kiss me?" Lu Tian was at a loss for words. She had kissed him, so why the interrogation?
"Is it not permissible to kiss?"
"It is, but if we kiss now, I will think about." Lu Tian quickly covered his mouth, flustered. "Ah.
You really say everything."
After a moment of silence, she released her hand only to find Suan ready to speak again. Lu Tian widened her eyes, extending a slender finger towards him. "Zip it."
Suan's slightly parted lips promptly closed, behaving like an exceedingly obedient cat.
However, given his stature, it would be more apt to describe him as a suddenly docile tiger. During the meal, the group engaged in light-hearted chatter. Lu Tian mentioned her ghostwriting endeavors, prompting admiration from Lu Cheng, who regarded his younger sister with pride. "Well done. In truth, your literary talent is not inferior to mine. Had you been born a male, your ambitions would surely surpass my own."
Lu Tian chuckled. "Elder brother, you are being too modest." It was rare to find anyone in town with Lu Cheng's scholarly prowess.
How could she possibly compare? Lu Cheng added, "In the future, you needn't purchase rice paper yourself. I have a familiar shop that sells it at a discount for our academy. When you run low, just let me know, and I'll buy it for you."
Lu Tian beamed with joy. "That sounds wonderful."
This way, her expenses would be reduced, allowing her to earn a bit more from each letter she penned. Chapter 56. Heavy rain that evening. Suan pressed down on Lu Tian, compelling her to open her eyes and gaze upon him. Reluctantly, Lu Tian's eyes fluttered open, her orbs shimmering like dew-kissed petals, staring blankly at the man above her.
Suan's voice, hushed and raspy, whispered in her ear, "Tianer, kiss me." "No. Will you kiss or not?"
Woo, I can't reach your face, just kiss wherever you can."
Lu Tian, on the verge of tears, protested. "No, I don't want to. I've kissed you. I've already kissed you. You are a scoundrel."
Time swiftly passed, and it was now mid-April. Xiaohe village was not particularly large. With the surrounding households, it boasted only around 200 families, and those requiring letters constituted merely a third of that. After several days of assisting others in writing letters, the visitors dwindled, leaving Lu Tian to indulge in books during the quieter moments. To help with letter writing, she needed to familiarize herself with more characters, otherwise, encountering a difficult word could leave her at a loss. Yet, it was a source of joy that she had earned nearly 100 copper coins through her efforts. On the day of her marriage, Xiaoyu had secretly slipped her one tael of silver from the two taels Suan had given her. After marrying into the Su family, Lu Tian had never mentioned this, instead hiding the silver in a cloth pouch for emergencies, harboring a lingering doubt about Suan's reliability. However, as Suan consistently handed over his earnings to her, guilt began to gnaw at her conscience, making her previous actions seem rather unjust. One day, upon returning with 5 coins, Suan handed them to her. Lu Tian retrieved a pouch from the newly purchased trunk, her small face twisted in contemplation as she extracted the one tael of silver. Suan inquired, "Where did this come from?" Lu Tian bit her lip, "My mother gave it to me on the day I married." Suan chuckled softly, realizing his little wife was far from being as innocent as she appeared, her mind filled with schemes, so why bring it out now? With a flutter of her long eyelashes, Lu Tian replied, "In the past 6 months, we have saved nearly 2 taels of silver together. If we add this one tael, we will have 3. Suan asked, "Is there something you wish to buy? Tomorrow, I can borrow a bullock cart to take you to town. Buy whatever you desire." Lu Tian pondered, "Have you heard of a wheelchair? I wonder if they sell them in our town. I want to buy one for my father, that way, he won't have to remain cooped up at home. Our village has level terrain, and he could push himself out for a stroll." Suan was familiar with wheelchairs. He had sought one long ago but found none in town, only at a shop in the county, which demanded 5 taels of silver. A shadow crossed his gaze. 5 taels were far from easy to procure. Even with the 3 they had, gathering the remaining 2 would be a challenge, and it would necessitate tightening their belts even further. Though he could endure hardship, he could not bear to see Lu Tian suffer alongside him. Upon learning that 5 taels were required, Lu Tian's smile faltered. She had not anticipated such an expense, nor the need to venture to the county town, a journey of nearly 100 miles. If they were to buy it, they would also need a cart to bring it back. Unable to bear her disappointment, Suan gently patted her head. "Do not worry, I will find a way to earn those 2 taels quickly." 2 taels were not merely 200 coins. It would not be so easy to gather. Lu Tian gazed at him. "You must not take risks for these 2 taels." She understood that catching a deer could yield 5 taels, but capturing a mature deer was no simple feat. She had heard Su Chenkai mention that the more valuable the target, the greater the danger involved. Suan fell silent, his dark eyes inscrutable. Seeing this, Lu Tian furrowed her brow and reiterated seriously, "Did you hear me? We cannot risk our safety for money. If we do not have enough, it is all right, we can save slowly. We will manage to save up eventually. Promise me." Lu Tian's beautiful face was etched with urgency. Witnessing her deep concern for him brought joy to Suan's heart. He leaned down and kissed the corner of her lips. "All right, I promise you." Suan had never deceived her, and with his assurance, Lu Tian finally felt at ease. She placed today's 5 coins alongside the 1 tael she had just retrieved, tucking them back into the bottom of the trunk. In the following days, Suan returned later from the mountains, yet the silver he brought back exceeded his previous earnings, ranging from a few coins to over 100. In just 6 days, they had saved another 300 coins each evening. The highlight of Lu Tian's day was tallying their savings. With each passing day, they drew closer to the 5 taels, and her delight grew ever more radiant. Observing her cheerful countenance, Suan felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. As the days progressed toward late April, whenever someone visited, Lu Tian would assist in writing letters. In their absence, she would take the ox out for a stroll or spend solitary moments engrossed in her books. The highlight of her days became the moments after Suan's return, filled with the anticipation of counting their savings. Compared to their previous life, Lu Tian found these days imbued with hope and expectation to be quite pleasant. One day, while she was reading indoors, the once clear azure sky suddenly darkened. Within moments, the cerulean expanse morphed into a murky gray, and the daylight dimmed. As thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, Lu Tian dropped her book and rushed to the courtyard. Just as she stepped outside, large raindrops began to fall, the sound echoing against the eaves like a heartbeat resonating within her. With a furrowed brow, she gazed toward the distant mountains. It was only a quarter past the hour. Suan had ascended the mountain at dawn and had not returned for lunch. She worried whether he had descended yet. If he hadn't, such torrential rain would pose a significant obstacle. Nervously clutching her sleeves, Lu Tian decided to take a seat in the courtyard. The downpour intensified, and the streets filled with hurried figures scurrying home. Lu Tian scrutinized each face that passed, but none bore the familiar form of Suan, whose silhouette was unmistakable. The rain continued to pour, transforming from large droplets to a torrential cascade, quickening Lu Tian's heartbeat and amplifying her unease. As the hour approached dusk, and with Suan still absent, she sought to alleviate Su Chengsai's concerns by preparing dinner in the kitchen. During the meal, both Lu Tian and Su Chenkai were somewhat distracted, glancing outside intermittently. As the last moments of dusk approached, the rain, which had fallen for over 2 hours, finally ceased. Both sighed in relief, yet they remained vigilant, awaiting the appearance of that tall figure. However, as night deepened, Suan still had not returned. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, leaving only faint glimmers of light in the aftermath of the storm. Lu Tian urged Su Chengkai to rest, yet she was unable to carry him herself. She hurried to summon a neighbor for assistance. Upon hearing that Suan had not yet returned, the neighbor paused for a moment, but seeing Lu Tian's evident worry, he refrained from further questioning. After helping carry Su Chengkai into his room, he offered some reassurance. He must have been caught in the heavy rain, perhaps he will return by morning. Chapter 57. As Suan has disappeared, that night, Lu Tian hardly slept a wink. Since their marriage, apart from the brief days she spent at the Lu family home, they had never been apart. Suan would always return, no matter how late it was, even if he had to venture out to sell perishable goods at the town market. This was the first time, the very first time, that he had not returned by such an hour. Suddenly bereft of the man who would firmly embrace her, she found herself unaccustomed to the absence. It was only in this moment that she realized how cold the bed felt without him. It was almost May, yet the warmth of the blanket seemed insufficient. Wrapping herself tightly in the covers, her heart remained at the door, yearning to hear the distinct sound of Suan's steady footsteps. After a sleepless night, as dawn began to break, Lu Tian emerged from her cocoon. After a simple wash, she crossed the main hall, intending to check the courtyard for any sign of him. Lu Chengkai called out to her, having heard her soft footsteps. His door had remained ajar all night, a testament to his own sleeplessness. Lu Tian went to the kitchen to boil some water, preparing a quick wash for Lu Chengkai before cooking some porridge. However, she found herself unable to eat. She brought it to Lu Chengkai, who shook his head, clearly also lacking in appetite. As daylight brightened the sky, the man who should have returned still had not, leaving both Lu Tian and Lu Chengsai's hearts heavy with worry. Tears streamed down Lu Tian's cheeks uncontrollably. "Father, Suan will be all right, won't he?" Lu Chengsai's eyes sparkled with unspoken fears. He did not know, he truly did not know. Being a hunter was inherently fraught with peril. Many had vanished in those mountains, some never to be found. Since Lu Tian had married into the family, Suan had never stayed out overnight. It was evident to Lu Chengkai how much his son cared for Lu Tian. If all were well, he would have returned by now, rather than leaving them to languish and worry. As the morning light broke, a man from next door approached to inquire about Suan. Upon seeing the expressions of Lu Tian and Lu Chengkai, he realized the grim truth, and his steps faltered. Suan was known as the most knowledgeable about those mountains. Many had sought his help when misfortune befell them, and he was always the quickest to find the lost, even retrieving bodies when tragedy struck. If even Suan had encountered danger, who would dare venture into those mountains again? What would become of his newlywed wife and his paralyzed father? Unable to wait any longer, Lu Tian resolved to search the mountains for him, but Lu Chengkai stopped her, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "What are we to do? What are we to do?" No one dared to ascend the mountain to assist in the search for Suan. Were they to simply wait in despair? Lu Chengsai's lips trembled as he struggled to contain his pain, saying, "It rained heavily yesterday. It is not safe to go up the mountain, and you, my dear, are even less suited for such a venture. To venture forth would be an act of folly." Desperate, Lu Tian pleaded with the man next door to rally a group to search for Suan. The man hesitated. "Suan's wife, even if we gather people to help, we can only search at the base of the mountain. If something has truly happened, it is likely the incident did not occur there." Her eyes already swollen from crying, Lu Tian's once beautiful fox-like eyes now resembled walnuts, and she felt utterly lost. Realizing no one would assist her, she disregarded Lu Chengsai's objections, entrusted him to Nyo, and changed into lighter clothing before running off. And never had she felt the path to Qingxi village so interminable. By the time she reached that narrow path, her lungs felt as if they might burst. Without pausing to catch her breath, she sprinted through the path. Suan had recently cleared that path. She had questioned him why he bothered, as she had no plans to return to Qingxi village soon. His response had been, "It is a habit. It is better to keep it clear in case you return or if your in-laws come to visit." The thorns and brambles no longer obstructed her, and she traversed the path in less than the time it takes to brew tea. Upon arriving at Qingxi village, the sight of Lu Tian startled onlookers, who assumed she had been mistreated by her in-laws, and they began to approach her with concern. Lu Tian had no time to explain, brushing past them towards the Lu family home. A man stumbled back from her forceful push, exclaiming, "My goodness, when did the Lu girl become so strong? Good heavens, what has happened? Her eyes are so swollen." Could it be her husband? As she neared the Lu home, Lu Cheng had not yet departed for the town. Seeing his younger sister in such distress, he rushed forward, losing a shoe in the process. "What happened? What happened, Tianer? Don't cry, don't cry." Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyu and Lu Yue came out, and upon seeing Lu Tian's red, swollen eyes and her struggle to catch her breath, their hearts sank. Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears as she embraced her youngest daughter, gently patting her back to soothe her, her voice thick with emotion. "Tianer, what is the matter? Why are you crying so?" Lu Tian's face, flushed from exertion, was a bright crimson. She opened her mouth several times, but her gasps prevented her from speaking. Xiaoyu, frantic, urged, calm down, my dear daughter, let us take our time. With a hoarse voice, Lu Tian finally managed to utter, "Mother, Suan.
Suan is missing, Suan is missing." Lu Yue gasped in shock, "What do you mean?"
Lu Tian tugged at Lu Yao's sleeve, "Father, please help me, let us search for Suan together, please, they are unwilling to help." Her eyes, swollen like walnuts, were now filled with fresh tears that stung painfully, but she paid them no mind. Lu Cheng swiftly scooped Lu Tian into his arms, and they hurried back home, where Xiaoyu prepared warm water to wet a cloth to place over Lu Tian's eyes. Lu Yue urged Lu Tian to speak slowly and explain what had transpired through sobs. Lu Tian recounted the events of the day and night. She was unfamiliar with the people of Xiaha village. With no assistance from them, she could only rely on her elder brother and father. Brother, you have been to his hut, Haven Tiu, just take me there, we do not need to go further into the mountains, just to that hut, please?" Suan had once said that if anything went awry, he would do everything in his power to return to the hut. Lu Yue declared, "What nonsense, not only shall we go to that hut, but I will also bring Suan back, even if it means climbing the mountain." They would not shy away from danger for the sake of rescuing Suan. "Just the hut will suffice." "Please take me to the hut," Lu Tian insisted. It was not deeply situated, and the risk was not overly high. She would not recklessly endanger her father and brother. Liu Chang and Lu Yue quickly changed into lighter clothing, insisting that Lu Tian stay behind while they went to investigate. However, Lu Tian was adamant, refusing to be left behind. In the end, they had no choice but to ascend the mountain together. Chapter 58. We have brought Suan back. The humble cottage was not situated deep within the wilderness, yet it was a location Suan had deliberately sought out, making the journey there anything but easy. Lu Cheng's memory served him well, as the group followed the faint recollections he possessed. Lu Tian's legs had already grown weak after a mere quarter of an hour sprinting back to Qingxi village. Now, she was merely mustering the strength to keep pace with Lu Cheng and Lu Yue. Both Lu Yue and Lu Cheng were pained to see her struggle and offered to carry her, but Lu Tian refused. The mountain path was treacherous, made even more perilous by the recent rain, and their stamina paled in comparison to Suan's. Carrying her could potentially lead to greater danger. Leaning on a staff, she bit her lip and moved forward, appearing utterly disheveled. Her eyes swollen like walnuts, her clothes marred by the scratches of thorns, her pant legs caked in mud, and her hair in disarray, her once lovely face now streaked with sweat and dirt. Yet, Lu Cheng and Lu Yue discerned another layer of brilliance in her. They had never imagined their beloved Lu Tian could possess such tenacity. Though she stumbled, she never fell. Her feet appeared as though they could scarcely lift, yet somehow, she managed to raise them again. Each step was a Herculean effort, but she never ceased moving forward. Unable to bear the sight of his younger sister in such distress, Lu Cheng turned away to wipe his eyes, silently praying that Suan would be safe. When they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the cottage, Lu Tian cast aside her staff and staggered towards it, pushing the door open with a firm hand. The scene within seared her eyes. There lay a tall figure upon a makeshift wooden bed. Suan lay on his back, his eyes, often filled with a hint of danger, now tightly shut, his garments torn and bloodied, revealing gaping wounds that exposed bone in some places. He lay there, still and quiet, and Lu Tian was left uncertain whether he still drew breath. After traversing such a long and arduous path without faltering, her legs finally buckled beneath her, and she knelt, too fearful to ascertain if the man lying there was alive, her face ashen. Lu Cheng hurried to her side, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing the prone figure, yet his heart plummeted again as he noted the closed eyes and ghastly wounds. He approached with trembling steps, cautiously extending a finger to Suan's nostrils. "He is alive, he is still alive, he is alive." He nearly leapt with joy, only to stumble upon something warm at his feet, turning to exclaim, "Ah!" His excitement now heightened. Lu Cheng danced a few steps back, his face still pale with shock. "It's a tiger." To their astonishment, a tiger lay beside Suan's bed. Lu Yue, taken aback by the sight of the tiger, quickly assessed its condition and cautiously prodded its face with his foot, exhaling in relief upon realizing, "It's dead." Lu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dead? Really?" Lu Yue nodded, glancing at Suan on the bed. It appeared that Suan had sustained these injuries from battling the tiger. It was unfathomable how he had managed to bring the creature back to this cottage in such a state. The group had brought some water and snakebite medication for emergencies, along with additional supplies. Upon hearing that Suan was not dead, Lu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, her pallid face finally illuminating with hope. Lu Cheng approached to support her as she shakily moved her feet, refusing to glance at the dead tiger, her gaze fixed intently on the man on the bed. Suan lay there, his handsome face nearly devoid of color, marked with bloodstains that were indistinguishable between his own and that of the tiger. Lu Tian had never witnessed him in such a state. She reached out, mimicking Lu Cheng's earlier action, and felt his faint breath against her fingertips. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed onto his chest, weeping uncontrollably. "Suan! Suan!" Lu Yue came over to her, urging gently, "Tianer, we must first clean his wounds and apply the medicine."
Together, Lu Yue and Lu Chang worked to remove Suan's shirt. Upon seeing the ghastly wounds that marred his upper body, Lu Yue turned away in sorrow, unable to fathom the pain he would feel if it were Lu Chang lying there. Desiring to shield Lu Tian from fear, Lu Chang instructed her to wait outside, but she stepped forward silently, taking the cloth Lu Chang had torn from his own clothing and wetting it carefully to tend to Suan's wounds. A piece of dark gray fabric quickly turned crimson with blood. Her hands trembled, yet her touch remained gentle. Water was too precious to waste for washing, so Lu Chang tore more fabric from his own clothing. By the time they finished cleaning, Lu Chang's outer garment hung in tatters. After meticulously applying the medicine, Lu Yue began tearing his own outer shirt to complete the bandaging of Suan, transforming it into shreds of cloth, a testament to the multitude of wounds Suan bore. Once their task was finally complete, they all exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Though Suan's eyes remained tightly shut, it was evident that it would take time for someone so gravely injured to awaken. Lu Chang descended the mountain to procure a mule cart, while Lu Tian and Lu Yue stayed behind to care for Suan. It was not until midday that Lu Chang returned, having navigated the difficult path with as many supplies as possible. Once they lifted Suan onto the cart, both Lu Chang and Lu Yue collapsed beside it, panting heavily as they gazed at the man reclining on the cart. It felt as though they had not just lifted a person, but a mountain. Witnessing his robust physique was one thing, but experiencing the weight firsthand was another. They exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Tian. Lu Tian's heart was wholly consumed with concern for Suan, fearful that any jostle could exacerbate his injuries. Given that the cottage still housed a tiger, Lu Yue stayed behind to guard it, knowing it was a prize Suan had fought for with his life, and he could not allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Upon reaching the entrance of Xiuha village, a crowd gathered, and upon learning that Suan was alive but injured, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tian and Lu Chang were nearly depleted of their strength, and the villagers assisted in ushering the mule cart to Suan's home. Earlier, when they had first arrived at the village entrance, Niu Niu had received the news and, overwhelmed with joy at the knowledge that brother Su was alive, rushed back to inform Su Chengkai. Watching the villagers help carry Suan inside, Su Chengkai could no longer hold back his tears of relief. He could hardly believe what he would have done had Suan met with misfortune, as he could not even ascend the mountain himself. Seeing Lu Tian and Lu Chang return in such disarray, Su Chengkai, with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "Children, you have worked so hard, so hard." Though Lu Tian's eyes had somewhat diminished in swelling, she still appeared haggard. Hearing Su Chengkai's words, her eyes reddened as she replied, "Father, we have brought Suan back." They had found him and brought him home. Chapter 59. I despise you, I loathe you to death. In the village, there was no doctor. After Lu Chang returned Suan and Lu Tian, he hurriedly drove the mule cart up the mountain. The tiger had been left there for too long, which was untenable. He found a large piece of tattered cloth, and together with Lu Yue, they wrapped the tiger securely. They did not return to the village but directly headed towards the city. Unfamiliar with the market, Lu Chang sought the assistance of a familiar friend to sell the entire tiger. When the silver finally landed in their hands, they understood why some individuals, fully aware of the peril in hunting tigers, still chose to do so. The tiger fetched a staggering 15 taels of silver. To put this into perspective, some families might not earn such a sum in their entire lifetime. Lu Yue's heart raced as he concealed the silver within his bosom. With so much silver tucked away, he clutched his chest, feeling somewhat awkward even while walking. Observing this, Lu Chang quietly remarked, "Father, are you not blatantly signaling to others that you possess silver, inviting them to rob you?" Lu Yue replied, "Then what should I do?" Lu Chang suggested, "Simply forget that you have the silver." While he spoke, his own eyes darted around, vigilant of their surroundings. The two dared not linger in the town, fearing trouble, and promptly hired a doctor before hastening back to Xiuha village. The doctor conducted a thorough examination of Suan, reapplying medicine to the more severe wounds. He reassured Lu Tian, who wore a worried expression, saying, "His physique is quite robust. His condition has stabilized. Most of the injuries are superficial, except for the two severe wounds on his leg and arm that require special attention. The rest will heal with a few days of rest." He handed Lu Tian a prescription. "Prepare 10 doses of this medicine to last for half a month. It is best for him to remain bedridden during this period." Lu Tian nodded repeatedly, "Understood." Lu Chang then drove the mule cart to return the doctor to the town, taking the opportunity to fetch the medicine. With everything settled, those who had come to help breathed a sigh of relief. Once the neighboring villagers had departed, Lu Yue produced a cloth bag from his chest. He handed it to Su Chengkai, saying, "Su, this is the silver Suan earned from selling the tiger, exactly 15 taels. Please accept it." Su Chengkai replied, "You have both provided such significant assistance. We should split it equally between our families." Lu Yue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Absolutely not, this silver was earned by Suan at the cost of his life. How could I have the audacity to accept it? You must keep it for yourself." Su Chengkai stubbornly opened the bag, insisting on dividing it. Lu Yue, flustered, retorted, "Su, I've said I want accept it, so I want tea."
I did not marry my daughter into your family for your silver, however there are certain matters I must address today. Suan is headstrong. I have always seen him act with prudence, yet this time he was incredibly reckless. He put himself in such danger for a mere tiger, though he has narrowly escaped with his life this time. What of next time? You do not know how Lu Tian rushed home this morning. How could he not consider his newlywed wife and you, his father? There was no pressing need for such a perilous endeavor. Our family is not in dire straits. As Lu Yue spoke, his voice grew louder, his genuine dissatisfaction with Suan's impulsiveness evident, as was his concern for Suan's injuries. Reflecting on the sight of such a strong man lying lifeless on that wooden bed pierced his heart with pangs of pain. Su Chenkai, hearing this, felt a twinge of guilt. You speak the truth, Lu. Suan was indeed thoughtless this time, rest assured. Once he recovers, I will certainly give him a stern lecture. Lu Yue, unaware of Su Chengsai's methods of discipline, nodded in agreement. He certainly deserves a good reprimanding. They had only been married for half a year. If something truly unfortunate were to happen, what would become of his beloved daughter? Seeing that Lu Yue was steadfast in refusing to accept the silver, Su Chenkai reluctantly abandoned the idea. He retied the bag and handed it to Lu Tian. Tian, please take this and keep it safe. Lu Yue widened his eyes at this gesture. After all, this was 15 taels, not 1 or 2. Su Chenkai was actually giving all 15 taels to Lu Tian. Lu Tian attempted to decline. Father, why don't you keep it? Su Chenkai's face darkened slightly. What nonsense is this? This is silver earned by Suan. It belongs to you. I cannot accept it. And you must keep it. Suan acted so recklessly. Not a single coin of this should go to him. He must be taught a stern lesson. Father Lu Tian's eyes, which had just begun to recover, brimmed with tears once more. How fortunate she was to have such a kind and supportive father-in-law. Lu Yue, witnessing their interaction, felt his own eyes moisten. His youngest daughter was indeed blessed to marry into such a family. Though he scolded Suan, he understood that Suan's actions were ultimately for the sake of their family. Otherwise, who would willingly take such risks? In the evening, Lu Chang returned with the mule cart. Everyone was exhausted after a long day. Lu Tian prepared a large basin of pancakes to welcome Lu Chang and his father. The two changed out of their tattered clothes into those belonging to Su Chenkai. Their stomachs, having been empty all day, could not afford to be polite, and as Lu Tian served the pancakes, they devoured 2 each without hesitation. With food in their bellies, they felt a bit more at ease. Lu Yue took a sip of egg drop soup and glanced at Lu Tian and Su Chenkai. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Su, why don't you stay with us for a while? During this period, Suan cannot be on his feet, and it may be inconvenient for you. Lu Tian may not be able to care for both of you. Su Chenkai, not wishing to burden Lu Yue, blushed and agreed, it is my fault for being incapable. I must trouble you. Lu Yue replied, what trouble? We are all family. Do not think of it that way. If you come, I'll have someone to talk to. After Lu Chang returned with the medicine, Lu Tian prepared a dose. She could only manage half a pancake before feeling too full. After pouring the medicine into a bowl, she brought it to the room. Suan lay quietly on the bed, his face, once marred by blood, now cleansed. He lay there, devoid of the vitality he once possessed, appearing utterly passive, as if resigned to his fate. Lu Tian placed the bowl on the shelf and leaned down to gaze upon his face, noting his tan skin, the pronounced bridge of his nose, and his pale, tightly pressed lips. Tears fell unbidden once more, a few droplets landing on his closed eyelids, causing them to flutter slightly. Lu Tian, oblivious to her own emotions, choked out, you are such a scoundrel. We agreed you would not take such risks. You promised me. I despise you. I loathe you to death. Her heart ached, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloping her. As she cried, unable to contain herself, she repeated her disdain for him, tears and snot streaming down without her noticing. Chapter 60. Do you really hate me? Do you really hate me? As the hoarse voice resonated, Lu Tian was still vehemently scolding him, her face awash with tears and snot. Upon hearing his voice, she immediately lowered her head, her gaze meeting his fathomless black eyes, resembling a deep abyss. Lu Tian was so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly stumbled. You're finally awake. Do you have any idea how close you came to scaring me to death? Suan observed Lu Tian, her eyes swollen and red, her face smeared with tears and mucus, and several angry red scratches marring her delicate, fair skin. It was evident she had been crying for an extended period. He attempted to raise his hand to touch her face, but the movement caused him to wince in pain, prompting Lu Tian to anxiously interject, don't move, please don't move. Suan coughed softly, alright, I want to move. His lips were deathly pale, and his voice lacked its usual robust resonance. His dark eyes remained fixed on Lu Tian's face, reflecting a shared relief at having survived a calamity. He had almost lost her, almost never to gaze upon her beautiful visage again. What happened to your face? Suan's heart ached as he beheld the marks on her face, a visage so tender and lovely, now marred by these glaring scratches. Lu Tian replied, her voice tinged with grievance, what do you think? It was all for the sake of finding you. Suan's eyes flared with intensity at her words, you went looking for me? Alone? Do you have any idea how perilous it is to venture up the mountain by yourself? And what about you? You clearly promised me you wouldn't take risks in the depths of the forest. Why did you go after the tiger? Why? Her tears began to flow once more, and Suan felt his heart shatter at the sound of her sobs, at his dark eyes filled with helplessness, and he laboriously reached out to caress her face. Don't cry, Tian the sight of her weeping nearly broke him, the pain in his body paled in comparison to the agony in his heart. As her tears seemed unending, Suan gently wiped them away, trying his utmost to comfort her. I am sorry, I'm so sorry, it was my fault, I won't do this again, please stop crying. Alright, it was my mistake. The tears and mucus from her face smeared onto his clothing, and Lu Tian gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Take your medicine. The medicine on the shelf had cooled considerably, and as Lu Tian brought it over, she realized she lacked the strength to assist him in sitting up. I'll go call father and elder brother to help you, she said, preparing to turn and leave when Suan grasped her wrist. I can sit up by myself. With great effort, Suan propped himself up, inching upward. Lu Tian quickly fetched a cushion to support him. Are you alright? Does it hurt? As she leaned forward to adjust the cushion, Suan suddenly pulled her into his embrace, startling her as she feared pressing on his injuries. Just as she was about to struggle, Suan hoarsely instructed, Don't move, just hold me for a moment, just for a moment. He exerted little force, nearly enveloping her in a gentle embrace, even though he yearned to hold her tightly against him. Seeing Lu Tian so concerned for him filled his heart with joy. He relished witnessing her care for him, yet it pained him to see her in such distress, having cried herself into this state for his sake. In the end, he was left with a profound sense of relief, wanting nothing more than to hold her close and feel her presence. Lu Tian, unable to resist, cautiously wrapped her arms around his waist, mirroring his sentiments of having narrowly escaped a tragedy. They remained in each other's embrace for what felt like an eternity, until the medicine in the bowl had completely cooled. Lu Tian finally freed herself from his arms. The medicine has gone cold. I'll go heat it up. No need, I'll drink it straight away. He retrieved the bowl from the shelf and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one swift motion. Lu Tian then returned from the kitchen with bread and egg drop soup. Suan, having been famished for an entire day and night, devoured 4 pieces of bread before pausing, prompting him to inquire about the events of the past 2 days. In truth, recounting it seemed deceptively simple. He had gone missing, she had sought him out, and now they were reunited, yet the myriad emotions entwined within those moments were known only to her. The feeling of running from Xioha village to Qingxi village within a mere quarter hour was a burden she alone bore, along with the profound sense of despair that accompanied it. Suan solemnly apologized to Lu Tian once more, to which she replied, You should apologize to father. Su Chenkai's concern for Suan was no less than hers, and given the circumstances, Lu Tian couldn't bear to contemplate what might have happened had Suan truly not returned. Father will punish me, Suan replied. You deserve to be punished, indeed. I know. Suan regarded his young wife earnestly. However, you need not worry. In the near future, my father plans to bring yours to Qingxi village for a while. Otherwise you would have to remain bedridden, and it wouldn't be convenient for your father. Suan requested Lu Tian to fetch water for him to wash his face, then asked her to summon the 3 of them inside. Upon entering, Lu Yue intended to offer Suan a stern admonition, but Su Chenkai spoke first, his voice low and commanding. Suan, have you forgotten the promise you made before entering the mountains? Suan reclined against the headboard, his gaze cast downward. I haven't forgotten. If you haven't forgotten, then what is this? Do you think you are invincible? Just because you have some strength does not mean you can act recklessly. Suan lowered his head, sincerely stating, I'm sorry. Su Chenkai retorted, what good is sorry? Look at the state you've put Lu Tian in, look at what your actions have done to your father-in-law and your brother-in-law. Who are you apologizing to? What good is your apology? Su Chenkai, typically a man of few words, unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Suan, his gaze piercing as he glared at him. Lu Yue had never witnessed such a sight of Su Chenkai. He had always believed in reasoning with his children, and to see Su Chenkai so authoritative was startling. Suan, still bearing the weight of his injuries, attempted to mediate. Let it go, Su Laudi. No harm has come in the end, that's what matters. Please remember this lesson, and do not make the same mistake again. Su Chenkai turned to Suan, did you hear that? Suan raised his head, nodding solemnly at the group. He straightened his posture, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Lu Chang and Lu Yue. Father-in-law, I owe you both a debt of gratitude today. I have no means of repaying you, but I hope that from now on, you will regard me as your own child. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will honor you as if you were my own parents. With that, he turned to Lu Chang. I may not possess much, but I do have strength to offer. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. He continued, I should formally bow to you in gratitude, but alas, my legs are currently immobile. I promise to make amends once I recover. Chapter 61. Does it hurt? Lu Yue listened with keen interest, firmly believing that Suan would fulfill the promises he made. He placed a reassuring hand on Suan's shoulder, saying, There is no need for bowing or such formalities. From now on, you shall be like a true son to me. Just remember to consider Tian in your actions. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, echoing Lu Yue's sentiments. Upon seeing this, Suan gave a decisive nod. And Lu Cheng escorted Su Chenkai back to Qingxi village. Just as they were about to return the mule cart, they took advantage of the dimming twilight to gather some of Su Qingxai's belongings before setting off. Lu Tiantian accompanied them to the courtyard gate, only returning to the kitchen once the cart had disappeared from sight. She boiled a fresh pot of water and carefully carried a basin into the room. Suan had been attentively watching the door, and when he saw Lu Tiantian push it open, he almost imperceptibly let out a sigh of relief. "Why did it take you so long?" he inquired. Lu Tiantian looked at him. "Were you afraid I would run away?" Suan could only respond with silence. She wrung out a damp cloth and gently began to wipe his body, having previously only given him a hasty wipe while others assisted in changing his clothes. There were still traces of blood staining his skin. Suan attempted to shift his body to assist her, but Lu Tiantian raised her gaze and said, "Don't move." Suan suppressed a cough that had risen to his lips. The task of cleaning him was physically demanding. She was cautious not to touch his wounds and struggled to maneuver around him. After a half hour of diligent effort, Lu Tiantian finally managed to cleanse him completely. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to her forehead, and she tossed the cloth aside, collapsing onto the couch to catch her breath. "That's enough," Suan said. "I know when enough is enough." Lu Tiantian's irritation had not yet dissipated, and she noted his lack of patience. "Let's sleep," Suan suggested. "You think I won tea wash just because you did? Just take a basin of water and make do." I can't help you carry it." With a sidelong glance, Lu Tiantian stormed out of the room, holding the basin. After their excursion in the mountains, she felt utterly unclean, yet with Suan in such a state, she couldn't allow him to venture outside. Biting her lip, she ultimately decided to bring in several buckets of water. Suan, seeing her struggle, felt a surge of concern, urging her, "Take it slowly, there's a threshold, Tiantian, be careful." The frail figure he had seen not long ago now seemed almost fully restored, save for his immobility. His voice, once weak, regained its strength, and he began to nag her like an old woman. Lu Tiantian, her hands nearly exhausted from hauling water, felt a rush of indignation at his words. "Be quiet," she retorted. Suan fell silent, his lips pressed together, his gaze following her graceful form. "Close your eyes." Why? "I want a wash." Suan swallowed hard and obediently shut his eyes upon glancing down at his own state. Lu Tiantian stole glances at him, finding it amusing that he kept his eyes tightly shut. She smirked slightly. After finishing her task, she laboriously poured the water outside, and finally, Suan looked at her with eager anticipation, hoping to embrace her once she returned to the couch. To his surprise, Lu Tiantian went to the chest and retrieved another blanket, declaring, "We will each sleep with our own blanket." Why? "You have so many questions." Seeing Suan's lips pressed together in a slightly aggrieved manner, Lu Tiantian softened, "I fear I might touch your wounds while we sleep." Suan replied, "I am not afraid. This is not just about your fear. If your wounds reopen, we will need to call for a doctor, and that costs money. Father has said that the 15 taels you earn this time are entirely for my use." "I won't use them. They are all for you." Lu Tiantian fell silent, ultimately disregarding Suan's pleading expression. She arranged her blanket and turned her back to him, wrapping herself tightly. Exhausted from his severe injuries, Suan, gazing at his little wife's silhouette, inadvertently drifted into slumber. It was not until he heard Suan's steady breathing that Lu Tiantian cautiously turned her head to observe his serene sleeping face. How peculiar it was. Although they were not sharing a bed that day, she did not feel the chill she had felt the previous night when alone. The following morning, when Suan awoke, his little wife was still in slumber, having worked tirelessly through the night, curled up with her blanket in a sweet repose. When Lu Tiantian finally awoke, she found herself staring into two dark, glistening eyes, nearly startling her. She placed a hand on her chest. In the past, when she awoke in Suan's embrace, she was met with his broad chest. Instead, suddenly catching sight of his deep, dark eyes fixed intently upon her, she stammered, "What are you staring at?" Suan replied simply, "You're beautiful. Take your medicine." "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Because you're beautiful." Oh dear, Suan must have sustained a head injury as well. Were it not for the fact that he only appeared this way when gazing at her, Lu Tiantian would have considered calling for a doctor. While caring for Su Chenkai, Lu Tiantian primarily prepared meals or fetched items, but now, tending to Suan required her to manage his meals, assist with bathing, and change his dressings. For relief, fortunately, Suan was of a sturdier constitution. After merely one night of rest, he managed to sit up from the bed. Lu Tiantian observed beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, her concern evident as she asked, "Are you really all right?" "Yes." "Then I will wait outside for you. Call me as soon as you are ready." "Okay." Suan's voice faltered from the pain, prompting Lu Tiantian to hurry outside. knowing that each moment he lingered would only extend his discomfort. Once Suan lay back down, his handsome face bore a hint of discomfort, which made Lu Tian chuckle softly to herself. In this state, Suan resembled a defeated lion. I will prepare lunch. You just lie there and rest, she instructed. Suan complied, lying quietly with his hands crossed over his chest. All right. Unable to resist, Lu Tian reached out and gently tousled his hair. Good boy. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. Suan remained silent, feeling as though she had just patted a well-groomed dog. After several days of recuperation, Suan's injuries began to mend, allowing him to slowly rise from the bed, although Lu Tian always forbade him from doing so. Suan, why are you getting out of bed again? As Lu Tian swung open the door, she found Suan propping himself up, preparing to rise. He froze, retracting his hands and lying back down. Where have you been? Lu Tian tucked the blanket around him tightly, saying, You need to focus on your recovery. Where I go is of no concern to you. In the midst of their exchange, Suan noticed something unusual about her hands. What happened to your hand? He suddenly grasped her wrist. I can't control myself, Lu Tian pouted. Tell me, does it hurt? It hurts terribly. In recent days, she has been tasked with caring for Suan, fetching water, weeding, fertilizing, and watering the crops, activities that, when combined, exceed all that she has done in her lifetime. It was only during these days that she truly understood the multitude of responsibilities Suan undertook daily. Glancing at him, she couldn't fathom how he managed to endure such exhaustion each night yet still found the energy to be so lively. In any case, she felt on the brink of collapse. She had no choice but to persevere, as the family's sustenance for the entire year hinged on the crops in the field. It was also during this time that she discovered her own latent potential. Having never engaged in such labor before, she enlisted the help of Nyonyo, a girl barely 13, who proved to be more adept than herself. Overwhelmed by guilt, Lu Tian worked even harder, and in just a few days, she had unearthed her own capabilities. Now, she could independently manage these tasks, and at least no longer required Nyonyo's supervision to ensure she didn't uproot the seedlings alongside the weeds. Lu Tian rubbed her aching back and climbed onto the bed, declaring, I need to rest for a while, I'll get up later to prepare dinner. Suan, with concern, helped her tuck in the blanket. All right, sleep well. When Lu Tian awoke, the sky had completely darkened. Surprised, she sat up, and even more astonished to find Suan absent from the bed, she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and rushed outside, where the kitchen was enveloped in smoke. Upon arrival, she found Suan washing pots. Lu Tian rushed over, snatching the pot from him. What are you doing? Suan replied, You should rest, I'll prepare dinner. What do you mean prepare dinner? Do you not value your legs? The doctor said you need to stay in bed for half a month. It won't take that long, I've nearly recovered. If it weren't for the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, one might have believed his words. Lu Tian insisted he return to their room, but when they reached a stalemate, Suan relented. Then you cook, and I'll sit here to keep you company. He settled down by the stove and tended to the fire. Most of the time, he remained seated in their room, and seeing this, Lu Tian agreed. Suan had already set the rice to steam and washed 2 cucumbers at the water station. Lu Tian approached and sliced the cucumbers. Recently, as Suan needed to recuperate, she had been preparing the eggs and the little remaining meat for him to eat. Rural meals primarily consist of boiled and roasted dishes, though the fatty meat could be stir-fried. After slicing the cucumbers, she held up a small piece of meat and asked Suan, How would you like it prepared? Suan looked at the minuscule piece in her hand, roughly the size of her fist, and replied, Cook it however you like. Lu Tian corrected him, This is for you. Suan glanced at her before suddenly standing up and embracing Lu Tian from behind, resting his head on her shoulder and tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. With oily hands, Lu Tian remained frozen. What are you doing? Suan murmured, I can't control myself. Lu Tian's cheeks flared crimson. You, stop this. In the initial days of assisting him, Suan had behaved himself, but as soon as he began to feel better, his restraint vanished. Often, after she finished washing his upper body, he would already be eagerly responding to her touch. Suan, in a hoarse voice, repeated, I can't control myself. Lu Tian's ears turned bright red, and she glared at Suan before closing her eyes, hastily pulling down his trousers and wiping him down with a cloth, quickly turning away. Put your pants on yourself. After a rustling sound, Suan called out, Done. Only then did Lu Tian turn back. She carried the water outside, wiped herself down, extinguished the lamp, and climbed into bed on her side. Just as she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, a pair of large hands reached out, and Suan nestled into her bedding, embracing her. Lu Tian was about to struggle when she heard Suan's pained groan and paused. What are you doing? No, don't even think about it. Knowing what he desired, she stated firmly. Suan murmured, It hurts. What?
Suan grasped her hand. It hasn't he gone away? God, it's been so long already.
Including her washing up, at least 15 minutes had passed. Suan leaned in the dark, kissing her, his lips brushing against hers. Tianer, help me.
With each plea, he kissed her again. Please help me, it hurts. Tianer. Yes?
His voice, though hoarse, carried a hint of desperation, and Lu Tiana's small face scrunched up in discontent. No, you can't. Suan peppered kisses along her neck. Just don't do anything, just help me.
I can't, I'll teach you.
Suan held her hand, his voice whispering tantalizingly close to her ear, sending shivers down her spine. In the darkness, Lu Tian's ears turned a deep shade of crimson, as if they might bleed. Time passed, and within the room, breaths of excitement intermingled with soft sobs from the woman. How much longer? Lu Tiana's small face was streaked with tears, her clothing disheveled, her once clear eyes now clouded with desire, gasping for breath. She couldn't comprehend how she had ended up like this. It seemed to have all begun when she felt sympathy for Suan. Suan climbed atop her, his large hands soothing her breathless state. Lu Tian's voice was hoarse from tears. You scoundrel, have you forgotten you're still injured? Sated, Suan was in high spirits. He leaned down to kiss her again, but upon seeing this, Lu Tian quickly turned her head away. Suan chuckled softly. Are you repulsed by yourself? Lu Tian. Chapter 63. Settling scores after autumn. After Suan gradually regained some strength, Lu Tian felt considerably relieved. He eagerly took on many tasks himself. Initially, she felt a pang of guilt for competing with him, but eventually, she succumbed to his insistence, especially upon witnessing his efficiency surpass her own. She thought to herself, it was better to be concerned for her own well-being at night than to fret over him. However, for laborious tasks such as fetching water, she firmly declined his help. Approximately 10 days later, Suan's body had mostly healed, although the two most severe wounds still appeared quite ghastly. Lu Tian was astonished by his remarkable ability to recover. The physician had advised a month of bed rest, yet Suan was already able to rise and walk after merely 5 or 6 days, showing no signs of the grievous injuries he had sustained. During this time, Lu Cheng visited twice. On his first visit, he brought them some meat and, noticing the blisters that had formed on Lu Tian's hands from weeding, he helped her finish the task. On his second visit, he found Suan already moving about and even attempting to take over the chores from the youngest sister. He pulled Lu Tian aside and exclaimed, "My goodness, he's already out of bed?" Lu Tian replied. He insisted on getting up. Lu Cheng remarked, "What astonishing recuperative powers, he ought to be bedridden for at least a month." Nevertheless, he cautioned the youngest sister, it would be best to prevent him from overexerting himself after such severe injuries. Lu Tian responded, "He insists on doing the work. Do you think I can outmatch him?" Lu Cheng was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice at his sister's choice of such an industrious husband or to sympathize with Suan for the physical dominance he exerted over her. That evening, after both had finished their routines, Suan suggested to Lu Tian that they go to fetch Su Chengkai home. While Lu Tian was laying out her bedding, she paused at his words, glancing at the man standing by the bed. After confirming that he had indeed recovered sufficiently, she spoke, "You need not go to fetch him." Suan looked at her in confusion. Lu Tian explained, "I have spoken with my father. Once you are well enough, we shall return home for a while, and he will join us." Suan scrutinized his young wife's expression, noting her calm demeanor and lack of emotion, leaving him uncertain about her true feelings. "It's not far from Qingxi village. Perhaps I could take you there during the day and return for you in the evening?" Lu Tian shook her head. "No, my mother misses me. I wish to go back and keep her company at night." Suan inquired, "And what of my father-in-law?" Lu Tian smiled, "My father shares a room with him." Suan could only respond with silence. The following morning, Lu Tian rose early to pack her belongings. As her bundle grew larger with each item she included, Suan seized a piece of summer clothing she was about to pack. "You will be staying only a few days. There is no need for this attire." It was still May, at least another month would pass before such light clothing would be appropriate. Surely, they would not be away for that long. Lu Tian waved his hand away. "I'm preparing." She had yet to decide when she would return. Throughout this period, out of consideration for his need to recuperate, Lu Tian had refrained from confronting him about his broken promises. Now that he was recovering, it was time to settle accounts. At this point, Suan finally discerned his young wife's sentiments. He grasped her hand. "Have I not already apologized to you?" Lu Tian scoffed lightly. "Just because you apologized, does that mean I must forgive you?" She had been nearly driven to madness at the time. Suan pressed his lips together. "So, how long do you plan to stay?" Lu Tian replied, "It depends on my mood. I won't be returning anytime soon." She produced some coins for Suan. "Take these for yourself. You should tend to your work in the fields, but avoid the mountains. Suan could only acquiesce, gazing at her earnestly.
All right, but do return soon. After breakfast, Lu Tian eagerly requested Suan to escort her back to Qingxi village.
Her family welcomed her warmly, and when Xiaoyu spotted her from a distance, she hurried over to embrace her. Lu Tian nestled into her mother's arms, sweetly calling out, "Mother." Suan observed how his once demure wife transformed into a different person in her mother's presence, and upon reflection, he realized she had never spoken to him in such a tender tone. Lu Cheng happened to be home that day and, seeing Suan's remarkable recovery, could not resist squeezing his arm. Indeed, being sturdy makes a difference. Your recovery is impressively swift. Xiao, her heart had been in turmoil, unable to fathom how he had survived. Liu Chang, feeling aggrieved, held his head in dismay as he glanced at Xiao Huayu. It seemed that a mother-in-law's approval of her son-in-law only grew with familiarity, leaving him feeling diminished in stature. He decided to pull Suan out of Xiaoyu's sight, curious about the events that had transpired on the mountain that day, particularly how he had managed to bring down such a large tiger despite his severe injuries.
Suan replied nonchalantly, "I endured it." Lu Cheng's eyes widened. "You carried it?" While he could understand the burden of the golden wood, the notion of lifting a tiger seemed excessive. Suan glanced around, spotting the large vat in the yard, filled with water that Lu Yue and Lu Cheng had fetched that morning. He approached, grasped the rim with both hands, slightly spreading his legs to shoulder width, and with a powerful lift, he raised it effortlessly. As Lu Cheng stood there, mouth agape, he slowly lowered it back down. Lu Tian covered her mouth in astonishment. That vat must have weighed at least 30 or 40 pounds, and filled with water, it likely exceeded 100, yet Suan had lifted it with such ease, as if it were a mere feather. This was beyond mere strength, it bordered on the terrifying. Liu Cheng swallowed hard, relieved that Suan was a good person. Otherwise, if Lu Tian had married someone like him and faced mistreatment, they would truly be at a loss. Suan remained at the Lu household until evening, eagerly helping with chores and staying for lunch and dinner, ultimately realizing he had to return to Xiuhua village. He glanced at his young wife, only to find she had yet to spare him a single glance. Suan could only hope to persuade Su Chengkai to return home with him, thinking that any success in convincing him would be a small victory. However, Su Chengkai waved him off. Lu Tian said to let you reflect alone at home. I will not return. Suan sighed, "Father, would you consider giving me a beating this time?" Su Chengkai retorted, "I would never strike you." Lu Tian said, "You are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, a light tap wouldn't hurt, and if I hit you too hard, I might have to call for a physician, wasting silver and causing her further trouble." Lu Tian also said I should stand united with her this time. "I, too, shall learn a craft from your father-in-law while I am here. When you eventually bring back the wheelchair, I will also be able to occupy my time with some tasks." Suan could only stare in silence. Chapter 64. Will you come home with me? The following morning, after the Lu family had finished their breakfast, Lu Tian and Xiaoyu were tidying up the dishes in the kitchen when they were taken aback by the imposing figure standing at the door. Lu Tian inquired, "What brings you here?" Suan replied, "My father-in-law mentioned yesterday that he would go chop wood, so I came to assist him." Lu Tian remained speechless. After accompanying Lu Yue to fetch the firewood, Suan went on to help fetch water. He encouraged Lu Yue and Lu Cheng to rest at home while he made 3 trips to fill the water tank. Having busied himself since early morning, Suan was naturally invited by Xiaoyu to stay for lunch. After some reluctance, he agreed, and Xiaoyu smiled as she went to prepare the meal, while Suan cast a glance at his young wife. Lu Tian had already been left speechless by Suan several times that morning, as he seized every opportunity to engage her in conversation, despite his lack of eloquence. After fetching water, she took pity on him, noticing the sweat glistening on his forehead, and offered him her cloth to wipe it away. Suan, accepting the cloth, remarked, "The chickens at home laid an egg today." Lu Tian replied, "When do they not lay eggs?" He paused for a moment before adding, "Shall I bring it to you tomorrow?" Lu Tian responded, "Did he really need to make a trip for just 1 egg?" Seizing another moment of solitude, Suan asked, "Would you like to eat fish? I can catch some tomorrow." Lu Tian smiled, "No, please don't come." Suan fell silent, his gaze shifting outside where Lu Yue was stripping bark from a tree. He cleared his throat and said to Lu Tian, "I'll go lend a hand to my father-in-law." Lu Tian remained silent. Thus, Suan spent the afternoon at the Lu household. After lunch, Lu Yue worked in the yard constructing tables and chairs, simultaneously teaching Su Chengkai the craft. With a carving knife in hand, Lu Yue demonstrated the process while explaining it to Su Chengkai. The tables and chairs were crafted from trees they had cut down in the mountains, which required several steps. First, stripping the bark, then applying wheat straw mud to the cut surfaces to prevent cracking, followed by drying them out. Determined to remain, Suan observed Lu Yue's technique. Lu Yue and Su Chengkai exchanged knowing smiles,
shaking their heads lightly. It was not until evening that Suan finally left for Shaha village after helping Lu Yue dry the wood. From the moment he arrived at the Lu household that morning, he had not taken a moment's rest. Lu Yue jested with his youngest daughter. Do you think he will come again tomorrow? Lu Tian replied, how would I know? Lu Yue teased, if it were up to me, he wouldn't come again. He must be exhausted after all this work. Lu Tian shot a glare at her father and pulled Xiaoyu back into their room, causing Lu Yue's smile to falter. Great, his daughter had been whisked away. When Lu Tian awoke the following morning, Suan had already arrived at the Lu household and had fetched water. As she blinked awake, she asked, what brings you here so early? Suan replied, your elder brother asked me to help him get some exercise. It's more effective in the morning. For several consecutive days, Suan reported for duty every morning without fail. Concerned about the rapid depletion of their provisions, he had brought rice and vegetables from Shaha village multiple times, increasing the quantity each trip. Xiaoyu scolded him each time she saw him, yet he still arrived with a sack on his second visit. Realizing that their rice jar might soon be empty, she approached Lu Tian to discuss Suan's frequent visits. Lu Tian furrowed her brows slightly. What are you doing? Suan looked at his young wife with wide eyes. What's wrong? Lu Tian retorted, are you planning to move in here so that my father and I can stay permanently? No. Suan quickly denied. Lu Tian smiled with her head tilted back. Then are you going to empty the house and leave us to fend for ourselves? Suan crouched down slightly, allowing her not to look up at him. Then will you come home with me? Lu Tian replied, father said he still has many skills to learn, it's too early. Suan attempted to persuade Su Changkai, who chuckled, oh, Lu girl mentioned that she wants to spend more time with her mother. The two exchanged playful banter. That day, Suan did not show up in the morning. During breakfast, Lu Cheng teased Lu Tian, it seems your little brother-in-law won't be coming today. Lu Tian bit her chopsticks and shot him a sidelong glance. Are you sure he is your little brother-in-law? Given his stature, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing to refer to someone like Suan as a little brother-in-law. However, he had to admit that after practicing with Suan in the mornings, his physique had improved considerably. Previously, he would be out of breath for a quarter of an hour after hauling back 2 buckets of water. Now he only needed to catch his breath for the duration of a teacup. Lu Tian was at a loss for words with her elder brother, but she occasionally glanced toward the door, pondering why that man had not arrived today. After breakfast, Lu Cheng prepared to head to town. Noting Suan's absence, he raised an eyebrow at Lu Tian. I told you, even an ox knows when to rest. He has been working tirelessly for days. I'll come today. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a figure approaching the Lu household. Suan was carrying a wooden bucket in one hand and a bamboo basket on his back, his trouser legs rolled up high, clearly having spent time in the fields. Curiously, Lu Cheng approached, noticing the bucket contained several fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. These fish are quite sizable, he exclaimed. He then glanced at the bamboo basket, but its mouth was too small to see inside, though a fishy odor wafted toward him. He inquired, what's inside? Suan reached in and pulled out a wriggling creature, eel. Both Lu Cheng and Lu Tian took a step back in shock, mistaking it for a snake at first. Suan clarified, it's the season for catching field fish and eels, I brought some for you to taste. He had heeded Lu Tian's advice and hadn't ventured into the mountains at all during this season. There was no need to when the field fish were plentiful. What he caught could also be sold in town if they couldn't consume it all. Lu Tian cautiously approached to inspect the fish in Suan's bucket, discovering that each one was plump and substantial. Previously, when Lu Yue and Lu Cheng had returned from the fields, the fish they brought back were often lean and meager. To her surprise, every fish Suan had caught was so robust. Lu Cheng was nearly heartbroken at the prospect of heading to town. He reluctantly told Suan, come early tomorrow, and take me with you. The fish in the fields to the east of the village are even larger, and there are plenty of eels. Suan nodded, all right, I will come early tomorrow. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian pursed her lips. What could she say? It was her brother who had extended the invitation. Could she really refuse him? Chapter 65 of the competition. On that day, the Lu family feasted extravagantly. Suan had brought 3 sizable fish, along with 6 eels as thick as snakes. Suan did not enlist the help of Xiaoyu or Lu Tian, opting instead to clean and prepare the fish and eels by himself. He set aside 1 fish for Lu Cheng to enjoy later that evening, while the family savored 1 steamed fish and 1 braised fish, with the eel stir-fried in hot oil, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Xiaoyu gazed at Suan with increasingly fervent admiration, almost uttering the words questioning why Suan was not her own son. Observing this, Lu Cheng and Lu Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkening slightly, and both proposed to accompany Suan at the break of dawn to catch fish and eels. Xiaoyu chuckled at them, you might as well give up, the fish you caught last year were so pitiful that I almost felt compelled to feed them.
Lu Yue and Lu Chang responded with a silent look of disbelief.
Just wait for tomorrow, they chorused.
Xiao Yu replied, I'll wait, then.
Lu Chang and Lu Yue exchanged a knowing glance and eagerly devoured their meal, determined to build up their strength for the next day. The other family members couldn't contain their laughter, enjoying a harmonious meal together. The following morning, Suan did indeed arrive early at the Lu residence. As they gathered their belongings to head towards the eastern part of the village, Lu Tian watched them with longing, wishing to join. Before she could voice her desire, Suan noticed her expression and approached her, asking, Would you like to come along for some fun? Lu Tian hesitated, aware that during this season, many would be out catching fish and eels, with men often rolling their pant legs high or even stripping to expose their bare arms for convenience. She felt it might be inappropriate to witness such sights. Liu Chang, noticing her discomfort, suggested, Then let us head to the western part of the village. There's a field there, and most people will be at the eastern side, so it will be less crowded.
Lu Tian's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Then I will go too. Ultimately, the entire family set off in high spirits.
Su Chengkai, concerned about being a burden, was about to decline when Suan simply crouched down and offered him a piggyback ride. Setting off without further ado, the family erupted into laughter at this scene. Upon arriving at the western part of the village, they found it indeed less populated. With just their family present, everyone felt more relaxed. Lu Tian spread a cloth for Su Chengkai to sit on.
As soon as Lu Chang arrived at the field, he couldn't contain himself and jumped right in. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, scolded him like a fierce lion. Lu Chang, you reckless fool. Aren't you going to roll up your pant legs? Look at all the mud you've splashed onto your clothes. You're washing your own clothes today. Lu Chang covered his ears, and Suan couldn't help but chuckle. He had made a small pile of grass for Lu Tian to sit comfortably, and when he looked up, he caught his mother-in-law watching them with an enigmatic smile. Suan felt a moment of awkwardness. Mother-in-law, would you like me to make one for you? Lu Yue placed a small stack of grass beside Xiao Yu, promptly interjecting, No need for that. He then gently addressed Xiao Yu, You, please sit. The others exchanged looks of amusement, and Lu Chang laughed the hardest. Lu Yue shot his son a disapproving glance. What is so funny? Hurry up and find a daughter-in-law to bring home. The mention of this topic made Lu Chang's head throb. He quickly sought to change the subject, proposing to Lu Yue and Suan, How about a competition to see who can catch the most today? Xiao Yu chimed in sarcastically, After all that studying, you still lack self-awareness? You sure you want to compete with Suan? Lu Chang replied, All right, then let us count my father and I as one, and we'll go against Suan. Xiao Yu retorted, How can you be so shameless? Ignoring his mother's admonishments, Lu Chang turned to Suan, who nodded nonchalantly, That sounds fine. Seeing Suan agree, Lu Chang was elated, convinced that they couldn't possibly be outdone by just one person, and immediately exclaimed, Let us set a wager. Suan replied, You propose. With a glint of cunning in his eye, Lu Chang thought for a moment and then announced, Whoever loses must do 50 push-ups and clean up today's catch of fish and eels. Suan nodded in agreement, and excitement surged through the group. Lu Tian straightened up, her eyes sparkling as she watched the men. Liu Chang had already jumped into the field, and Suan, squatting down, rolled up his pant legs slightly before stepping into the water. Xiao Yu gasped upon seeing Suan's calves, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, dear daughter, are his calves thicker than your thighs? Goodness, when he hugs you at night, can he lift you effortlessly? Mother! Lu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully protested. Seeing her daughter's ears redden with shyness, Xiao Yu covered her mouth, laughing, Oh my, even after so long, you're still so bashful. Lu Tian huffed and turned away, ignoring her mother's teasing. Meanwhile, the three had already entered the water, with Lu Chang frolicking the most energetically, repeatedly diving in but emerging each time empty-handed. Lu Chang, be careful, if you trample my rice seedlings, you'll pay for it. Lu Chang! Lu Chang! Lu Tian quietly rubbed her ears. Compared to Lu Chang's exuberance, Suan moved with much more deliberation. His keen wolf-like eyes scrutinized the water beneath him, and when his gaze shifted, it was the moment he struck. In a swift motion, his hands plunged into the water, and in the blink of an eye, he emerged with a lively fish. He glanced at Lu Tian, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Lu Tian leaped up, clapping her hands in excitement, Quick, quick, put it in the bucket before it escapes. Don't put it in that bucket, that one belongs to father and brother. Use that one, that one. Lu Chang and Lu Yue exchanged incredulous looks. Time passed slowly, and the three in the field grew increasingly competitive. However, despite Lu Chang and Lu Yue's diligent efforts, Suan was utterly dominating the competition.
As Suan's bucket filled with fish and his bamboo basket overflowed with eels, Lu Chang's eyes darted around, scheming that he feigned fishing near Suan's bucket, and upon seeing it brimming with fish, he seized an opportunity. Just as he was about to stealthily toss the fish into his own bucket, someone shouted. Lu Tian exclaimed, "Elder brother, what are you doing? You're cheating, I report you for stealing fish." All eyes turned to him, and Lu Chang bit his lip, glaring at Lu Tian, "You've caused me trouble for nothing." With a grimace, he tossed the fish back into Suan's bucket. This time, the laughter from Xiao Yu and Lu Yue was the loudest. Xiao Yu teased her husband, "You're laughing now, don't forget you're part of this too. If you lose, what will you do?" Lu Yue's face alternated between red and pale. He dared not glare at his wife and instead shot a reproachful look at his son. "You better catch up, how can you be so foolish as to compete with Suan?" Lu Chang thought to himself, "Isn't this basically an acknowledgement of my position?" Indeed, it seemed he had lost all standing. Chapter 66 I miss you. Every night the men in the field competed vigorously, with those above cheering them on unnaturally. Xiao Yu supported Lu Yue, while Lu Tian glanced at Lu Chang and Suan, ultimately directing her encouragement towards the robust man who looked at her, saying, "Suan, go for it." Given the current situation, Suan had a significant chance of victory. Lu Chang felt his heart was nearly shattered. Neither of the two at home was dependable. That he lamented to Su Chengkai, "Uncle Su, you're the only one who can cheer for me." Su Chengkai laughed heartily, "Huh, alright, I'll cheer for you, go for it." Xiao Yu scoffed, "Serves you right. You should hurry and find a wife." The few of them, wary of getting splashed with mud, had seated themselves a bit farther from the field. However, Lu Tian soon grew bored and boldly approached the edge of the field. She watched as Suan prepared to catch something with both hands, instinctively holding her breath. Suan glanced at her, his movements swift and decisive, and when he lifted his hands, a fish still wriggling in struggle was prominently displayed. Unable to contain herself, Lu Tian jumped up, clapping her hands in delight, exclaiming, "You caught it, amazing, you're so impressive." Lu Chang and Lu Yue had likely missed their chances, while Suan seemed to catch something every time he reached down. Lu Chang and Lu Yue exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, the youngest daughter who had married out was like water that had been spilled. In unison, they shouted at Lu Tian, "Lower your voice. You scared my fish away." Lu Tian retorted, "Do they really need me to scare them off?" Suan placed the fish into a bucket and turned to Lu Tian, his eyes bright with inquiry, "Do you want to give it a try?" Lu Tian glanced at the water splashing up to Suan's calves. She truly wanted to experience it, but considering the depth and the rice seedlings within, she shook her head. Suan smiled, "Alright, next time I'll take you to the creek, the water there is clean, and sometimes you can catch fish too." Lu Tian nodded eagerly. She had gone to the creek with Lu Chang when she was very young, but since she had rarely gone out lately, she hadn't visited in years. After nearly an hour, Xiao Yu announced the end of the activity. Lu Chang exclaimed, "No way, we're about to surpass him." Xiao Yu retorted, "Don't even think about it, even if I gave you another hour, it wouldn't work. Hurry home, aren't you going to the town today?" Lu Chang pouted. He truly didn't want to go, but the thought of the silver he received each month was enticing. The group emerged from the field. Lu Tian, curious, went to inspect the fish caught by Lu Chang and Lu Yue. Lu Chang turned around with the bucket, saying, "I won't show you, it'll only make you turn your elbow outwards." Lu Tian blinked at Lu Chang, wondering if being so close to Suan meant she had indeed turned her elbow outwards. Suan casually passed by Lu Chang and remarked to Lu Tian, "They didn't catch as many as I did." Lu Tian made a face at Lu Chang, "You lost, hurry up and do your push-ups." Lu Chang called out to Lu Yue, "Father, your youngest daughter is reminding you to do push-ups." Lu Tian remained silent. Ultimately, she only managed to compel Lu Chang to do 30 push-ups, and when he could no longer continue, she waved her hand, releasing him. Upon returning home, the men needed to freshen up. Lu Chang rushed to the town, grabbing cold water to wash up in his own room, with Lu Yue following closely behind. The two father and son were not particularly finicky, closing the door to share a bucket of water. Suan turned to his petite wife. Lu Tian pursed her lips, and at Xiao Yu's prompting, she led him to her room. He quickly fetched water inside. His clothes were not as soiled as those of Lu Chang and Lu Yue, yet he had brought a change of clothes with him that morning. Once he had closed the door after bringing in the water, Lu Tian handed him a cloth and attempted to step outside, but Suan grasped her wrist. "What is it?" Lu Tian asked. Suan rubbed his nose. "My back wound is a bit itchy, can you take a look?" Hearing this, Lu Tian turned to examine his back. Logically, the largest wounds should have healed by now, and the smaller ones ought to be fine as well. She asked Suan to remove his shirt for her to inspect. With deft movements, Suan swiftly stripped off his shirt and then unfastened his belt, sliding his pants down in one fluid motion, leaving Lu Tian no time to react. Upon seeing him remove his pants, Lu Tian quickly shut her eyes, her voice trembling. Why did you take off your pants too? Suan's voice resonated above her. I need to wash.
Weren't you asking me to check your back?
Open your eyes and look, he replied.
Lu Tian stiffened her neck. How can I see anything when you've taken off your pants? It's not like you haven't seen it before.
The deep, husky voice of the man returned to her ears, causing Lu Tian to shrink back nervously. Before she could react, her lips were captured. His kiss was as it always had been, dominant and assertive. When she opened her eyes, she found herself staring into his intense gaze, the familiar dangerous glimmer gradually igniting within him.
Lu Tian pushed against his chest. MMM.
Let me go. Suan's large hand pressed against the back of Lu Tian's head. The lips he had yearned for day and night were now in his mouth. How could he bear to release them? He held Lu Tian even tighter, as though wishing to meld her into his very being, deepening the kiss. When Lu Tian finally gasped for fresh air, she felt as though her lungs might burst. She had no doubt that had Suan held her a moment longer, she might have suffocated from his kiss. She breathed heavily, while Suan gently patted her back to help her steady her breath. Lu Tian's lips, kissed to a vibrant red, were slightly parted as she gasped for air, causing Suan's gaze to darken, nearly pulling her in for another kiss.
You, let me go. Lu Tian glared at the instigator with her glistening eyes. Have you gone mad? This was still at home, with so many people outside.
How could he hold her and kiss her for so long? Suan brushed back her slightly disheveled hair. I miss you, every night.
You're not allowed to think about me. I can't help it.
Once I lie down on our bed, I can't help but think of you. Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone, Suan wanted to express everything he had bottled up inside.
Thinking about us, ah. Don't say that. Lu Tian immediately covered his mouth.
She didn't dare glance around, turning her back to tidy her hair before bolting out of the room. Due to fishing for eels, Suan had not come as frequently in the following days. When he returned again, he discussed with Lu Tian the idea of purchasing a mule cart. This would not only make it convenient for Lu Tian to visit the town but would also allow them to take Su Qingsai's wheelchair to the county. His recent fishing endeavors had yielded good results, necessitating transport to the town for sale. Compared to oxen, mules were considerably cheaper. A mule would cost around 500 to 600 won. Lu Tian thought that once they bought it, it could also be used for plowing, and thus agreed. Suan acted swiftly, making a trip to the town to procure the mule cart. He did not return to Shaha village but headed straight to Qingxi village. Chapter 67. Is it good to be home?
Oh dear, is that not the son-in-law of the old Lu family? Has he just purchased a mule cart?
A mule cart costs around 500 to 600 coins, that's nearly half a year's expenses for our family.
Seems like although being a hunter is fraught with danger, it still brings in the coin.
Old Lu certainly chose a good son-in-law. You wouldn't believe it, his daughter has been back at her parents for so long, yet he shows no signs of anger and even comes daily to help with the chores. Indeed, I've seen him fetching water for the Lu family several times. When I carry 2 buckets, I need a break, but he carries 2 full buckets and walks as if he is flying. By the time I finish with my 2, he has already made 3 trips. And he helps old Lu gather firewood and chop trees as well. I've seen him eagerly assisting old Lu on numerous occasions. Moreover, every time he visits Qingxi village, I notice him bringing gifts for his family. Last time, he brought back several large fish that could fetch 5 coins if sold. However, it seems this young son-in-law is the only good one.
I have yet to see any commendable qualities in the elder son-in-law. Strangely enough, this younger son-in-law appears fierce and intimidating, yet turns out to be quite a decent fellow.
Humph. Li Zhaodi, amidst the crowd, let out a heavy snort upon hearing their chatter, her brows furrowing as she gazed into the distance at several plots of land. A deepening shadow clouded her eyes, and finally, a malicious smile crept onto her lips. Had anyone been watching, they would have noticed her gaze fixed on the Lu family's land. Upon reaching the Lu household, the family emerged to admire the newly acquired mule. They had seen mules before, but the thought of owning a mule cart themselves filled them with excitement. No longer would they need to borrow one for trips to the market. Suan left the mule cart at the Lu family's place, as he was currently the only one in the Su family, and his swift footwork would suffice to catch up with them whenever needed. Noticing Lu Tian's curious expression towards the mule, Suan asked, "Would you like to give it a try? I'll come pick you up tomorrow, and we can head to the town together?"
Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Sure.
It had been quite a while since she last visited the town. The following day, Suan arrived early at Qingxi village, assisting with chores and having breakfast before the two set off for the town. To ensure Lu Tian's comfort during the journey, Suan had thoughtfully prepared a bundle of grass for her to sit on. He instructed her to sit behind him so she could lean comfortably against his back. Lu Tian, however, found mounting the mule cart a bit challenging,
after several attempts, she was still unable to climb aboard. Just as she was about to look for a stool, a pair of hands reached under her arms, and with a swift motion, Suan lifted her onto the cart. Observing from the side, Xiaoyu silently rolled her eyes. After all, Lu Tian weighed around 80 pounds, yet Suan handled her as if she were a mere chick. Once Lu Tian was settled, Suan mounted the cart himself, turning to nod at Xiaoyu before taking the reins and setting off. His broad, strong back provided a sturdy support for Lu Tian, who leaned against him with her eyes closed. Resting. Suan pulled out an item and handed it back to Lu Tian. Put this on and see if it fits. Lu Tian opened her eyes at his words, and Suan presented her with a bracelet made of a dozen golden-hued beads crafted from golden wood. Delighted, Lu Tian tried it on. It fit perfectly, and the lustrous beads looked exquisite against her fair skin. When did you make this? Given that Suan had been busy helping, Suan replied, last night, when I couldn't sleep thinking of you, I got up to polish the beads. Having learned a thing or two from working alongside Lu Yue, he had taken on the task of making the bracelet for Lu Tian. When he found himself lying in bed with thoughts of her occupying his mind, he simply got up to craft the bracelet. Lu Tian thought to herself, I shouldn't have asked. Not hearing her response, Suan chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating in his chest. Lu Tian, feeling a surge of annoyance, retorted, don't move. Suan turned his head and affectionately patted her head, then earnestly asked, Tian, is it good to be home? Lu Tian replied defiantly, I don't want to go back. Every day, he was preoccupied with that matter. She was even less inclined to return. Yesterday, Aunt Zhang was still asking when you would be back. She's eager to send a letter. Is it urgent? Perhaps, her husband is gravely ill, and she wishes to call their son back. Lu Tian pursed her lips in contemplation. After we return from the town, I'll stop by Xiahe village first to write to her. Suan reined in the mule, bringing it to a gradual halt, and turned to his young wife, you really want to return? His gaze held a burning intensity, and Lu Tian, feeling a bit flustered, averted her eyes, maybe in a few days. My mother mentioned going to see my sister in a couple of days, and we'll return afterward. Having stayed away for so long, it was indeed time to go back. Suan's eyes lit up, really? Lu Tian silently rolled her eyes at his sudden enthusiasm, urging him to turn and move on. Let us hurry. Upon reaching the town, Suan first sold the fish he had caught. The local tavern specialized in fish dishes, particularly favoring the seasonal patty fish, accepting as many as he could bring. Suan's catch was substantial, both in quantity and quality, and the tavern owner, pleased with his haul, offered him a generous price, totaling 50 coins for that day's catch. After selling the fish, Suan stored the mule cart at a shop and took Lu Tian to stroll through the market. With most crops planted, it was a lull in farming, and many people took the opportunity to visit the town. The market was lined along a street, with various vendors on either side, and a bustling walkway in the middle. With the crowd thickening, Suan held Lu Tian's hand tightly, ensuring they walked side by side. Occasionally, curious glances were cast their way, the wide-eyed expressions revealing their surprise. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lu Tian instinctively shrank her hand, only for Suan to grip it even tighter. Unfazed by the attention, Suan was solely focused on his young wife. Whenever he noticed her eyeing something, he felt compelled to buy it for her, while Lu Tian remained indifferent to the inexpensive trinkets. Intrigued by their novelty, it was when they passed a clothing shop that Suan suggested taking her inside to purchase some garments. Lu Tian firmly grasped his hand. I have enough clothes. There is no need to buy more. After all, it was hard-earned money, and she couldn't bear to squander it so freely. Suan urged her, what about for the county visit in a while? It's a rare occasion, let us enjoy ourselves for a couple of days. Lu Tian hesitated, feeling a twinge of temptation, and Suan, noticing her wavering, added, I earned 50 coins from selling fish today. That's enough for 2 sets of clothes. Lu Tian replied, but then I'll only have 1 set made, and 1 for you as well. Suan shook his head, the set I made for the new year hasn't been worn much. I don't need it. He pondered as he looked at the clothing shop, let us make a set for your parents and your elder brother. After all, they had lost a piece of clothing while saving him. Naturally, Lu Tian had no objections to making clothes for them. Suan's consideration for her family warmed her heart. Chapter 68. Terrifying. Upon entering the fabric shop, Lu Tian perused the textiles. Since she intended to create garments for the occasion, she could not overlook Su Chenkai's preferences. Remembering her upcoming visit to her elder sister, she decided to fashion a set for her sister and the little one as well. The selections for the men were all simple styles made from gray cloth, while she chose a delicate blue jacquard silk for Xiaoyu, and for the little one, a soft, tender pink fabric. When it came time for herself and Lu Qiao, Lu Tian meticulously examined the fabrics displayed on the counter. Lu Qiao had previously favored bright colors, but since her marriage, Lu Tian noticed that her clothing had turned considerably darker.
In reality, Lu Chao's fair complexion suited vibrant yellow and emerald green garments splendidly. After some contemplation, Lu Tian ultimately selected a vibrant green fabric for Lu Chao, believing her sister still preferred lively hues. The dark colors worn post-marriage were merely for practicality during work. Once she had conveyed the measurements for everyone, it was finally her turn. Standing beside her, Suan pointed out a particular fabric to her. Following his gaze, Lu Tian spotted a piece of cloth prominently placed in the center of the shop. Instantly recognizing it as a luxurious item of the shopkeeper, delighted to have such a significant customer, could hardly contain his smile, and upon noticing the man indicating the most expensive fabric, he promptly remarked, "Sir, you have an excellent eye. That fabric is Yunling brocade, the finest we have in the shop. Shall I fetch it for you to examine?" Lu Tian, upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, quickly waved her hands. "No need, I'd like to look at other options." That was Yunling brocade, reputed for its value. She could scarcely afford it. Even the 15 taels of silver Suan earned would scarcely cover 3 sets of garments made from such fabric. Suan, still gazing at the fabric, opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Tian shot him a warning look. Fearing he might select something astonishingly extravagant in a hurry, she hastily picked a fabric for herself. Once everything was settled, Lu Tian paid a deposit, and the shopkeeper instructed them to return in 5 days for collection. After exiting the tailor shop, Lu Tian lost her inclination to browse further, and the two hurried back to Xiuhua village in their mule cart. They arrived home just in time for lunch, the village notably quiet as most residents had returned for their midday meal. Suan tethered the mule cart in the courtyard before heading to prepare lunch. Having been away for some time, Lu Tian inspected the house and found that Suan maintained a reasonable level of cleanliness, even folding the bedding neatly. Earlier, they had purchased an ample supply of dried fruits and jerky in town, so Lu Tian grabbed a bag and made her way to the kitchen. Suan had saved a fish and was currently cleaning it, his movements swift and efficient. In no time, he had gutted the fish and cleaned it thoroughly. After marinating it, he heated some lard in a pot and placed the fish within, the enticing aroma wafting up as the fish turned golden brown on both sides. Lu Tian inhaled deeply, suddenly finding her dried fruits less appealing. Glancing at the pot, Suan inquired, "Are you hungry?" "A little," she replied, initially unaware of her hunger. The delightful scent triggered her stomach to rumble audibly. Suan, having caught the sound, chuckled, "It'll be ready shortly." After frying the fish to a golden crisp, Suan proceeded to fry an egg before adding both the fish and egg to the pot with water. Before long, the clear liquid transformed into a creamy white broth, bubbling away invitingly. Finally, as the meal was prepared, Lu Tian helped serve the food. Suan had also steamed 2 sweet potatoes, and he filled a bowl with soup for Lu Tian, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Lu Tian took a spoonful, blowing on it before tasting. Suan's fish soup was exceptionally sweet and delicious, warming her hungry stomach with a comforting sensation. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." Suan, who was deboning the fish for her, looked up just in time to catch her starry-eyed gaze, causing his throat to constrict slightly. He placed the deboned fish in her bowl, saying, "If it's tasty, then eat plenty." After their meal, Suan tidied up the kitchen while Lu Tian prepared to approach Aunt Zhang to write a letter. However, Suan asked her to wait a moment. When she inquired what for, he remained enigmatic, so she decided to stay and accompany him in the kitchen. After washing the dishes, Suan fetched a bucket of water back to their room, prompting Lu Tian to question, "Are you taking a bath now?" "Just wiping down," he replied. Lu Tian furrowed her brow, puzzled by his newfound fastidiousness. He had not been fishing that day, only making a trip to town. Suan took Lu Tian's hand, leading her back to the room, and after seating her on the bed, he began to remove his upper garment. He meticulously wiped himself down before loosening his belt, carelessly cleaning a few areas before discarding the cloth and approaching her. Lu Tian, it dawned on her that a perilous atmosphere was brewing. Suan swiftly intercepted her as she attempted to flee, using his strength to toss her back onto the bed. Lu Tian grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait, it's still broad daylight." Suan had already leaned over her, his gaze darkening. "I was thinking about this earlier." The moment he saw her lovely eyes gazing up at him, he had yearned to carry her back to their room. Lu Tian's voice trembled. No, her protest was cut short as Suan silenced her with a kiss. After 10 days of solitude, the man was like a ravenous wolf, determined to consume her whole. His unrestrained strength bore down, the pillow crashing to the floor, completely disregarded. When they finally emerged from the room, the sun had already passed the 2nd hour of the afternoon. Lu Tian's eyes were red as she glared fiercely at the contented man whose brow bore a hint of springtime delight. How terrifying! Now, not only could she not write to Aunt Zhang, but she also dared not return to Qingxi village. The moment she opened her mouth, others would surely perceive her unusual state. Her eyes, swollen from tears, Suan went to heat water and soaked a cloth to apply warmth to her eyes, cradling her in his arms. The damp cloth resting upon her eyes concealed her glistening, fox-like gaze, from Suan's perspective, revealing her delicate earlobes. His wife, obedient and soft in his embrace, darkened Suan's gaze further, recalling the earlier tumult. He suppressed the rising heat within him. Once her eyes improved, Suan suggested, "How about staying here tonight?" Lu Tian felt exasperated. returning to the Lu household in her current state would invite relentless teasing from Xiao Yu. Yet, staying away would seem equally suspicious. Pouting in frustration, she was at a loss for what to do. Suan pressed a kiss to her soft lips. I'll tell my mother that there were too many people wanting to write to you, and it grew late. Lu Tian, it seemed there was no choice but to acquiesce. She warned him, no more mischief tonight. Suan chuckled, is it that I cannot come, or I cannot be unruly? Lu Tian nearly raised her hand to slap him. After a prolonged separation, the two embraced tightly that night, the flames of passion igniting once more. Chapter 69. The land of the Lu family was destroyed early the next morning. After having breakfast, Lu Tian went to assist Aunt Zheng in writing letters. Encountering others who also needed to write, she promptly offered her help and requested Suan to escort her back to Qingxi village. Otherwise, she feared she might not return to Qingxi village that day. Upon entering the village, she noticed a considerable crowd gathered around a piece of land. Recognizing it as her family's property from a distance, she spotted Xiao Yu and Lu Yue ensnared within the throne. Suan halted the mule cart, and the two approached, asking, Father, Mother, what has happened? Upon seeing her youngest daughter, Xiao Yu's eyes, already reddened, could no longer contain their tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. I don't know who the scoundrel is that did this. My freshly planted vegetable seedlings, this is our family's sustenance for the next few months, and it has all been destroyed. Lu Tian embraced Xiao Yu, soothing her by gently patting her back. It was no wonder that someone like Xiao Yu was in tears. The devastation of the land was a sight too painful for even the neighbors to bear. These were seeds sown merely 2 months prior, now sprouting and on the verge of yielding a harvest, only to be obliterated, some trampled, others rotten, leaving hardly 2 healthy plants in an entire field. Someone advised, Xiao, you shouldn't be too distressed. It seems some wild animals have wandered through. Or perhaps consider erecting a fence for protection in the future. Xiao Yu retorted furiously, how could it possibly be wild animals? Would wild creatures single out my family for destruction? Yesterday, only our land suffered, and now today, it's again our family's. Do these wild beasts have a personal vendetta against us? I am certain someone has done this deliberately. That scoundrel better not let me find out who they are, or I shall make them pay dearly. This is unprecedented. Such occurrences have never happened in Qingxi village before. Indeed, everyone knows how precious food is. Who would dare to do this intentionally? Yes, Xiao, we understand your distress over the destruction of your vegetables, but we must refrain from falsely accusing anyone. Damaging another's crops is a serious matter. Right, let us hurry and build a fence to prevent wild animals from coming back tonight. I suppose we should all consider doing the same. Then I shall also build a fence. My seedlings are thriving, and if they are destroyed by wild animals, I would be utterly devastated. I will go home and build one as well. In a flurry, the crowd dispersed to construct fences for their own vegetable patches. Lu Tian supported Xiao Yu's shoulder and surveyed the chaotic field, asking, did our land also suffer yesterday? Yes, it's just our family that has been targeted. I refuse to believe it was wild animals. Tonight, I will guard the field myself and uncover who the culprit is. If I catch them, I will show them my strength. Living in the same village, minor disputes were inevitable, yet even the most significant disagreements would not lead one to destroy another's crops, which were essential for their livelihood. Lu Tian urged Xiao Yu to take her to inspect another ravaged field nearby, where they had planted bok choy. The tender seedlings had just begun to emerge, only to be met with what seemed like a calamity. Most had been crushed, while others were uprooted entirely. The bok choy seedlings bore pecking marks, suggesting the involvement of smaller creatures, yet how could such diminutive beings cause such widespread devastation? Lu Tian furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Suan. He shook his head and addressed the others. This appears to be the work of humans. These were not the traces left by animals. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, became animated. See, I told you it was intentional. Yesterday, they all insisted it was wild animals, expecting me to accept my misfortune. If I had known, I would have guarded the fields last night. I will find out who is behind this, who harbors ill will towards our Lu family. If I catch them, I will not hold back. Lu Yue sighed, if you guard the field, they will certainly refrain from coming near. But can you guard it every single day? Xiao Yu, her eyes ablaze with determination, replied, then what do you propose we do? Lu Yue, furrowing his brow, was equally at a loss. If it were indeed wild animals, a simple fence would suffice to keep them at bay. However, if it were intentional destruction, how could they defend against it? After all, the assailants lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. If Xiao Yu intended to guard the fields every night, how would they continue their lives? They were destined to reside in Qingxi village for a lifetime. Surely, they could not uproot their lives over such matters. As Xiao Yu pondered, her eyes once again glistened with tears. It was no small feat to cultivate 2 plots of land. The tilling, sowing, watering, and fertilizing were painstaking efforts. They had nearly completed the preliminary tasks and were waiting for the harvest. Now, not only had their labor gone to waste, but they had also lost the money spent on seeds. Most crucially, what would their family eat in the coming months? Lu Tian, heart-aching for Xiaoyu, wiped her tears away, saying, "Mother, do not cry. We will find a solution. We will surely uncover the identity of that person." Lu Yue also felt for his wife. "Xiaoyu, do not be disheartened. Fortunately, we can replant the bok choy seedlings in the coming months. I will go and dig new furrows to replant them." Xiaoyu choked on her words. "But what if that person comes again after we replant? We still have 2 plots of land sown with vegetables. What if they destroy them again?" Lu Yue gritted his teeth. "I will guard them. I will sleep in the fields every night if I must." Xiaoyu replied, "Our plots of land are not contiguous. You would have to sleep in that field." Lu Yue sighed heavily, his frustration palpable. If the perpetrator remained at large, they would live in constant peril. The Lu family, known for their amicable nature, would not tolerate anyone attempting to bully them. This often led to a web of grudges and disputes. It was challenging to pinpoint the culprit. They could not suspect everyone, and even if they had the right person in mind, without evidence, the accused would surely deny it. Suddenly, Lu Tian recalled the trap Suan had previously dug for Zhu Daji. Her eyes sparkled momentarily with an idea, only to dim again. If they had Suan dig a trap similar to the one for Zhu Daji, both Xiaoyu and Lu Yue would surely notice. Furthermore, if word of this spread and reached Zhu Daji, who had already suspected them, it would serve as evidence against them. In such a case, Zhu Daji would not let the matter rest and would pursue it relentlessly. Lu Tian felt conflicted, fearing that her sister might find herself in deeper trouble should the Shu family take advantage of the situation. Suan, who had been silently standing beside Lu Tian, cast a glance at the ravaged field, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. With no immediate solution at hand, the group could only return home to fetch tools to redig the soil, at the very least to replant, for they could not afford to remain idle in the coming months. Fortunately, they still had some seeds left at home. Lu Yue and Xiaoyu took charge of one plot, while Suan and Lu Tian attended to the other bok choy plot. Lu Tian filled a basket with the ruined bok choy seedlings, which would have to be fed to the chickens. Turning to meet Suan's gaze, she noticed he seemed on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. Lu Tian narrowed her eyes, asking, "Do you have an idea?" Chapter 70, Whom Are You Calling a Beast? Suan naturally had his own ideas. After all, he could deal with the numerous fierce birds in the mountains. How much easier would it be to handle a thief who only dared to act at night? If it weren't for the fear of collateral damage, he could frighten the intruder to madness, thus eliminating the need for future precautions. Lu Tian inquired, "Are you planning to dig a trap like the one for Zhu Daji last time?" Suan replied, "Capturing someone doesn't require such a large trap. The previous endeavor was merely to teach Zhu Daji a lesson. For the purpose of capturing someone, it was unnecessary. All that was needed was to ensure that once she arrived, there would be no escape." "Really, that's wonderful." Lu Tian had been worried that a similar trap would alert Zhu Daji and complicate matters for her sister. If they could capture the person without digging such a trap, that would be splendid. Suan, wielding the pickaxe, said to Lu Tian, "Let us keep this under wraps for now. You will show me the other plots of land at home, and then go speak with your mother-in-law. Let her feign acceptance of the idea that wild animals are the cause of this, and actively work on the fencing for the fields." Lu Tian nodded, "All right. To capture someone, one must naturally lure them in." Suan began to dig furrows while Lu Tian scattered seeds. Their cooperation was seamless. With Suan's swift movements, within a little over an hour, they had successfully sown the seeds of bok choy in their plot. Lu Yue and Xiaoyu had yet to finish their tasks, so Suan took over the digging for Lu Yue while Lu Tian led Xiaoyu home. Upon their return, she conveyed Suan's earlier instructions to Xiaoyu. Listening intently, Xiaoyu raised her gaze. "Is it really possible to capture her? We 1T need to keep watch?" Lu Tian shook her head. "No need to worry. Suan assures me he has a plan. We can sleep soundly tonight. If she dares to come, she 1T be able to escape." Xiaoyu nodded. "Good. After lunch, I will take a stroll to the village entrance and mention that I discovered some tracks that seem to belong to wild animals while digging." After their midday meal, Lu Yue and Su Chengkai began constructing the fencing at home. Building the fence was not difficult. It might not be necessary at the moment, but it could prove useful in the future, so they proceeded with the task. After Suan had watered both plots, he hurried back to Zayaki village, and by the time he returned to Qingxi village, the fence was nearly complete. While setting up the fencing, Suan quickly laid out several traps. Lu Yue, who had been focused on the fencing, noticed nothing unusual in the fields after finishing his work. He asked Suan, "Is it done?" Suan nodded. Lu Yue raised an eyebrow, but he hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. He lifted his foot to step inside for a closer look, but Suan grasped his arm, saying, "Father-in-law, you will see what kind of traps they are tomorrow." "Very well. Upon seeing the two arrive, a woman offered them a place to sit and, noticing Xiao Yu's troubled expression, comforted her. Xiao, don't be too upset. Thankfully, once planted, the crops will be ready to harvest in just a few months. Xiao Yu wiped her tear-filled eyes. Alas, how can I not be upset? My heart aches. The woman, seeing her on the verge of tears, couldn't help but curse. Whoever did this deserves to be punished severely. Xiao Yu rubbed her eyes. Initially, I thought someone was deliberately trying to harm our Lu family. However, while digging, I indeed found tracks that appeared to belong to wild animals. To my surprise, this beast has learned to recognize our door, coming to wreak havoc for 2 consecutive days. She gritted her teeth and added, now, it seems we can only accept our misfortune. The woman consoled her, then we shall consider it as feeding the wild beast. Don't worry, my vegetables are thriving this year. If you run short, feel free to come over and help yourself. Oh, Sister Suaping, you're so generous, my own vegetables aren't enough. Can I also come to your field for some? Li Zhaodi, who was also at the village entrance, clenched her teeth upon hearing Xiao Yu's mention of the beast and then sharply interjected at Suaping's words. Xiao Yu shot her a piercing glance. What, did your fields also fall victim to the beast? Li Zhaodi retorted, whom are you calling a beast? Isn't it amusing? I'm referring to the beast that is causing havoc in my fields. Why are you so flustered? The more Xiao Yu looked at Li Zhaodi, the more suspicious she became, fearing that it might indeed be Li Zhaodi's doing. Li Zhaodi stammered, I'm not anxious. Xiao Yu scoffed, casting a deep look at Li Zhaodi before turning back to chat with others. Someone remarked to Xiao Yu, it's fortunate that your daughter and son-in-law are around. Just look at those 2 plots of land, you all managed to replant them in the morning. I just saw your son-in-law helping to fetch water. If our fields had suffered, it would have taken us old folks at least 3 to 5 days to finish. Indeed, don't be upset. Fortunately, bok choy can be planted in the coming months, we can just feed it to the dogs for now. Xiao Yu seemed somewhat reassured. Sigh, now we can only think of it that way. My son-in-law and old Lu have already set up the fencing in the fields, everything should be fine now. Li Zhaodi observed Xiao Yu's expression keenly. Oh my, I must say, you picked a truly remarkable son-in-law. Indeed, just look around the village. Your son-in-law is the most devoted one. Not only does he think of you when he has good things, but he also works diligently for you. Exactly, you even bought a mule cart. It will be so much more convenient to go to town now. Hearing the praises for Suan, Xiao Yu's previously drooping mouth began to lift, and she patted Lu Tian's hand, saying, it's all thanks to Tianer for recognizing good people. I truly have no complaints about this son-in-law, he treats our family well, and most importantly, he genuinely cares for our daughter. Indeed, just look at how radiant Lu Tian is, she has grown even more beautiful since getting married. Yes, her fair and delicate complexion speaks of being cherished. Lu Tian is beautiful. She has always been adored since childhood, she is truly a fortunate person. Xiao Yu remarked, she owes it all to her laziness, which has brought her good fortune. Lu Tian was taken aback by how the topic had shifted so unexpectedly. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she nudged Xiao Yu's arm. Mother. The group erupted in laughter, while only Li Zhaodi maintained a stern expression. Watching the cheerful gathering during dinner that evening, Xiao Yu still felt a bit uneasy and asked Suan once more, are you sure we don't need to keep watch? Suan replied, no need. Let that person suffer through the night. The fields of Qingxi village were all clustered in one area, with the nearest household being over half a mile away. Under the cover of night, while everyone was fast asleep, the trapped individual would find themselves utterly helpless. Though Xiao Yu had never witnessed Suan's capabilities, Lu Tian had, and she trusted Suan's assurance that as long as that person came, they would not escape. She comforted Xiao Yu, encouraging her to rest easy. Chapter 71. The desperate plea. As dawn broke, the roosters of Qingxi village began to crow, their persistent cock-a-doodle-doo rousing the villagers from their slumber. Gradually, the home stirred to life, with many kitchens emitting the fragrant smoke of breakfast preparations. A middle-aged man, armed with a hoe, set out to forage for wild leeks to enhance his morning pancakes. As he passed a field, he caught a faint sound that caused him to pause, a shiver running down his spine. Although several households had already begun their morning meals, the world outside was still shrouded in dim light, visibility low, and few ventured out. This man was naturally timid, and today his craving for a different flavor had driven him to seek wild leeks. Yet, the unsettling sound startled him, making his heart race as if it might burst from his chest, his legs trembling. He positioned the hoe defensively in front of him and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Who is there? Help me, please save me, the faint, feeble voice of a woman echoed in the distance. Frowning in concern, he approached cautiously, wary of the traps set in the fields following the incident at the Liu family's land yesterday. Each step was taken with trepidation, as he struggled to discern from which direction the cries emanated. Li Jiadi was on the brink of madness, her upper body sprawled face down in a pit, while her lower half remained outside. However, one foot was ensnared by a mechanism, sharp barbs digging painfully into her ankle, causing her to break out in cold sweat. The blood that had flowed for an indeterminate time had long since dried, and she was oblivious to how the pit had come to be. Since falling into this position, she found herself unable to extract even her upper body, let alone turn her head. The air in the pit was thin, her cries for help swallowed by the void, and throughout the night, she had to pause her desperate pleas for fear of suffocating within the confines of the pit. This torturous position persisted through the night, compounded by excessive blood loss and the lack of oxygen, rendering her face as pale as a ghost. Her body was rigid, and she dared not move her ankle, knowing that any motion would only tighten the grip of the barbs. She could even feel the dampness of her pant leg, soaked with her own blood. At long last, she heard a sound, and with all her might, she cried out for help. Yet, her strength had waned, and her voice was hoarse from the night's exertions, fragmented and barely audible. "Help, please, save me." The man brandished his hoe, moving toward the source of the voice. After traversing several plots, he finally arrived at the Liu family's land. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene before him. Who are you? What happened here?" "Help me, I am Li Jiadi, please save me." Recognizing the familiar voice, the man's fear subsided slightly. He tossed the hoe aside. "What is going on? How did you end up here at this early hour?" He attempted to pull Li Jiadi's upper body free, but as soon as he exerted force, she screamed, "Ah! It hurts, so painful." Her wail was piercing, reminiscent of someone being flayed. The man, startled, quickly released his grip. What's wrong?" Li Jiadi was on the verge of despair, her voice filled with agony. "It hurts." Her shoulder felt as though 100 barbs had pierced it, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat enveloping her entire body. The man glanced at the pit's edge. This pit is rigged with traps, I cannot pull you out." Li Jiadi, in a state of despair, cried out, "You must disable the mechanism first. Your body is perfectly blocking it." "I can't do anything," he replied helplessly through gritted teeth. Li Jiadi insisted, "You must go fetch Xiaoyu for me, this is her land, and they set the traps, they must have a way." It dawned on the man, "Wait. Why are you here? Did you destroy the crops in the Liu family fields?" "Absolutely not." Li Jiadi instinctively denied. "Then why are you here?" I just find someone to rescue me." The man, now more convinced, retorted, "Why should I save you? You know full well that the crops in the fields are living beings, and yet you acted so recklessly. Your actions are tantamount to endangering lives." Li Jiadi felt herself spiraling into despair. Hanging upside down, her head throbbed with blood, and with the thin air, each breath required tremendous effort. Having finally encountered someone, she found that her first thought was not for her rescue. She could barely articulate her plea, but she persisted, "Please, just help get me out of here, I beg you." Seeing her in such a dire state, the man reluctantly headed toward the Liu family. When he arrived, the family was gathered for breakfast, concerned about the situation. Xiaoyu had hardly slept through the night and was eager to investigate, but Lu Tian halted her. "Mother, it's futile to go now. If they've escaped, the crops are already ruined. If they've been caught, why not let them suffer a little longer?" Understanding the logic in this, Xiaoyu resumed her breakfast. Upon hearing the man's urgent words, her brow furrowed. "Who did you say it was, Li Jiadi?" The man nodded. "Yes, you must go check on her. Despite her misdeeds, it would be ill-fated for her to perish on your land." Xiaoyu scoffed, "If she dies, it's her own doing." After notifying the family, the man made his way to Li Jiadi's home, where her husband was still in a deep slumber, grumbling about how the dead woman had failed to prepare breakfast for him. Upon hearing the news, he rushed toward the Liu family's field, followed by a throng of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. The Liu family finished their breakfast and strolled leisurely toward the fields. On the way, they encountered Li Jiadi's husband, who glared at them. "Why are there traps in your fields? You should hurry and free her. If she dies, I won't let you off easily." Lu Chang and Lu Yue positioned themselves protectively in front of Xiaoyu and Lu Tian. Lu Yue chuckled softly, "Why would I set traps in my fields? I was merely trying to catch livestock, and yet your wife has fallen into the snare." The word livestock dripped from Lu Yue's tongue with disdain. "You!" Li Jiadi's husband was livid, his neck flushed with anger. "I don't care. You must release her immediately." "Damn it, if this woman died, who would tend to their household?" Xiaoyu disregarded the frenzied man, pulling Lu Tian along as they ambled toward the scene, their leisurely pace akin to a leisurely stroll. They walked slowly, with Lu Chang and Lu Yue trailing behind at an even slower pace. By the time they reached the scene, a crowd had already gathered at the edge of the field, some attempting to assist in pulling Li Xiaodi out. Each attempt elicited a heart-wrenching scream from her, echoing with despair. Chapter 72, Let your family starve to death. Finally encountering the Lu family, someone anxiously exclaimed, "You've finally arrived, quickly, release her, she appears to be on the verge of collapse." Xiaoyu stepped forward to scrutinize Li Xiaodi's condition, astonished that Suan's trap had turned out to be such a cruel design. The mechanism around her ankle had been disengaged by those men, and the ghastly bloodstains on her calves indicated that she had suffered greatly the previous night. At this moment, her entire body was slumped inside the pit, her upper body tightly wedged in. Xiaoyu curiously whispered to Lu Tian, "Why can't she be pulled out?" Lu Tian shook her head, "I don't know, Suan must have employed some method." Li Xiaodi's husband, witnessing their inaction in hushed whispers, urgently shouted, "What are you still doing? Hurry and get her out." Xiaoyu raised her eyes, "I am powerless to assist." "What did you say?" Li Xiaodi's husband surged forward, only to be intercepted by Lu Yue. Xiaoyu continued, "This trap was devised by my son-in-law to capture a beast. Naturally, only he possesses the means to resolve this." "Who are you calling a beast? Hurry and summon your son-in-law." Li Xiaodi's husband retorted. "He is in Xiaohe village, why don't you go fetch him?" Xiaoyu replied. "You. Are you not endangering lives? I warn you, if anything happens to her, I will certainly report you to the authorities." Xiaoyu responded, "Go ahead, I am curious to see how the magistrate will rule. In just a few months, taxes will be imposed. If she comes to ruin our crops, is it not a deliberate attempt to starve our family?" At the mention of taxes, Li Xiaodi's husband was momentarily silenced. After years of turmoil, the court was in a dire situation, and taxes were burdensome. If someone were to intentionally sabotage the grain, resulting in inadequate tax revenue, not only would the magistrate be displeased, but even the village head of Qingxi would not allow the Li family to prosper. Li Xiaodi, nearing the brink of unconsciousness, quickly pleaded, "I'm sorry, I beg you, please let me out, I can't hold on much longer." Her voice was hoarse, each word exhausting her greatly. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, fearing that Li Xiaodi might perish in this manner. She glanced at her youngest daughter. Lu Tian offered her a reassuring smile and pointed in a specific direction. A tall figure was approaching from afar. Seeing Suan had arrived, Xiaoyu secretly sighed in relief. They were people of integrity, though they seldom backed down from challenges, they would never resort to taking a life. However, a lesson must be imparted. Heaven knows how painful it was for her to behold the two devastated plots of land. Her tears were not shed in vain. As Suan approached, the crowd collectively exhaled, urging him to promptly release Li Xiaodi. It was not yet a matter of life and death. Suan deliberately arrived later today, well aware that no one would lose their life. He surveyed Xiaoyu and Lu Tian, who nodded in affirmation, before moving closer. As he reached the edge of the pit, he pressed a certain spot, then turned to glare at Li Xiaodi's husband, commanding, "Pull her out." At his words, Li Xiaodi's husband rushed over and yanked her out, this time not eliciting her piercing scream. Finally able to breathe in fresh air, Li Xiaodi gasped deeply. Her lungs, which felt as if they would burst, finally began to ease. She lay back on the ground, maintaining the position she had been pulled into, her disheveled hair clinging to her pallid face. Once her husband confirmed she was alive, he refused to even assist her in regaining her breath. Li Xiaodi's cracked lips oozed beads of blood. Desperately yearning for water, she turned to her husband, "I wish to have some water." "Drink? Drink, what nonsense, are you out of your mind? Why did you go destroy someone else's land? Do you wish to be beaten to death?" With reddened eyes, Li Xiaodi glared at Suan. "It's all his fault. It is because of him, after he disarmed me, my action slowed, and because of him, you've become increasingly irritable, striking me with greater ferocity." The villagers were well aware of Li Xiaodi's husband's violent tendencies. Sometimes they felt pity for her, yet at other times, they believed she deserved the beatings for her incessant provocations. As she spoke, the bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. To be fair, her husband has become increasingly brutal. I saw her head split open last time, the blood, oh, it was everywhere. Indeed, while I felt sorry for her when she was beaten, she is so domineering towards us, yet turns into a meat cat in front of him. Exactly. Last time, when I heard her quarrel with him, I thought, my husband and I couldn't even overpower her alone. The crux of the matter is her own foolishness. Even when her husband treats her that way, she rebuked her family when they tried to persuade her to leave him, cursing them instead. Right. I see her getting beaten and think she deserves it. She insists on acting foolishly and provocatively. I even wish to strike her when I hear her remarks. Indeed, she seems to harbor resentment towards the Lu family's son-in-law for disarming her.
Now, seeing others thrive, she is filled with jealousy and seeks to sabotage them. Last time, when my vegetables were flourishing, she deliberately stomped on them as she passed, denying it despite my witnessing her actions. Yes, the same happened to me. Just last time, hearing the whispers of the crowd, Li Xiaoti's husband's face turned a shade of green and white. He spat at the ground beside Li Xiaoti. You brought this upon yourself. Deal with it. Having said that, he turned his back and walked away, showing no intention of caring for Li Xiaoti any longer. Watching her husband leave without a shred of compassion, Li Xiaoti broke down, crying out, "Don't go! Aren't you going to help me? You have no conscience. Are you even a man?" Her ankle had been trapped by the mechanism throughout the night, rendering her unable to stand. She never anticipated that her husband would abandon her so callously. Never before had she felt such despair. She had toiled tirelessly for this family, enduring countless beatings, never once feeling wronged until this moment, when her heart felt as cold as ice. Her husband wouldn't even take her home, leaving her to be ridiculed and scorned by those around her. Xiao Yu looked down at the disheveled woman sprawled on the ground. Li Xiaoti, we have been fellow villagers for so long. Though there have been minor disputes, how could it escalate to this? The crops in the fields are the lifeblood of our family, yet you sought to ruin our land entirely. What are your true intentions? Li Xiaoti's eyes widened, her face bearing the marks of having been trapped all night. Now, with a menacing glare, she retorted, "It serves you right. I intend to destroy your family's fields entirely, so that you may starve to death." Chapter 73. The rooster of victory. Li Xiaoti, in her current state, resembled a vengeful specter, provoking a furrowed brow from Xiao Yu. Do you harbor such deep animosity towards the Lu family? Li Xiaoti had clashed with numerous villagers, yet it was surprising that her wrath was directed solely at her family. Indeed. I despise you all. I wish nothing more than for your entire family to perish. The moment her words fell, a piercing pain shot through her ankle. Suan had ground his foot into her ankle, regarding her with an impassive expression. If you wish to keep this leg intact, refrain from cursing. You. Release me, please. Li Xiaoti gritted her teeth, her words escaping in a strained whispered. It was only after inflicting pain upon her that Suan withdrew his foot. This action sent a tremor through the hearts of those surrounding them. Normally, Li Xiaoti was a fearsome individual who feared nothing but her own husband, yet here she was, subdued by Suan's seemingly gentle kick. They exchanged glances, silently concluding, it is best to avoid provoking the Lu family in the future. Their son-in-law was indeed formidable. Not only was he adept at setting traps, but in a direct confrontation, they doubted anyone could rival him. Xiao Yu inquired of Li Xiaoti, you have ruined 2 plots of my land. What do you have to say for yourself? Li Xiaoti, instinctively brash, retorted, I ruined them, so what do you intend to do about it? Her words were abruptly silenced as Suan cast a sharp gaze her way. Remembering the agonizing pain she had just endured, she trembled and stammered, what do you want it to do? Xiao Yu furrowed her brow. After all, Li Xiaoti had married a wretched man, and there were moments she felt pity for her when witnessing her being beaten. Yet, this pitiful figure also possessed despicable traits. Li Xiaoti was no innocent, and Xiao Yu's fleeting sympathy had evaporated entirely. And now, facing Li Xiaoti, she was at a loss. The vegetables in the fields had already been destroyed. It was impossible to demand compensation for them even if she sought monetary reparations. Li Xiaoti's impoverished state rendered that impossible. However, she could not simply swallow her indignation. Xiao Yu glanced at Lu Yue, who had remained silent since arriving with Lu Chang. Now, as his wife sought his counsel, Lu Yue approached and stood beside Xiao Yu. Firstly, you must compensate us for the seeds. Li Xiaoti bit her lip fiercely but ultimately remained silent. Lu Yue continued, we have toiled for so long to cultivate those vegetables, watering them countless times. You cannot just destroy them at will. Although we can replant, we still need to fertilize, weed, and water them afterwards. If you do not wish to compensate us with the produce from your fields, you must assist us in tending to these 2 plots. Furthermore, if you do not put in the effort and our harvest suffers, I will take what you have grown. Moreover, from this moment forth, should any misfortune befall our crops, the blame will fall squarely upon you. Today's events have been witnessed by the villagers, you cannot deny responsibility. Lu Yue demanded, do you agree? Naturally, Li Xiaoti did not wish to comply. Her daily burdens were already overwhelming, and the thought of managing the Lu family's fields was unbearable. However, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Suan's wolf-like gaze bore into her, causing her heart to tremble and her body to shake uncontrollably. The torment of the entire evening, compounded with the memory of her dislocated wrist, surged back to her mind, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. Seeing her relent, Xiao Yu squatted down. Li Xiaoti, we are all women. You have suffered greatly this time and have received your punishment. I shall not trouble you further. But mark my words, this is the final time. Should you dare to bully our Lu family again, I will not let you off lightly. You shall witness my true strength. You had best tend to our 2 plots diligently. Should anything go awry or should your crops fail to thrive as well as ours, this matter will not be easily forgotten. After Qiao Yu's admonition, she regarded Li Zhaodi until the latter nodded in agreement, at which point she led her family home. Once again, Qiao Yu strode ahead with her head held high, resembling a victorious rooster, flanked by Lu Yue, while Lu Chang, Lu Tian, and Suan followed closely behind. Their varying heights and dissimilarities in stature somehow created an unusually harmonious sight. In stark contrast, Li Zhaodi lay pitifully on the ground, abandoned by her companions. After a prolonged moment, she hobbled home, limping painfully. Having vented her frustrations, Qiao Yu was in exceptionally high spirits. Despite it not being a festival, she decided to prepare a chicken for slaughter. Liu Chang, having changed into fresh attire and preparing to head to town, spotted the chicken and exclaimed, "Mother, are you going to eat chicken without waiting for me?" He would not return until evening, and it was clear that Qiao Yu had no intention of letting him partake in the feast. Qiao Yu handed Lu Chang some coins. "Go treat yourself to something nice at noon. I am in a good mood today. Prepare some dishes for Suan and your father, and let Uncle Su enjoy a good drink. A midday drink will help sober them up. If they drink too much in the evening, they'll suffer a headache the next day." Lu Chang grasped the coins. Had he ceased to be their cherished eldest son? Suan silently accepted the chicken from Qiao Yu to prepare for slaughter. As he turned, he glanced at his brother-in-law. From Lu Chang's perspective, Suan's face remained expressionless, yet for some reason, he detected a hint of schadenfreude in Suan's calm demeanor. Lu Chang clenched his teeth inwardly. Did Suan know that it was he who suggested his younger sister stay longer? Even if he knew, so what? He intended to continue persuading Lu Tian to remain at home for an extended period. The chicken was to be prepared as roasted chicken. Qiao Yu instructed Lu Tian to fetch a few lotus leaves, and after slaughtering the chicken, she marinated it thoroughly throughout the morning. When it came time for lunch, Suan swiftly constructed a fire pit in the yard, mixing some yellow clay with water to wrap around the chicken enveloped in lotus leaves. As the fire blazed, Lu Tian eagerly volunteered to tend to it. Suan provided her with a small stool, cautioning, "Do not sit too close, call for me if you need anything." Lu Tian nodded, and after a while, Suan emerged with several skewered items. "What is this?" After applying the seasoning, Lu Tian momentarily failed to discern what it was. Suan set up a small rack over the fire and began to roast the items, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Unable to resist, Lu Tian shifted her stool closer to Suan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It smells so good." After some time, Suan picked up one of the skewers, blew on it lightly, and offered it to Lu Tian's lips. "Try it?" With the delectable scent tantalizing her senses, Lu Tian swallowed hard. However, as she leaned in closer, she discerned what it was, casting a doubtful glance at Suan. "Is it edible?" Suan nodded. During his time in the mountains, he had roasted various animal entrails, and they were surprisingly tasty. Chapter 74. Sweetie is my wife. Lu Tian had never tasted it before, but the aroma wafting near her was so enticing that it prompted her to swallow again. She gently bit off a piece, and as soon as it entered her mouth, the roasted fragrance burst open, leading her to exclaim in delight, "Delicious!" It was incredibly fragrant. With each bite, it sizzled with oil, truly exquisite. Suan watched her every move. The grilled innards had a certain chewiness, and at that moment, her cheeks puffed out like a cute little hamster. "Try this one," Suan said, blowing gently on another skewer before offering it to her. Lu Tian took a bite, but this time, her expression was one of evident discomfort as she furrowed her brows, struggling to swallow. Grimacing, she asked, "What is this? I don't like this flavor." Suan placed his hand beneath her chin, suggesting, "Then spit it out." For a moment, Lu Tian's face turned crimson as she turned away to spit it into the fire pit. Suan handed her the earlier skewer again. After she managed to suppress the taste in her mouth with a couple of bites, her previously contorted face relaxed into a smile, and he chuckled softly. "What is it?" she inquired. The small piece was unrecognizable, yet the flavor was undeniably peculiar. Suan replied, "Chicken heart." Lu Tian's brows knitted tightly, and her face scrunched up again. Suan wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and handed her a grilled gizzard. "Then eat this." He popped the remaining chicken heart into his own mouth. The gizzard was quite palatable. Lu Tian watched as Suan expressionlessly finished the chicken heart. She suspected they were indeed consuming the same dish, as the taste was so strange. After more than half an hour, the roasted chicken was finally ready. Suan extinguished the fire and used a stick to extract a charred lump. The yellow clay had been roasted to a dark crisp, and as he cracked it open, the enticing aroma wafted out. Lu Tian was helping Qiao Yu set the table when she caught a whiff and rushed out of the main room. In the courtyard, Suan was unfolding the outer lotus leaves. Having never seen such a method of cooking, Lu Tian curiously watched as Suan unfolded the leaves, revealing tender and juicy chicken, its golden skin glistening with an irresistible aroma.
Noticing Lu Tian swallow twice, Suan slyly tore off a small piece of chicken, quickly blew on it, and popped it into her mouth. Lu Tian widened her eyes in surprise, still processing what had just happened, but instinctively began to chew. Astonished by the flavor, her clear eyes sparkled with delight, and in response to Suan's eager gaze, she nodded vigorously, so delicious. Suan chuckled softly, then make sure to eat a lot later. He took a plate and began tearing the chicken apart, the golden and tender meat shimmering enticingly. As the dining table was set, Lu Yue took out some wine, preparing to pour for the three of them, but Suan interjected, "Father-in-law, allow me." Lu Yue laughed, good. He was genuinely satisfied with Suan as his son-in-law, brave, wise, and meticulous. Suan poured wine for Lu Yue and Su Chenkai first, before filling his own cup. He set down the wine cup and noticed his little wife was looking at him. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you," Lu Tian shook her head. The last time it was rice wine, which she could tolerate, but this time it was pure white liquor. Just the smell was enough to tell her how strong it was. She cautioned them, "You all should drink less." Xiaoyu picked up a chicken leg, giving one to Su Chenkai and the other to Suan. She was in high spirits today, her lips curved in a smile. "No worries, celebrate today. Drink freely. If you get drunk, Suan can stay here tonight." Lu Tian glanced at Xiaoyu, realizing that even if they stayed at their house, there weren't any extra rooms. Sensing her concern, Xiaoyu reassured her, "It's all right, let your elder brother sleep next door. Your father-in-law will take your elder brother's room tonight." As she spoke, she handed one chicken wing to Lu Tian and the other to Lu Yue. Both of them, seeing this, instinctively reached out to give Xiaoyu a piece of chicken in return, their movements remarkably synchronized until they collided at the edge of Xiaoyu's bowl. Xiaoyu chuckled, "You too, hurry and eat, I'll take the meat, this bone is rather small." Lu Tian and Lu Yue exchanged smiles and returned the chicken wings to their bowls. To avoid making Suan and Su Chenkai feel uncomfortable, Lu Yue took the lead, biting into a piece and encouraging them, "Eat up, no need to stand on ceremony." Su Chenkai chuckled. He had considered returning some chicken leg meat but, seeing that they were not overly formal, decided against it to maintain the lively atmosphere. Most of the chickens they had eaten were wild, yielding little meat, so this rare opportunity to feast on a domesticated chicken led to a slight reluctance among them. The dish of chicken remained mostly untouched. Xiaoyu simply took the chicken and served each of them a piece. "What a big chicken, eat up, if anyone is being polite, I'll be quite upset." Lu Yue also raised his wine cup to toast with Su Chenkai and Suan, "Right. Eat, don't hold back." The group drank, not overly boisterous, yet gradually consumed quite a bit. Su Chenkai was the first to wave his hand, his face slightly flushed, "I can't drink anymore." Lu Yue didn't press him, filling his own cup to clink with Suan's, "Then let us drink together." Suan nodded, lifting his cup with both hands respectfully, clinking it downwards. The corners of his eyes were tinged with red, his dark gaze slightly unfocused. Lu Tian pulled at him, "If you don't want to drink, then don't." Suan, his eyes rimmed red, replied, "I want to drink." He genuinely wished to share a drink with Lu Yue. He cherished the feeling of a family gathering. Lu Tian offered him a piece of chicken, then eat a bit before drinking. After a hearty meal, the men bore the rosy glow of wine on their faces. Su Chenkai and Lu Yue looked fine, but on Suan's robust frame, the flush appeared rather pronounced. Unable to resist, Lu Tian reached out and playfully poked his rosy cheek several times. In his inebriation, Suan was unusually docile, even somewhat dazed. He gazed intently at Lu Tian, allowing her delicate fingers to play on his face. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Tian teased, stroking his head. Suan nodded, "My wife." Lu Tian continued to tease him, "I'm not your wife." "Yes, you are my wife." "Then who am I?" "My wife." Lu Tian was left speechless, realizing he was quite tipsy. She intended to go help Xiaoyu clear the table, leaving Suan to lie down and sober up, but just as she was about to turn away, Suan tugged at her sleeve, preventing her from leaving. "What's wrong?" Lu Tian asked, looking back. "I brought you a chicken leg," Suan said, squinting as he carefully extracted a well-wrapped piece from his sleeve. He opened it with meticulous care, revealing the chicken leg that Xiaoyu had given him. Lu Tian was taken aback, her nose tingling as tears threatened to well up in her eyes. "You silly, why don't you eat it yourself?" Suan held her hand, for Tianer. Lu Tian pouted, struggling to hold back her tears. "Who is Tianer?" "Tianer is my wife." With a reddened nose, Lu Tian playfully punched his shoulder. "You fool." Chapter 75. "Sweetie, would you say you like me?" As evening descended, Lu Chang returned home to find the men of the household only just beginning to awaken from their stupor. Before he could inquire whether Xiaoyu had saved him some meat, she struck first to this evening, "Suan will be staying over, and your Uncle Su will be sleeping in your room."
You'll have to squeeze in next door. Lu Chang, with his head hung low, protested, must I once again share a bed with Dinyo? His snoring keeps me awake all night.
Whenever guests required accommodations, he was invariably relegated to sharing a room with the neighbor's son.
The problem was that Dinyo's snoring was simply deafening. Xiao Yu replied, it's just for one night.
Lu Chang sighed silently. Not only was there no meat, but even his room was taken. Clearly, his standing in the household had diminished. Observing his furrowed brow, Xiao Yu teased, if you were to bring home a daughter-in-law sooner, no one would require you to relinquish your room. At the mention of this topic, Lu Chang sought an escape, but Xiao Yu called him back. Come here. She produced a covered bowl and unveiled a few pieces of chicken, shoving them into his hands with annoyance.
Go on. Infuriated, she thought, what kind of son remains unmarried at 25 or 26? To her surprise, Xiao Yu had reserved meat for herself, prompting Lu Chang to grin widely, exclaiming, Mother is the best to me. Xiao Yu, exasperated, shooed him away like livestock. Go on, go on. During dinner, Xiao Yu announced Lu Chang's arrangement to squeeze in next door. By this time, Suan was mostly sober and politely declined, Mother-in-law, there's no need for that, I should return to Shoha village shortly. Xiao Yu insisted, return, nonsense, you're not fully sober yet, and what if something happens? Stay here, I'll prepare a bowl of hangover soup for each of you shortly. Suan opened his mouth to protest once more but was interrupted by Lu Yue. Yes, stay. Lu Yue shot Suan a knowing glance. Ever since Lu Tian returned, he had monopolized his wife, didn't he? They both wished to sleep soundly with their partners tonight. Suan cleared his throat, ignoring Lu Chang's gaze, and tacitly accepted the arrangement. Lu Chang could only remain silent. After dinner, Suan and Lu Tian returned to their room. Xiao Yu had prepared fresh bedding for them, and Lu Tian climbed onto the couch to change the covers. Suan grasped her wrist, his gaze intense. I'll change it, you go take a shower. Lu Tian shot him a glare before blushing and departing to eye in her room. Lu Yue had fashioned a screen for her, modestly height due to her stature, just enough to shield her during her bath. Once Suan had finished changing the bedding, he glanced toward the sound of water behind the screen. It was not far, and given his height, he could easily see over the top. A wave of heat surged through him, yet he restrained his gaze, only to find his desire growing stronger with the sound of water flowing. Lu Tian, with her damp hair cascading over one shoulder, was using a cloth to dry herself when she suddenly heard footsteps. Before she could react, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, nearly crying out in surprise. What are you doing? Suan, from behind, held her close, urgently kissing her delicate shoulder, his hands exploring her body. Their breaths quickened, and Lu Tian, breathless, tugged at his hand, stammering, I haven't finished my shower yet. Suan turned her head to face him, capturing her lips with his voice husky and low. Let us wash together. As the water splashed out of the tub, Lu Tian frantically exclaimed. My shoes, they'll get wet. Suan's eyes darkened with desire as he effortlessly grasped Lu Tian's waist, observing her dazed expression, as if she had been thoroughly seduced. His longing intensified. He tenderly pinched her flushed earlobe between his fingers, murmuring, so beautiful. No star he had ever seen could rival her beauty. She was so captivating that he wished to give her everything, solely for her. Sweetie, I like you. Sweetie, would you say you like me? Sweetie, sweetie, sweetie. Time passed, and Lu Tian, nestled in the covers, gazed at Suan with tear-filled eyes, unable to believe he dared to be so unruly in her home. It seemed that tonight, fueled by alcohol, he had become even more exuberant, coaxing her into trying several new experiences. Yet that was far from the worst. When Lu Tian suddenly felt the wetness of the sheets beneath her, tears streamed down her face. Mortified, she had no idea how to deal with the damp bedding. If anyone were to see it, she would rather find a crevice to hide in. Suan comforted her, don't cry, I'll hang it by the window to dry, and it will be fine by morning. He hurriedly threw on some trousers and fetched another blanket to cover Lu Tian securely before draping the wet bedding over the windowsill. Lu Tian's room was located at the back, where few passed by, yet she still feared being seen, whispering urgently to Suan, you must remember to retrieve it early. She threatened him, declaring that if anyone caught sight of it, she might as well cease to exist. Suan embraced her reassuringly, rest easy, go to sleep. The next morning, Lu Tian awoke to find Suan no longer beside her. Upon recalling something, she quickly turned to the window and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that all was clear. As she dressed, Suan entered carrying a basin of water. By the time she finished dressing and rinsing her mouth, Suan had wrung out a cloth for her, gently wiping her face. Noticing her still slightly red eyes, he pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat awkward. Last night, he had been relatively composed, but suddenly the remnants of alcohol had surged back, leading to an uncontrollable spiral. Reflecting on his behavior, he realized he had indeed crossed a line,
and it was no wonder her eyes remained puffy even now. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, Suan suggested, "Should I fetch you another basin of hot water to soothe your eyes?" Lu Tian nearly hurled the cloth at his face, furious. Even a cornered rabbit would bite, and she was very much alive. In anger, she yanked at Suan's shirt, sinking her teeth into him with all her might until her jaw ached, and only when she heard him inhale sharply did she release him. She warned, "Suan, if you dare to be so outrageous again, don't expect to share a room with me for a month." Suan held his lips tight. "All right." After fetching hot water and applying it to her eyes several times, Lu Tian's eyes finally returned to normal. At breakfast, Lu Chang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, glared resentfully at Suan and Lu Yue. The two men wore expressions of uncontained joy, as if they were afraid others might not notice that they had both spent the night with their wives. Xiaoyu smacked her son on the head with her chopsticks. "Eat your meal." Her sidelong glance made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Lu Chang cradled his head. He was ready to run away from home. Chapter 76. The Sordid and Greasy Man. On the day when Lu Tian went to town to collect her garments, she specifically instructed Lu Chang to return early in the evening as she had a surprise in store for him. Observing her playful demeanor, Lu Chang, unable to contain his curiosity, followed her and inquired, "What surprise is it, Tianer? Just tell me, otherwise I'll be consumed by it all day long." Lu Tian, with a sweet smile, refused to divulge, saying, "You will know when you return in the evening." Even as he departed, he turned back to glance at her repeatedly. Perhaps it would have been better if she had simply waited until evening to reveal the surprise. When Suan came to fetch her, Lu Tian was engrossed in learning carving techniques from Lu Yue. She wielded a carving knife, etching patterns into a piece of wood, while Suan looked on, both anxious and intrigued. As he approached, he tread lightly, careful not to disturb her, fearing she might accidentally cut herself. When a shadow fell over her, Lu Tian tilted her head up and said, "You're here." Suan glanced at the piece of wood in her hands, observing the chaotic scratches, unable to discern any form. He asked, "What are you carving?" Lu Tian tossed the wood aside, saying, "I thought I would try my hand at carving a rabbit like my father, but I soon realized it was far too challenging." Sighing, she decided not to press herself further, acknowledging her lack of talent. After discussing matters with a few family members, the two hurried off to town in a mule cart. Lu Tian refrained from mentioning that she had made garments for them all, instead merely stating that they were going to stroll around the town. Upon arriving at the tailor's shop, the shopkeeper recognized them immediately. "Welcome, your garments are ready." He led Lu Tian and Suan into a back room, presenting them with 8 sets of clothing for their inspection. Suan noted the presence of one particularly large set clearly tailored for him. He turned to Lu Tian, recalling that he had only ordered garments for the 7 of them and had not selected fabric for himself, as he had clothing to wear and wished to save money to eventually buy Lu Tian a set made of Yunling brocade. Lu Tian, however, ignored Suan's searching gaze, fully aware that he was reluctant to have garments made for himself. Although he claimed to have clothing, the 2 sets he owned had long since worn thin. That day, while he was distracted, Lu Tian had chosen a deep blue fabric for him. His tall stature suited the color well, softening his rugged appearance. The shopkeeper asked if they wanted to try on the garments. Suan naturally declined, looking to Lu Tian, who took her set into the fitting room. She had chosen a short, double-breasted top made of a delicate canary yellow fabric, intricately embroidered with subtle floral patterns that seemed to bloom like spring flowers. Paired with a horseface skirt, the canary yellow accentuated her fair complexion, making her look radiant, akin to a beautiful jade exuding an enchanting glow, captivating all who beheld her. Upon her emergence, Suan's gaze remained fixated on her, and the shopkeeper, noticing his expression, beamed, "My lady, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. Just look at how your husband is entranced." Lu Tian felt a blush creep to her cheeks under Suan's intense scrutiny, making her feel increasingly bashful. She playfully glared at him and murmured, "Stop staring." Suan, meeting her gaze with sincerity, replied, "You look beautiful." Lu Tian bit her lip, smiling at the compliment, feeling a surge of happiness. The shopkeeper then suggested, "Would you like to choose a square-collared vest? It would be perfect for today's weather, and you could wear it right away." Though Lu Tian had not intended to wear it out, she ultimately chose a moon-white embroidered vest, and upon seeing the ensemble on her, the shopkeeper could not help but shower her with more praise. With years of experience, he had encountered many beautiful women, but none could breathe such life into his garments as Lu Tian did, transforming them into something vibrant and animated. Even the embroidered designs appeared to dance around her, as though they were butterflies eager to take flight. As the shopkeeper continued his flattery, Lu Tian, feeling increasingly shy, hurriedly paid and took Suan's hand to leave. Suan, gazing at his radiant little wife, remarked, "You would also look lovely in that green vest. You should have bought it too." Lu Tian was at a loss for words. After trying on 3 vests, each met with Suan's approval. She mused that if every beautiful garment had to be purchased, they would soon find themselves unable to afford a wheelchair for Su Chan when they went to the county. To prevent Suan from buying her anything else, she pulled him towards Qingxi village. Suan replied, I've already informed your mother that we will have lunch in town.
Lu Tian protested, eating out? It's so expensive.
She shook her head, unwilling to agree. Suan reassured her, there's a wonton stall here with delicious wontons at a reasonable price, only 3 coins a bowl. You can eat, and I'll bring my own bread. 3 coins were still quite a sum, one could buy enough meat for a family with that amount. Lu Tian pouted, still deliberating, when Suan took her hand and led her on. The wonton stall was a small booth located at a street corner, and perhaps due to the reputation of its fare, many patrons frequented it. Suan found a spot and wiped down the table and stool before allowing Lu Tian to sit. He called out to the couple cooking wontons, 1 bowl of wontons, please. Lu Tian grasped his arm and said to the couple, 2 bowls. Since they were eating, it would be unreasonable to let Suan watch her eat alone. You can eat. I'll manage with my bread, Suan insisted, lifting the bundle he had been carrying as he tried to refuse. Lu Tian responded, if you don't eat, then I won't tea either. Suan pursed his lips, and seeing her determination, he ceased to argue. As they waited for their wontons amid a bustling crowd, Suan noticed a fruit candy vendor across the way and said, I'll go buy you some fruit candies to tide you over. Lu Tian nodded, her stomach rumbling at the enticing aroma of the wontons. The stall was directly opposite, and Lu Tian could see Suan conversing with the vendor. Surrounded by many passers-by, his tall figure stood out remarkably, making it easy for her to spot him without effort. Little lady, are you eating wontons all alone? A teasing voice broke her concentration. Turning, she found a man had taken a seat beside her. The man appeared to be in his 30s, overweight, and dressed in a mismatched manner that suggested he was trying too hard to flaunt his wealth. His plump face bore a large mole, and his grin revealed a set of yellowed teeth, giving him an overall sordid and greasy appearance. There is someone here, Lu Tian frowned, replying curtly. Oh? Who might that be? I only see you here. My lady eating wontons alone must be so lonely. Isn't it nice that I'm here to keep you company? The man said, reaching out to grab Lu Tian's hand. Lu Tian quickly recoiled, her expression darkening. You'd best leave at once. Chapter 77 of the Lesson of the Sleazy, Greasy Man. Upon hearing her words, the man chuckled. Why is this little lady so lacking in romantic sensibility? However, your voice is quite melodious. His mind began to conjure up lewd images. If it were in bed, I can only imagine how delightful that voice would sound. As he spoke, he rose to wrap his arm around Lu Tian's shoulders. Suppressing the wave of nausea rising in her stomach, Lu Tian took a step back to evade him. She cast a glance at Suan, who was behind her, handing money to the shopkeeper. The town was filled with all sorts of individuals, and Lu Tian had no desire to stir up trouble. She was well aware of Suan's temperament. If he were to witness this scene, it would likely not end well. Battling her disgust, she maintained a composed expression and addressed the man one last time. My husband will be returning shortly, so you would do well to leave now. Oh, and who might your husband be? I am quite curious to see the fortunate fellow who has married such a beautiful lady. Little lady, why not kick him to the curb and come with me? You shall enjoy a life of luxury, and I assure you will never have to dine at this humble stall again, but instead indulge in fine banquets and exquisite teas every day. The man, exuding an air of unwelcome persistence, advanced towards her once more. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Tian called out loudly, Suan. Suan, who had been calculating the change with the shopkeeper, swiftly turned at the sound of her voice. The sight before him made his heart sink. He dashed over, seizing the man's wrist just as he was about to touch Lu Tian's shoulder. Ah! The man, reveling in the belief that he had cornered Lu Tian, was met with a sudden, excruciating pain in his wrist, causing him to scream in agony. Who the hell dares to lay a hand on me? Ah! As he turned in protest, he was met by Suan's piercing gaze, dark eyes filled with a dangerous intensity, akin to a deep abyss. The sight of Suan's imposing figure sent a shiver down the man's spine, causing his flesh to quiver and his small eyes to narrow. Yet, emboldened by a sudden thought, he defiantly shouted, Let me go, you must be her husband, aren't you? I have taken a liking to her, name your price and sell her to me. With a sneer in his eyes, the man thought of how he had acquired numerous women through such means, confident that his wealth would persuade any greedy man to part with his wife. He assessed Suan's attire, noting the coarse fabric of his clothes, which indicated he was likely a penniless wretch. As long as he offered a generous sum, Lu Tian would willingly end up in his bed that very night. Noticing Suan's silent, steely gaze, the man furrowed his brow. I said let go of me, can't you understand simple words? He struggled against Suan's grip, but to no avail. Angered, he spat, What are you staring at? I demand you release me. My hand, Before he could finish his words, Suan wrenched his wrist as if it were being snapped in two, causing him to wail in pain. Sweat beaded on his flabby face, adding to his already repugnant appearance. Unable to contain her nausea any longer, Lu Tian turned away, covering her mouth as she dry heaved. Suen's expression darkened as he released the lecherous man and rushed to support Lu Tian. "What's wrong?" Seeing her pale countenance, he became alarmed and instinctively prepared to lift her into his arms, but Lu Tian stopped him, whispering, "I was merely disgusted by him."
"I am fine. Did he touch you?"
Suen inquired, his voice laced with concern. Lu Tian shook her head. "He even laid a finger on me before I called for you." Suen, relieved, gently patted her head. "You did very well." He helped her to a clean table to sit down, and when he turned, he noticed the shopkeeper and his wife watching them anxiously, worried their stall might be in jeopardy.
"Prepare some wontons for her," Suen commanded.
Afterward, he dragged the man, who was still clutching his wrist in agony, towards a nearby alley. Lu Tian frowned but ultimately chose not to intervene, instructing the shopkeeper to pack 2 bowls of wontons for them to take away. Typically, patrons at the stall either dined in or brought their own containers, and the shopkeeper and his wife, eager to avoid trouble, were quick to comply with Lu Tian's request, producing more than just 2 bowls worth of food. From the alley, the sound of anguished cries echoed, causing the woman preparing the wontons to tremble, nearly spilling the scalding broth. She glanced at Lu Tian in fear, apprehensive that Suen might come after her as well. Lu Tian offered her a reassuring smile, handing her 10 coins. The woman hastily waved her hands, insisting it was too much. Lu Tian placed the coins on the counter. "Consider it payment for the container."
"I shall not be returning it."
The cries from the alley grew more frantic. Lu Tian felt a pang of worry that Suen might have gone too far, and she clutched the food container, ready to intervene.
"Ah! Stop hitting me, please. Ah, my leg, I was wrong, please don't beat me, I beg you."
The man lay on the ground, battered and bruised, his corpulent body sprawled like a puddle of mud, pleading for mercy.
"Suen!" Lu Tian called from the alley's entrance.
Suen halted, glancing back, and with one final kick to the man on the ground, he prepared to leave. The man, who had secretly snuck out while under his father's house arrest, never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent and suffering such a defeat. "If you have the guts, reveal your name," he shouted, hoping to find a way to retaliate.
Suen replied in a low voice, "Suen. And where do you reside?"
"With just a name, how could he be found?" the man shouted after Suen's retreating figure. Lu Tian, hearing his words, called out, "Don't tell him." Suen had no intention of disclosing his residence. In a world fraught with chaos and cheapened lives, he deemed it unwise to expose his family's location for the sake of momentary vindication. Once they exited the alley, Suen glanced around before taking Lu Tian down a narrow path. After winding through several streets, they arrived at the inn where they had stored their mule cart for the journey home. It wasn't until they had left the town and reached the winding mountain path that Lu Tian finally exhaled in relief. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. She had genuinely feared that the man might pursue them with reinforcements. Suen turned back to her. "Are you frightened?" Lu Tian replied, "It's not your reprimand of him that scared me, but rather the thought of him coming after us with others. Please be more cautious when you come to town in the future." She felt no sympathy for the man, believing he deserved a harsh lesson. After all, who knew how many virtuous women had suffered at his hands? Chapter 78. Do you not dislike me? Suen secretly sighed in relief. He genuinely feared that Lu Tian would be frightened of him due to his brutal methods of dealing with adversaries. After all, the man he had struck today would likely be bedridden for at least a month, given his physique. He instructed Lu Tian, "In the future, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call for me if I am not present, understood?" Lu Tian nodded in acknowledgement. As she opened the food container, steam wafted up, carrying the mouth-watering aroma of dumplings, their delicate skins stretched over generous fillings. How fragrant! Suen guided the mule cart to the side, declaring, "Let us eat before we continue." Both of them momentarily forgot their earlier concerns. Once they had eagerly divided the dumplings, each holding a bowl, they froze. "No chopsticks." Noticing the rare crack in Suen's otherwise impassive expression, Lu Tian chuckled lightly. "Do not fear the heat. Use your hands." Suen shot her a sidelong glance, then set his bowl down to break off a couple of twigs. After cleaning them thoroughly and rinsing them twice with water from his canteen, he handed 2 relatively straight ones to Lu Tian. The dumpling filling was tender and juicy. Upon taking a bite, the rich broth burst forth, causing Lu Tian to squint her eyes in enjoyment. They sat together on the cart, with Suen providing her a comfortable backrest. After consuming half a bowl, Lu Tian felt satisfied. Suen, having grown accustomed to her expressions, understood her unspoken wish and took her bowl, finishing the remaining dumplings in a few swift motions. "Do you not dislike me?" Lu Tian curiously inquired. Suen gazed at her lips, still glistening from the hot soup, and replied, "What do you think?" Lu Tian fell silent, realizing her question was in vain. As they returned to Qingxi village, just past the village entrance, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Lu girl, is that a new dress you're wearing? It looks splendid. Oh my, that color truly compliments you, it makes your complexion appear even fairer. Have you bought yet another new dress, Lu girl? You are indeed a fortunate one." A little girl, captivated by Lu Tian's beauty, pleaded with her mother for a similar dress. The mother, appearing distressed, replied, "Little Bao, your dress still fits, soon, your sister's dress will be too small for her, and you can wear it then." The little girl began to cry, "But sister's dress is already torn. If I wear it, it won't be new, mother, I also want a new dress like sister Lu Tian's." The woman glanced at Lu Tian and sighed, "Very well, but your father won't allow me to make you a dress." "Why not? Even the little brother has a new dress." Onlookers exchanged glances between the little girl and the elegantly dressed Lu Tian, realizing the disparity in their fates. Lu Tian had been cherished since childhood, while the Lu couple seemed to disregard their eldest son, doting instead on Lu Tian. Now that she was married, it appeared her in-laws also cared for her. Most ordinary women had endless chores each day, whether or not they had new clothes was irrelevant, and it was unlikely they could craft such vibrant colors. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, recognizing that beauty indeed begets affection. As the mule cart passed by, Lu Tian offered a smile to the crowd, not intending to flaunt her fortune, indifferent to their opinions. On their way home, they encountered Li Zhaodi, who was drawing water to irrigate the fields. Lu Tian reminded her, "Aunt Li, do not forget about our 2 plots of land." Li Zhaodi's anger flared upon seeing Lu Tian and Suan together, casting a fierce glare at Lu Tian. The sight of her dressed so splendidly only deepened her scowl, and she muttered under her breath, "Vixen, you'll end up beaten to death by a man one day." Though her words were barely audible, Lu Tian and Suan could see her lips moving and instinctively knew it was not a compliment. Lu Tian simply stepped down from the cart, stating, "Aunt Li, you still owe us 8 coins for the seeds." She extended her hand towards Li Zhaodi. Li Zhaodi, ready to unleash a tirade, was momentarily intimidated by Suan's piercing gaze, shrinking back and lowering her voice, "Lu girl, do not forget that you are now a married woman. Living at your parents' home is one thing, but regarding the seed money, your parents have yet to approach me for compensation. Not be why what right do you demand it from me?" Lu Tian replied, "What of it if I am married? I will always be my father's and mother's daughter, this place will forever be my home, and I shall reside here as I please." Li Zhaodi sneered at her retort, "Have you not heard the saying, a married daughter is like spilled water? Do you think your parents would want you living at home? They might be reluctant to say it, but you are clearly being inconsiderate. I advise you to move out quickly. Do not be surprised if your parents chase you out with a broom one day. A face as lovely as yours might not fare well then. And as for the seed money, as a married woman, you should not be coveting it. Do not forget that your elder brother has yet to marry. Much of the situation lies with you, and you still have the audacity to demand those few coins." Lu Tian, unfazed by her words, replied, "Regardless of what you say, I must receive that seed money today." "You!" Li Zhaodi was taken aback by Lu Tian's insistence on the money, which, while a small sum, was significant to her. She had been evading the Lu family lately, hoping that time would allow her to slip away unnoticed. Li Zhaodi decided to act brazenly. "Why should I pay you? You are no longer a member of the Lu family. What relation do you have to this? Who says it has nothing to do with her?" Xiaoyu, having witnessed the scene from a distance, approached at the right moment to overhear Li Zhaodi's remarks. She stepped up beside Lu Tian, declaring, "Li Zhaodi, let me tell you, whether married or not, Tiana will always be a daughter of the Lu family. She has every right to make decisions regarding the family. Today is a fortunate encounter. Return our seed money promptly. Do not think you can avoid this matter by hiding. You can dodge the first but not the 15th. Li Zhaodi's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "I have no money." Xiaoyu let out a scoff, rolling up her sleeves. "I see you've forgotten the lesson from last time. You dare to act tough with me, do you? I will make sure you're picking up your teeth from the ground." Seeing Xiaoyu's fierce demeanor, Li Zhaodi hastily dropped her burden and rolled up her sleeves. "You think I fear you? I won't pay you, so what will you do about it?" As tensions rose, Lu Tian intervened, gently pulling Xiaoyu behind her and calmly addressing Li Zhaodi, "Aunt Li, are you certain you will not compensate us?" Li Zhaodi, hands on her hips, retorted, "Not a penny. What can you do to me?" She remained unconvinced that they would dare to confront her in broad daylight. Lu Tian replied, "If you choose not to pay, that is acceptable. However, my husband has not been to the mountains for quite some time, and I wonder if his skills in digging traps have become rusty. Perhaps I could ask him to practice a few spots. Your front yard seems quite suitable." "You, how dare you?
Chapter 79. You'd best keep your voices down. Lu Tian gazed at her with a heavy expression. Why are you afraid?
You have no shame, so what do we have to fear? It's just that we don't know if you'll be so fortunate next time to have someone come to your rescue. Li Xiaoti's neck flushed with anger.
The memory of being trapped for an entire night was still vivid in her mind. Glancing at Suan, who stood behind Lu Tian, she gritted her teeth. I only have 5 won. Take it if you want. Xiaoyu was not inclined to indulge her. 8 won, not a single coin less. Your family is already living so well, it's merely 3 won. Are you trying to take my life? Xiaoyu retorted, whose money isn't hard-earned? Regardless of how my family is faring, what is rightfully ours cannot be diminished.
Li Xiaoti was utterly incapable of producing 8 won, the 5 won she possessed were scraped together from her meager resources. If she were to return and ask her husband for more, it would surely result in another beating. At that moment, she deeply regretted her previous actions against the Lu family, as she had not only endured significant suffering but now had to part with her last bit of money. Gritting her teeth, she removed the only bracelet she owned. I'll give you this, it must be worth at least 3 won. Xiaoyu regarded the bracelet in her hand, recalling how Li Xiaoti had boasted about it for days after receiving it, claiming it was a gift from her husband. Only later did it come to light during an argument with her sister-in-law that it was actually a present from her sister-in-law. The bracelet held little monetary value, but its sentiment was invaluable. Her sister-in-law had shown her kindness, empathizing with the hardships Li Xiaoti had faced due to her family's favoritism and later, the abuse from her husband. She had even suggested that if life became unbearable, Li Xiaoti should return to her family. To her surprise, Li Xiaoti had been ungrateful, believing her sister-in-law harbored ill intentions, and had hurled insults at her. Heartbroken, her sister-in-law had since ceased to care for Li Xiaoti. Xiaoyu sighed. Li Xiaoti, the only person who ever cared for you has been driven away by your behavior. Can't you change your ways? Looking at this bracelet, don't you feel any remorse? Li Xiaoti's eyes had already reddened when she removed the bracelet. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, she angrily wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Mind your own business. With that, she hastily fetched water and left, appearing composed, yet her slightly hunched shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. Xiaoyu sighed again, lamenting that she, too, was a pitiable soul, yet she had chosen to become this way. Ultimately, Xiaoyu did not accept the bracelet. Instead, she gave it to Lu Chang, suggesting he establish a system at the school to reward Li Xiaoti's son. As for everything else, she decided to let it go. The bracelet may not have been valuable, but the sentiment behind it was rare. She hoped that one day, Li Xiaoti would come to her senses. Upon returning home, Lu Tian took out the clothes she had made for them. Although Xiaoyu pretended to scold them for their extravagance, the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. Under Lu Tian's encouragement, she changed into her new attire, feeling somewhat awkward as she stepped outside. When she caught sight of Lu You's bemused expression, she retorted, "Are you foolish?" Lu You's eyes were fixed on his wife, as if he were gazing at the spirited girl she once was. You look beautiful. It had been a long time since Xiaoyu had worn such exquisite silk, especially in this shade of blue. She felt a bit self-conscious. Really, I'm getting old, I haven't worn such clothes in ages. Lu Tian linked her arm affectionately. Mother, you are not old at all, you look stunning in this outfit. Lu Yue nodded in agreement. Both he and Xiaoyu were not unattractive, as evidenced by their lovely daughter, Lu Tian. Their union had been sparked by mutual admiration of each other's looks. However, years of labor under the sun had taken a toll on Xiaoyu's once smooth skin, leaving it marked by the passage of time. While she was not truly aged, the signs of wear were evident. The blue fabric accentuated her complexion, making her appear 10 years younger. Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. My little girl has great taste. When Su Chengkai donned his new clothes, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It had been over a decade since he had worn anything new, yet, in less than a year since Lu Tian's arrival, he had already enjoyed the luxury of 2 new outfits. Although he felt a pang of guilt for spending money on clothes for himself, his heart brimmed with joy as he observed the warmth of his family gathered together, feeling immensely grateful for having found Lu Tian as his daughter-in-law. Recalling the day of the proposal when his son had been reluctant to attend, Su Chengkai glanced at his grandson, filled with admiration for his daughter-in-law. Suppressing a chuckle observing his son, who was usually resolute, he realized how timid he could be. Lu Tian also presented the clothes she had made for Lu Qiao and little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi's outfit was a delightful pink, perfectly suited for her gentle nature, and Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with maternal affection as she beheld it. However, when she looked at Lu Qiao's outfit, she hesitated. It seems like your sister hasn't worn such vibrant colors in ages. Lu Tian assured her, sister will surely love it. If you don't believe me, we can deliver it tomorrow. That sounds good. It's been a while since I've seen little Tuanzi, Xiaoyu replied. However, her apprehension for Lu Qiao lingered, as she had not returned since the spring plowing. When evening arrived, Lu Cheng came home, and Lu Tian eagerly displayed her new outfit to him.
Lu Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Is this for me? Lu Tian replied, Suan had it made for you, along with outfits for father, mother, sister, and little Tuanzi. She spun around in her own attire. Of course, I have one too. Lu Cheng admired his younger sister's new clothes, exclaiming, they look fantastic. Lu Tian encouraged him, go try yours on and see how it fits. Father, mother, and sister have all tried theirs on. Though Lu Chang was not as tall as Suan, he was still of respectable height, and his upright stature enhanced his charm when he donned the new garments. Lu Tian praised him, indeed, clothing makes the man, with your new outfit, you look even more handsome. She teased, tomorrow, you'll surely find a sister-in-law to bring home. Lu Chang shot her a sidelong glance, clearly aware of who had funded this splendor. Clearing his throat, he turned to Suan, since you've been so generous, tonight I will go to the next door to squeeze in with Danio, you should stay here, but the house isn't soundproof, so you'd best keep it down. Elder brother. Lu Tian glared at Lu Chang, incredulous at his words. Suan replied, then I must thank you, elder brother. Lu Chang exclaimed, what did you just call me? The address of elder brother nearly made him tremble. Suan smiled, your elder sister's brother is naturally my elder brother. Lu Chang was left speechless. Ugh. I never heard you call me that before, not even after that time you saved my life. Lu Tian insisted that Suan stay, as he hadn't drunk any alcohol that day. Suan looked at his young wife with innocence in his eyes, I wouldn't want to disappoint elder brother's goodwill. Chapter 80 And no matter how much silver, I only want you for the Lu family, who were all immersed in the joy of having new garments, it was quite easy for Suan to stay. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's suggestion to squeeze in next door tonight, Xiaoyu even gave her son a knowing glance, only Lu Tian felt her cheeks flush, as if she were being sold for a few pieces of clothing. After dinner, Suan eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, but Xiaoyu stopped him, saying, no need for that, you should go heat some water for Tianer to bathe. With a teasing glint in her eye, she added, I'm still waiting for Tianer to give me a chubby grandson. Suan pressed his lips together, replying, Tianer is still young, I think we should wait a couple of years before having children, so she can have a better upbringing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. Typically, families were eager to have 2 children within 3 years of marriage. She hadn't expected Suan to consider their youngest daughter as well-being so thoughtfully, which made her increasingly fond of him. Oh, how considerate of you, although Tianer is already 18, she still behaves like a child. Waiting a couple of years before having children is indeed a wise choice, it will spare her some hardship when the time comes. Suan nodded in agreement. As he carried the bathing water back to their room, he found Lu Tian at her dressing table, carefully removing her hairpins. She had styled her hair in a somewhat intricate manner for their trip to town, and after a while, her arms grew weary. With her head resting on the table, she sought a moment of respite. Suan poured the water into the tub and approached her, saying, let me help you with that. Lu Tian lazily nodded in agreement. Today had certainly been eventful, and as she gazed into the mirror at the focused and gentle expression of the person tending to her hair, it felt as though he was handling not mere strands but rather a rare treasure. Suan, Lu Tian softly called his name. What is it? He replied. If that man really offered you a great deal of silver today, would you? Even the greatest fortune cannot compare to you, Suan interrupted her directly, looking at her reflection in the mirror with earnestness. His voice was soft yet remarkably resolute, akin to a vow that struck deeply into Lu Tian's heart. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lu Tian gazed into Suan's sincere eyes, and it felt as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples across the surface, shaking the once calm door to her heart. After Suan finished untangling her hair, he gently stroked her locks, saying, just now, your mother inquired about our plans for children. Ah, she replied, puzzled. They had been intimate nearly every night, yet her belly remained unperturbed. Suan clarified, I told her we would wait 2 years before having children, as you are still young, and it would be painful for you to bear a child at this stage. Although many were becoming mothers at 16 or 17, he knew that bearing children at such a young age could be quite burdensome, and he wanted Lu Tian to nurture her health. Lu Tian didn't dwell on it too much. She held a more spontaneous attitude towards the matter. After all, just because he suggested waiting 2 years didn't mean they would adhere to that timeline. Knowing his unpredictable nature, she contemplated that she could become pregnant at any moment. Hearing her thoughts, Suan leaned closer and whispered, you most likely won't conceive in the next couple of years. I haven't tea, you know. With a sudden rush, Lu Tian felt the heat rise in her cheeks. No wonder Suan always used a cloth at home. No wonder every time, it was so damp. That night, to avoid waking up in the middle of the night to dry the bedding, Lu Tian, her ears reddened, sought a cloth, and the dampness of that cloth left her utterly flustered. Afterward, Suan wrapped his arms around Lu Tian, placing soft kisses atop her head, saying, "Once we go to the county, we can move back home, alright?" Lu Tian, feeling exhausted, didn't even want to lift a finger. She grasped his restless hand, asking, "Will it still be like that when we go up the mountain?" "Not at all, I will prioritize my safety." He too feared that he might never see her again. Only then did Lu Tian exhale a sigh of relief, saying, "Once we visit my sister's house tomorrow, we can head to the county the day after, and upon our return, we'll move back." Suan felt an uncontainable joy in his heart as he kissed her forehead, saying, "Good." The following day, Suan and Su Chang remained at home while Lu Tian, Xiao Yu, and Lu Yue set off in a mule cart towards Lu Qiao's residence. As they passed the village entrance, they noticed several onlookers staring at their cart. It had been quite some time since Lu Yue and the others had visited Lu Qiao since her marriage, so it was natural for the villagers not to recognize them. Having somewhat forgotten the location of Zhu Daji's house, Lu Yue asked an elderly man, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where Zhu Daji's house is?" Upon hearing they were looking for Zhu Daji, the elder examined them and, realizing who they were, kindly pointed, "Oh, you are the in-laws of the Zhu family. Just continue straight, and after the turn, the second house on the right will be it." "Thank you, sir," Lu Yue replied as they continued on their way. "Are these the family members of Zhu Daji's wife? They seem to be in good condition. They're even riding in a mule cart. Indeed, look at their clothing, the fabric is quite fine. By the way, isn't that the sister of Zhu Daji's wife? I've heard she is a beauty, and seeing her today, she truly is lovely. Has she married yet? I heard she couldn't find a husband because she was too lazy. I've heard Zhu Ape mention it several times, hinting at Zhu Daji's wife. I think she has married. Wasn't Zhu Daji's wife just back at her parents' house for a banquet? Zhu Ape was grumbling about it then. Well, if they don't lack for workers at home, having such a pretty daughter-in-law would indeed be impressive. Why? Is Zhang Yangzi looking to find a match for her son? If you don't propose early, considering that they're from the same village, it might actually work out. Zhang Yangzi quickly waved her hands, "That one do. My family can't afford such a burden, just look at her attire, it doesn't come cheap." Enough of that, others are already married, and you're still gossiping. This is just idle chatter, if you don't want to discuss it, then don't. As they approached Zhu Daji's home, Lu Qiao happened to be playing with a little bundle of joy in the yard. Upon spotting them, she excitedly embraced the little one, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, Tianer, what brings you here?" Xiao Yu and Lu Tian helped each other down from the mule cart, each taking turns to hold the soft, squishy little bundle. "Oh my little darling, come give your grandmother a kiss." Lu Tian linked her arm with Lu Qiao's, explaining, "I've been staying at home recently and will be heading back soon, so I thought I'd come with father and mother to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiao immediately grew concerned, taking Lu Tian's hands and asking, "You've been staying at home? What is going on? Have you been bullied?" Lu Tian sniffled and quickly reassured her, "Sister, no, I haven't been bullied. It's just that last time Suan." Lu Qiao had been unaware of the incident involving Suan, prompting Lu Tian to recount the events leading up to now. Chapter 81. If you are wronged, mother will also feel heartbroken. Lu Qiao, still in a state of shock, exclaimed, You went up the mountain too? Heavens, how perilous that must have been. You truly should have made him reflect properly. What happened next? How is he now?" As she spoke, Lu Qiao continued to pat her chest, unable to fathom what might have happened if something had gone awry. Lu Tian reassured her, "His physique is robust, after recuperating for more than half a month, he is now full of vigor. Do not worry." "That's a relief, indeed," Lu Qiao replied, her tension easing. As they approached home, she spotted a mule cart and inquired, "Whose mule cart is this?" Xiao Yu smiled cheerfully, "It belongs to Suan. He is quite swift on foot, so he left the cart at our house. You can borrow it whenever you need." Lu Qiao's eyes lit up with delight. "That's splendid. This way, Tianer can frequently visit the town, preventing her from being cooped up at home all day." Before her marriage, she had always enjoyed wandering about the town, but Lu Tian often found it too tedious to accompany her, and she worried that her younger sister might become listless at home. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Daji's family emerged from their house. Zhu Ape, putting on a show of hospitality, eagerly approached Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear-in-law has come, please, step inside and make yourselves comfortable." Though Xiao Yu held significant grievances against Lu Qiao's mother-in-law, she refrained from creating discord for the sake of her eldest daughter, maintaining a cordial smile. "I didn't notify you beforehand, so I hope we're not intruding." Zhu Ape waved her hand dismissively, "What nonsense, my dear-in-law. This is your daughter's home, there is no such thing as intruding." As Zhu Daji assisted Lu Yue with the mule cart,
he raised an eyebrow upon learning it was purchased by Su. The group settled into the main room, where, not being a busy farming season, the Shu family was gathered at home. Zhu Dajia's father was a simple and honest man, who busied himself brewing tea for Lu Yue and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tian took Lu Qiao's hand, saying, "Sister, I have brought something for you and the little dumpling." At this, Lu Qiao embraced the little dumpling and followed Lu Tian into the room. She kept their quarters impeccably tidy, so there was no awkwardness. Xiaoyu, seeing this, wished to follow suit and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yue, smiling as she trailed behind her two daughters. Once the door was closed, Lu Tian produced the dried fruits and jerky she had bought for the little dumpling, saying, "Sister, hide these away so that they don't end up in the hands of the dumpling's grandmother for her grandson." It wasn't he that Lu Tian was stingy. Rather, Lu Qiao's mother-in-law was infuriatingly biased, openly favoring her own grandson. Each time Lu Tian brought treats for the little dumpling, her mother-in-law would seize them to give to her grandson, leaving none for the little dumpling. Lu Tian made it a point to give the little dumpling something every time they met, and Lu Qiao had grown accustomed to accepting them. "All right," she said with a sigh. "And this," Lu Tian continued, "is clothing I made for you and the little dumpling. Try it on." Lu Qiao's eyes sparkled as she beheld the unveiled garments. "Why have you made clothes for both of us? This is such a waste of money." Lu Tian beamed, her dimples showing. "Suan made outfits for the whole family. If you have an issue with it, you can take it up with him." "You little rascal." Lu Qiao laughed, playfully tapping her younger sister's forehead. Realizing her sister had indeed found a good partner, she felt a surge of happiness for Lu Tian. Money earned through hard work should be spent sparingly. "Don't worry, I've earned a little from writing letters for others in the past few months. It is sufficient to buy clothes for you and the little dumpling. Once I earn more, I'll get you finer fabrics." "You sweet-talking charmer!" Lu Qiao exclaimed as she opened the clothing made for her. For a brief moment, she hesitated at the vibrant colors, but then returned to her usual demeanor. "I'll try on the little dumpling as first." Both Xiaoyu and Lu Tian noticed the flicker of emotion in Lu Qiao's eyes. Xiaoyu took the little dumpling in her arms, saying, "I'll help her change, you try on yours." Lu Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, sister, do try it on. You'll look splendid." Unable to resist their encouragement, Lu Qiao began to shed her old garments. Once she donned the new attire, she felt slightly awkward in such bright hues, having not worn anything so vibrant in quite a while. The little dumpling gazed up at her mother, her voice soft and sweet. "Mama looks beautiful." A wave of tenderness washed over Lu Qiao as she crouched down to ask her daughter, "Really?" The nearly 2-year-old little dumpling nodded earnestly. Lu Tian beamed with pride. "See? I told you sister would look lovely in this color." Lu Qiao chuckled at her. Indeed, you have good taste." However, a thought crossed her mind, and she sighed inwardly. As she prepared to remove the clothing, Lu Tian stopped her, saying, "Sister, keep it on. You look stunning." Lu Qiao replied, "You all should stay for lunch. I still need to prepare the meal, and I wouldn't want to dirty it. I'll wear it later." Lu Tian pouted. "All right then." Xiaoyu and Lu Tian inquired further about Lu Qiao's circumstances, to which she cheerfully replied that things remained the same, not yet reaching a point of unbearable hardship. Exchanging glances, Lu Tian and Xiaoyu noted the fading light in each other's eyes. The reality was that life was not easy for Lu Qiao, yet she remained oblivious to it, and they dared not push her to face the truth directly. Sensing their concern, Lu Qiao took both Lu Tian and Xiaoyu's hands, assuring them, "Mother, Tianer, fret not. I am not one to suffer in silence. Their attitude may be lacking, but they cannot truly bully me. Just like last time, when the little dumpling's grandmother insisted on taking the meat I cooked for her to feed to her grandson. I simply poured it into the pig feed right in front of her. You should have seen her face. It turned a myriad of colors. She nearly rushed to retrieve it from the pig feed. Since then, she has refrained from snatching the meat I prepare for the little dumpling. She knows I would rather feed it to the pigs than give it to her." Both Lu Tian and Xiaoyu could not contain their laughter, exclaiming, That's just what she deserves." Xiaoyu grasped Lu Qiao's hands, saying, "You are indeed a child of conviction. I understand that your determination stems from wanting to protect the little dumpling from future ridicule. However, dear Qiaoer, do not forget that you are also my child. If you are wronged, mother will feel heartbroken as well. So promise me, if things become unbearable, do not force yourself to endure, all right?" With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Qiao embraced Xiaoyu and Lu Tian. "I understand, I truly do. Please do not worry about me. Do not let me cause you distress, all right?" Xiaoyu caressed Lu Qiao's hair gently. "All right." The three women conversed for nearly half an hour before emerging from the room. Lu Qiao had changed back into her old outfit, while the little dumpling remained in her new attire. Upon seeing them, Lu Yue smiled and praised, the little dumpling looks splendid in her new clothes. Zhu Eipa, observing the little dumpling's pink outfit, furrowed her brow and muttered inwardly, why would they make her wear such a light color?
How can I snatch that for my grandson?
With a facade of indifference, she remarked, you know, dear, next time you make clothes for the little dumpling, perhaps opt for darker hues.
These light-colored garments do not withstand dirt well.
Chapter 82, a conclusion. Xiaoyu was acutely aware of her thoughts and rolled her eyes inwardly, saying, this little girl ought to be adorned in soft pinks. Why wear such dark colors? If they get dirty, just wash them. After all, it's her mother who does the laundry. Granny Zhu remarked, I'm merely concerned for her mother, who has to toil over the laundry.
Lu Tian interjected, Granny Zhu, you are truly kind.
I never expected you to be so considerate towards my sister. Since you are worried about her mother's labor, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my sister.
You.
Granny Zhu stammered, caught off guard, and unable to utter a refusal in front of everyone.
She shot a venomous glance at Lu Qiao, but to her surprise, Lu Qiao didn't even acknowledge her. Xiaoyu and the others were not keen on witnessing the Zhu family's scowls, so they brought some meat and vegetables themselves, sparing them the opportunity to criticize Lu Qiao after they dined on the Zhu family's provisions. When Lu Qiao went to prepare lunch, Lu Tian stood up to offer her assistance. Observing this, Granny Zhu commented, indeed, now that you're married, you've become sensible. I said all along that it's inevitable. Which married woman has the luxury of idleness? Just look at how I warned you before. Lu Qiao's father-in-law tugged at Granny Zhu's sleeve, interrupting her, his eyes darkening with a silent warning. Remembering how Lu Tian had just confronted her, Granny Zhu's true nature began to surface.
Hey, why are you pulling me? Am I not speaking the truth? It's hard one to be married. I'm merely trying to teach her to be diligent, to work harder, and to quickly bear a healthy child.
Otherwise what?
Xiaoyu, who had been sitting amicably, could no longer contain herself and stood up, fixing an intense gaze on Granny Zhu. I would like to hear how you intend to guide my daughter.
Tell me, what will happen if she doesn't quickly bear a healthy child?
Granny Zhu replied, why are you so agitated? I haven't said anything alarming. Isn't it the case that a woman ought to quickly bear children after marriage? Otherwise, what? I merely meant to suggest that if she waits too long, recovery may become difficult. Seeing her assertiveness and the stern looks from her own husband, Granny Zhu wilted, what utter nonsense! Xiaoyu declared, let me inform you, my son-in-law is a remarkable man. Just yesterday, he expressed that in 2 years, he would like Tiana to have children, fearing that she is too young and her health may suffer. Look at how considerate he is towards my daughter, unlike some who cling to outdated notions, fixating on their wives' wombs as soon as they enter the household. If they so desire a son, why not bear one themselves? Granny Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment as her heart raced.
What are you saying?
She was nearly 60. How could she still bear children? Her eldest grandson was already of considerable age. Xiaoyu exclaimed, what, can't you hear me, mother-in-law? It seems age is catching up with you, and your hearing is failing. I suggest you refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young, lest it worsens. You. Granny Zhu clutched her chest, nearly overcome with rage. She could not comprehend why she was always outmatched by Xiaoyu in their exchanges, despite having been a formidable debater in her youth. Not wishing to engage further with such a person, Xiaoyu huffed and turned to the kitchen, fearing that staying longer would provoke her into a direct confrontation. In the kitchen, Lu Qiao was washing meat in preparation for cutting, while Lu Tian assisted with the vegetables. Upon seeing Xiaoyu enter, Lu Qiao assumed she had come to help. Mother, why have you come in? You could have played with the little one. Xiaoyu frowned, I simply wished to avoid that old hag.
Has she been speaking out of turn again?
What did she say? I shall confront her. Lu Qiao declared, discarding the meat and washing her hands in preparation to leave. Xiaoyu stopped her, there is no need for you to confront her. When have I ever been at a loss against her? I've already rendered her speechless with my words. Just remember, do not allow her to bully you. While her words may not wound physically, repeated exposure can be hurtful, so guard your health.
I understand, mother, do not worry. Lu Qiao largely ignored Granny Zhu's snide remarks, but whether they hurt her was something she alone could discern.
She resumed cutting the meat, declaring, rest assured, in 2 or 3 months, after the autumn harvest, I shall settle matters with that family. She had invested considerable effort in the fields, and she intended to claim what was rightfully hers. Both Lu Tian and Xiaoyu were taken aback, their faces illuminating with surprise. Really? They had not anticipated Lu Qiao would come to such a resolution. Initially, I thought to endure for the sake of the little one, but they have become increasingly presumptuous. Recently, that mother and daughter duo has been pressuring me to conceive again, to bear another son. I shall never again bear a child for the Zhu family. If they desire a son so desperately, they may make room for him themselves. Let them find someone else to bear their child. She hadn't meant to reveal her decision so soon, fearing it would cause them worry. However, she realized that keeping it to herself would only amplify their concern, so she resolved to share her thoughts. This decision had taken root when she returned earlier in the year. The true determination arose when they indirectly urged her to conceive again. The suffering endured during the birth of the little one was still fresh in her memory, and she would not bear another child for them.
Splendid!
A weight lifted off Xiao Yu's chest, nearly bringing her to tears of joy.
It's wonderful that you've come to this conclusion.
Fear not, upon returning to Qingxi village, with me around, no one will dare slander you. Ever since that incident with Li Zhaodi, when she provoked our family and received a thorough lesson, they now regard our Lu family with trepidation.
Just what has Auntie Li been up to? Lu Chao inquired.
She Seeing our family thrive, she attempted to ruin our crops, hoping to starve us by rendering our fields barren. She destroyed the vegetables in 2 of our plots.
She destroyed 2 plots?
Lu Chao set aside her task, her agitation rising.
Goodness!
How could she be so ruthless? What enmity drives her to such actions? Those crops are vital for survival.
Do not fret, she has received a severe reprimand. I made her compensate for the seeds, and now our fields are not only replanted but those 2 plots are no longer our concern, they are hers to manage.
I even stipulated that if her crops do not surpass ours in quality, we'll exchange for her produce. Just this morning, I saw her watering those 2 plots.
Lu Chao was perplexed. She can actually manage that?
Having previously clashed with Li Zhaodi, she remembered her as a shameless person who feared no one, save for her own husband.
Xiao Yu retorted,
whether she wants to or not, she must tend to them. Tian'er, tell your sister how we dealt with her. She has no idea how wretched that day was for her.
Lu Chao turned to Lu Tian. What do you mean? Do tell me.
Lu Tian smirked. It's nothing much. Suan dug a pit and set a trap, ensnaring her for an entire night. It was filled with barbs, and she couldn't move an inch. When they finally dragged her out in the morning, her face was as pale as if she were meeting the king of hell.
Lu Chao gasped, trapped for an entire night without being able to move? Suan is quite skilled at digging traps. Chapter 83 Do Not Call.
Indeed, the traps he digs can render a person immobile. The last trap set for Zhu Daji was precisely. Realizing she had misspoken, Lu Tian hastily covered her mouth, her round eyes darting about. Xiao Yu stood at the edge of the porch, saying, enough with the covering. I am aware that the trap that ensnared Zhu Daji last time was also his handiwork. She glanced back to ensure no one was approaching from the kitchen, then smiled broadly at her 2 daughters.
It must be said, it was well executed.
He deserves it. I have long wished to give him a thorough lesson, but I hesitated, considering that Xiao'er and Xiao Tuanzi might not want to sever ties completely.
Now your sister has come to her senses.
When the time comes for the ruckus of separation, do remember to summon us, especially Suan. If he does not cooperate, let him experience the taste of the last incident once more.
Lu Chao gazed at Lu Tian in astonishment. Was it really Suan who set that trap last time? Lu Tian pursed her lips and nodded.
What else could I expect from his attitude towards you? It was initially my idea, but despite my brother and I digging for quite a while, we could not manage to create a pit. Then Suan stumbled upon it and completed the task in half an hour. Lu Chao remarked, I never would have guessed Suan, of all people, would join you and your brother in such antics. She recalled Zhu Daji's dismal appearance that day.
He is quite precise when digging.
He can control whether to let someone live or die, or even to leave them with a limp.
Both Xiao Yu and Lu Chao were taken aback. Is he truly that skilled?
At least, that is what he conveyed to me and my brother. Judging by his capabilities, he should be able to accomplish it, Lu Tian replied. Xiao Yu and Lu Chao exchanged silent glances of astonishment. While they were aware that hunters possess certain skills, they had never encountered one before and were now enlightened to his prowess. If that were the case, then anyone who offended him could potentially meet an untimely demise. Unbeknownst to them, the question remained whether this was a skill inherent to all hunters or unique to Suan.
Curious, Xiao Yu inquired of Lu Tian, does your father-in-law possess such skills? Lu Tian shook her head.
Father says he is not as adept as Suan. Suan's abilities were self-taught, while my father merely imparted some techniques at the beginning.
In this world, possessing such skills is certainly preferable to lacking them.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt increasingly satisfied with Lu Tian's marriage into the Su family, relieved that she had not judged based solely on appearances. The Shu family had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Now that all the daughters were married off, the family home had been divided into 2 courtyards, one for Zhu Daji and the other for his elder brother. Zhu Daji was the youngest child in the family, and the elderly couple had continued to live with his family, while Zhu Daji's elder brother resided in the adjacent courtyard.
When Lu Chao brought out the midday meal, Zhu Weipo's eyes nearly bulged. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yu and the others would not only bring a piece of meat but also 2 fish. Lu Chao was not inclined to extend favors to the Zhu family. She prepared the meat for lunch, as it was brought by Xiao Yu and her companions, ensuring they all ate well before departing. Zhu Weipo, thinking of her son and grandson on the other side, said to Zhu Daji, "Daji, it is rare for your mother-in-law and the others to gather so completely. You should invite your elder brother's family to join us." While Lu Chao was setting the table, she lifted her gaze and said indifferently, "There is not enough food prepared." Zhu Weipo sighed, "What does that matter? Just serve a little less to each, it will suffice. Daji, just call your brother and my grandson over. Your sister-in-law should have prepared enough food, she need not come." Both Lu Yue and Xiao Yu furrowed their brows at this remark. Just from the way Zhu Weipo spoke of her daughter-in-law, they could discern her attitude towards Lu Chao. What nonsense was this? Upon hearing this, Zhu Daji prepared to call them, but Lu Chao slammed the bowl down heavily, the crisp sound resonating throughout the room as she declared, "Do not call." "What are you doing?" Startled by her sudden outburst, Zhu Daji glared at Lu Chao. Meeting his gaze, Lu Chao replied, "I said, do not call. This food was brought by my maternal family. We do not have enough to eat as it is. If you wish to invite them, you must buy your own food." Zhu Weipo glanced at Lu Yue and Xiao Yu, wearing a mocking expression that seemed to say, "Look at this. This is the good daughter you have raised." "Xiao Tuanzi's mother, what are you saying? We are all family, why distinguish between you and me? Besides, your parents are here, look at your behavior. I could overlook your lack of respect for me in everyday life, thinking you were still young and did not understand, but now, before your maternal family, I will let your parents and sister weigh in. You all see Xiao Tuanzi's mother. Is this how you treat your mother-in-law? Whenever there is something delicious, you hide it away. Just the other day, I wanted to eat a couple of pieces of meat, and she dumped an entire bowl into the pig feed. Can you believe it? That was meat, what a waste. She would rather waste it than let this old woman have a couple of bites." As Zhu Weipo spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her sleeve covering her face as though she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Chao set down the bowl and confronted Zhu Weipo directly. "What attitude do I have towards you? They say one observes a daughter-in-law for 10 years, and a mother-in-law for 10 years. How have you treated me since I entered this family, and what was your attitude after I gave birth to Xiao Tuanzi? I, Lu Chao, will say this, as long as I have prepared a bowl of food for you today, no one can dare accuse me of being unfilial. And that meat, do you think you are entitled to it? If it truly was for you, I might have considered giving you a couple of pieces, but let us be honest, do you intend to take it to feed your grandson? Clearly, they are all Zhu family children, yet just because Xiao Tuanzi is a girl, you intend to take her things to give to your grandson. Have you even looked to see what your grandson looks like in the clothes you've taken from her? I tell you this, if you wish to be biased, I will certainly not comply. You may take Xiao Tuanzi's clothes, but for every piece you take, I will make her 2 more. If you take 2, I will make her 4. Lu Chao, having endured enough, finally expressed all her pent-up feelings. She fixed her intense gaze on Zhu Daji and his mother. Anything of hers that you take, I will replace it. After all, the food supply is in my hands. Should you ever find yourselves without food, do not blame me. You. Zhu Weipo clutched her chest, her forehead throbbing as if she were about to explode from rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lu Chao. Typically, she would be ignored by Lu Chao's indifference, yet today, she felt as if she had transformed, every word striking at her heart. Lu Yue was taken aback. He understood his daughter well, recognizing that she was not one to be easily bullied. He recalled how, as a child, Lu Chao had nearly beaten every child in the village for Lu Tian's sake. In the end, despite his and Xiao Yu's disapproval of her decision to marry Zhu Daji, Lu Chao had resolutely insisted on following her heart. Chapter 84. With a resounding bang, after marrying, Lu Chao seldom returned to Qingxi village. Initially, when she was with Zhu Daji, there seemed to be no apparent issues. They even pondered whether their decision had been mistaken, as they appeared to be living harmoniously. However, it was only after Lu Chao gave birth to their little bundle that the Lu family realized something was amiss. At that time, they were unaware of the deep pain Lu Chao felt and wished to bring her back home, but their attempts to persuade her were in vain. They could not comprehend why Lu Chao had changed so drastically, allowing the Zhu family to bully her. As Zhu's family's behavior grew increasingly outrageous, their concern for Lu Chao intensified, yet she seemed possessed, insisting that things were not yet intolerable. What on earth was happening today? Lu Yue finally witnessed the temper of his eldest daughter, reminiscent of her pre-marriage spirit, and he felt a flicker of relief. She had finally learned to resist. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu and Lu Tian were aware of Lu Chao's resolve. They sat quietly, observing the unfolding drama, knowing that if Lu Chao chose to stop enduring, her mother-in-law would be no match for her.
Zhu Daji was equally taken aback by Lu Qiao's unusual demeanor today. In the past, even when his mother was excessively demanding, Lu Qiao would merely respond with minimal actions, never uttering such a multitude of words, as if she could not be bothered to engage with his mother. Yet today, what had changed? Had she taken some potent stimulant, or had she gained courage from her maternal family? He steadied Zhu Apo, addressing Lu Qiao. How can you speak to your mother like that?
What has she done to you? She hasn't wronged you, has she?
The latter part of his statement was stammered, lacking conviction. It was truly amusing. When Lu Qiao was amiable, Zhu Daji behaved like an arrogant lord, but now that she had finally asserted herself, he faltered in his speech. It was blatantly evident that he was a shameless coward who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Lu Qiao gazed at Zhu Daji with utter disappointment. She could not fathom why, if he did not care for her, he would provoke her, risking everything to save her that time. Yet, if he truly liked her, why had his attitude shifted so drastically after their marriage? She had genuinely wished to build a good life together. However, their insatiable demands had only exacerbated their increasingly unreasonable behavior. Over time, even the deepest affection could be worn away. This time, she had misjudged the person, and she conceded defeat. With a composed expression, Lu Qiao declared, "You know exactly how she has treated me, and I am acutely aware of how you have treated me. Let us lay everything bare today, and if you wish to continue this life, then behave yourselves. If you no longer wish to, let us part ways amicably." Upon hearing her words, Zhu Daji grew frantic, disregarding Zhu Apo entirely, and rushed to Lu Qiao's side. "You promised that as long as I entrusted the household's grain and silver to you, you would not mention divorce again. Why do you bring it up now?" Lu Qiao scoffed coldly, fixing him with a steely gaze. "I also said you should manage your attitude well. Did you heed my words?" Zhu Daji was momentarily stunned by her piercing look. Despite his previous poor treatment of her, she had never directed such a gaze towards him, as if he were a complete stranger. Indeed, even colder, his heart sank in a terrifying manner, as if something precious was slipping away from him. Lu Yue and his wife, along with Lu Tian, were taken aback. It turned out Lu Qiao had previously broached the subject of divorce. They had been puzzled as to why the Zhu family treated Lu Qiao with such disdain while still willingly entrusting her with the family's resources. However, they were even more baffled by Zhu Daji's attitude. If he did not wish to divorce, then why treat Lu Qiao this way? They truly could not comprehend the thoughts swirling in this family's heads. Zhu Apo, already irked by Lu Qiao's control over the household, spat, "Do not threaten us with divorce when nothing is wrong. Just look at yourself. After all this time, you haven't even given birth to a child. Do you truly think you hold any significance? Recently, I have been asking you nicely to conceive again, yet you ignore me and even declare that you will never bear any children for the Zhu family. Go out and ask around, find me a daughter-in-law who behaves like you, who disrespects her in-laws, neglects her husband, and walks around with a perpetual scowl. Who exactly are you trying to intimidate? Just seeing your face infuriates me, a hen that cannot lay eggs." Since the mask of civility had been ripped away, Zhu Apo no longer cared that Lu Yue and his family were present. Her unrelenting insults flowed freely. Xiaoyu could no longer bear it, standing up with her hands on her hips, furiously retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting, old hag? Who do you call a hen that cannot lay eggs?" Zhu Apo shot back, "Who do you think I'm talking about? After all these years of marriage, you haven't given birth to a son. Whoever has not given birth is who I am referring to." Enraged, Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and charged at her, confident in her fighting prowess. In a woman-to-woman brawl, the first move typically involved hair-pulling. Before Zhu Apo could grab her, Xiaoyu swiftly seized the old woman's hair and yanked it back forcefully, causing Zhu Apo to lean backward in pain. Zhu Apo let out a sharp cry, but as she flailed her arms in desperation, she could not catch hold of Xiaoyu's hair. Given her age, she was at a disadvantage and was no match for Xiaoyu. She shouted, "Zhu Daji, are you not coming to help?" Seeing Zhu Apo in distress, Lu Qiao cast a cold glance at Zhu Daji. Even in his muddled state, he had never anticipated having to confront his mother-in-law. He awkwardly attempted to intervene. "Stop fighting, mother-in-law, please cease." Before he could approach, Xiaoyu turned and bellowed, "Get lost, you'll have your turn later." Zhu Apo retorted furiously, "Who do you think you're scaring? Do you think you can discipline my son? Why don't you tend to your own daughter properly? Watch out, or I will have Daji divorce her. Let us see if she can ever hold her head high again." With a resounding slap, Xiaoyu struck Zhu Apo across the face. "I spit on that. I dare you to try and divorce my daughter. I warn you, if you don't make your son treat my daughter well, you'll regret it." Zhu Apo was momentarily stunned by the force of the slap, but upon regaining her senses, she seemed to go mad. "You wretched woman, how dare you hit me, ah!" Her head caught in Xiaoyu's grip, she could only flail about, resembling a lunatic as Zhu Daji's father stepped in to assist, intending to pull Xiaoyu away, but unexpectedly received a slap from Zhu Apo. In a fit of rage, he retaliated, and this time, the sound of the slap was far more menacing than Xiao Yu's earlier strike, leaving Zhu Apo's face flushed with 5 glaring handprints slowly emerging.
Chapter 85. I
have clearly tried my best. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned by the sound, glancing at Zhu Daji's father and then at Zhu Grandma. Ever since marrying Lu Yue, she had never been struck by him, though she had certainly had her share of quarrels with the villagers. However, this was the first time she found herself at a loss during a confrontation. Observing her bewilderment, Lu Yue stepped in to pull Xiao Yu away, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhu Grandma, dazed from the blow, covered her face as she looked at her husband, unable to express her anger, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, stinging the wounds on her face. She bit her teeth tightly to suppress any cries. It was unexpected that Zhu Daji's father, who appeared so simple and honest, could be so vicious in his attacks, and judging by Zhu Grandma's expression, she had likely endured many such assaults. They could hardly fathom whether Zhu Daji would treat Lu Qiao in a similar manner. Xiao Yu was the quickest to react, seizing Lu Qiao's arm and anxiously asking, "Have you ever been struck? Who would dare to lay a hand on her daughter? She would fight them to the very end." Lu Qiao shook her head. No, mother, don't worry, they wouldn't dare to hit me." Zhu Daji's treatment of her fluctuated between good and bad, but he had indeed never struck her. Otherwise, she would have long since left in disappointment. The Lu family breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu was even more determined that Lu Qiao should not linger in such a household. She instructed Lu Qiao, "Pack your things, we will leave today." The commotion had caught the attention of Zhu Daji's elder brother's family, who approached from the adjacent courtyard. His elder daughter-in-law appeared emaciated, her face pale, looking timidly at the scene, cradling a child who seemed slightly older than a toddler. She cautiously inquired, "What happened?" The atmosphere was thick with tension, and no one responded to her. Zhu Daji's elder brother turned to his father. "Father, did you hit mother again?" His father's face darkened. "I see she has been struck too infrequently. This household is in utter disarray because of her, and you." He turned to Zhu Daji. "You brainless fool, you chose your own wife, and day by day, you let your mother incite you, hoping to tame her with the methods she taught you. Look at the results. This family is doomed to fall apart because of you." Zhu Daji's father was somewhat aware of the family dynamics. He knew Zhu Daji was determined to marry Lu Qiao, but Lu Qiao had always looked down on him. He was aware they had resorted to some tactics, though he was unaware of the specifics. Little did he know that once Lu Qiao was brought into the family, Zhu Daji found her demeanor too proper and sought to assert his dominance, attempting to break her spirit and mold her to be submissive like his elder daughter-in-law. Zhu Daji, the unworthy one, had finally obtained a wife, yet he allowed himself to be swayed by his mother's opinions, treating Lu Qiao poorly, hoping to instill fear in her to ensure her unwavering loyalty. Although he was aware of these issues, he was too lazy to intervene and simply allowed them to wreak havoc, only warning them when Lu Qiao and Zhu Daji first quarreled about divorce. He never anticipated that it would lead to such a situation today. Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Qiao finally made sense of the confusion. It was no wonder Zhu Daji's treatment of her was so inconsistent. During the day, with Zhu Grandma present, his demeanor was exceedingly harsh. By night, he seemed like a different person altogether. She often found herself tormented by his duality, and to discover they had been scheming in such a manner was shocking. She glared coldly at Zhu Daji. "I want a divorce." It was utterly impossible for her to become the puppet they desired. Had it not been for the kindness he once showed her and the difficulties faced by women in this world, she would have left this household long ago. But today, she was thoroughly disillusioned, unable to even wait until after the autumn harvest. Zhu Daji was now in a panic. He merely wished for Lu Qiao to be as obedient as his sister-in-law was to his elder brother, never once considering the possibility of divorce. He pleaded with Lu Qiao, "Shower, please, I promise, I will never treat you that way again. Don't divorce me, okay? Please don't." Lu Qiao, resolute, responded, "This time, nothing you say will change my mind. I want a divorce." No. Zhu Daji, stung by her attitude, felt a rush of panic. "Have you seen how many families actually get divorced in this world? Besides, we have a child. What will happen to our little one if we divorce?" Lu Qiao replied, "The little one stays with me. Growing up in a family that favored sons over daughters, who knows what kind of person they would turn her child into?" Zhu Daji objected, "No, I do not agree to the divorce. It's not up to you to agree or disagree. At the time of your marriage, I and her father both opposed it. Yet you still did not cherish her, daring to treat her in such a way." Xiao Yu stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Zhu Daji, pulling Lu Qiao behind her. "Don't think we are easy to bully. This matter will not be so easily resolved." Zhu Daji was on the verge of tears, desperate to reach out to Lu Qiao. "Shower, please forgive me just this once, one last time, I beg you, do not divorce." Xiao Yu swiftly pushed his arm away. "Do not touch her." Zhu Daji had repeated his inconsistent pleas countless times. Each time Lu Qiao felt her spirit waning, he would adopt that pitiful demeanor, as if he could not live without her, to implore her. Lu Qiao had often softened her heart in response, but this time, her heart had grown utterly cold. Looking into Zhu Daji's eyes, she felt no affection remaining. How many times have you uttered these words? Perhaps you have forgotten yourself. This time it's true, I promise, please, shower, do you not remember? Do you not remember how I saved you? You said you would keep it in your heart. Seeing that his words had no effect this time, Zhu Daji brought up the incident of saving her, knowing that Lu Qiao was sentimental. It was precisely because of that event that he felt emboldened to treat her with such disregard. What do you mean? Xiao Yu and Lu Yue were utterly perplexed by Zhu Daji's words. Shower, what is he talking about? When did he save you? Where? What happened? Xiao Yu, nearly frantic, grabbed Lu Qiao and bombarded her with questions. Lu Tian, aware of the situation, tugged at Xiao Yu's arm. Mother, I know about that incident. It was. Xiao Yu pressed. What is it? Lu Tian continued. It was when sister fell into the river while washing clothes, and Zhu Daji saved her, which is why that sy sister married him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a pang in her heart. Shower. How could you be so foolish? Even if he saved your life, there is no need for you to repay it with your own life. You should have spoken to your father and me. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, I would find a way to repay his kindness. There was no need for you to sacrifice yourself. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Yu felt her heart breaking. They had often wondered why Lu Qiao had been so resolute in marrying Zhu Daji at that time. Finally unable to contain her sorrow, Lu Qiao cried out, I thought, since I had to marry anyway, they would lead a peaceful life. I truly wanted to live well. I have clearly tried my best. Chapter 86 Feeding the pigs without feeding you. Lu Qiao clung to Xiao Yu, her face streaked with tear stains. Xiao Yu, filled with compassion, held her eldest daughter close, gently patting her back, unable to suppress her own tears, her voice choked with emotion. My daughter, you have suffered. I know. Her heart ached unbearably. How could her eldest daughter have endured such humiliation? It pained her to imagine the tribulations Lu Qiao had faced over the years. Lu Tian, with her nose already reddened, stepped forward to embrace them both as sister. She regretted not having confided in their parents about that incident, not having prevented her sister from marrying Zhu Daji. The three women wept together, and Lu Yue's eyes glistened with tears as he witnessed his eldest daughter in distress, nestled in his wife's embrace. It was one thing not to know, but upon discovering the truth, Xiao Yu could not allow Lu Qiao to remain with the Zhu family. She instructed Lu Tian to assist Lu Qiao in gathering her belongings. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Lu Yue stayed behind to negotiate with the Zhu family. Zhu Daji attempted to intervene but was directly blocked by Lu Yue. Frantic, Zhu Daji exclaimed, Father-in-law, please step aside. Are you truly going to let us part ways? They say it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a marriage. How can you act like this? Xiao Yu, hands on her hips, retorted, nonsense. I only regret not having been more resolute in ensuring my daughter divorced you sooner. As the others hastily packed, Zhu Daji's anxiety escalated. Ignoring Lu Yue and Xiao Yu, he attempted to push past them but was halted by Zhu Eipa, who grasped his arm. Daji, let them go. I don't believe they dare to leave you. Zhu Eipa was convinced Lu Qiao would never divorce her son, oblivious to the current state of affairs. Daring to stir trouble meant inviting ridicule upon themselves. Moreover, a woman who was unwilling to bear children for the Zhu family should not expect to remain in their good graces. Daughter, I don't want this. You promised me that if I followed your instructions, Shower would remain devoted to me. I don't want her to leave. I refuse. Zhu Daji grasped Zhu Eipa's arm anxiously, almost shaking her apart. The old woman, with bruises from Xiao Yu's earlier intervention and her hair disheveled, looked like a madwoman. Dazed and staggered, she shouted at her eldest daughter-in-law, who stood frozen with their child. Why are you just standing there? Come help me. Startled, the daughter-in-law trembled and timidly set down the child to assist Zhu Eipa. Mother, please sit down. Zhu Eipa, seeking someone to unleash her fury upon, bellowed, You dimwit. I am thirsty. Why haven't you brought me water? Are you a blockhead? The daughter-in-law lowered her gaze. I'll get it right away. She appeared entirely submissive. Observing this scene, Lu Yue and Xiao Yu felt a surge of anger. Clearly, Zhu Eipa and her daughter wished to mold Shower into the image of the eldest daughter-in-law, a delusion beyond comprehension. Once Lu Qiao and Lu Tian finished packing, Lu Yue lifted the large bundles, addressing Xiao Yu and the others. Let us go. Zhu Daji rushed to grab Lu Qiao. Don't go, Shower. Please, I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you for another chance. Lu Qiao regarded him with indifference. We will discuss the divorce later. From now on, we part ways. After all these years, I have repaid your kindness in saving me. Zhu Daji protested. I do not agree. I will not divorce. It is not happening.
Xiao Yu forcefully swatted Zhu Daji's arm aside. Your agreement is irrelevant. With that, she took Lu Qiao by the hand. Let us go home. Lu Yue had already brought over the mule cart, assisting the third mistress and the child onto it, ready to depart when suddenly Lu Qiao called out, wait a moment. Zhu Daji, hopeful that Lu Qiao had changed her mind, hurried over each hour. You're not leaving, are you? You've forgiven me, Haven Tu? Lu Qiao cast him a cold glance. Bypassing him and entering the main room, she approached the now cold dishes prepared earlier and carried them straight to the pig pen, dumping them into the trough. Zhuepa, witnessing this, nearly lost her mind. What are you doing? Have you lost your sanity? Oh my heavens! The sight of the meat was almost too much for her to bear. Lu Qiao, amused by Zhuepa's desperate expression, remarked lightly, this food was brought by my family. If they want to eat it, you shan't either. You. Zhuepa was so incensed by Lu Qiao's demeanor that her eyes rolled back in fury, pointing at her while struggling to find words. Lu Qiao ignored her and walked out the door as Zhuepa, in utter despair, screamed ah! Her husband nearly lunged at her, glaring fiercely, you old hag, this mess is all you're doing. Don't you dare shout, get back to the kitchen and make me something to eat. Zhu Daji tugged at Zhuepa. Mother, what do we do? Xiao really wants to divorce me. What should we do? Zhuepa, overwhelmed and dizzy, finally collapsed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Mother! Mother! Meanwhile, the Lu family hurried back to Qingxi village in the mule cart, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Lu Tian cradled the child, casting silent glances at her mother and sister. Xiao Yu, unusually stern, glared at Lu Tian. Since you knew, why didn't you tell your mother? She still remembered Zhu Daji's previous act of saving. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Tian replied, I'm sorry, mother. Lu Qiao quickly interjected, Mother, don't blame my sister, it was I who forbade them from speaking. Them? Xiao Yu's eyes widened. Who else knows? Who else is aware? Eldest brother, he knows too. Lu Tian lowered her head. Lu Cheng. Xiao Yu ground her teeth, incensed. Had Lu Cheng been present, she would have given him a piece of her mind. Lu Qiao, filled with guilt, pleaded, Mother, don't blame them, it's my fault, my own issue. If blame were to be assigned, it should rest solely upon her own shoulders for having allowed her heart to be ensnared. Sighing heavily, Xiao Yu enveloped Lu Qiao in her arms. Do not cry, I would never blame you, how could I? She was too pained to even consider blaming her daughter, only lamenting that she had not taken a firmer stance earlier to remove Lu Qiao from such circumstances. Upon their return to Qingxi village, Suan and Su Chengkai had already finished their midday meal. Suan was busy repairing the roof of the Lu family kitchen and looked puzzled at the swift return of the women. As Lu Yue approached, carrying the large bundles, Suan noticed the redness in their eyes, particularly that of his young wife, whose nose was bright red. Chapter 87 Tonight's Chicken Feast. Suan set down his belongings and suddenly pulled his little wife close. What's wrong? Lu Tian, with a red nose, gazed at him, her lips quivering as if about to cry. Suan. A surge of alarm gripped Suan. He grasped Lu Tian's hands and scrutinized her closely. What happened? Don't cry. Words failed to convey the depth of her distress. Lu Tian shook her head at Suan. Upon learning that the group of women had yet to have their luncheon, Suan swiftly ushered Lu Tian into the kitchen with him. Time was of the essence, so he promptly boiled a large pot of water, prepared the flour, and set about cooking noodles. As he ignited the fire, he instructed Lu Tian to sit and watch, simultaneously kneading the dough while observing her. Tianer, what troubles you? After visiting the Zhu family, the somber expressions of the women upon their return spoke volumes. It was evident that something untoward had transpired. The flames in the stove cast a warm glow on Lu Tian's face, her eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. My sister intends to divorce Zhu Daji. Suan paused, having only encountered Zhu Daji a couple of times. He felt it was inappropriate to comment on others' affairs. However, judging by Zhu Daji's demeanor towards Lu Qiao, it was clear he was no good. Lu Tian quietly recounted the events that unfolded at the Zhu household, her tears flowing anew as she lamented, I deeply regret it. Had I known, I should have informed my parents. They would never have consented to my sister marrying for the sake of gratitude. Just as she had, they would not have wed her to Suan for the sake of Lu Yue's kindness. Suan's heart ached at her tears. After washing his hands, he embraced Lu Tian, gently patting her back. It is not your fault. Lu Qiao was a resolute individual. Once she made her decision, even if Xiao Yu and Lu Yue were aware, they would be powerless to intervene. They had already objected to her marriage, yet she had gone through with it at this juncture. It was not about assigning blame but rather about minimizing losses. The noodles cooked swiftly, yet none had much appetite, each struggling to swallow the noodles in their bowls.
Lu Tian inquired why Lu Qiao had returned after just leaving. Liu Qiao suddenly recalled the expression on the old matriarch's face when she had dumped the meat, her lips curling slightly. Oh, I went and threw all the dishes we prepared into the pig trough. If we aren't eating, they certainly shouldn't get the chance. Really? Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Exactly, let us not give that old woman an advantage. Xiao Yu imagined the old lady's furious expression, and her mood lightened considerably. My daughter, indeed. Observing the lack of movement in their bowls, she urged, everyone, eat up. Don't let such people ruin your appetite. We have finally distanced ourselves from that family. From now on, let us focus on living well, free from the disdainful faces of that clan. This is something to celebrate. Lu Yue nodded, indeed. To celebrate Xiao and the little one's return, I shall catch a chicken for dinner this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu licked her lips. They only had 3 laying hens left, and after having killed one last time, there would only be 2 remaining. Perhaps it would be wise to purchase a few chicks to raise. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Yu declared, let us kill 2, we shall feast tonight. Lu Yue, that there really was no need to kill 2. In the evening, as Lu Chang returned, he spotted the little one from afar and excitedly rushed over to embrace him. Noticing the chicken feathers by the yard, he shouted into the house, Mother, are we having chicken again? Xiao Yu had eagerly awaited his return. Her 2 daughters were not to be trifled with, but she showed no mercy to her son. She called out, Lu Chang, come inside. Lu Tian desperately blinked at Lu Chang, but he was so fixated on the chicken that he didn't notice, assuming that Xiao Yu had saved him some meat, and dashed inside. No sooner had he entered than his cries echoed through the house. Ah, mother, mother! Stop hitting me, ah! My ears are going to be twisted off, ah, mother, please stop. Lu Chang's cries reverberated, and the others in the yard exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. After a considerable time, the commotion inside showed no signs of abating. Lu Tian nudged Suan's arm, perhaps you should check inside? Suan, that he rubbed his nose, listening to Xiao Yu's voice booming like a lion, and felt a twinge of trepidation about entering. When dinner time arrived, Lu Chang finally learned of the day's events. As he braced himself for Xiao Yu's fierce reprimand, he could only shield his head. As the elder brother, he accepted his share of the blame for not stopping Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao and Lu Tian were deeply concerned. Seeing Lu Chang's ears swollen from the twisting, they took turns feeding him chicken. In response to the mention of killing 2 chickens, Xiao Yu indeed had 2 killed, placing 1 pot of stewed chicken and another of roasted chicken on the table, both enticingly delicious. Observing her daughter's actions, Xiao Yu intercepted the chicken leg Lu Tian was about to place in Lu Chang's bowl. Give him the chicken neck. She then placed the chicken leg into Su Chengcai's bowl. Su Chengcai stared blankly at the chicken leg in his bowl, and under Xiao Yu's watchful gaze, he dared not return it. Lu Cheng eagerly offered a chicken leg to Xiao Yu. Mother, thank you for sparing my face from your wrath. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to show his face tomorrow. Xiao Yu chuckled at his words, glaring half-heartedly, serves you right. Lu Chang, with a sheepish grin, replied, yes, I deserve it. He turned to Lu Qiao, Xiaoer, you and the little one can settle in comfortably at home. From now on, if you wish to marry, you may. If you choose not to, that is fine too. I will take care of you. While he favored Lu Tian, he genuinely cared for Lu Qiao as well. The guilt of having allowed Lu Qiao to endure suffering for several years weighed heavily on him. Lu Qiao teased him, if you take care of us, won't you be left without a wife? Lu Chang replied, if I don't marry, then I won't. Anyway, His words were cut short by Xiao Yu's fierce glare, and seeing her chopsticks poised to strike him, he quickly begged for mercy. I will marry. I will marry, I promise I will. I want to give you a plump grandchild. When Xiao Yu finally lowered her chopsticks, Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. By the way, I have some good news for you. From today onward, I have officially been promoted to a teacher at the academy. From now on, my monthly salary will increase to 2 taels of silver. What did you say? How much silver? 2 taels. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth nearly agape enough to fit an egg. While she was aware that a teacher's salary would be significantly higher, she never imagined it would amount to 2 taels. For the wealthy families in town, it might not seem like much, but for them, who could barely scrape together a tael in a year, this was an astronomical sum. That meant it could total 24 taels in a year. Goodness, Lu Chang continued. Interestingly enough, Wang's incompetent son was beaten up yesterday, and it seems someone was rather harsh. He is reportedly bedridden for over a month. The situation escalated quite a bit, and it turned out to be due to him harassing a young lady. Wang, feeling that he could not even educate his son properly, voluntarily resigned, and I was then asked to take his place. Lu Tian and Suan exchanged silent glances.
It couldn't be that coincidental. Yesterday, Suan had indeed beaten up that very son of Wang's. Chapter 88. There is no need to be so realistic. The few individuals at the table were astonished by the considerable monthly stipend that Lu Chang would receive in the future, oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Lu Tian and Suan. Xiao Yu remarked, "Is Mr. Wang truly willing to part with such a generous monthly sum and resign?"
The gentleman surnamed Wang was not Lu Cheng's teacher, yet he held a notable reputation in the academy, primarily due to his son, who had caused no small amount of trouble. Some families had been silenced with money, while others, with more fortitude, had brought their grievances to the academy. Recently, there had been quite a commotion, leaving Mr. Wang in a state of distress, vowing to educate his son properly and confining him at home. Yet, it was not long before further trouble arose, culminating in a severe beating. Lu Cheng explained, "Mr. Wang's family is engaged in business and is quite affluent in the town. This mere monthly stipend is insignificant to him. It is solely his passion for nurturing talent that leads him to teach at our academy."
Xiao Yu sighed. How can such a commendable person produce such a son?
Lu Chang shook his head. He must have been spoiled rotten by his affluent upbringing.
Mr. Wang is genuinely a good man. It is a pity.
Regardless, Lu Cheng's promotion to a teacher was certainly a positive development, and with such a substantial increase in his salary, Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Her attitude towards Lu Cheng transformed dramatically as she playfully placed a chicken leg into his bowl and took the chicken neck for herself, declaring, "You eat the chicken leg, I shall have the neck." Lu Cheng could only sigh in silence. There was no need to be so pragmatic. The gloomy atmosphere of the day was somewhat alleviated by the news Lu Cheng brought back that he revealed a portion of his earnings, which he had not divided since he had not yet married, typically allocating a significant share to Xiao Yu for household expenses. He handed some money to Xiao Yu and took out a portion for Lu Qiao, saying, "Shower, take this money. If it's insufficient, just inform your elder brother." Naturally, Lu Qiao could not accept Lu Cheng's money. It was clear that once Lu Cheng married, no one would want to live with a divorced sister-in-law, especially if her husband's earnings were being used to support her and her niece. The Shu family's finances were firmly in her grasp, and over the years she had saved a bit. Initially, she had planned to take a portion of the grain and money after the autumn harvest, return to Qingxi village, purchase a couple of plots of land from others, and build a small house next to the Lu family. However, after this ordeal, she had abandoned any thoughts of remarrying and intended to rely solely on her little bundle of joy, believing that a modest shelter would suffice to shield them from the elements. She was confident in her ability to raise the child alone. Upon learning of her intentions, Lu Cheng's expression darkened slightly. "What are you talking about? Setting aside whether I will marry in the future, even if I do, I will be the one to move out and establish a separate household. This house belongs to our parents, and it will always be our home, yours, mine, and Tiana's. It is only right for anyone to reside here. This is your home. Do you truly believe I would be the sort to deprive you of a home for my own benefit? As for money, I have yet to marry. Since we are not separated, my earnings are available for your use. Rest assured, if I do marry in the future, I will prioritize my wife and her family, but for now, you are my closest kin, and my earnings are at your disposal." Lu Cheng insisted firmly, pressing the money into Lu Qiao's hands, before pulling out some more for Lu Tian, saying, "Here, a little pocket money from your elder brother." Both Lu Tian and Lu Qiao were taken aback by Lu Cheng's generosity, with Lu Qiao clutching the money tightly, her fingers turning pale from the grip. Xiao Yu watched Lu Cheng with a heart full of appreciation, relieved that his education had not been in vain. She took Lu Qiao's money-clutching hand in hers, saying, "Indeed, he is your elder brother. Accept what he gives you. You have no idea how much he relied on you during his studies while you took on so many household chores. Remember all those meals you prepared for him and the clothes you washed? You re-entitled to this money, use it without worry." As Xiao Yu gazed at her three children, her heart swelled with a bittersweet mix of emotions, pride and tenderness for her obedient and understanding children. Lu Tian, wiping away her tears, feigned reluctance, saying, "Mother, I feel embarrassed to accept it. I've never cooked or washed for elder brother." Xiao Yu playfully scolded Lu Tian, "Oh, you little rascal, taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. Yes, you are our precious darling, and we are more than willing to indulge you." Lu Tian then nestled into Xiao Yu's embrace, sweetly cooing. Mother Lu Yue wiped the corner of his eye, exclaiming, "Double happiness. Today we slaughtered 2 chickens, and it seems we did well." "Ah, indeed, let us eat. Tonight, we feast on chicken. Let us eat our fill." Once Lu Tian returned to her seat, Suan discreetly wiped her eyes and nose, whispering, "Little crybaby." Lu Tian, still sniffling, shot an indignant glare at Suan. Rolled his eyes and offered her a chicken wing, saying, "Here, eat." Lu Tian bit into the chicken wing with mock ferocity, casting a longing gaze at Suan, making it clear whom she had in mind while biting into the wing. Originally, they had planned to visit the county the next day, but now Lu Tian was reluctant to go, sensing Lu Qiao's sour mood and wishing to keep her company.
Xiao Yu suggested, "What if Qiao and the little one join us? It would be a nice distraction." Lu Tian agreed, thinking it would be delightful to bring her sister along for some fun.
Lu Qiao instinctively wanted to decline, knowing that a trip to the county would incur significant expenses. At that moment, Lu Chang, who was engaged in a battle with the chicken leg, looked up and declared, "Let us go.
I will join as well."
He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, adding, "Now that I've been promoted, I might not be able to return daily. I plan to rent a room in town as the academy has granted me a few days off before I officially take up my post."
Lu Tian was the most excited of all, exclaiming, "Great! Wonderful!" Suan turned to Qiao Yu and Lu Yue, suggesting, "Wouldn't it be nice for you, my esteemed in-laws, to join us for a leisurely stroll?"
Qiao Yu and Lu Yue shook their heads vigorously, having never ventured beyond the town in their lives. "You all should go.
Enjoy yourselves and take your time."
With the encouragement of Lu Tian and Lu Chang, Lu Qiao reluctantly agreed. They all decided to set off the following morning after breakfast. After dinner, Suan asked Lu Tian, "Would you like to stay at home tonight?" The house had no spare rooms. While Lu Tian's bed was large, it would still be a bit cramped for the four of them. Lu Tian shook her head. "No, there is enough room. In the past, the three of us would snuggle together under one blanket, and with the addition of the little one, it should be even cozier."
Suan thought, "Is sleeping with me not comfortable then?" Chapter 89. To Lu Tian, Suan was more important than his own life.
Early the next morning, Suan arrived at Qingxi village. Upon seeing him cradling a hen in his arms, Lu Tian stifled a laugh. It was rather peculiar to see such a large man holding a hen. Suan gently tapped her hand and handed the chicken to Qiao Yu, saying, "Mother-in-law, this hen is for you. You can either keep it or prepare it for a meal." Qiao Yu chuckled cheerfully, "I'll take care of it for you.
When you return, you can take it back."
Suan replied, "No need. When we come back, I'll buy a few chicks to raise. You can handle this one, or keep it for eggs.
The little one needs to eat."
Originally, Qiao Yu had planned to go to town today to buy some eggs, but after the enjoyable experience of slaughtering chickens yesterday, she had completely forgotten about the little one needing eggs. Raising chicks takes time, so having this hen would indeed alleviate the immediate need. For quite some time now, Qiao Yu had stopped being overly polite with Suan. She smiled and said, "All right then, I will shamelessly accept it. You all enjoy your time in the county, and do take care, especially be sure not to get separated. Rest assured about the home front, we will take good care of your father," Suan assured, expressing his gratitude for the hospitality Su Chengkai had received during his stay at the Lu family. Qiao Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, there is no need for thanks. Your father has been helping your father-in-law every day recently. Your father-in-law's work has been progressing swiftly. Just the other day, he sold 6-1. I wanted to share it with your father, but he refused, saying we are the ones benefiting." Suan smiled, knowing that Su Chengkai had been living with them for quite some time. They had taken great care of him, and simply the food they provided was more than enough. There was no way they were exploiting him. Aware that the Lu family were truly good-hearted people, Suan silently vowed to repay their kindness in the future. After breakfast, the group gathered their belongings and prepared to set off. Suan instructed Su Chengkai, "We will be back in a few days, and upon our return, we will take you home." Su Chengkai replied, "You all must ensure your safety, especially the young ladies. You must protect them and ensure they do not get separated." This sentiment was echoed by both Qiao Yu and Lu Yue. Aside from Lu Chang, none of the children had traveled such a distance before, and while they claimed not to worry, their anxiety was quelled somewhat by Suan's presence.
"I understand," Suan reassured them.
Su Chengkai's lips moved as he spoke, but seeing that the Lu family members were not paying attention, he confided in Suan, "If the wheelchair is too expensive, don't buy it. Your father has been paralyzed for so long that he has grown accustomed to either using it or not. Just make sure to enjoy your time with Lu Tian. It was only during a conversation with your father-in-law that I learned of the day you had your accident."
The scene of Lu Tian rushing over is still vivid in his mind. Do you know how long it took Lu Tian to run that path? Less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Can you imagine how Lu Tian, with her fragile frame, managed to traverse the distance in under the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? One can only fathom the speed with which she must have run. As Su Chengkai spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, and fearing he might be noticed, he quickly wiped them away. "And she followed into the mountains to rescue you. Every moment that your father-in-law recounted was filled with emotion. That day, she pleaded with others for help for a long time. In desperation, she disregarded my objections and dashed out. When she returned with your father-in-law and her brother, I almost didn't recognize her." Su Chengkai's voice grew solemn. "You must treat Lu Tian well, do you understand? You must compensate her properly.
You can never repay her enough. Suan stood rigidly before Su Chengkai, recalling the events of that day. Lu Tian had only shared a vague account with him, but she had not mentioned how humbly she had begged others for help or the frantic urgency that propelled her to run to Qingxi village to seek out Lu Yue and Lu Cheng to rescue him. Less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Suan could not fathom how the lazy and delicate Lu Tian could have sprinted the distance in such a short time, nor could he comprehend the determination that propelled her to follow Lu Yue and Lu Cheng up the mountain to find him. His fists clenched tightly, as if an overwhelming and unstoppable tide surged within him, refusing to subside, and he felt a hint of moisture in his usually steely gaze. Su Chengkai longed to pat his son on the shoulder, but sitting on the stool, he was unable to reach him. He sighed, "Go now, they are ready." Suan crouched down, his throat tight. "Father, don't worry." To Lu Tian, she was more important than his own life. Meanwhile, the others finished their preparations and bid farewell to Qiao Yu and Lu Yue. Once again, they exchanged similar words of parting. Lu Cheng teased them, "I've gone out so many times, how come you've never worried about me like this?" Qiao Yu replied, "It's not the same." This time, not only were there 3 precious children, but there was also the little one to consider. She specifically instructed Lu Cheng, "Remember, you must take care of your 2 sisters and the little one." Lu Cheng playfully promised, "I guarantee I will fulfill Mother's request." Xiao Yu laughed, playfully smacking his arm, "You're already a husband, yet still so unruly. As long as one walks, no matter how far the journey, parting is inevitable." The group settled into the mule cart, and from a distance, they could still see Qiao Yu and the others watching their figures fade away. The county was over 100 miles from Qingxi village, and the mule cart was not as swift as riding a single mule. With a party of 5, the journey would take even longer, requiring more than 2 hours to traverse the road ahead. Along the way, they stopped at a tea stall to rest. Lu Cheng hopped down from the cart, stretched his limbs, and took the little one in his arms before helping Lu Qiao down. For Lu Tian, it was even easier. Suan grasped her waist with both hands and effortlessly lifted her down. Lu Qiao and Lu Cheng exchanged glances for a moment before heading off to find a suitable spot to sit. Suan helped Lu Tian adjust her clothing, asking, "Are you tired?" Lu Tian shook her head, "Not tired." She had never traveled such a distance before and had spent the journey admiring the scenery around them. "How much longer until we reach the county?" Suan estimated, "Probably about an hour." Lu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, while Lu Qiao and Lu Cheng had already found seats and were waiting for Suan to secure the mule before joining them. Once seated, Lu Qiao nudged Lu Tian's arm with a teasing grin. "What were the 2 of you discussing?" Lu Tian dismissed her question, "I just asked how much longer it would be." Right. Lu Qiao thought back to how Suan had effortlessly lifted her younger sister from the cart, leaning in to whisper in Lu Tian's ear, "Do you think that at night, he could also just pick you up like that?" As she spoke, Lu Qiao made a few suggestive gestures with her hands, leaving her meaning unspoken. Lu Tian glared at her in embarrassment and anger. "Sister." In response, she lunged to tickle her sister. Lu Qiao, who was most ticklish, jumped up to escape, but in her haste, she stumbled. "Be careful." Lu Qiao instinctively closed her eyes, expecting to hit the ground, but when she slowly opened them, she found herself in the embrace of a handsome young man, his features gentle and warm. "Are you all right?" Chapter 90. How is it? Have you taken a liking to her? The warmth of the man's hand resting on her shoulder seeped through the thin fabric, causing Lu Qiao to suddenly stand upright, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Tian had deliberately chosen this occasion for her to wear the new dress she had purchased for her. The emerald green attire accentuated her complexion, rendering it flawless and delicate, while the sudden blush on her face made her appear as a charming young girl, completely oblivious to the fact that she was a mother. Lu Qiao adjusted her dress and shyly expressed her gratitude to the man who assisted her, saying, "It's nothing, thank you, sir." Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qiao's rosy visage, only snapping back to reality when his sister nudged him in the arm, prompting him to clear his throat and reply, "My lady, there's no need for such formality. I am glad you are well." It had been quite some time since Lu Qiao had been addressed as my lady by a man, and her already flushed cheeks grew warmer. After nodding again in acknowledgement, she returned to her seat. With a hint of concern, Lu Tian bit her lip and asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Lu Qiao shook her head and noticed the man who had just helped her sitting at another tea stall with a woman. Lu Cheng glanced at the pair, remarking, "That man certainly reacted swiftly." He had also stood up to assist Lu Qiao, but the man had preempted him, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lu Qiao took the little one from Lu Cheng and scolded him, "Stop talking." Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and Jiang Shiyao settled down, and Jiang Shiyao, noticing her brother's discreet glances towards the direction of the couple, teased, "What, have you taken a liking to her?" After the teapot was served and the shopkeeper departed, Jiang Yi cast a disapproving look at his sister, saying, "Do not speak so recklessly." Jiang Shiyao pouted, turning her back to Lu Tian's table. After pondering for a moment, she turned back to steal another glance, only to find herself captivated by another man's face rather than the woman who had caused her brother to lose his composure. She hesitated for a moment, inhaling sharply, her racing heart causing her brow to furrow slightly. Before Jiang Yi could notice, she nonchalantly shifted her gaze elsewhere. The group had brought along some pancakes, which Qiao Yu had made early in the morning, even gathering wild onions, hoping to alleviate their hunger on the journey. Suan retrieved the now cold pancakes, still fragrant with a hint of onion, which paired well with the tea. Seeing that Lu Tian finished her pancake in no time, Suan smiled at her. "Are you hungry?" It was indeed time for lunch, and noticing the little one was disinterested in the pancake, Lu Tian offered her some jerky instead, saying, "Eat this." The little one had already begun to mimic speech, and Lu Qiao encouraged her, "Say thank you to your aunt." "Thank you, auntie," the little one chimed in a sweet, sticky voice. Adorably, Lu Tian planted a kiss on her little face, exclaiming, "You're so wonderful." The little one, slightly bewildered by the kiss, looked up at her mother, who smiled and said, "Your aunt is praising you." Struggling with the jerky, the little one's attention shifted to the candied fruit. She handed the jerky to Lu Qiao, saying, "Mother, eat." After Lu Qiao took it and ate, the little one gazed longingly at the remaining candied fruit, even swallowing hard. The others at the table couldn't help but chuckle, and Lu Tian handed the candied fruit back to the little one, who solemnly declared, "Thank you, auntie." Utterly adorable. The little one's cuteness drew Jiang Yi's attention. Zhang Shiyao secretly remarked to him, "Did you not hear what that little girl called her?" Jiang Yi's smile faltered, and after finishing the remaining tea in his cup, he stood up, saying, "Let us go." As he paid the shopkeeper, he glanced at the neighboring table. After ensuring their horses were well tied, the two mounted simultaneously, calling out "Giddy up," in unison, and the horses galloped off. Liu Chang, drawn by the commotion, looked over and muttered, "Ah, they must be from a wealthy family, both riding horses." The price of horses was not insignificant, and any family owning them must possess some wealth. By the time Lu Qiao looked up, the two horses had vanished from sight. After the group had their fill and rested for a while, they prepared to continue their journey. When Suan went to settle the bill, he was informed that the gentleman from earlier had already taken care of it, causing him to furrow his brow. The others were almost ready to board the mule cart when Suan approached, saying, "The tea cost was covered by that man." "Oh?" The group was taken aback. They were not acquainted, and while the tea wasn't expensive, it was unusual for someone they did not know to pay for them. The man had long since disappeared, and there was nothing more to be done. They resumed their journey. By the time they arrived at the county, it was nearing noon. They intended to find an inn to settle the mule cart. Although Qingshui County was not large, it boasted a considerable population, with its bustling streets outshining those of the town. Various shops, restaurants, and a dazzling array of goods overwhelmed the traveler's senses. The streets were crowded, and Lu Qiao held the little one tightly, while Lu Tian followed closely behind her, with Suan's gaze fixed intently on his young wife. Only Lu Chang was surveying the surroundings, having visited the county twice, albeit 2 years prior. He was keenly observing the changes. The streets were lined with numerous inns and hotels, but the grand establishments were beyond their means, leaving them to seek out more modest accommodations. After a short search, they finally located a suitable inn, and upon entering, the waiter greeted them warmly. "Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging?" Suan replied, 3 rooms for 2 people. "Certainly. Please follow me." Lu Tian tugged at Suan's sleeve, saying, 2 rooms will suffice. I will stay with my sister and the little one, while you and elder brother can share. Suan replied. "You won't stay with me?" Lu Tian explained, "I worry my sister might be frightened alone with the little one. I will keep her company, and we can save on 1 room. Suan turned to the waiter, changing his order to 2 rooms for 2 people. "Of course. 2 rooms for 2. Just as the waiter was about to lead them, 2 more individuals entered, clearly from a wealthy family. His eyes brightened, and he grinned widely, welcoming them. "Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Jiang Yi halted momentarily, declaring, 2 rooms for 4 people. "Of course. 2 rooms for 4 people." The waiter bellowed, his voice booming. The others in the room paused slightly at the sight of the 2. Fate truly is an intriguing twist. As the waiter escorted Jiang Yi and Zhang Shiyao to their designated rooms, he also beckoned to Lu Tian and her group, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me to your 2 rooms." In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the group was settled in. Lu Qiao and Lu Tian had never stayed in an inn before, and as they unpacked their belongings, they surveyed their surroundings. The room appeared quite ordinary, perhaps even smaller than their own rooms at home. Chapter 91 of The Stolen Purse. However, its contents were quite complete. In the center, there was a small table. Liu Qiao placed the little dumpling on the bed, asking, "Are you tired, little dumpling?" The little dumpling gazed around the unfamiliar surroundings with wide eyes, responding, "Mother is not tired."
Lu Chao chuckled softly. You should say, Mother, I am not tired.
Upon hearing this, the little dumpling sweetly repeated, Mother, I am not tired.
Both Lu Tian and Lu Chao could not help but laugh at the adorable sight of the obedient, soft little dumpling.
Over the years, Lu Chao had never regretted giving birth to this little one. During countless trying times, it was this cherubic face that had softened her heart. After sitting in the mule cart for an extended period, everyone felt weary and decided to rest for a while before having dinner and then exploring. The little dumpling had already drifted into a sweet slumber. After lying down, Lu Tian hugged Lu Chao, exclaiming, It's so much more comfortable when you hold me, sister.
Are you sure? Shouldn't it be even more comfortable to be held by Suan, with all those muscles? Lu Chao teased.
Oh, sister. Meanwhile, Lu Chang and Suan exchanged glances. Although the bed was reasonably spacious, with two grown men lying on it, especially with the notably large Suan, they would surely need to cling to one another to avoid falling off. Lu Chang glanced at the bed, then at Suan, whose length was comparable to that of the bed, and promptly decided, I'll go book another room. It was clear that the two of them could not share this bed. Suan gathered his belongings, saying, You sleep, I'll go book it. Lu Chang, seeing this, did not hesitate, removing his shoes and lying down, all right. The inn had several rooms available, and when the attendant inquired about their needs, Suan glanced at the room Lu Tian was occupying, asking, Is there anyone in that room next door? The attendant replied, No one, sir. Please follow me. As they ascended the stairs, Suan encountered Jiang Yi and Jiang Shiyao, who were preparing to leave. As they descended the stairs, they collided with Suan. He remained still, while the innkeeper continued speaking to Suan, Sir, I must inform you that one of the legs of the table in the room you reserved is a bit wobbly, please bear with it.
If it's unacceptable, I can arrange a different room. Suan replied, It's fine.
He turned to gaze at the retreating figures of the two who had just descended, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Once outside, Jiang Shiyao furrowed her brows. Did they book 3 rooms?
Jiang Yi cast her a sidelong glance. Don't tell me you're not curious.
Just moments before, when she heard they were reserving 2 rooms, she had noticed her brother's brow furrow slightly. Though it was fleeting, it was significant to her, as she had never seen him react that way. Jiang Shiyao reasoned, the stout man clearly seems to be with the beautiful woman. Why is he staying in a separate room? Could they not be married yet?
Jiang Yi retorted, You're prying too much.
Ignoring his words, Jiang Shiyao continued, It seems the other two must be a couple. And to be honest, that little dumpling bears a striking resemblance to that man. It's often him who carries her.
Jiang Yi warned, If you keep this up, don't bother accompanying me next time.
Jiang Shiyao stuck out her tongue at Jiang Yi's back. He turned around, his expression devoid of emotion yet somehow sending a shiver down Jiang Shiyao's spine as he spoke coolly, Aren't you coming?
I'm coming.
As dusk began to settle, Lu Chao and Lu Tian, having rested sufficiently, took the little dumpling to knock on their door. After a while without a response, they exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Chao, holding the little dumpling, mused, Could they have gone out? It seemed unlikely, as Suan would certainly inform her if he stepped out.
Lu Tian shook her head, I doubt it.
Meanwhile, Suan, hearing the commotion, opened the door and was met with the wide-eyed stares of Lu Chao and Lu Tian, who had knocked on the wrong door.
Suan approached them, puzzled. What's the matter, is elder brother not here? Lu Tian exclaimed, Ah?
Suan explained that he had booked another room, having feared they might already be asleep and thus had not informed them. It was evident that Lu Chang had ventured out, and with nightfall approaching, it was nearly dinner time. He should be returning shortly. The inn's lobby offered dining, and the group decided to wait there for Lu Chang. The establishment was already bustling with patrons, and they found a corner table. The nearby window overlooked the street, allowing them to glimpse the lively thoroughfare outside. Across the street, a shop sold rouge and powder, and occasionally, elegantly dressed women emerged from the establishment. Lu Tian watched with curiosity. Both she and Lu Chao had never purchased such items, having only occasionally bought a small box of scented balm during winter to protect their hands and faces from frostbite.
Suan observed her interest, asking, Shall we take a look?
Though her complexion was lovely without any adornments, it was likely that all women enjoyed such embellishments. Lu Tian tugged at Lu Chao's arm. Sister, let us go have a look? Lu Chao hesitated, realizing they couldn't afford such luxuries, and was also concerned about the little dumpling being frightened in a bustling environment filled with unfamiliar scents and people.
Lu Tian suggested, Let Suan hold the little dumpling for a while.
She swiftly placed the little dumpling into Suan's arms. Suddenly removed from her mother's warm embrace, the little dumpling turned to see Suan's somewhat fierce-looking face. Her lips quivered, and she burst into tears, flailing her tiny hands and feet. Mother, I want mother, wah.
Lu Tian was taken aback. quickly repositioning the little dumpling back into her warm embrace.
The little dumpling looked up at her aunt with a pitiful expression, as if questioning why Lu Tian had entrusted her to that seemingly intimidating uncle. Lu Tian chuckled helplessly, "Auntie made a mistake.
How about we go out and get some candied hawthorns?"
The little dumpling's tear-streaked face momentarily brightened at the mention of candied hawthorns, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she bit her lip. "Okay."
Just around the corner, a vendor was selling large skewers of candied hawthorns.
Lu Tian lifted the little dumpling, stating, "Let us go." Suan stood up, prepared to follow, but Lu Tian stopped him, saying, "You stay behind, the little dumpling is afraid of you." Lu Chao stifled a laugh and remarked to Suan, "You'll be fine.
Look, now she's not afraid of sharing a table with you."
Suan could only remain silent, feeling uncomforted. The vendor selling candied hawthorns was situated right across the street, and Suan could see them through the window. His gaze remained fixed on the three of them when suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he leaped out of the window. Just as Lu Tian handed the candied hawthorns to the little dumpling, she felt a jolt of panic as she reached for her purse, her hands rapidly searching her waist. It was gone. Where had her purse disappeared to? Although she had entrusted most of her money to Suan for safekeeping, she had kept some on her person just in case. Her purse had always been tied securely to her waist. How could it suddenly vanish? Her heart sank, and her hands trembled as she recalled that it contained the money Suan had worked so hard to earn, as well as the hairpin he had bought for her last time. Overwhelmed with despair, she could not help but burst into tears. Chapter 92. Capturing the thief. Suan swiftly approached, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which the thief had fled. He reassured Lu Tian, "Do not be afraid, I shall retrieve it. Stay with them and wait for me at the shop." Lu Tian grasped his arm, urging him, "Be cautious. If you cannot catch him, do not pursue.
Your safety is paramount."
"I understand," Suan replied, and with that, he dashed off in pursuit, his strides long, disappearing from sight in mere moments. Lu Tian anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, her heart racing with worry. Lu Chao attempted to coax her back to the shop, yet once there, Lu Tian's mind remained preoccupied, her eyes glued to the window. The thief who had pilfered Lu Tian's purse was a seasoned criminal, well versed in the layout of the area, adept at slipping through crowded alleyways. Suan's focus remained steadfast on the fleeing figure, but the throngs of people obstructed his path, rendering his efforts futile. As the distance between them widened, concern for those still in the shop weighed heavily on Suan's mind. With a grim determination, he reached into his chest pocket and retrieved his slingshot, a tool he had brought along for hunting. Concealed beneath the cart, the slingshot was far more convenient to wield, and as he pursued, he deftly procured a few small stones from his side. His dark eyes were fixed on the darting figure ahead. Initially, he aimed for the thief's head, but after scanning the crowded street, he shifted his target, his gaze darkening with resolve. With a swift whoosh, one of the stones struck the thief, who cried out in pain. Clutching his arm, he turned to glimpse Suan amidst the crowd, his imposing figure standing out, the slingshot poised threateningly in his grip. Fear coursed through him, and he desperately shoved his way through the throng, seeking escape. Suan, drawing back the slingshot, launched another attack. With so many people around, he could not target the thief's legs, so he aimed for his torso instead. The thief howled in agony. Though the stones were insignificant, their impact felt as if they were embedded in his flesh, a searing pain radiating through him. As the thief slowed, Suan closed the distance, seizing his clothing. Bystanders looked on in confusion. Suan spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Hand over the purse." The thief, drenched in cold sweat from the barrage of stones, curled up on the ground, wailing, "What purse? I do not understand what you are saying." Suan pressed, "The purse you just stole." The thief, appearing no older than 17 or 18, glared at Suan defiantly, despite his pain. "You are talking nonsense. Who saw me steal? I warn you, if you dare accuse me, I will report you." The crowd murmured, pointing, and speculating. In no time, a throng had gathered around them. Suan was certain he had not erred. It was indeed the thief who had taken Lu Tian's purse. Amidst the chaos, his dark eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the thief's audacious demeanor, realizing he must have accomplices who had already helped him dispose of the stolen goods. Suan recalled the contents of Lu Tian's purse. Besides a modest sum of silver for self-defense, there was also the precious hairpin he had gifted her, which she had been reluctant to wear on the way, fearing its loss until reaching the county. The thief, emboldened, shouted at Suan, "Do not think I fear you just because you are strong. Search me if you dare. If you find the purse, I will let you sit on my head. If not, do not blame me for being rude." The onlookers continued to chatter among themselves. "What does this mean? Are we catching a thief? From his appearance, he seems innocent. He has even invited a search. You cannot deny it. This man is quite imposing. He must be bullying the lad. Indeed, this boy looks barely older than 17 or 18. Look at the state he has been reduced to. Sir, on what grounds do you accuse him of theft? Do you have any evidence?" Right, you must have proof to justify such an assault. The thief, seizing the moment, feigned innocence. This is an injustice, he is bullying me, look how brutally he has struck me. Not only have I been beaten, but my fine garment is now torn. Alas, look at this man, he is so large, yet he picks on a mere boy, you should make him compensate for your torn clothing. Indeed, do not worry. We are many, he would not dare. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Suan, as if he had committed some heinous act. Suan maintained a stoic expression, fists clenched. The silver was of little consequence, but the hairpin was non-negotiable. In a nearby tavern, Jiang Yi was engaged in conversation when Jiang Shiyao called his attention to the street below. Suan's stature was conspicuous among the crowd, easily discernible without searching. Jiang Shiyao remarked, "That is the man who accompanied them." The commotion below was too loud to discern the specifics. Jiang Yi diverted his gaze back to the man seated at the table, saying, "Li, I must rely on you for the matter we discussed." The man replied with a courteous acknowledgement before rising to take his leave. Jiang Shiyao tugged at him, "Brother, let us go see." As they descended, Suan remained locked in confrontation with the thief, who obstinately refused to acknowledge his guilt, emboldened by the perceived safety of his accomplices. Suan disregarded the crowd's murmurs. He could forgo the silver, but the hairpin was imperative. He reiterated firmly, "Produce the purse." "Bah, I told you I did not steal, why would I fetch a purse for you? You think you can bully me?" Suan, no longer inclined to indulge in idle chatter, seized the thief by the shoulder, applying pressure that elicited a sharp crack. "Ah!" The thief screamed in agony, his arm hanging limply, writhing in pain. Suan grasped the opposite shoulder, his voice low and resolute, "You have one more chance." The thief, drenched in cold sweat, glanced toward the onlookers who had earlier defended him, desperately seeking assistance. Yet those very individuals recoiled in fear, intimidated by Suan's relentless demeanor. In mere moments, he had incapacitated one of their own. His imposing stature and fierce demeanor dissuaded any thoughts of interference. The thief, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, hesitated. As Suan's grip tightened, fear overtook him, and he pleaded, "No, do not break it, I will return it, I will return it." Suan demanded, "Have your accomplices handed over." With that, his gaze swept over the most vociferous of the crowd. The thief, now utterly terrified, understood that without his hands, he would have no means of survival. He lay back and shouted toward the heavens, "I will return it." Chapter 93. Slumbering with your man. After a considerable pause, a sharp sound finally pierced the air, as a pouch was flung from an unknown direction. The moment Suan recognized the familiar object, he released the grip on the man's other arm. The crowd began to stir, astonished to discover that the individual was indeed a thief, and it was evident that his accomplices were lurking nearby. In an instant, many began to pat their waists, anxious that they too might have fallen victim to the pickpocket's deft hands. "Oh heavens, thank goodness my purse is still here." "Mine too, thank the heavens." Suddenly, a voice cried out in panic, "I've lost mine. My purse is gone. I can't find mine either, that was my father's life-saving money. What about my jade pendant, the one I was wearing, it's missing too. Oh dear, might catch him, he must be the thief." Indeed, if he is not the thief, he is certainly one of them. Don't let him escape. Block his path. In a flurry, numerous individuals surged towards the thief on the ground. It remained uncertain how many were genuinely bereft of their belongings or merely seizing the chaos as an opportunity. Suan, concerned for the safety of those in the shop, chose to disregard the encircled thief and strode away purposefully. Jiang Yi and Jiang Shiyao watched in astonishment as Suan, who had initially been at a disadvantage, not only reclaimed his possessions but also left the thief in a considerable predicament. After Jiang Shiyao shifted her gaze from the encircled thief, she found Suan had vanished from sight, her surprise evident. How can this person move so swiftly? His skill at disarming others is remarkable. Jiang Yi observed the marks left on the thief's body by the slingshot, pondering the impressive strength behind Suan's actions. It was astonishing that a mere slingshot could leave such damage on the thief's attire. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's gaze remained fixed outside the window. The moment Suan appeared within her line of sight, she hurried out, scrutinizing him closely. Only after confirming that he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Did you catch him?" Lu Tian inquired. Suan retrieved the pouch from his bosom. "Let us see if anything is missing." For Lu Tian, the 2 taels of silver within were not the foremost concern. The most precious item was the hairpin Suan had gifted her. She feared losing it again and had been reluctant to carry it, despite having brought it along for their visit to the county. Upon opening the pouch and discovering the hairpin was intact, Lu Tian exhaled deeply, the joy of its recovery washing over her. Curious about how he had managed to catch the thief, Lu Tian listened intently as Suan succinctly recounted the earlier events, her admiration evident in her sparkling eyes.
You realized those stirring up trouble were his accomplices?
Suan replied, there were likely 2 among them. As for the others, they were merely onlookers, easily swayed to join in the fray. Fortunately, Suan had not been intimidated by the ruckus, otherwise, given the thief's adamant denial and the swift concealment of the stolen items, retrieving the pouch today would have been uncertain. None of them anticipated such events would unfold on their very first day in the county. Upon revealing the hairpin, Lu Tian handed the pouch back to Suan. You should keep it safe. The thief, observing Suan's imposing figure, dared not attempt to steal from him again. Suan fastened the pouch securely and returned it to her. It's best if you keep the pouch on you, one should always have some silver as a precaution for these few days, or the hairpin in your hair. If only the pouch's silver were to be stolen, it wouldn't be too grievous.
Very well.
As twilight descended, many households lit their lamps, and the shops along the street adorned themselves with vibrant lanterns, casting a warm glow reminiscent of countless stars. Suan's excursion had taken nearly half an hour, yet upon his return, Lu Chang had still not arrived. Liu Chao expressed her concern, why is brother so late?
Lu Tian furrowed her brow, could he be lost?
While they pondered this, Lu Chang appeared on the street, carrying several oil paper packages. Once inside, Lu Tian chided him, brother, why didn't you tell us you were going out alone? Lu Chang shrugged nonchalantly, I merely went to buy some pastries for you. All of these treats are delightful. I had them last time I visited the county, you must try them, they are freshly baked and best enjoyed warm. Lu Tian and Lu Chao exchanged exasperated glances, but the enticing aroma wafting from the open packages proved too tempting to resist. Unaware of the earlier commotion, Lu Chang continued to urge them, eat, this is rice cake, it tastes best while hot. Seeing his enthusiasm, they decided against recounting the earlier incident. Having only nibbled on some flatbreads at noon, they were indeed hungry. Lu Tian beckoned the innkeeper to order dishes, determined to indulge this rare outing. The joy of recovering her hairpin made Lu Tian more decisive, and she ordered a serving of roasted chicken. Lu Chang, munching on a chicken wing, recalled the earlier scene and remarked, you wouldn't believe it, on my way back, I stumbled upon a thief being captured. It seemed many had their belongings stolen. You all should be vigilant with your purses these days. Lu Tian smiled, by the time you caution us, it's already too late. Lu Chang responded, huh? Perhaps due to the presence of the roasted chicken, the service was extraordinarily slow, and their meal stretched nearly an hour. Had they been in the village, they would have retired for the night by now. As they observed the little one growing drowsy, the group decided to forego their plans for an evening stroll. Upon returning to their room, Lu Tian completely forgot that Suan had also booked a room. Following Lu Chao closely, Liu Chao, cradling the little one, glanced at Suan standing at the doorway, a smirk tugging at her lips as she teased Lu Tian, what are you doing trailing behind me? Lu Tian replied, puzzled, going to sleep, of course. Lu Chao gestured towards Suan, go sleep with your man. Lu Tian, taken aback, remained silent. Just as Lu Chao was about to close the door, Lu Tian called out, sister, aren't you afraid to be alone with the little one? What is there to fear, you're all next door. As she spoke, she prepared to shut the door again. Lu Tian stopped her once more, sister, wait. What now? Do I need to get my things? After retrieving her belongings, Lu Chao promptly closed the door, leaving Lu Tian to ponder, had she ceased to be her sister's little treasure? Suan approached, taking her bundle and holding her hand as they returned to their room. Noticing her downcast eyes, he smiled gently, are you unwilling to sleep with me? Was that truly what they called sleeping together? Though, it seemed that the other name for that affair also fell under the same category. After freshening up, Lu Tian prepared to lie down, but before she could move, Suan had already grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Tian assumed he was eager, but to her surprise, he merely held her, burying his head in her shoulder, devoid of his usual fervent urgency. Chapter 94. Upon hearing those words from Su Chenkai today, Suan felt an overwhelming desire to embrace Lu Tian tightly in his arms. He had been suppressing this urge for an entire day, and as he held her, his grip grew increasingly firm, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. After a few moments of struggling to find his voice, he merely uttered Tianer. His words lingered in her ear, imbued with a hint of emotion that she could distinctly perceive. Noticing the unusual shift in his demeanor, Lu Tian expressed her concern, what's wrong? Suan shook his head, lifting her effortlessly until their gazes aligned. His suddenly serious expression bore down on her as he asked, Tianer, you like me, don't you? Caught off guard by his unexpected inquiry, Lu Tian felt as though she had been thrust into a different realm, the sense of weightlessness causing her to cling tightly to Suan's neck.
Her heart raced, and after regaining her composure, she scrutinized his dark, profound eyes, only to realize that the earlier hint of emotion seemed but a fleeting illusion. She suspected he was merely concocting yet another scheme to fluster her and pouted defiantly, "I don't like you." Suan, unfazed, continued to gaze intently at her exquisite features, his tone earnest, "You do like me." The explosive energy that few possess made him ponder how Lu Tian mustered such vigor to traverse that distance in mere moments. Yet, he was certain of one thing: Lu Tian harbored feelings for him. She had indeed fallen for him. His heart drummed within his chest, as if it were about to leap forth, each beat resonating like a thunderous drum. Her affection sent him into a frenzy of joy, yet the vivid recollections of the events Su Chenkai had described pierced his heart like sharp blades, causing him profound sorrow. Suan carried her to the bedside and seated her upon his lap. His eyes resembled deep lakes, concealing a myriad of emotions that Lu Tian struggled to decipher. Previously, his life had been akin to a stagnant pool, a monotonous cycle of daily chores that stretched endlessly into a dark abyss devoid of light. Su Chenkai often remarked on his growing silence, yet he could not articulate that feeling. It was as if nothing could compel him to speak. His days were a relentless routine of rising, fetching water, cooking, farming, hunting, caring for Su Chenkai, and sleeping, an unchanging cycle. However, one fateful day, it was as though a ray of light had suddenly pierced through the darkness, illuminating his world like the dawn breaking through the night sky. This day, he vividly recalls the moment he first laid eyes on Lu Tian. That beam of light was blindingly brilliant, something he never imagined he could possess, let alone hope to bask in its glow, even for a fleeting moment. Yet, one day, he discovered that this radiant light belonged solely to him, illuminating his existence alone. As he leaned in to kiss Lu Tian, his lips trembled, reminiscent of the first kiss shared on their wedding night, a fervent yearning that he could scarcely contain. Today, he felt uncharacteristically different. Just as Lu Tian began to ponder this notion, he swept her off her feet, his hands burning against her waist, kissing her lips with a gentleness that stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Suan murmured, "Tianer, Tianer," and Lu Tian felt herself melting into his embrace, responding with a soft mm. The following day, as Suan stepped outside alone, Lu Qiao and Lu Chang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with unspoken intrigue. Suan awkwardly remarked, "Tianer is still asleep." Lu Chang and Lu Qiao exchanged expressions of understanding, as if to say, "We get it." Lu Qiao urged Suan to bring breakfast into the room, for they intended to linger for a few days and saw no rush to rouse Lu Tian. Suan returned with some porridge and buns, only to be met by the curious gaze of a little one cradled in Lu Qiao's arms. "Mother, does Aunt sleep in?" the child inquired, her innocent eyes wide with wonder. Lu Qiao replied, "Aunt is simply tired." "Why is Aunt tired?" the child persisted. Lu Qiao was momentarily speechless, while Lu Chang burst into laughter, pulling the child into his embrace and offering her a small bun. "Never mind your aunt. Let us eat, and after you finish, your uncle will take you to play." "You're her uncle?" Jiang Shuyao, descending the stairs, caught sight of the harmonious trio and, upon overhearing the conversation, halted abruptly, her curiosity piqued. Recognizing her from the previous day, Lu Chang looked up and replied, "I am her uncle. Is there a problem?" A fleeting glimmer of pleasure crossed Jiang Shuyao's face as she nonchalantly remarked, "I thought you were her father." "You bear such a striking resemblance." Lu Chang chuckled lightly, "It's not uncommon for a nephew to resemble his uncle. I haven't even married yet, how could I have such a large daughter?" "You haven't married?" Jiang Shuyao couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto her lips, her voice rising slightly in surprise, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. The air fell silent, and Lu Chang turned to regard Jiang Shuyao standing beside their table. This was the first time he truly observed her features. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, her fair, oval face framed by a pair of bright, star-like eyes that sparkled with life and mischief. Remarkably, just like Lu Tian, she possessed two faint dimples on her cheeks. While not strikingly beautiful, she exuded a youthful vitality that was undeniably charming, her gestures playful as she twirled a strand of hair while speaking. Lu Chang cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward as he tightened his grip around the little one in his arms. Just then, the child, munching on her bun, suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, her lips quivering as she began to cry, "Wah! It hurts." Lu Chang quickly loosened his hold, apologizing profusely, I'm sorry, little one, it was my fault." Witnessing this scene, Lu Qiao turned her head away, bemused by her daughter's impeccable timing in disrupting the atmosphere. Just moments ago, the air had grown palpably tense. A girl's reaction in such instances spoke volumes, and Lu Qiao discreetly assessed Jiang Shuyao, noting the lively charm she exuded. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a delightful individual during their outing, and perhaps her own mother would finally cease lamenting her elder brother's unmarried status and the absence of grandchildren. Lu Qiao lifted the child away, stating, "I just remembered that the little one hasn't answered nature's call. I'll take her back to the room now." Lu Chang could only stare in disbelief. Such an excuse was hardly necessary. Jiang Shiryao promptly took a seat at Lu Cheng's table, introducing herself. I'm Jiang Shiryao, may I ask for your name? Jiang girl, what are you doing? Jiang Shiryao clicked her tongue. Can't you tell? Lu Cheng replied. Should I be able to? Jiang Shiryao frowned. You must be quite dense. Personal attacks are simply uncalled for. Chapter 95. Kyoto. Lu Chao, unable to contain her curiosity, glanced back at the two individuals below while ascending the staircase. Just as she reached the corner, she inadvertently bumped into someone, losing her footing and nearly tumbling down the stairs. Her eyes widened and her heart sank. She was still cradling the little bundle. Jiang Yi swiftly grasped her arm and, with a powerful tug, pulled both of them back onto the steps. Phew, phew, phew. At last, her feet found solid ground. Liu Chao, her face awash with guilt, held the small bundle tightly as she took deep breaths to calm herself from the fright. Her chest heaved violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly. Jiang Yi inquired, Are you all right? Lu Chao, her complexion pale, shook her head. Despite her efforts to suppress it, her nostrils tinged with a hint of sourness. She couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if she had fallen with the little bundle, who was still so small. The little one, oblivious to the commotion, looked up at the two adults with innocent confusion, unable to fathom why his mother's expression was so grim or the perilous situation that had just transpired. Having lost her composure twice in front of him, and recalling that it was she who had collided with Jiang Yi, Lu Chao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She lowered her gaze slightly and spoke softly to Jiang Yi, I apologize for not watching where I was going. Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. Jiang Yi regarded her with a gentle expression. Do take care. Lu Chao felt her cheeks flush at his words, the pallor of fright giving way to a warm hue. Blushing, she murmured, I'm sorry, before hastily retreating to her room with the little bundle. Jiang Yi cast a glance at the firmly shut door before descending the stairs. Downstairs, Lu Chang was nearly overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from Jiang Shiryao's incessant questioning. Miss Jiang, I just realized I haven't finished my reading for today, so I must return to my room. Hey, wait, I was merely asking if you have someone you fancy. Is that too much to inquire? Ignoring her, Lu Cheng hurried up the stairs, bewildered by the boldness of women nowadays. Jiang Yi called out to Jiang Shiryao, who was intent on pursuing Lu Chang, Stop right there, what do you think you're doing? Only then did Jiang Shiryao notice her elder brother, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, he is not the little one's father, he is his uncle. Her voice was laced with eagerness. Jiang Yi leisurely made his way to a nearby table and seated himself, with Jiang Shiryao trailing behind like a little shadow. She poured herself a cup of tea, tilted her head back, and gulped it down eagerly. Turning to Jiang Yi, she found him gazing at her with an unperturbed expression, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of emotion. Brother, why are you so unresponsive? She queried, what response do you expect? It dawned on her, she suddenly recalled that regardless of whether Lu Chang was the little one's father, the little one certainly had a father. When Lu Tian awoke, Suan was busy tinkering with his slingshot. Upon noticing her, he stepped outside to fetch her some water and warmed up her breakfast. Observing the son's position, Lu Tian pouted in dismay, wondering how much her elder sister would tease her. Suan scratched his nose, let us have breakfast. If they waited any longer, they might as well have lunch instead. Lu Tian shot him a glare, I'm going to sleep with my sister tonight. Suan replied, I promise I won tea tonight. I don't believe you. She recalled his promise from the previous night about only doing it once, and look what had happened. Suan responded, but if you return tonight, your sister might be even more. But he trailed off, but Lu Tian instantly grasped his meaning. Lu Tian exclaimed. After lunch, the group ventured out. The streets of the county were significantly larger than those in the town, lined with countless stalls and shops, the air filled with the enthusiastic calls of shopkeepers promoting their dazzling wares. Lu Tian linked arms with Lu Chao, leading the way, while Lu Cheng carried the little bundle and walked alongside Suan. The county was indeed more prosperous than the town. The cobblestone paths meandered gracefully, flanked by bustling shops. The signs of taverns swayed gently in the breeze, while the shimmering silks and satins of the embroidery shops glimmered enticingly, and the scent of herbs wafted from the apothecaries. The most striking difference was not merely in the architecture but also in the demeanor and stature of the people. Those who made their homes in the county exuded a certain grace. They were capable of securing their livelihoods. There were cultured scholars, holding folding fans and adorned in brocade robes, exuding elegance with every gesture, as well as shrewd merchants clad in silk, their keen eyes darting busily among the shops. In contrast, they were spared the daily toil faced by villagers, shielded from the sun and rain, their complexions fair and rosy, their demeanor gentle. The styles of clothing were also more refined than those in the town. Men's robes often featured intricate embroidery, while women's garments were exquisitely crafted with various styles of flowing skirts, some in understated hues adorned with delicate embroidery, others in vibrant silks embellished with lustrous pearls, far surpassing anything found in the town. Though they had all donned their finest attire, they still felt out of place in comparison. Lu Tian's eyes roamed curiously,
and she remarked, "Sister, the county is just over 100 miles from our village." "How does it feel like an entirely different world?" Lu Chao, who had only ventured as far as the town, shared her sentiment. "Indeed, the disparity is quite remarkable." Liu Chung chimed in from behind, "This is nothing compared to what you would see in Kyoto. There, true extravagance reigns. One meal could cost 100 taels of silver, and even the most inconspicuous trinket could provoke lavish spending." Liu Tian and Lu Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. 100 taels for a meal? This notion far exceeded their comprehension. Were they feasting on dragon meat? Lu Tian gasped, her mind racing to picture such opulence. Was the table laden with delicacies from mountains and seas, or were the dishes served on gold platters and jade bowls? Lu Cheng nodded. "It's not just one meal. There, the garments of the nobility are crafted from the finest silks, with embroidery of unparalleled artistry. Some even incorporate fine threads of gold and silver, making a single outfit worth the annual expenses of an ordinary household." The sheer extravagance of his description left Lu Tian struggling to envision such a scene. Her curiosity about Kyoto piqued. Noticing her fascination, Suan inquired, "Would you like to see it?" Lu Tian shook her head. Kyoto was far too distant, and a round trip would take nearly half a year, not to mention the expenses along the way. Liu Cheng proclaimed, "When the opportunity arises, I shall take you both." That seemed a distant prospect, and Lu Tian and Lu Chao exchanged smiles. "That would be wonderful." At the corner of the street, a shop was surrounded by a throng of people. Lu Tian tugged on Lu Chao's arm, urging her to join in the excitement, and the two squeezed forward to the front. It turned out to be an embroidery shop, festooned with vibrant red lanterns, indicating it was newly opened. Chapter 96. The price. The shopkeeper, beaming with a smile, stood at the doorway and addressed the gathered crowd. "Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, our embroidery workshop is inaugurating its new establishment. In pursuit of auspicious beginnings, we are generously offering 50 taels of silver as a prize." My heavens, 50 taels? Is this proprietor truly so magnanimous, for a new shop to willingly part with 50 taels as a prize? Other establishments would consider it extraordinary to offer even 10 taels. No wonder the silk embroidery shop is so grandiose, even in its prizes. I've heard that this embroidery workshop is quite renowned in the capital, and now, it has even opened a branch in Shui County. Just the other day, I discovered another silk embroidery shop in a different county. It appears they are expanding their reach. But how does one earn this prize? Shouldn't the competition involve the embroidery itself? Indeed, what manner of contest is this? The murmurs of discussion grew louder, and the shopkeeper, still smiling, refrained from interrupting until someone inquired, "As a workshop dedicated to embroidery, the prize must naturally pertain to the embroidery itself. Our skilled embroiderers hail from the capital, and while we take pride in our craftsmanship, we humbly acknowledge that there are always those more talented. Hence, we invite everyone to enthusiastically participate and challenge our embroiderers." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, the onlookers furrowed their brows. "Shopkeeper, if you do not wish to offer a prize, simply say so. Do not presume that we men are versed in embroidery. Even if the womenfolk possess some skill, how could they possibly compare to your professional embroiderers? Indeed, I expected a generous offer, yet it appears to be a mere facade." "Exactly, your embroiderers are from the capital. How could anyone in this small county possibly compete?" "I suspect this is merely a publicity stunt, designed to attract attention. Let us depart." "I concur, let us go. We should check out that shop ahead, which is also newly opened and reportedly gives away eggs, much more straightforward." As the crowd began to disperse, the shopkeeper grew anxious. Wait. Please do not leave. Since our shop is willing to offer 50 taels as a prize, we sincerely hope that you all can benefit. Every participant shall receive a share, and even those who do not outshine our embroiderers will still receive 100 as a participation reward." Truly, it is sufficient to merely participate? Is there such a delightful opportunity? Does that mean anyone can earn 100 just for trying? That seems rather enticing. How will the competition be conducted? Pray, enlighten us, shopkeeper. Indeed, how shall we compete? I wish to participate. I too shall join. Count me in. Goodness, Wang Matzi, a butcher like you wants to compete in embroidery? Surely you jest. Ha, indeed, with a needle in hand, can you still wield a knife? What of it? Today, I am determined to compete. Wang Matzi's deep voice boomed, silencing the laughter directed at him. In an instant, those who were about to leave found themselves drawn back, and the crowd around them swelled. With so many voices clamoring, the scene grew chaotic. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please, I implore you to listen." The murmurs subsided as the crowd turned their attention to the shopkeeper, who, still smiling, continued, "We deeply appreciate your enthusiasm and support for our establishment. However, the prize is limited, and not everyone can participate.
What do you mean, who can participate? Indeed, what sort of individuals are eligible? The shopkeeper replied, as this is an embroidery competition, it naturally requires some prior experience in embroidery. If one cannot even thread a needle, how can they possibly compete?
What constitutes experience? I mended my torn trousers myself, does that count as experience?
I too, once embroidered a pair of mandarin ducks on my handkerchief, does that qualify?
Miss, are you certain you embroidered mandarin ducks? To me, it resembles some bizarre creature.
Nonsense, regardless, it still bears some resemblance to a chicken.
Shopkeeper, I too have embroidered, I once stitched characters onto my clothing, does that count?
So have I. Lu Tian, pulling Lu Chao to the front, could not contain her laughter upon hearing the banter. Sister, do you think I could participate? After all, I have embroidered my wedding gown. Lu Chao chuckled at her. Do you truly wish to go? Are you not being lazy? Of course, it's 101.
Suddenly, she remembered that Suan can also participate.
He helped me with my wedding gown. You mean he did the embroidery?
Lu Chao exclaimed in surprise, but mother said you did it yourself, she even mentioned how diligent you were.
Lu Tian bit her lip. Suan claimed he did it himself.
But that was not her intention.
You little rascal. Lu Chao shook her head in exasperation, never having expected Suan would assist Lu Tian with her wedding gown. Dear sister, you should definitely participate. Your embroidery skills are exceptional. I remember you specifically learned from someone before, did you not?
At this, Lu Chao's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as she recalled a time long past. Before her marriage, she often ventured into town for leisure. On one occasion, she witnessed an elderly woman being bullied by a group of children and, unable to stand idly by, intervened. Although she did not fight, she returned home with a bloodied head. Later, she encountered the same elderly woman, who insisted on teaching her embroidery. At that time, Lu Chao, being young, perceived it as a skill reserved for the affluent and was reluctant to learn. However, the elderly woman, seemingly determined, insisted on instructing her. When she learned that Lu Chao was all alone in the world, her heart softened, and she agreed to follow the elderly woman's guidance. Initially, she approached the lessons half-heartedly, and after several months, she had not made significant progress. The elderly woman, both frustrated and anxious, looked at Lu Chao's haphazard embroidery with disappointment. Eventually, the elderly woman said to her, "Little girl, I will impart my unique skills to you. Will you promise to learn diligently? You need only focus on this one craft, and I implore you to take it seriously." Although Lu Chao was clearly gifted, her lack of commitment saddened the elderly woman, who saw the potential in her. The elderly woman was already in frail health, with a pallor that suggested her time was limited. It was then that Lu Chao finally took her studies seriously. The elderly woman's skills were indeed remarkable. After finishing her household chores, Lu Chao would rush to town, dedicating nearly 3 hours each day to her embroidery. Even so, it took her over half a year to grasp the fundamentals. Half a year later, the elderly woman passed away, leaving Lu Chao a piece of jade, which she later had Lu Yue sell to fund the woman's burial. Lu Chao hesitated. That elderly woman instructed me not to reveal my embroidery skills to anyone for 3 years. 3 years have long since passed, sister, and considering how hard you studied, if you do not practice, will you not forget everything? Chapter 97. Double-sided embroidery. Lu Chao pondered for a moment and said, "Let us take another look. If I can participate, I wouldn't mind embroidering something else. After all, there is a participation prize of 100 coins. Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Yes, we should also sign up. The innkeeper's area was already bustling with people. No pushing, no pushing. As Lu Tian and Lu Chao were jostled by the crowd, Suan swiftly caught both of them just before they stumbled. Seeing the throng surrounding them, he extended his arm to part the crowd. There were simply too many people. Lu Chang, holding the little bundle, could not enter. Lu Tian turned to Suan and asked, "Why don't you sign up as well? After all, you have embroidered chickens before." Suan replied, "Mandarin ducks." What? I embroidered mandarin ducks. Lu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suan, I never imagined you could blush from a lack of confidence. Ha ha. Wait, your ears are turning red too, ha ha. Suan remained silent. The innkeeper, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices, felt a headache coming on. He gulped down a pot of tea handed to him by a servant and shouted, "Calm down. Everyone, please line up properly. I will announce the rules first. The number of participants for this competition is limited to 50, each person will receive a participation prize of 100 coins. For the winners, there will be 3 prizes. The first place will receive 8 taels of silver. The second place will receive 5 taels of silver, and the third place will receive 2 taels of silver." Once the innkeeper finished his announcement, someone calculated aloud,
Wait a minute, innkeeper, didn't you say you would put up 50 taels of silver as the prize? That only adds up to 20 taels. Exactly, are you trying to fool us? What if we compete hard and end up with nothing for the participation prize? That's right, didn't you say 50 taels? The innkeeper raised his hand to calm the crowd. Everyone, please don't panic. Our establishment has indeed promised to put up 50 taels of silver as the prize. We will not go back on our word, but what? The innkeeper continued, the remaining 30 taels will serve as the grand prize of our establishment. If someone can replicate a certain piece of embroidery, that person will receive the grand prize of 30 taels. Is it really enough to replicate it? What kind of embroidery is so extraordinary that it's worth 30 taels? What embroidery? Show us. A gracefully dressed woman approached the innkeeper. Innkeeper, what is this embroidery? I would like to see. Oh, Miss Yu has come too. Miss Yu is undoubtedly the finest embroiderer in our county. She should be able to replicate it. Indeed, you haven't seen Miss Yu's peonies, they are truly lifelike and exquisite. It seems that the 30 taels will be won by Miss Yu. However, Miss Yu has been an embroiderer for over a decade. It's only fitting that she would win. Lu Tian also felt a surge of curiosity about what kind of embroidery could be worth 30 taels. After all, Suan had risked his life to catch a tiger and only earned 15 taels. Although he had sold it cheaply due to urgency, the thought of a mere prize being worth 30 taels left her astonished. The innkeeper wore an inscrutable expression. Everyone, please be patient. I will bring it out right away. A male servant in the shop cautiously carried a tray, and everyone craned their necks in curiosity. To their surprise, the tray was covered with a layer of cloth, heightening their anticipation. How can it still be covered? Exactly, it's all very mysterious. The innkeeper smiled and urged everyone to remain calm. Please don't rush, this embroidery is exceedingly rare, thus it must be well protected. He glanced at the crowd and continued, our establishment promises that all the prizes mentioned today are genuine. If someone can replicate this piece of embroidery, not only will they receive 30 taels of silver, but they will also be a valued guest at our silk embroidery shop, receiving a complimentary new embroidered piece every season. A gasp echoed through the crowd. A free embroidered piece every season? I've heard that the products from the silk embroidery shop are quite expensive, even the cheapest ones cost at least 5 taels. Heavens, if that's the case, 30 taels is merely a fraction. How much would a year's worth of embroidery be worth? My goodness, I am increasingly curious about what this embroidery is that warrants such a grand prize. The innkeeper declared, ladies and gentlemen. I understand your curiosity, now, I shall unveil the grand prize. He approached the servant holding the tray and slowly lifted the top white cloth, revealing a circular embroidery frame. As the cloth was fully removed, someone in the crowd exclaimed, what is this? It is merely a common peony, anyone can embroider that. You really underestimate the embroiderers from Qingshui County. Exactly, our embroiderers are not so incompetent. Indeed, why all this fuss over a simple peony? I can embroider this peony, no problem, even without Miss Yu, a woman in the crowd boldly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I have never looked down upon the embroiderers of Qingshui County. This piece of embroidery is far more complex than it appears. What's so complicated about it? I see nothing but a peony. Right. Lu Chao observed the embroidery with a contemplative expression. Lu Tian curiously asked her, sister, do you see something unusual? Lu Chao whispered something to Lu Tian, who widened her eyes in astonishment. Really? Then can you? Before she could finish, Lu Chao shook her head to interrupt. Lowering her voice, Lu Tian asked, sister, can you replicate it? Lu Chao shook her head, I don't know. It had been many years since she learned from the old matron, and after marrying Zhu Daji, she had only embroidered a wedding dress for herself and hadn't touched any embroidery since. After all, she was just a peasant and lacked the refined tastes of the wealthy, yet, she never imagined that the secret technique taught to her by the old matron before her death could be worth so much silver. Innkeeper, please tell us what makes this peony so special. Seeing their reactions, the innkeeper maintained a faint smile and slowly revealed the embroidery frame. He carefully turned it around to show the crowd. The uniqueness of this embroidery lies in the fact that it is double-sided. No matter which side you flip, the patterns are perfectly aligned. The crowd, having never seen such an embroidery, gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 98 The Position-Claiming Man. What is this? How is it possible to embroider on both sides of a piece of silk, and the patterns align so perfectly that one cannot distinguish which side is which? Indeed, what is double-sided embroidery? I have never heard of it before. Someone inquired of the elegantly dressed woman. Lady Yu, have you ever heard of this?
Lady Yu fixed her gaze intently upon the embroidered piece, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Upon hearing the question, she shook her head lightly and replied, I have not heard of it either.
You have never heard of it, then who could possibly replicate it?
If even Lady Yu cannot do it, then it seems this prize may be beyond anyone's reach. Indeed, it appears that the embroiderers of the capital are truly exceptional to create such a masterpiece. Alas, what a pity, for that is worth 30 taels of silver, and with the latest seasonal embroidery added in, it could fetch 100 taels.
Indeed, what a shame.
Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered with a trace of barely perceptible disappointment.
As if disregarding the chatter, he continued, Is there anyone willing to step forward for a challenge?
They all remained silent, fully aware of their own limitations. Someone suggested to Lady Yu, Why not give it a try, Lady Yu?
Perhaps you could embroider it as well.
Yes, after all, you have been an embroiderer for over a decade, you should give it a shot.
Lady Yu stepped forward, scrutinizing the embroidered piece in the shopkeeper's hand.
After a moment, she shook her head, It seems quite difficult.
Ah, then it cannot be helped. Indeed, if even Lady Yu, the finest embroiderer in Qingshui County, cannot accomplish it. Shopkeeper, it appears that your grand prize today will remain unattainable. Yes indeed, perhaps you should consider changing it.
The shopkeeper's expression stiffened. He raised his eyes to scan the crowd, noting that not a single person stepped forward to challenge him. With disappointment evident in his gaze, he forced a smile and said, Ladies and gentlemen, a predetermined prize cannot be altered. I believe there are capable individuals among you. I implore you to spread the word. This prize will remain valid for 3 days. Should anyone wish to challenge, you are welcome to do so within this time frame.
Next, we shall commence the embroidery competition.
Upon finishing his announcement, he beckoned a woman forward. This is Mistress Chun from our silk embroidery workshop. You will compete against her. Those with embroidery experience may sign up at the table over there. We only require 50 participants, and it is first come, first served. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged toward a table on the right side of the shop, eager to participate, regardless of their chances of winning.
Lu Tian inquired about Lu Chao's thoughts, and Lu Chao glanced at the double-sided embroidery piece. Since we have 3 days, I will think it over.
When the old matron taught her, it had all been shrouded in mystery, and later, she had insisted that Lu Chao must not let anyone know for 3 years. A sense of foreboding lingered within her. She did not wish to bring trouble to her family. Lu Tian would never pressure her sister, although 30 taels of silver was no small sum for their family. She said to Lu Chao, Sister, let us sign up for this, we can at least earn that participation reward of 101.
All right.
The area in front of the table was already crowded with people. The silk embroidery workshop had specifically brought in a few burly men to maintain order, yet those at the back were still rather anxious, as only 50 spots were available. The burly men could hardly manage the throngs, and amidst the pushing and shoving, disputes inevitably arose.
Why are you pushing me? Are you blind? Don't shove. Hey, you can't cut in line.
A man, having struggled to advance through the throng, suddenly spotted an elderly woman in tattered clothing ahead of him. He forcefully shoved her aside to claim her spot, exclaiming, Old hag, at your age, what are you doing here causing a ruckus? Aren't you afraid of falling over? The old woman stumbled, barely regaining her balance, only to see her spot taken. Trembling, she called out, That was my spot, I worked hard to get it. The man spat in disdain, You're so old, why bother with this commotion, you should hurry home and stay there. The old woman, in a fluster, pleaded, Please, return my spot to me. I need that 100 wen. My grandson is waiting for me to buy medicine, and if he doesn't take his medicine soon, he won't last much longer.
The man, impatient, scoffed, What medicine? Life and death are predetermined.
If he dies, then so be it.
You, how can you say such a thing?
The old woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she protested, This was my spot from the beginning.
Get lost, when I say go, you go.
The man appeared to be in his 30s, looking rather refined, yet his words and actions were shockingly foul.
Someone interjected, That was indeed the old woman's spot first, how can you justify stealing her place? Exactly, how can you be so rude to an elder? Yes, you should give it back, can't you see the old woman is about to cry?
The man glared viciously at the speaker, If you all are so kind-hearted, why don't you just give her your own spot?
What's it to me if I claim this one today? With the onlookers remaining passive, he sneered, Ha, you all act so altruistically, but when it comes to giving up your own spot, you refuse? Truly meddlesome. You.
The crowd was momentarily silenced, yet they were indeed reluctant to part with the 101. They looked at the old woman, shaking their heads, seeing no other options. the old woman decided to fight for her spot. She pushed against the man. "This is my spot, you cannot take it." "Bah, don't overstep your bounds, hurry and get lost. Please, just give it back to me. My grandson truly needs me to buy his medicine. I've told you, life and death are fated. If he can't be saved, then so be it. Look at yourself, you're already halfway to the grave. Dying now would just mean you have company later." You. The old woman was so angered by his words that she gasped, her breath catching in her chest. One hand clutched her heart while the other pointed shakily at the man, her quaking frame on the verge of collapse. The man, noticing her state, scowled. "Old hag, don't try to swindle me. If you want to die, go ahead." As he spoke, he gave her another shove. The old woman, already unsteady, staggered back and was about to fall. Liu Qiao and Lu Tian were not far behind them, initially reluctant to involve themselves. However, witnessing the old woman about to topple over, they exchanged concerned glances and quickly stepped forward to support her. Liu Tian asked with concern, "Are you all right, Grandma?" Tears glistened in the old woman's weary eyes as she replied, "I am fine, but my grandson is truly waiting for me to bring back money for his medicine." Chapter 99. Teach the dog of a man a lesson. She was nearing despair, having sold nearly everything of value in her home today. She had even traded away the last of her rice, yet the money was still insufficient to purchase a dose of medicine. God knew how elated she felt when she discovered that participating in the embroidery competition would earn her 100 coins. Her grandson was on the brink of death. If she did not secure the medicine soon, he would surely perish. She could almost return home to save him. Lu Tian glanced at the man, noticing that the elderly woman was about to fall, yet he remained unperturbed. As Lu Tian's gaze fell upon him, the man adjusted his attire and remarked, "My dear lady, you are quite beautiful. Might I inquire if you are betrothed? I, too, possess a striking appearance, and we would make an exceedingly compatible pair. How about you accompany me home today?" As he spoke, his lascivious eyes roamed from her face to her ample bosom, leaving a nauseating feeling in her stomach. Furrowing her brow, Lu Tian suppressed her revulsion and retorted, "Return that spot to the old woman. Haven't you heard that someone is waiting for life-saving funds?" "Oh, the beauty not only possesses charm but also a kind heart," the man taunted. "If I were to yield my spot to her, what reward would you bestow upon me?" Lu Tian maintained a stern expression. "That spot rightfully belongs to the elderly woman. And what of it? Just because she occupies it, does it mean it is hers? Who decreed such a rule? I have claimed it, so it is mine." The man displayed an utterly shameless demeanor. "Are you suggesting that whoever claims it first keeps it? Indeed, would the beauty care to assist this old woman in reclaiming her spot? Come and try." The man seemed to have an idea, even spreading his arms as if awaiting Lu Tian to fall into his embrace. After the two had formed their line, Lu Tian sent Suan to find Lu Chang and the little dumpling. Hearing the man's repugnant words made Lu Tian grit her teeth. She turned her head to scan the surroundings, finally spotting Suan and Lu Chang not far away, purchasing snacks for the little dumpling. Though the distance was considerable, they had not yet heard the commotion. Lu Tian called out, "Suan." The little dumpling, fearful of Suan, stood at a distance, contemplating what treats to buy for Lu Tian. Upon hearing her voice, Suan quickly turned to look. Realizing something was amiss, Suan hurried over, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Tian and the others, glaring sharply at the man. "What is going on?" Lu Tian spoke up, "You need to reclaim his spot." Upon seeing the towering figure of Suan and the icy glare he cast upon him, the man instinctively shrank back, stuttering, This, my lady. I already occupy this spot, how can I simply relinquish it?" Lu Tian scoffed, "Did you not just say that whoever claims it first retains it? Why is it permissible for you to take the old woman's spot, yet not for us to reclaim yours?" She stepped forward, positioning herself beside Suan, looking up at him. "He is shameless. The elderly woman is of advanced age, with a grandson awaiting medication at home, and yet he dares to seize her place. And he just..." Lu Tian pouted, feigning a look of grievance. Suan furrowed his brow at this, grasping her hand. "What else did he do?" Lu Tian replied, "He insulted me, claiming that my appearance was suited to him." Infuriated, she thought, who could possibly match that disgusting face of his? It was a grave insult. Suan turned his gaze towards the man, his eyes dark and cold, clearly understanding the man's earlier intentions. The man trembled under Suan's gaze. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely, Before he could finish his sentence, Suan sprang into action, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling out of line, then firmly planting his foot on one of the man's legs. "Ah! My leg!" The man felt as though a 1,000-pound stone had been dropped upon him, the pain forcing him to emit a trembling scream. Suan remained impassive, continuing to apply pressure with his foot. "Ah!
My leg is going to break, please, I beg you to spare me. I shall never dare again, I implore you. Lu Tian spat at him, look at you, so accustomed to bullying the weak. Today, let you experience what it feels like to be bullied. The man, who had previously worn a defiant expression, now found himself pleading for mercy at the sight of Suan. Indeed, he was nothing but a coward who feared the strong. Ah, it hurts, I truly won't dare again, I swear, please let me go. He felt as though the bones in his leg were fracturing, certain that if this continued, it would be irreparably damaged. Suan pressed down hard once more before releasing his foot, speaking in a low voice, scram. The man, seeing his chance, attempted to rise and flee, but his leg refused to cooperate. As he looked up at Suan's fearsome visage, terror overwhelmed him, and he crawled away, dragging his leg behind him as if pursued by a demon. Once the man had fled, Lu Tian assisted the elderly woman back to her previous spot. Rest assured, dear grandmother, no one will seize your position again. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes as she repeatedly thanked them, thank you for helping this old woman. Lu Tian shook her head, no need for thanks. Each day bore witness to countless injustices, many of which they could do little to change. It was only in such small matters that they could lend a hand. The two returned to their earlier positions, and those around them eyed Suan and Lu Tian, silently creating a spacious gap for them to stand comfortably. Seeing this, both Lu Tian and Lu Chao exchanged smiles, while Suan remained nearby. Lu Tian instructed him, it's all right now, we should be fine for a while, you and your brother should take the little dumpling for a stroll. After this incident, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to trouble Lu Tian and Lu Chao again. Suan nodded, all right, call for me if you need anything. Once he departed, Lu Chao mused, having someone of Suan's stature seems rather advantageous. Just look at how, upon his arrival, others dared not cast their lecherous gazes upon you so openly. Lu Tian, possessing remarkable beauty, often attracted unwelcome attention, and had she chosen someone frail and defenseless, she would have been left vulnerable. A faint blush crept across Lu Tian's cheeks as she replied, Suan is wonderful in other aspects as well. Oh, I never implied he was lacking in any regard, Lu Chao teased. But do enlighten me on what other virtues he possesses. Oh dear, sister. Here we go again. Her sister adored teasing her. Ah, my little sister, even after being married for so long, remains so bashful. Chapter 100 Epiphany. Once the registration concluded, the shopkeeper instructed them to step inside the store. Within the premises lay a courtyard, hidden from view, revealing a world of its own. The courtyard comfortably accommodated 50 contestants, with seating arrangements already made. One by one, they took their places. Lu Tian pulled Lu Chao to two adjacent spots, only to turn and discover the old woman seated beside Lu Chao, who smiled warmly at the two. The old woman, upon seeing them, expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you both for your kindness earlier. Lu Chao shook her head, it's nothing, dear grandmother. Please do your best in the competition, there's at least 2 taels of silver to be won. The old woman chuckled softly, in my youth, I dabbled in embroidery, but it has been many years since I possessed the inclination. Today, I fear I can only present my clumsy efforts. Lu Tian responded with a sweet laugh, grandmother, you need not worry about making a fool of yourself. I have only ever embroidered a chicken in my life, so with me as your benchmark, there's no need for fear, huh? The old woman looked puzzled, why would you embroider a chicken? Lu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Did she really have to confess that she intended to embroider mandarin ducks but ended up with a chicken? Lu Chao burst into laughter, grandmother, she intended to stitch a wedding dress, but her mandarin ducks turned out to be neither mandarin ducks nor chickens. They were possibly something in between, haha. Lu Tian sighed internally. Was she truly no longer the darling of her elder sister? The seat beside Lu Tian was occupied by the much-admired Yun Yangzi, who, barring any surprises, was expected to claim the grand prize today. Listening to the conversation, Yun Yangzi glanced at them, and when her gaze met Lu Tian's, she flashed a charming smile. Why Yun Yangzi appeared to be around 30 years of age, exuding elegance and grace. Her countenance radiated an extraordinary allure, her complexion fair as jade, shimmering with a soft glow, as if veiled in a delicate halo, adding an air of mysterious beauty. Her deep, bright eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were framed by slender brows like distant mountains, and her lips, often curled in a gentle smile, conveyed a sense of calm and grace born of time. With just a fleeting glance, one could be captivated by her unique charm. Lu Tian found herself momentarily entranced by her smile, before coming to her senses and exclaiming, Yun Yangzi, you are truly beautiful. Surprised by the compliment, Yun Yangzi replied with a light laugh, if it weren't for the sincerity in your expression, one might think you were mocking me with such praise. Lu Tian hurriedly protested, no, not at all. I genuinely believe you are beautiful. Yun Yangzi replied, then I thank you.
Once everyone was seated, the shopkeeper announced the commencement. Ladies and gentlemen, today's embroidery competition features the peony as the theme. Every participant will receive 100 won as a participation prize, which can be collected at the counter after the competition, along with the embroidered pieces. Furthermore, the top 3 winners will receive 8 taels, 5 taels, and 2 taels of silver, respectively, judged by our professional embroiderers. The time limit is 1 hour. The competition officially begins. Best of luck to all. The peony is not particularly difficult to embroider, yet creating a piece that is exquisite and lifelike poses its own challenges. Often, the simplest designs reveal the most skill. With her experience in stitching wedding dresses, Lu Tian found threading the needle to be a trivial task as she envisioned the peony and began to sew. Many participants were merely there for the participation prize, hastily stitching anything to collect them. When Lu Tian looked up again, she noticed that the original 50 contestants had dwindled to fewer than 20. She glanced at her own creation, which could barely be called a peony, and realized she could easily submit it and depart. However, upon observing Lu Qiao, who was wholly engrossed in her work, her needle dancing like a nimble fish across the silk fabric, Lu Tian felt compelled to stay. Lu Qiao's piece was only halfway complete, yet the form of the peony was already discernible. Lu Tian looked at her sister's work, then at her own, and silently covered her embroidery frame. The remaining participants seemed intent on vying for a higher rank, stitching with utmost seriousness. Bored, Lu Tian began to survey her surroundings. This type of competition had few formalities, as long as one did not disturb others. When her gaze fell upon Yin Yangzi's embroidery frame, she inhaled sharply. Truly, she was the finest embroiderer in Qingshui County. Her peony resembled a celestial flower bestowed by a heavenly maiden, vibrant and dripping with beauty, the petals layered gracefully, swaying gently as if caressed by a breeze, and Lu Tian could almost see the dewdrops poised to slide down the petals, giving the flower an almost lifelike vibrancy, yearning to break free from the silken bloom and the sunlight. Yun Yangzi raised her eyes to Lu Tian. Is your embroidery complete? May I see it? Lu Tian felt too shy to show her creation, her clear eyes darting. No, please don't look, it might disrupt your thought process. To avoid disturbing her further, Lu Tian returned to her seat. After more than half an hour, Yun Yangzi completed her piece, undoubtedly destined for a top 3 finish, and naturally, she would not leave with just 101. Meanwhile, Lu Qiao furrowed her brow, gazing at her peony, feeling that something was amiss. Perhaps it was her long absence from embroidery. The work lacked the vibrancy it once had. Lu Tian could not discern any flaws. Sister, I think it looks wonderful. Lu Qiao pursed her lips, slightly disappointed. She felt her creation did not do justice to the lessons imparted by the old woman, and she was increasingly uncertain if she could still manage double-sided embroidery. Yun Yangzi observed her work and, seeing Lu Tian's dissatisfaction, smiled gently. She approached Lu Qiao and said, "If you don't mind, may I offer some assistance?" Lu Qiao was more than willing, handing her embroidery frame to Yun Yangzi. After a careful examination, Yun Yangzi addressed Lu Qiao. My dear, your technique is indeed delicate, and your stitches are even. This is already remarkable. However, the essence of the peony lies in its opulence and vibrant beauty, as if infused with life. Your piece appears somewhat restrained, lacking the full bloom it deserves. With a deft touch, particularly in the petal expansion and color blending, a gentle adjustment would reveal its brilliance, allowing it to fully embody the regal charm of the peony. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qiao's expression relaxed, and clarity dawned upon her. With some time remaining, she thanked Yun Yangzi and hurriedly set about improving her work. As the hour came to a close, only 13 contestants remained, including Lu Tian and a few others. Among them was the old woman. Lu Tian had little hope of placing, standing aside as the embroiderers from the silk embroidery workshop began to evaluate the remaining pieces.